Super Devouring System Chapter 2312 to Chapter 2400. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Haha, that guy is just from a branch family of the Li family, not from the main family. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. So that's how it is. Why did Xian ask about this? Because Xian knew better than anyone else the principle of survival of the fittest. He had been searching for Luoluo for so long, but he could not do anything. Why, wasn't it all because Luoluo was being controlled by that incomparably powerful demon? Xian did not have the strength to rescue her. Moreover, before this, Xian didn't grow up from one crisis after another. This time, since he had already fallen out with the Li family, Xian would not let them go. In the eyes of others, perhaps this was simply courting death. But in Xian's heart, it was only motivation. Xian knew that if he was not strong enough, the Li family would definitely find a chance to kill him. Since they were talking about the Li family? If they dared to fight for their reputation, killing Xian was nothing. Besides, they did not even need to do anything. Once they gave the order, someone would do it for them. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. In an instant, Xian felt immense pressure. It could even be said that this was the strongest pressure he had ever felt since he entered the realm of the gods. After all, the Li family was one of the four ancient families of the Kunlun realm. Xian was nothing in front of such a powerful family. Perhaps the Li family would not dare to make a move because of the strength Xian had displayed, but it was only a matter of time before they saw Xian's foundation. Therefore, there was not much time left for Xian. If Xian wanted to live, he had to become strong quickly. Escape? That was impossible. Not to mention that Xian did not know where to go after leaving the Kunlun realm. What would the Li family do once he left the Kunlun realm? He was afraid that he would send someone to kill him, therefore, Xian could only grow stronger quickly in the Kunlun god domain. Only then would he be able to contend against the Li family. No, to annihilate the Li family, since the Li family was a threat to Xian, then there was no need for Xian to exist. At this time, if anyone knew that Xian was actually thinking of how to deal with the Li family, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Rejects. After all, this was a battle without any suspense. It was like an ant that was clamoring to kill a god. What a joke. Soon, Miyu arrived at the venue with Xian and Kuan Buyu. Sure enough, even though the shoot had yet to begin, there were already plenty of people busying themselves. Alright, the two of you can look around and see if there's anything you like. By the way, Xian, take this Cosmos ring. If there's anything you like, buy it. Xian was stunned. Is Miyu going to give me divine crystals? I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want anything. Don't worry, I still have enough resources. If there's anything I like but don't have the resources, I'll look for you. Don't forget that I'm a restriction grandmaster, a divine talisman grandmaster, and an alchemy grandmaster. Miyu glanced at Xian with a strange expression. Previously, everyone was focused on Xian's combat strength, but who would have thought that Xian was one of the three grandmasters? Alright, then I'll look for you later. After all, I was the one who invited these people, so I still have to go take a look. Xian nodded. After Miyu left, he and Kuan Buyu walked forward together. As they walked, Kuan Buyu gave Xian a simple introduction. Xian, this is the divine realm market of the Kunlun god realm. Of course, this isn't the only market, but since it's organized in the name of the divine master, it's definitely not small. Look, the person in front is from the 100 Break divine realm. That divine realm isn't big, and their strength is relatively weak. However, the 100 Break divine stone that they're using is definitely something good. Kuan Buyu led Xian over. Seeing that someone was coming, the shopkeeper welcomed them warmly. Gentlemen, are you looking for the 100 Break divine stone? 100 Break divine stone? This was the first time Xian had heard of it. However, when he saw the stone, he realized that it was just a general name and not a single item. At this moment, Xian heard a system notification. Ding. System notification, special item detected, 100 Break divine stone. Ding. Host, please note that the 100 Break divine stone can create a special sword servant, 100 Break sword servant. Ding. System notification: 100 break sword servant will have different abilities according to the number of 100 break divine stones absorbed. It could actually become a sword servant. In that case, Xian naturally wouldn't miss out on it. At this moment, there were many strange stones placed in front of Xian. Some were burning like a raging fire. Some were emitting a cold aura like ice. Suddenly, Xian's attention was attracted by a white break divine stone. This was an extremely black divine stone. More importantly, Xian's divine telekinesis couldn't detect what was inside it. Moreover, this divine stone was placed on its own, and all the aura around it was being devoured by it. Yes, it was being devoured. What divine stone is this? Xian asked. Sir, you have a good eye. This divine stone is one of the top 10 divine stones of the 100 break divine realm, the Devouring stone. Sir, don't underestimate it because of its small size. Its power is definitely beyond your imagination. 500,000 years ago, there was once a master blacksmith who refined a devouring stone into a special devouring treasure. It actually had the ability to devour everything. However, because his ability was too strong, there was a battle later on. In the end, that powerful treasure disappeared without a trace. As for the devouring stone that you are looking at now, it is a devouring stone that only appears once every 10,000 years in the 100 break divine realm. Even if it is not refined into a special treasure, it is still a super treasure by itself. That person flattered without holding back. However, his words weren't false, because this devouring stone was indeed very powerful. Ding! System notification: it is recommended that the host obtain this devouring stone. The devouring stone can be used to strengthen the system. At the same time, it can be exchanged for devouring points. What? Xian was slightly taken aback. One had to know that devouring points were extremely important to Xian. However, he could only obtain them from the devouring beast. He didn't expect that this time, there would be a mysterious stone that could be exchanged for devouring points. Xian would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. What's wrong with this devouring stone of yours? Haha, sir, you must be joking. This is such a priceless treasure, how would I dare to take it without permission? Before this little one came out, the Divine Master had already instructed that this divine stone cannot be exchanged. If Sir can take out a special treasure of equal value, this little one can exchange it for it. However, if Sir wishes to buy it, this little one dares not agree. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xian did not frown. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. In fact, he could not think of anything that could be compared to the devouring stone. In Xian's heart, the devouring stone was definitely a priceless treasure. However, Xian still wanted to give it a try. System, list out all the special resources I have and choose 10 of the most valuable ones. I must have this devouring stone. If Xian missed out on the devouring stone, he would definitely regret it. Hence, he could not care less. Ding! System notification: all resources have been sorted. 10 resources have been chosen. Following the notification, Xian waved his hand and 10 special resources appeared in front of that person's eyes. Heavens, heavens, it's the legendary Law Spirit. It's actually the legendary Law Spirit. This thing, didn't it disappear after the ancient war? Young Master, why does Young Master have such a precious treasure? Law Spirit? Xian did not know much about his own things. To him, all the resources were handed over to the system. If the system felt that it was useful, it would notify him. If it was not, it might just be devoured by Xian. But now, what was this Law Spirit? Ding! System notification: Law Spirit is an ordinary resource produced by the devouring space. The host can obtain one every 100 years. Holy shit, the devouring space, no, to be more precise, an ordinary item produced by the ancient Zither space could be so sought after. Xian quickly checked the Law Spirit's attributes. Law Spirit, a special item formed by the condensation of law energy. This item cannot be refined or forged. However, with this item, the host's comprehension of law energy will increase, so this was the case. This item was used to increase one's comprehension of law energy. No wonder the system did not give any special notification. This item was not considered too valuable to Xian. Although it was not valuable to Xian, it was extremely valuable to others. Rejects with a wave of his hand, the merchant from the domain of the gods set up a restrictive spell, which was mainly used to block out divine will and sound. It was something that merchants often used. Young master, please state a price. As long as I can afford it, no matter how much, I want this law spirit. It was obvious that this person's eyes were filled with urgency. The biggest difference in the Lord realm was the comprehension of law. In fact, once one reached the Lord realm, the difference in Lord God realm was huge. Perhaps before this, Xian was able to rely on some special abilities to crush enemies that surpassed him by 1 or even 2 realms. That was because the power Lord God realm, the power of law. As the realm Lord God. As the realm Lord realm, the power Lord God realm was Lord God realm. Lord God was because the Lord of Lord God translation Lord translation of realm start translation to Lord. A translation Lord that was Lord that one translation. This was the law was the charm law. It was a treasure that many powerhouses dreamed of obtaining. Even if it was that Mi Xiao would definitely pay a huge price. Fortunately, Xian took it out from here. After all, in the eyes of these merchants, Xian was definitely a big shot in the Kunlun god realm since he could arrive here before them. He was a big shot that they could not afford to offend. Therefore, they would not be greedy for Xian's treasure. However, if this law spirit was taken out by Xian outside, who knew how many people would fight for it with their lives? At this moment, the merchant was extremely excited. Without waiting for Xian's reply, he took out 3 special god stones. Honorable young master, these are the special god stones that the divine master gave to me before I left. They are on the same level as the devouring stone. Also, you can take any god stones you like in this shop. Also, here are 50 billion god crystals. This is all I have. However, this humble one can promise that the next time this humble one comes, this humble one will definitely bring back even more rewards for the young master. Please give this law spirit to me, young master. Good lord, this was a law spirit that wanted Xian's law spirit even if it meant going bankrupt. Of course, Xian did not mind. After all, this was a precious treasure in the eyes of others. However, in Xian's eyes, it was nothing more than that. Alright, I promise you. Xian's lips curled up slightly. Perhaps in the merchant's heart, he had made a huge profit. However, in Xian's heart, it was the same. In Xian's heart, he had made a huge profit this time too. Xian naturally did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, he took away all of the merchant's resources, including the interspatial ring in his hand. However, not only was the merchant not displeased at all, he even looked a little embarrassed. Young master, this humble one knows that this humble one's things are not enough to exchange for such a precious treasure. However, please rest assured that the next time I come, this humble one will definitely bring back enough resources to compensate for your loss. Haha, that's alright. We'll talk about it the next time you come. Xian did not mind at all. He had already made a huge profit, so he did not care much about this person's verbal promise. After that, Xian was extremely happy. It looked like he had made a huge profit this time. The resources that Xian had obtained from the devouring space were all produced in the ancient zither space. Many of them were probably already out of print, or were extremely rare. These things were definitely enough for Xian to exchange for good things. Let's go to the next shop. Xian walked straight ahead. He was a little impatient to go to the next shop and take a look. These shops were all from other divine realms. Naturally, they would have many treasures that Xian wanted. This time, Xian was going to sweep the place clean. This time, Xian was going to make a huge profit. System, you can use this devouring stone to repair the system. Xian had always been upset that the system had not been fully repaired. Furthermore, his devouring space had not been fully repaired. Therefore, these were all matters that Xian had to deal with. Ding. System notice, system repair speed increased. Xian was slightly surprised that the system had not been fully repaired. Just as Xian had expected, the resources produced by the devouring space were very popular. This was because most of them were considered rare resources. One had to know that these were only ordinary resources. Yi Xian could not imagine how rare the resources from the devouring space would be. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification, please pay attention to exploring ancient secret realms. As your level increases, the experience gained from consuming normal resources will gradually decrease. The sudden notification from the system gave Yi Xian an answer, but it also gave Yi Xian a huge problem. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. As his level increased, normal resources would no longer have any effect on him. Only by consuming rare resources, special resources, and even ancient resources could he increase his level. Wasn't this forcing Yi Xian to constantly search for special resources or ancient secret realms? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his resources could not be exchanged endlessly. Other than the resources that were useful to him, the rest of the normal resources seemed to be trash. Yi Xian continued forward. This time, he came to another merchant. However, the resources produced here were indeed special. This was because this was a slave merchant. Yi Xian, don't be suspicious. The existence of slaves is a very normal thing. Without strength, they can only become slaves. In fact, for these slaves, it's already good enough that they can keep their lives. Yi Xian nodded. Of course, he understood this. Back then, he had bought Fian as a slave. Of course, Yi Xian had never treated Fian as a slave. This merchant is probably a merchant who often enters and exits the battlefield of the overgods. They often buy defeated people from the battlefield of the overgods and then train them to become docile slaves. Yi Xian, look at that person. That tiger-headed man with a human body and the broken armor on his body has already revealed his identity. He is someone from the godly realm of the shifters. Wait a minute, the godly realm of the shifters. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze focused on the tiger-headed man. What's wrong with this slave? Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked directly. The godly realm of the shifters. Then, it was very likely that he would know some of Luo Luo's whereabouts. Of course, even if he could not find out Luo Luo's whereabouts, it would still be very helpful for Yi Xian to understand this situation in the godly realm of the shifters. Hee, this customer has good taste. This tiger-headed man is a low-level Sir God slave and has special abilities. It's rare. The merchant saw that Yi Xian had the intention of buying the tiger-headed man and immediately started bragging. However, Yi Xian interrupted his boasting with a single sentence. All right, how many divine crystals? Don't waste any more words with me. Yes, sir, this tiger-headed man only. 1 million divine crystals. 1 million, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It wasn't because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. This was a Tang Divine Lord level expert, and he only needed 1 million divine crystals? Could this be a mistake? Kuan Buyu could see Yi Xian's confusion, so he whispered to Yi Xian, you don't have to doubt anything. 1 million divine crystals is not expensive. This tiger-headed man's potential has basically been fully activated. It can be said that unless he encounters a great opportunity, there is no room for improvement. Furthermore, he is the most dangerous slave on the battlefield. He poses a very high threat. Therefore, 1 million divine crystals is really not that expensive. Of course, Yi Xian did not really care about this. After all, Yi Xian just wanted some information. Once he got the information, this tiger-headed man would be completely worthless to Yi Xian. Reject's alright, I want this tiger-headed man. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly bought it. The tiger-headed man could naturally understand Yi Xian's words, so Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked him directly. You are from the Shifter's divine realm? Yes, master. The tiger-headed man did not respect Yi Xian at all. Even though Yi Xian was holding his quintessence fragment, he could kill him with a single thought. However, as a former warrior who had fought on the battlefield of the overgods for thousands of years, he was used to seeing life and death. If he did not have a special mission, he would not have been willing to be captured by the merchant and become a slave. Alright, since you are from the Shifter's divine realm, you might know where Luoluo is. Yi Xian was clearly a little excited. He explained Luolua's situation to the tiger-headed man and asked for her whereabouts. However, this time, he was happy for nothing. The tiger-headed man still did not know anything. Xian shook his head helplessly. He had expected this outcome long ago, but Xian was unwilling to accept it. In Xian's heart, only Xian knew how deep his feelings for Luoluo were. Alright, since that is the case, I will let you go. I will take you out of the Kunlun divine realm, but you must promise me that when you reach the Shifter's divine realm, you will help me gather as much information as possible. Once you have any information, you must report back to me. Can you do that? The tiger-headed man was a little surprised. He did not expect this human in front of him to let him go. Even more so, he did not expect his goal to be a Shifter's. However, wasn't the reason why he was living like this? Now that Xian was willing to let him go, it was definitely a good thing for him. Alright, I can promise you. Xian nodded. He did not ask any more questions. This was an idea he had come up with on the spur of the moment. He would release these people from the Shifter's divine realm because their divine mandate fragments were in Xian's hands. Perhaps they wouldn't be loyal to Xian in the Kunlun divine region. However, once they were released and promised to use Luolua's information in exchange for their freedom, they would definitely do their best to help. This would undoubtedly allow Xian to plant his own people in the Shifter's divine realm to investigate Luoluo. Xian chose 13 slaves from the Shifter's divine realm. Xian knew very well that these people might not be in the same divine realm as Luoluo, given how big the realm of the gods was. However, Xian was still willing to give it a try. As long as he could find out Luolua's whereabouts, Xian was willing to spend any amount of divine gems. After not being able to get any information from these people, Xian directly let them go. Although the battlefield of the Masters of Gods had not opened yet, it was still possible to sneak a few people over. Moreover, if it really did not work out, they could still ask me you. Xian and Kuan-Buyu did not wait for long before the auction was finally about to begin. Xian was led to a private room. From here, he could see the entire auction in its entirety. At this moment, the final preparations for the auction were already underway. The people participating in the auction had already rushed in. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kuan-Buyu continued to introduce Xian to the various factions in the Kunlun God domain. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD. The current Xian could no longer rely on the countless factions in the Kunlun God domain like he used to. After all, he had offended the Li family, so it was very likely that some factions would come looking for trouble with Xian. It was naturally a good thing for Xian to understand the situation of these factions in advance. After all, this auction was a rare one, so the scale was very large. There were actually 100 auctioneers taking part in the auction at the same time. If you took a fancy to any auctioneer's item, then you could bid for that auctioneer's item. However, there was nothing worth Xian's attention at the start. Kuan-Buyu then returned to his own private room. Xian was the only one left in the private room. Reject. Suddenly, a system notification caught Xian's attention. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. A mysterious person has been detected. Who is this mysterious person? Xian asked instinctively. Ding! System notification, this is the mysterious person that the host encountered before entering the ancient Zither mystery dimension. It was him. Although Xian did not know why the system would take the initiative to notify him, Xian still focused all his attention on that mysterious person. At this moment, that mysterious person looked like a normal person who had come to participate in the auction. He did not wear his usual black attire, but had changed into a luxurious blue robe. That person watched the auction quietly, but Xian knew that he was definitely waiting for something. Since it was something that the Annihilation Organization wanted, Xian would definitely not let them get it. Soon, a magic treasure was placed on the auction stand. Everyone, please pay attention. This magic treasure is a rare beast taming magic treasure. As long as any of you esteemed guests like a divine beast, you can absorb it into this magic treasure. Then, this magic treasure will automatically tame that divine beast according to your wishes. Only when that divine beast is successfully tamed will it be released. That's right, this is the beast taming ring. The beast taming collar is not easy to obtain, and this beast taming collar in my hand was obtained by a brave warrior from a mysterious secret realm. It can be said to be the best of the best. The starting price is 100,000 divine crystals. Every bid must be at least 10,000 divine crystals. Alright, everyone, please make your bids. I bid 500,000. The first to bid was the mysterious man. At this time, he directly shouted out 500,000 in one breath, as if he was determined to win. Xian frowned slightly. The beast taming collar only had one function, and other than taming beasts, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. Why was this guy willing to spend so much money? One had to know that the beast taming collar was not too complicated. In fact, if Xian was willing, as long as he had enough resources, Xian could also use it. Hence, Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so determined to win? What was the use of this beast taming collar to Annihilation? It was no secret that Annihilation kept reviving ancient demon gods. This also meant that they might have their own methods of taming beasts. However, it was a little unusual for them to go all out for a beast taming collar. Xian frowned and started thinking quickly. What was the use of this thing to Annihilation? Of course, since Xian could not figure it out, he might as well buy it. After all, as long as it was something that Annihilation wanted, he would not let them get it. Xian raised his paddle. I bid 510,000. Xian did not care about the divine crystals. He still had a lot of them on hand. However, as long as it could destroy Annihilation's plan, Xian would not feel the pinch even if he had to spend more divine crystals. Hearing Xian's bid, the guy did not hesitate and raised his paddle again. 1 million. Did he increase the bid to 1 million again? Xian smirked. 1,010,000. Yes, he was going to increase the bid by 10,000. He wanted to see how much this guy from Annihilation would bid. 5 million. Boom, this time, not only was Xian surprised, but the people around him were as well. The beast taming collar was not a precious treasure. Perhaps the owner of this treasure was only qualified to be auctioned because of the uniqueness of the item. The beast taming collar itself was probably not worth much. If there was really a divine beast in the beast taming collar that was being tamed, it would probably not be auctioned. Since it was being auctioned, there probably would not be any divine beast in it that was worth paying attention to. That fellow sure was willing to part with 5 million. After all, the price of a newly forged beast taming collar was usually around 2 million. It could be said that the price of 5 million had already exceeded its original value. Could it be that the guy did not really want the beast taming collar, but deliberately bid such a high price because Xian was pressuring him, so he wanted to cheat Xian? That was not impossible. However, Xian did not want to believe it. Because if he really wanted to cheat him, he would not have increased the bid to 5 million in one go. 5,010,000. Xian increased the bid by 10,000 and 10,000 again. The mysterious man looked viciously at Xian. He originally thought that with a price of 5 million, no matter who raised the price with him, they would give up. However, he did not expect that the mysterious guy would not give up. At this moment, the mysterious guy from Annihilation was looking coldly at Xian's pavilion. If they were not in the Celestial Palace, this guy would have already killed Xian. However, this was a special place. It was not a place where he could cause trouble. 5,500,000. Did he increase the bid again? Xian did not hesitate. 5,500,000. At this moment, Xian and the mysterious guy were competing, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, they could not understand what was so special about the beast taming collar that these two people were competing for it. 5,600,000. 5,600,000. 6 million. 6,010,000. No matter what price the other party offered, Xian would always be 10,000 more than him. The more this guy acted like he wanted it, the more Xian would not give up. 10 million. Suddenly, the mysterious guy increased the bid again. 10 million was enough to buy 5 beast taming collars. Everyone was waiting for the voice from the pavilion, waiting to see if the owner of the pavilion was going to continue bidding. 10,010,000. Sure enough, he increased the bid again. Boom. Everyone in the auction hall was shocked. However, what they did not expect was that when Yi Xian finished calling out the price, 135,7924? 6810 GGGGGD, that person actually called out a sky-high price without any hesitation, 100 million. Yes, it was 100 million, it was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. 100 million, a new animal taming collar was only 2 million. 100 million could buy a lot of animal taming collars. Moreover, this guy had actually raised the price from 10 million to 100 million. It was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, Yi Xian had already decided not to let him get away with it. Naturally, he would not give up. 10,10,000. Was it only 10,000 again? Even if the crowd did not want to pay attention to Yi Xian, they had no choice. What was this guy trying to do? Every time the other party called out a price, he would only increase it by 100 million. What was he trying to do, spending 100 million to buy something that was only worth 2 million? No matter how they looked at it, it was an idiotic move. However, the intense bidding between the two made people wonder if there was something special about the animal taming collar. Of course, even if some people were suspicious, no one participated in the bidding. After all, 100 million was not a small sum. Many people had less than 100 million in their budgets. Damn it, are you really going to fight me to the end? Alright, come on, I'll bid 1 billion, 1 billion, he actually called out a price of 1 billion, this time, no one could remain calm, 1 billion. He actually called out a price of 1 billion. Could that animal taming collar really be worth 1 billion? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. In his eyes, he did not know what that animal taming collar was. Hence, when this person called out a price of 1 billion, Yi Xian hesitated. Spending 1 billion if that thing was really useless. Then wouldn't it be a waste? However, so what if it was 1 billion? If Annihilation wanted it, Yi Xian would definitely not let them get it. 10,10,000. Yi Xian actually raised the price. He actually raised the price. That person from Annihilation looked coldly in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian could see the murderous intent in his eyes. Jax, unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care. Why, you're not going to raise the price? Yi Xian's calm voice sounded. He wanted to see if this mysterious person from Annihilation would continue to raise the price. Alright, since you're willing to spend 1 billion on a useless item, congratulations, you win. That person seemed to be mocking Yi Xian for spending 1.01 billion to buy something completely useless. However, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The murderous intent in this guy's eyes. Perhaps he was afraid of something. Perhaps he was worried that would attract more people to see the animal taming collar. He just wanted to wait for the auction to end and then directly snatch it. However, none of this had anything to do with Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian had decided to buy something, even if it wasn't worth the price, Yi Xian wouldn't care. Besides, Yi Xian could tell from the murderous look in that person's eyes that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. The auction had just begun, but a bid of 1 billion had already been raised. Some people said that Yi Xian was a fool and that he had obviously wasted his money. Some people also suspected that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. However, Yi Xian did not care about any of this. To Yi Xian, spending 1 billion to buy the animal taming collar was not a matter of whether it was worth it or not. What he cared more about was what secrets the item hid. In fact, Yi Xian had more than 1 billion divine gems on hand. Based on Yi Xian's habits, he would not let go of the interspatial rings that he had killed. Earlier, when he had killed the young master of the Li family and the many guards of the Li family in the Celestial Palace, he had not let go of their interspatial rings. Therefore, Yi Xian had a large amount of resources on hand, enough for him to spend freely. The auction continued, but every time, as long as this mysterious person was about to buy something, Yi Xian would definitely jump out to stop him. As long as it was something he wanted to buy, Yi Xian would definitely not let him succeed. Although Yi Xian had indeed spent a lot of money to achieve this goal, Yi Xian did not care at all. As long as he could stop this guy, Yi Xian felt that it was worth it no matter how many divine gems he spent. Soon, someone brought over the first item that Yi Xian had won. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He handed it to the divine gems and carefully examined the animal taming collar in his hand. However, after looking at it for a long time, Xian didn't see anything special. Could it be that there was nothing special about this animal taming collar, and that the mysterious person was just fighting with Xian? No, Xian did not believe that. System, detect this thing. Ding. System notification, detection complete. No special findings. No special findings? Xian did not believe it. He did not think that there was nothing special about this thing. System, use conviction points to strengthen detection. Xian suddenly ordered. Xian was not short of conviction points. After integrating with the ancient Zither mystery dimension, the devouring space would bring a large amount of conviction points to Xian every day. After all, the mysterious person was from the same mystery dimension, and there was a difference of 1 day and 50 years. Naturally, Xian would be able to obtain a large amount of conviction points. Ding. System notification, conviction points to strengthen detection successful. Ding. System notification, special item detected, ancient beast trapping formation. Ding. System notification, special divine beast trapped by the ancient beast trapping formation is detected, ancient demon god, soul-devouring demon emperor. Boom, Xian was surprised. Sure enough, he did not guess wrong. This thing was not that simple. It was actually an ancient thing. Although it was disguised as a beast taming collar, it was not a beast taming collar at all. Not to mention 1 billion, even if it was 10 billion or 100 billion, as long as Xian could obtain this thing, then it would be an absolute profit. Ancient divine beast, now, except for those special mystery dimensions, where could one find an ancient divine beast? Not to mention, it was an ancient divine beast trapped in the ancient beast trapping formation. At this time, how could Xian not understand that he had made a profit? Of course, this was not the place to study this thing. Therefore, Xian simply let the system detect and did not do anything else. He did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. As the auction progressed, the things that Xian had forcibly snatched from the mysterious person were also in Xian's hands one by one. What Xian did not expect was that these things turned out to be the remaining parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. It did not matter what his appearance was disguised as. But the foundation of these things was actually the special storage components of the ancient beast trapping formation. Since this ancient beast trapping formation was called a formation, it was naturally not that simple. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, seals had more uses than formations. Not only were they portable, but they were also much more powerful and had fewer limitations. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. That was why formations were no longer popular in the realm of the gods. Instead, seals were used. However, these things were still very popular in the ancient age. Naturally, it was not surprising that some of them had been passed down to the present. However, no matter what it was, as long as it was passed down from the ancient age, it was definitely not simple. Even they might not know how to use it anymore. For example, the ancient beast trapping formation in Xian's hands was something that Xian could not understand. Seals only needed to be refined and set up casually before they could be used. However, ancient things were not that simple. Xian had a total of 12 parts of the ancient beast trapping formation in his hands. However, other than the first thing that looked like a beast taming collar, the rest were just parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. He did not even know how to use them. For a moment, Xian could not do anything. Moreover, he could not rely on the system. The system only gave him one notification: host's level is not high enough to activate. Helpless, Xian could only keep this thing for the time being. Xian did not know that he had unwittingly ruined one of Annihilation's grand plans. Annihilation was not a small organization. Their forces were spread across the entire realm of the gods. They had been trying to do something. For example, resurrecting ancient mythical beasts. Once they resurrected these ancient mythical beasts, things would not be so simple. For example, they used totem beasts to resurrect the ancient Fey gods. Rejects those were only resurrected, and they were resurrected using totem beasts. Their strength had been greatly weakened, but they were still extremely powerful. Moreover, this was a real ancient mythical beast. Moreover, it was a tamed ancient mythical beast. In fact, one of the biggest goals of Annihilation in the entire Kunlun divine domain was to collect the entire ancient beast trapping formation. This was because Annihilation had a way to activate the ancient beast trapping formation and gain the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts. Think about it, once Annihilation gained the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts, how much destruction could they cause? It could even be said that if they used some tricks, they could slowly eat away at the entire Kunlun divine domain. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian had inadvertently saved the Kunlun divine domain. Of course, at the same time, he had offended Annihilation. It could be said that Annihilation, for the first time, Annihilation had Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Annihilation. However, this time, the Annihilation organization probably wished they could skin Yi Xian alive. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about these things. At this time, his attention was back on the auction. Ever since those things were all taken away by Yi Xian, the mysterious person who annihilated the organization silently left. On their translation. They was translation. Were Yi. Were was the finale. The only one was left. All the finale items would be auctioned by this auctioneer. Next up, we'll be auctioning off the first item of the auction, the grand finale. I believe everyone is familiar with the Divine Talisman sect. This time, we are auctioning an ancient divine talisman of the Divine Talisman tribe. It was an ancient divine talisman. Yi Xian was surprised. Of course, he was not tempted at all. That divine talisman was not very useful to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that another force of the Divine Talisman tribe had started to invade the Kunlun divine domain. He did not know if this news was good or bad for Yi Xian. There was no doubt that every item that was auctioned off for the finale was of the highest quality. Some of them were even good items that were hard to come by in 10,000 years. At the same time, the price would definitely be astronomical. Of course, these items were useless to Yi Xian. He did not even bother to look at them. Next, we will auction this item. Many of you may not have seen it before, but I can promise you that this treasure is not ordinary. First of all, please allow me to tell you a story. 300,000 years ago, there was a time that shook the entire Kunlun divine domain. Do you still remember? 300,000 years ago, a peerless genius appeared in our Kunlun god domain. In just a short 100 years, he rose from the true god realm to the divine king realm. It can be said that he was definitely a peerless genius of that time, and even today. However, later on, people found out that he was not a genius at all. Instead, he was a guy who cultivated a special evil technique, the reincarnation divine technique. That guy cultivated this incomparably evil but incomparably powerful reincarnation forbidden technique. Every time this technique advances in rank, it needs to consume the godheads of 1,000 people of the same cultivation level. And this guy is basically a super spy sent by our enemy. He spent a full 100,000 years to infiltrate our Kunlun god realm. Then, he spent another 100,000 years to create a clan that was originally part of the Kunlun divine domain. However, all of this was done by him alone. Apart from this reincarnation forbidden technique, he also mastered a mysterious divine ability. We do not know the name of this divine ability, but we do know that it allows one to transform into thousands of people and play different roles. Furthermore, it allows one to display different cultivation bases, personalities, and so on. It was this person who caused the Kunlun divine domain to lose in the early stages of the War of the Overgods 300,000 years ago. If the great divine master had not discovered it in advance and seen through it, I'm afraid we would have lost that War of the Overgods. That's right. This time, we will auction this concealment divine ability of his. Furthermore, it is a unique one-way inheritance. In other words, this is the only one in the world. There is no other. There was actually such a strange divine ability that allowed one person to play different people of different realms, different appearances, and different personalities. Yi Xian was instantly attracted by this divine ability. This thing was extremely useful to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian did not know much about its specific functions, the ability to transform into hundreds and thousands of people was already very good. It would allow Yi Xian to move around more conveniently in the future. I want this thing. Yi Xian did not have many resources on hand. It could be said that if he wanted to obtain this item, he would have to search for resources. Of course, Yi Xian did not have to worry. Yi Xian would definitely accept the compensation from the Li family. Since they were already enemies, why not take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of them? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't think I need to introduce the nameless superpower any further. Everyone should know its value, so I won't say more. The starting price is 10 million divine crystals. 10 million divine crystals was a sum that many people would never be able to amass in their entire lives. However, it was nothing in the eyes of the elites and the major powers. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. I bid 100 million. Only someone offered 10 times the original price in the first bid. After all, there was only one copy of the nameless superpower. Not to mention anything else, just this one portion was enough to make many people go crazy. In fact, for those kinds of rare divine abilities, not to mention how powerful they were, as long as they were rare, they would be sought after by people. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This principle was also applicable in the realm of the gods. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In fact, he already knew that it wouldn't be that easy to obtain the inheritance this time. Perhaps to Yi Xian, this item was useful, so he had to get it. However, some people might go all out just because they thought it was rare. After all, Yi Xian was only one person. Even if he could get a compensation for leaving home, it wouldn't be too much. At most, he would get a few billion divine crystals. He had already squandered a lot of divine crystals. Could it be that he had no choice but to give up this time? Rejects. No, he wouldn't give up. The bidding continued to rise. At this moment, someone had already bid 9 billion. However, this wasn't considered a high price because the strongest factions had yet to make their move. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice came from one of the private rooms. I want this item. 100 star spirits. Star spirits. Someone had actually offered a formed spirit. A formed spirit could be exchanged for 100 million divine crystals. Perhaps on the surface, this was only 10 billion divine crystals. However, one shouldn't forget that this was a star spirit. Only divine masters would use a star spirit in a transaction. Many people, even the major powers, treated this item as a strategic reserve. It could be said that in name, 100 million divine crystals could be exchanged for one star spirit. However, very few people were foolish enough to exchange for it. What the star spirit represented was a completely different level of transaction. However, no one had expected a star spirit to appear in this auction. Who was in that private room? Which faction was this? How could they be so domineering? Yi Xian also frowned slightly. Once a star spirit appeared, it wasn't just a matter of price. What was most important was its aura. That aura was enough to crush many people. It seemed that Yi Xian had no choice but to this. Translation: 10 billion divine crystals and an ancient resource. Pfft. In a certain private room, an expert who was sipping tea directly spat out a mouthful of tea. Is this person out of his mind? Translation: Ancient age, ancient resources. That was the ancient star spirit. After all, ancient star, that was the ancient secret. Translation: ancient land. However, even a god lord like Mimu wouldn't dare to enter the ancient mystery dimension so casually. Translations is divine translation to, but translation that person's to be translation to it. The person in the private room over there, why don't you exchange your ancient resource with me? I'm willing to use divine crystals or the star spirit to exchange it with you. The person who spoke was the one who had wanted to use the star spirit to bid for the nameless mystique. Yi Xian's words immediately disrupted the auction. That was because the appearance of an ancient resource was something that no one could ignore at all. In an instant, the auction was disrupted. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The ancient resources that he wanted to take out were naturally real. However, he couldn't guarantee the effects. After all, this was only an ordinary resource produced by the devouring space. Of course, Yi Xian was very satisfied with the commotion he had caused. When it came to clapping, sometimes, it was a competition of aura. If one could crush others in terms of aura, then one might be able to obtain what one wanted at a low price. If 10 billion divine crystals and this ancient resource could be exchanged for the nameless mystique, then, for Xian, it would definitely be a huge profit. However, Xian also understood that it couldn't be that simple. Indeed, as Xian had expected, another person in the private room spoke up. I'm sure that the ancient resource in that brother's hand is just an ordinary resource. Ancient resources don't mean that all of them are precious. Some ancient resources aren't even as useful as ordinary resources. I bid 15 billion. That person had first pointed out that Xian's ancient resource might not be that useful. Then, he had directly raised the price to 15 billion. It could be said that his words had destroyed the atmosphere that Xian had created. However, Xian didn't care at all. Auctions were a competition of wealth. Although Xian didn't know whether this item would be of much use to him. However, since someone wanted to raise the price, then he could play along. If that's the case, then you're prepared to raise the price. Fine, I'll offer 20 billion divinity crystals and 3 ancient resources. This way, at the very least, my item is worth 30 billion divine crystals. What do you think? Do you still want to raise the price? Xian's tone was flat. He was neither sad nor happy. He wanted to see what that person would do. Hearing Xian's words, that person was clearly a little angry. This was because Xian actually heard a light snort. Right now, other than those in the private room, everyone else had completely given up. With their wealth, they basically had no chance of winning against Xian and the others in the private room. So what if it's 30 billion? I'll bid 40 billion. Xian's lips curled slightly. It looked like this guy was prepared to compete with him, although Xian was interested in this mystique. With the system in hand, there was still a chance that he could integrate something similar. Therefore, whether or not he obtained it, Xian wouldn't be too insistent. However, since someone wanted to compete with Xian, then Xian would have to teach him a lesson. Looks like you're set on competing with me? 5 ancient resources and 50 billion divine crystals. Let's see how you can compete with me. You're still too inexperienced to compete with me. Xian's words sounded like he was looking down on that person. However, if someone saw Xian's current expression, they would know that he was doing this on purpose. 50 billion divine crystals, 5 ancient resources, I'll give you 70 billion divine crystals. However, do you think you can get that thing with this amount of divine crystals? I'll give you 1,000 star spirits. Come on, continue to increase the price. Let's see who can win. Oh, since you like it so much, I'll let you have it. 1,000 star spirits for such a flashy mystique. Brother, you're really rich. Xian's words couldn't be any more derogatory. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Many people were trying to hold back their laughter. Some even couldn't hold it in and started laughing loudly. It was obvious that someone had been tricked by Xian, and he was in a very bad state. Although there was only one copy of the nameless mystique, it was obvious that this item didn't have much fighting power. It might be a good storage item, but this item couldn't be passed down. In other words, that person couldn't even pass down this mystique. 1,000 star spirits for such a useless item. One could only imagine how great a loss that person had suffered. 1,000 star spirits going once. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auctioneer's voice rang out. Of course, even a fool wouldn't raise the price now. 1,000 star spirits was equivalent to 100 billion divine crystals. This far exceeded the item's original value. It could be said that if this item hadn't appeared at this auction, no one would want to buy it even if it was offered 1 billion divine crystals. Xian looked indifferently at the private room in the distance. Because the private rooms here were all specially made, under normal circumstances, no one would know who was in which private room. Of course, to the major factions, they would reveal their identities. Therefore, Xian knew that the person bidding against him was another one of the 4 ancient aristocratic families. Only Xian would have the guts and temper to offend another ancient aristocratic family after just leaving home. As for the others, who would dare, the nameless mystique was eventually won by that person. The auction that followed didn't cause too much of a stir. With Yi Xian raising the price to trick others, the crowd was much more stable when raising the price. At the very least, they wouldn't raise the price carelessly. Until one thing appeared. This item is a special treasure obtained from the void. We don't know what it is, but we can be sure that it was left behind by a powerful person in ancient times. According to the appraisal, this item has an extremely strong defensive power. At the same time, it was made with some kind of unknown special material. Once again, the film master was rambling on and on. However, on Yi Xian's end, the system notification was even clearer. Ding! System notification, detected special weapon, God-slaying armor. The damaged God-slaying armor made it difficult for people to recognize his true appearance. Before Yi Xian could react, the system once again prompted, the God-slaughtering armor is a part of the God-slaughtering set. Host, please take note that once the host obtains the God-slaughtering armor and successfully repairs it, the host can trigger the set effect. Yi Xian had no idea what the set effects were, but he did know that the Godslayer armor and Godslayer sword were part of a set, and they were extremely useful to Yi Xian. Others might not know what it was, but it was impossible for Yi Xian not to know. Yi Xian was very clear about the power and attributes of the Godslayer sword. Then, how could the God-slaying armor, which was also part of a set, be any worse, a set? Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually encounter a set here, and it was the God-slaying set? This time, it looked like Yi Xian was going to get it at all costs. This item could only belong to Yi Xian. Only in Yi Xian's hands would it be of the greatest value, 10 billion, 50 billion. The price continued to climb. Everyone knew that this was a good item, so naturally, no one would give it up. Of course, because this item was damaged and no one knew if it could be repaired, everyone was still a little hesitant when raising the price. When it reached 100 billion, everyone was more conservative in raising the price. Each time, they would only raise it by 100 or 200 million. It was obvious that Yi Xian's actions last time had caused everyone to be somewhat alarmed. However, at this moment, Yi Xian spoke. 100 billion divine crystals and 5 ancient resources. Did Yi Xian have that many divine crystals? No, of course he didn't. However, Yi Xian dared to make such a bid. At most, he would just take out all the items from the devoured space as collateral. He had to get his hands on this item. Hence, Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. It was him again. Countless eyes were focused on Yi Xian's treasure chest. Many people were wondering if they should continue to bid. After all, Yi Xian had scammed a lot of people the last time. Who knew if he was trying to trick someone again this time? 100 billion divinity crystals and 5 ancient resources. Let's make it 120 billion divinity crystals. I'll bid 130 billion divinity crystals. Brother over there, are you still going to bid? Someone made another bid. It was obvious that it wouldn't be easy to force everyone to back down. However, just as that person finished speaking, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. 100 billion divine crystals, plus 20 ancient resources and 100 special resources. Boom, everyone was in an uproar. What was this guy trying to do? 20 ancient resources and 100 special resources. One had to know that resources weren't ancient or special just because you said they were. All resources were specially appraised. Only when they met the appraisal criteria would they be able to determine their quality. Now, Yi Xian had actually called out 100 billion divine crystals, 20 ancient resources, and 100 special resources. Was he preparing to risk his life? Of course, this time, everyone hesitated. It seemed like Yi Xian had made such a reckless bid the last time and cheated someone of countless divine crystals. Was Yi Xian for real this time, or was he trying to mystify the situation? Everyone couldn't help but think. Furthermore, they had to calculate whether the broken armor was worth so much. However, no one knew what the Godslayer armor was. Hence, they gave up in the end. Alright, congratulations to this gentleman for winning this auction. Yi Xian smiled bitterly as the auctioneer spoke. This time, he owed a huge amount of debt. It seemed that Yi Xian could only ask me for help. This auction belonged to the Divine Master, which meant that it belonged to Miyu. If Yi Xian wanted to slowly repay his debt, he could only ask Miyu for help. Perhaps only Miyu would be able to make Yi Xian do as he wished. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to participate in the rest of the auction. After all, no matter what items appeared later on, Yi Xian wasn't qualified to compete for them. He was currently in the negative. Yi Xian found Miyu and gave her a simple request. Miyu then went to find Miyu. After all, only Miyu could make such a decision. Yi Xian owed too much. Mi Yan's request was simple. She could agree to pay Yi Xian in installments, but the prerequisite was that Yi Xian had to participate in the Divine Master Arena. The Divine Master Arena was a small part of the Master God battlefield. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD. The Divine Master Arena was for each Master God to send their elites to battle it out. Life and death were their own responsibility, but it concerned the reputation of each God realm, and there was also the desire to place heavy bets. Yi Xian didn't know why Mi Yan wanted him to participate, but Yi Xian knew that he had no choice but to participate even if he wanted to. According to the rules of the auction, if he broke the contract after the auction, he would have to pay 20% of the bid price as compensation. The price that Yi Xian had burst out was probably 200 billion, 20% of 200 billion would be 40 billion, in other words, if Yi Xian wanted to break the contract, he would have to pay 40 billion deity crystals. 40 billion deity crystals was equivalent to Yi Xian's entire net worth, and that was only if he included the compensation for leaving home. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice. Fortunately, the Divine Master Arena hadn't started yet. Normally, the Divine Master Arena would be opened at the same time as the Master God battlefield. Or, it would be opened after a discussion between several God realms. Of course, there was a difference between the two. The Divine Master Arena in the Master God battlefield was a life and death battle. If one lost, there was only one outcome, death. However, if the Master God's arena was jointly set up by several gods' territories, it might not be that dangerous. After all, since they were willing to set up the Master God's arena peacefully, it meant that the relationship between these gods' territories was not that bad. After Yi Xian agreed to the conditions, he obtained the god-slaying armor as he wished. Yi Xian had paid a huge price for this item, and it could even be said that he had risked his life in battle. If this item couldn't satisfy Yi Xian's needs, then Yi Xian would suffer a huge loss. At this time, Yi Xian was already looking at the item and checking its attributes. System, show me the attributes of this item. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System notification. Analyzing the specified item's data. Analysis complete. Broken Godslayer armor, one of the pieces of the Godslayer set. It has extremely strong defensive capabilities. At the same time, it also has several special divine abilities. Currently, it is in an 80% broken state. Therefore, it cannot be used and its specific attributes cannot be checked. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He had paid such a high price in exchange for something that he could not use for the time being. He did not know if it was worth it. However, when he thought about it, it was a part of the god-slaying set. Thinking about the power of the god-slaying sword, then, once this thing was repaired, it would not be that simple. Therefore, Yi Xian was relieved. Right now, Yi Xian could be considered to be heavily burdened. The things that he owed Miyu couldn't be returned just because he said so. Because Yi Xian wasn't willing to owe Miyu a favor, Yi Xian was a bit wary of that old man and Miyu. Therefore, after leaving the filming, Yi Xian only rested for a few days before setting off again. The matters of the Maple Land, the Overgod Battle Ring, Luo Luo's whereabouts, and leaving home made Yi Xian unable to rest even if he wanted to. Perhaps, going to the mysterious lake to kill some divine beasts would be a form of relaxation. System, send me to the mysterious lake. Yi Xian gave an order to the system. The mysterious lake had a large number of divine beasts, and their levels were also very high. It was the best place for Yi Xian to train. Moreover, there was nothing else besides the divine beasts, so it was a good place for Yi Xian to have some peace. Sword Attendant Wan Sun, go and find the target. Yi Xian released Sword Attendant Wan Sun and prepared to search for the target this time. Sword Attendant Wan Sun did not have any other abilities, but its detection abilities were definitely very strong. Therefore, although this little thing was usually useless, sometimes it was the most suitable. Soon, Sword Attendant Wan Sun sent back a signal. Yi Xian finally found the target this time. When Yi Xian arrived at the target, he looked at the mounds in front of him in surprise. To be honest, he did not think too much about it because Sword Attendant 1's target was to find the divine beast with the lowest level. However, this time, what exactly did Sword Attendant 1's find for Xian? Ding! System notification, please take note. The special divine beast for detection is a social whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. Rat? Ding! System yes, the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat is a special divine beast. It usually moves in groups. The lowest level is the true god realm. The Rat King has the cultivation of a low-level divine lord. F***ck, it can't be, Sword Attendant 1's. This time, he created a huge problem for himself. A social divine beast was the most difficult divine beast to deal with. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook and a figure jumped out. Wasn't it a whirlwind sky-swallowing rat? This guy probably just wanted to come up for some fresh air, but when he saw Xian, he blinked his eyes. As for Xian, he was also looking at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. The two of them were less than 100 meters apart, so they were staring at each other. The wings of the gods gave Xian the ability to hide, so Xian could easily hide from the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat's divine sense. However, the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat also had a special ability to hide, so it successfully escaped from Xian's divine sense. That was why such a scene had happened. Suddenly, Xian moved. He quickly pulled out the god-slaying sword and slashed at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat also moved. The little guy first let out a sharp cry, then opened its mouth wide at Xian. A strong suction force attacked Xian. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat had actually activated its special ability. From its name, one could tell that one of the special abilities of this little guy was the word swallow. It could be said that although the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat was not very big, once it activated its ability, it could swallow anything 10,000 times its size. After the two of them met, there was only a brief moment of shock before they launched their attacks. Deicide slash. 7 rays of light rushed towards the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. Unexpectedly, the 7 rays of sword light were swallowed by the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. That's so strong. Xian was stunned. This was the first time his deicide slash had been neutralized. Furthermore, it had been neutralized by being swallowed. It could be said that Xian was quite surprised. However, what happened next was interesting. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat was slightly stunned. Then, it clutched its stomach and started rolling on the ground. You actually wanted to swallow the god-slaying sword's attack. Now you're reaping what you sowed. Xian smirked. He looked at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat with disdain. Suddenly, beside Xian, a sound that sounded like an explosion sounded out. Boom, boom, boom. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In an instant, Xian was surrounded. Damn it. Xian did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately rose into the sky. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, the whirlwind sky-devouring rats would not let Xian go so easily. They let out a unique cry and charged toward Xian. Damn it. Die, all of you. This time, Xian was caught off guard. He was not prepared at all. In the beginning, Xian thought that he would have no problem coming over. However, he did not expect to be ambushed as soon as he arrived at the border of the whirlwind sky-devouring rats' territory. Thousand Beast Sword Servants. Flower God Sword Servants, come out. Xian waved his hand and summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and Flower God Sword Servants. The battle began in an instant. Moreover, the moment it began, it became white-hot. Boom, boom, it was as if the entire earth was shaking. It was as if both the sky and the ground were filled with battle. There were not many whirlwind sky-devouring rats, only a few dozen of them. However, there were more than 1,000 god-tier mounts and flower god sword servants. It could be said that if it was just quantity, then Xian's side had the advantage. Unfortunately, the whirlwind sky-devouring rat's second ability was speed. These little guys were extremely fast. Dozens or even hundreds of god-tier mounts could not do anything to them. Their incredible speed, coupled with their sky-devouring ability, caused the god-tier mounts to suffer heavy losses. Wei Zhentian. With a thought, Yi Xian activated Wei Zhentin's treasure form. The first treasure form was the one that Yi Xian liked. Buzhou Mountain Seal. Buzhou Mountain was said to be the divine mountain that supported the world. Not only was it extremely tall, but it was also extremely large. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentin would transform into such a powerful treasure? Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have enough devouring points. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have used Buzhou Mountain Seal as a permanent treasure. Suppress. Yi Xian waved his hand and a huge mountain appeared. The mountain was huge, but it kept shrinking as it fell. This was because he needed to adjust its density according to its target. The smaller the size of Mount Buzhou, the more powerful it would be. A loud rumble was heard as Mount Buzhou fell. In an instant, a huge mountain appeared in front of Yi Xian, and several whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were suppressed. Yi Xian waved his hand and the mountain disappeared. However, at the same time that the Buzhou Mountain Seal disappeared, another phantom condensed in the sky and came crashing down. How could the whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat possibly withstand such a fierce attack? Therefore, in just a short exchange of blows, several whirlwind-spitting beasts were crushed to death by Yi Xian. When the phantom of Mount Buzhou summoned by the Buzhou Mountain Seal fell down, several spells would appear around it. Each spell had a special function. While weakening the target, it would also strengthen itself. Yi Xian just stood there, but every time he waved his hand, a huge mountain would come crashing down. He kept crushing the group of whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts. It could be said that as long as the whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were a little slower, they would be crushed to death immediately. The fierce whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were now jumping up and down under Yi Xian's attacks. Even if these guys could swallow things that were 10,000 times their size, the phantom of Mount Buzhou was more than 10,000 times their size. Squeak! Squeak! The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats were making a racket anxiously. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not understand what they were saying. At this time, Yi Xian finally had the time to check their cultivation levels. System, check the cultivation levels of these whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats. Ding. System notification. Target's average level is mid-level true immortal. Holy shit, Yi Xian had always thought that these whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts in front of him should at least be high-level true immortals. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to be wrong this time. These guys' cultivation levels were actually so low. However, to be able to dodge Yi Xian's attacks with a cultivation level lower than Yi Xian's, these whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats probably had something to be proud of. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a surge of fear in his heart. Almost instinctively, Yi Xian jumped up and left his original position. Boom! A gigantic whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat emerged from the ground. This guy was actually more than 10 meters tall. Such a gigantic rat, not to mention anything else, just looking at it made one feel disgusted. Human, why did you massacre my people? The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat said to Yi Xian as soon as it appeared. Finally, it met a guy who could talk. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. You said I massacred them? Why didn't you say they attacked me? Human, this is my clan's territory. You have trespassed on my territory. Do you think you are in the right? A rat actually dared to reason with Yi Xian. Although this rat was a divine rat, and a large one at that. Was Yi Xian going to pay attention to it? Yi Xian held the Buzhou Mountain stamp in his left hand and the Godslayer in his right. He looked coolly at the large rat in front of him and said disdainfully, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Human, how dare you be so presumptuous in my clan's territory? Today, I will teach you a good lesson." Whirlwind heaven swallowing. Whirlwind heaven swallowing? What kind of mystique was this? However, Yi Xian soon found out what this mystique was. The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat king spat out a powerful gust of wind from its mouth. As soon as this gust of wind appeared, it swept toward Yi Xian. Everything in its path was immediately swallowed up. It didn't matter if it was mud, rocks, or even air. This whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat king was simply courting death by swallowing everything in front of Yi Xian. System, check target's level. Ding. System notification. Target is a third-grade Divine Lord. Third-grade Divine Lord. It seemed like there was a bit of pressure. Yi Xian's figure suddenly retreated, but he was thinking of a solution. System, fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. The 100 Destruction Divine Stone was a special resource that Xian had obtained during the auction. With these 100 Destruction Divine Stones, Xian could fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. Previously, Xian had not fused with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants because he didn't need it. However, wasn't this the right time? Thousand Beast Feast, begin. Since he wanted to fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants, it would naturally take time. Therefore, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and Divine Flower Sword Servants would go and stop the enemy first. Ding. Detected 100 Destruction Divine Stone that can be used to fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. Will the host use it all? Use it all. Of course, he had to use it all. What was the use of keeping these 100 Destruction Divine Stones? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification. Beginning fusion. Ding. System notification. Fusion. 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. Special ability Sword Attendant. This Sword Attendant can continuously level up through 100 Destruction Divine Stones of different attributes. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD Realm. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant belongs to the Incomparable Realm. Its realm is automatically bound to the host. When the host levels up, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Special Ability 1, 100 Destruction. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant can destroy any treasure, seal, illusion, talisman, space, time, and everything else. The prerequisite is to integrate the corresponding 100 Destruction Divine Stones, 1,000 Destruction Divine Stones, 10,000 Destruction Divine Stones, etc. Range, currently, with the host as the center, within a radius of 1,000 meters. This range can be increased as the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Currently, with the activated ability, it can destroy all engulfment, part of illusions, and part of seals. Holy shit, Xian was dumbfounded when he saw this attribute. This should be considered a support Sword Attendant, but wasn't this ability too powerful? It could destroy everything. What did this mean? If he could even break through time and space, then what else couldn't he break through? This guy, although only had one special ability, this special ability was not just a little bit overpowered. This meant that Xian would be invincible in countless situations in the future. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that this guy seemed to be a brittle skin. He was in the same realm as Xian. In other words, if Xian did not level up, he would not level up. That was fine. The key was that he did not have any other abilities. Other than destruction, it was still destruction. Of course, just this one ability was enough to satisfy Xian. 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. Xian waved his hand, and the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant appeared. In an instant, the hurricane that was originally attacking Xian disappeared without a trace. Useful, really useful. However, Xian could only keep this guy away after using it. After all, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant did not have the ability to revive, and its defense was very low. If he was not careful, he could be toyed with to death. Xian did not want his hard-earned 100 Destruction Sword Attendant to be toyed with to death so quickly. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant was a sword attendant that could play a decisive role at a critical moment. System notification: the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant is to the host. Please note. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant's cooldown is 3 days. Could only be summoned once every 3 days? It seemed that it was only to be used. Translation. Ding. System notification: since the host possesses the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant, the host has automatically obtained a special layer of the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. All of the host's resistances have been increased. Please note, as the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant's level increases, the host's resistances will also continue to increase. Translation, 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 translation. At this moment, the Whirlwind Heaven Devouring Rat King was stunned. Human. You. How did you do it? Why did my attack disappear? Translation, level. In his eyes, Xian did not do much, but the mystique he was so proud of had disappeared just like that. When had Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King ever seen such a strange situation? But regardless of whether he had seen it or not, the truth was the truth. His attack had been neutralized. Xian originally didn't know that the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant had a cooldown, which was why he put him away so quickly. But now, since the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant had been recalled, Xian would not be able to summon him for 3 days. Therefore, Xian would not give Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King a chance to launch his attack. Deity Slaying Slash. 7 rays of light exploded. At the same time, the Buzhou Mountain Seal in Xian's hand flashed, and a huge mountain fell towards Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King. Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King was still in a daze. He had not completely recovered from the sudden disappearance of his ultimate mystique. Therefore, Xian's sudden attack had caught him off guard. Damned human, how dare you sneak attack me? Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King was furious. This human had been challenging his authority from the start. Therefore, he had to kill this human no matter what. Of course, Xian was also thinking the same thing. After all, this Whirlwind Heaven Swallowing Rat King was incomparably powerful. If Xian didn't immediately kill him, then once he reacted, even if Xian was able to escape, he would definitely be in an extremely miserable state. Cut the crap. Go to hell. Xian's figure moved as he directly charged towards the Whirlwind Sky Swallowing Rat King. The God-slaying sword in his hand continuously attacked, and the Buzhou Mountain Seal also didn't stop attacking. Perhaps the Buzhou Mountain Seal couldn't truly threaten the Whirlwind Rat King, but it could still be of great use. Even Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King could not ignore the attacks of the Buzhou Mountain Seal. Slash. 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 Xian swung the God Slayer again and again, sending out deicide slashes one after another. It could be said that facing Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King, he had activated the tenfold critical hit effect of the God Slayer. This meant that every time Xian attacked, it would be tenfold critical hit. However, even if it was 10 times the critical hit, it couldn't do much damage to that guy. Instead, it provoked Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King into a berserk state. Human, I want you dead. I want you dead. Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King's eyes were glowing red. Clearly, he hated Xian immensely. Suddenly, he opened his huge mouth. A black ball was spat out from his mouth. Human, enjoy this. I'll let you have a taste of my Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat Tribe's innate mystique, endless devouring. The terrifying suction force made Xian feel like he could not control himself. Even his divine consciousness felt like it was being swallowed by the black ball. The most important thing was that the devouring was actually only aimed at Xian. Even the surrounding plants and rocks weren't affected in the slightest. In other words, the ball's devouring force was targeted. Damn it, Xian was shocked. Xian abruptly stabbed the God-slaying sword into the ground, then tightly gripped it. What should I do? If I don't explode now, Xian will be sucked into an unknown space by the black ball. Xian's mind raced. He even regretted recalling the Sword Chamberlain of 100 Destruction so quickly. However, slowly, Xian realized that the devouring force was getting smaller and smaller. Could it be that Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King had given up? No, judging from the Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King's frenzied appearance, he had not given up. Then what was going on now? Suddenly, Xian had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility, and that was resistance. Xian's resistance to devouring was the highest. In that case, wouldn't it mean that it was the resistance that was working to cancel out the devouring power of the Black Sphere? As time passed, Xian could clearly feel the devouring power diminishing. To be more precise, it wasn't the Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King's attack that was weakening, but the effect of the devouring power on Xian was weakening. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. That feeling was like being in an ice cellar. It was very cold at the start, but you kept putting on more clothes. That way, you wouldn't be afraid of the cold anymore. Furthermore, even the Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King could see that a faint black light had appeared around Xian's body. That light was constantly counteracting the devouring power. Towards the end, Xian was even able to move freely. Impossible, human, how did you do it? No one can resist my devouring power. How did you do it? The Whirlwind Sky Devouring Rat King's face was filled with shock. He couldn't understand how Xian could counteract the devouring power. Of course, perhaps he would never understand. Because he didn't have the chance to. After slowly adapting to the devouring power, Yi Xian launched another attack. The god-slaying sword and the Buzhou mountain seal took turns to attack. Although the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat king was an inferior third-grade divine lord-level divine beast, it was impossible for him to withstand Yi Xian's berserk attacks that were guaranteed to explode with every strike. Boom! Another sword slashed out. This time, the whirlwind sky-devouring rat king couldn't hold on any longer. He was sent flying by Yi Xian's sword. Damn it, human, I'll spare your life today. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The whirlwind sky-devouring rat king said angrily to Yi Xian as he tried to escape. But now, he wanted to escape? It was too late. God-slaying slash. Divine talisman attack. Restriction attack. Buzhou mountain seal. Yi Xian didn't hold back in the slightest. He immediately unleashed his strongest attack. In an instant, the phantom image of Mount Buzhou appeared in the sky and the attack of the divine talisman appeared at the same time. On the ground, Yi Xian also swung the Godslayer and threw out one restriction after another. No. Damned human, you can't do this to me. The whirlwind heaven-devouring rat king held as it tried to escape. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. Boom! The phantom of Mount Buzhou smashed down. At the same time, the talismans, restrictions, and deity-slaying slash arrived. The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat's cries came to an abrupt end. It had actually been killed by Yi Xian's consecutive attacks. Ding! The host has killed the whirlwind heaven-devouring rat king and obtained a drop of golden blood. Devour. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian devoured the whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat king and the other whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats he had killed. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now at upper grade 9 True God Realm. Upper grade 9 True God Realm, in other words, as long as Yi Xian killed another Divine Lord Realm divine beast, he would be able to advance to the Divine Lord Realm. Once he advanced to the Divine Lord Realm, Yi Xian would also be able to master a nomological attack technique. Continue to kill. Yi Xian decisively made a decision. He would continue to fight and kill another divine beast. Sword Attendant Wanchuan was summoned by Yi Xian once again. He immediately searched for a suitable target in the distance. Of course, Yi Xian could not act immediately. He waited for 3 days because 3 days was just enough time to remove the cooldowns of the Sword Attendant 100 Destruction, Sword Attendant 1000 Beasts, and Sword Attendant Deity Blossom. 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the territory of another divine beast. This was a strange divine beast that looked a little like a tortoise but had the head of a divine dragon. This divine beast was very lazy. When Sword Attendant Wanchuan found him, he was lying on the ground. 3 days later, when Yi Xian came to find trouble with him, he was still lying there, motionless. System, detect what kind of divine beast this is. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System notification, target is a land dragon turtle. Ding. System notification, land dragon turtles are descendants of the ancient dragon turtle. They have many bloodlines. Although they are collectively called land dragon turtles, they have different strengths. Ding. System notification, target is a lower grade first divine lord realm divine beast. Special ability, defense. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Special ability, defense? What did this mean? System, how do you explain the land dragon turtle's special ability? Ding. System notification, some land dragon turtles have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful attack power, some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful physique, and some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. Ding. The land dragon turtle that the host is facing has inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. It is immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord Realm. What, immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord Realm? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Although he had just leveled up, he was only at the peak True God Realm. This guy was immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord Realm. Didn't that mean that even if the land dragon turtle lay there and allowed Yi Xian to hit it, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hurt it at all? How could there be such a crazy ability? How was Yi Xian going to deal with this guy? I don't believe it. My deity vanquishing slash has a chance of triggering the one-hit kill effect. Can't it do anything to this guy? Yi Xian didn't believe that he couldn't do anything to the land dragon turtle, so he directly launched an attack. The land dragon turtle glanced at Yi Xian from the corner of its eyes and actually didn't even bother to move. It allowed Yi Xian to continuously attack it. However, the land dragon turtle didn't even move from its crouching position, let alone defend against it. Ding! Host's attack has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Ding! Land dragon turtle's special attribute has been activated. The effect has been weakened. Yi Xian's attack had finally triggered the one-hit kill effect, but it had been weakened. What looked like an extremely powerful attack only left a faint white mark on the land dragon turtle's shell. Yi Xian's figure flashed and he immediately retreated to the side. He had to admit defeat. This guy's defensive power was really freakishly strong. No matter how Yi Xian attacked it, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to it even if he triggered the one-hit kill effect. So what other ways did Yi Xian have to deal with this guy? There was no other way. Yi Xian didn't have any other way to deal with this land dragon turtle. She calculated the time and realized that the filming should be over soon. Because Yi Xian had used his connection with Mi Yin, he was able to complete the transaction in advance. However, everyone else had to wait until the auction was over before they could bid for their items. This was an auction organized by the Divine Master, so no one dared to be presumptuous. Naturally, no one was worried about being robbed. Why did Yi Xian care about the time of the auction? Actually, he was more concerned about the mysterious person who destroyed the organization. That person was very strong. It could be said that Yi Xian wasn't his match at all. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian had always been worried about the whereabouts of the Annihilation Organization in the Maple region. Now that the mysterious man had appeared, Yi Xian naturally had to follow him to find out. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. The ancient beast trapping formation was still in Yi Xian's hands, but Yi Xian dared not act rashly. After all, no one knew whether the ancient beast trapping formation had successfully controlled the ancient soul-devouring demon emperor. If it had not, then once Yi Xian was released, it would definitely be a catastrophe. What should he do, now that Yi Xian was going to track down the mysterious man, not to mention whether Yi Xian would be able to avoid detection with his strength? Even if he had not been detected and successfully found the hiding place of the Annihilation Organization, Yi Xian would not be able to do anything to him. But could he just let the mysterious man leave? After hesitating for a long time, Yi Xian could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that he had no other choice but to give up now. He had better look for another divine beast and upgrade to the Divine Lord realm. However, Yi Xian did not know that while he wanted to find trouble with the mysterious man also wanted to find trouble with Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have to worry that the mysterious man would leave so soon. Before he took the ancient beast trapping formation from Yi Xian, the mysterious man would not leave. After all, the ancient soul-devouring demon emperor in Yi Xian's hands was too important for the Annihilation Organization. After making up his mind, Yi Xian quickly looked for another target. There was no shortage of divine beasts around the mysterious lake. So soon, Yi Xian found a new target. System, detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification, detection successful. Sidebeak beast. Lower class Divine Lord realm. Another low-level third-grade Divine Lord realm divine beast? In that case, Yi Xian wanted to see just what was so special about this low-level third-grade Divine Lord realm divine beast. System, continue to detect his attributes. Ding. System notification, detection successful. Sidebeak beast, special ability, one-strike kill. The sicklebeak beast has a powerful attack power. Its two arms are like two sharp sickles. Once it launches an attack, the power is incomparably strong. Ding. The sicklebeak beast's second special ability, shriek. The mouth of the sickle beasts is like a trumpet, able to amplify its voice and unleash a berserk attack power. It also has the ability to capture one's soul. Yi Xian nodded. He now had a basic understanding of the sickle beasts. Without hesitation, He summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants and defoliated sword servants to surround the sickle-beak beast. Suddenly, before Yi Xian could give the order to attack, the sickle beasts attacked first. It turned out that the sickle-beak beast had a strong sense of territory. Once any enemy stepped into its territory, it would attack without hesitation. The sickle-beak beast suddenly accelerated and charged forward. Its arms were as sharp as sickles and had countless serrated teeth. Poochie! Poochie! With a series of sounds, the sickle-beak beast killed more than a dozen divine beast mounts with a single charge. Moreover, the sickle-beak beast was extremely fast. After one attack, another attack followed. 1,000 Beasts Feast. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately activated the 1,000 Beasts Feast, hoping to strengthen the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. Even so, the sickle-beak beast continued to wreak havoc among the divine beast mounts. Boom! With another charge, the berserk strength of the sickle-beak beast actually split a large mountain in half. This sickle-beak beast's attack power was not ordinary. Surrounded by the 1,000 beast sword servants and divine beast mounts, and with the defoliated sword servants' support, it could still unleash such powerful destructive power. Spiritual control. Yi Xian knew very well that if this sickle-beak beast was allowed to wreak havoc, all the divine beast mounts would be slowly wiped out. Therefore, Yi Xian could not give the sickle-beak beast any space to charge. Fortunately, the sickle-beak beast's intelligence was only average. In other words, even if its cultivation base was higher than Yi Xian's spiritual control would still be able to affect it to a certain extent. Indeed, as soon as Yi Xian activated his spiritual control, the sickle-beak beast's speed dropped significantly, and it even paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the divine beast mounts all pounced forward. This time, Yi Xian had summoned more than 300 platinum divine beast mounts, as well as more than 20 purple gold divine beast mounts. This could be considered an explosion of summons. Therefore, once the sickle-beak beast was surrounded by god-tier mounts, its charging space would be reduced, and its power would be greatly reduced. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the sickle-beak beast would break free from the suppression of spiritual control before the divine beast mounts could successfully surround it. No, I can't let it continue to charge. I have to surround it. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. System, use resources to exchange for the success rate of spiritual control. I have to suppress that guy. Ding. Exchange successful. In an instant, the power of spiritual control that Yi Xian released was strengthened once again. However, the gap between the realms was too great. Moreover, there was still a limit between the true God realm and the Godlord realm. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had unleashed the full potential of spiritual control, he could only barely suppress the sickle-beak beast. It was impossible to truly control it. Of course, this was already enough. With Yi Xian's help, the divine beast mounts all rushed forward and completely surrounded the sickle-beak beast, preventing it from using its sickle-beak beast's charge ability. However, this was already enough. All of you, attack together and kill it. Following Yi Xian's command, the divine beast mounts launched a frenzied attack. In the sky, on the ground, and even underground, there were divine beast mounts appearing continuously and launching rapid attacks. Yi Xian himself was not idle either. With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhentian sent the Godslayer flying. Yi Xian stood proudly in midair. He watched as the sickle-beak beast was surrounded and beaten. Wanting to fight Yi Xian in close combat? Wishful thinking, a Godlord divine beast just had to fight Yi Xian in close combat. Wasn't that just asking to be beaten up? Roar! The sickle-beak beast launched its sound attack, but it was too late. Although several divine beast mounts were sent flying, even more divine beast mounts were waiting to fill in the gaps. The pitiful sickle-beak beast would never have dreamed that he would lose in close combat. That it would be beaten to death in such a miserable manner. Devour. After Yi Xian recalled the 1,000 beast sword servants and the petal god sword servants, he immediately activated his devouring ability. Ding. Host has killed the sickle-beak beast. Obtained 1 drop of golden blood. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a first-grade low-level godlord. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. Nomological laws are being randomly selected. Ding. System notification. According to the host's attributes, the devouring nomological laws have been automatically selected. Ding. Host, please take note. The host's devouring ability has been strengthened. From now on, the host can not only use devouring to level up, but also to kill enemies. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD Ding. System notification. The host's current nomological powers are too low. It is recommended that the host quickly level up or obtain more devouring nomological laws to strengthen the power of the nomological laws. Ding. The host's domain space has begun construction. The host's current realm is insufficient and cannot complete. Ding. The host's myriad sovereign bloodline special skill 3 has been activated. Lock on to devouring. Lock on to devouring. The host can focus his devouring ability to destroy a specific target. This skill can be controlled from a distance and cause continuous damage. At the same time, this skill can be used together with the eternal domain. Ding. The host does not have enough eternal points to activate the skill. Ding. The host has been promoted to the Lord Realm. The eternal bloodline special attribute has been activated. Forced devouring. The host can forcibly devour any nomological powers for his own use. At the same time, he can also collect nomological fragments and nomological powers. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. Forced devouring has a certain risk of backlash. Please select the target before using it. Ding. A new system notification has been activated. From now on, the system will automatically analyze the nomological powers that the host is facing to see if they can be devoured. The long series of system notifications made Xian understand one thing. That was, he was about to start a new chapter in his life. The battle of the laws would definitely be more thrilling than the previous battles. However, no matter what, this upgrade had greatly increased Xian's strength. Just the eternal bloodline alone had unlocked 2 new abilities. Xian's lips curled up slightly. This was a smile he could not help but reveal. The Annihilation Organization, it's time for you to pay the price. The Annihilation Organization was a mysterious organization that Xian had encountered the moment he arrived in the realm of the gods. Previously, they had been causing trouble for Xian. This time, it was Xian's turn to cause trouble for them. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. The sect system has been repaired. As the host has been promoted to the Lord Realm and Lord Realm, the Lord Realm, from now on, the host can rely on the sect system to build his own strength. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly gave him another notification. Of course, Xian would not mind such a prompt. Even if there were 10 more, Xian would not be satisfied. However, it was clear that the benefits of advancing to the Divine Lord Realm had all been given out, so Xian did not continue to receive any more notifications. System, send me back to the Kunlun Realm. It's time to find that mysterious man. It could be said that even now, Xian was no match for the mysterious man. However, Xian would not let go of this opportunity. From now on, he would take the initiative to find trouble with the Annihilation Organization. After Xian returned to the Kunlun Realm, he teleported to the God Lord Palace through the Kunlun Realm and started searching for the whereabouts of the mysterious man. Of course, the mysterious person who destroyed the organization was also looking for Xian. His main goal this time was the ancient beast trapping formation. Who would have thought that it would be snatched away by Xian? Therefore, this guy was prepared to snatch it back from Xian. Unfortunately, he could not find Xian's whereabouts no matter how hard he tried. Although the Annihilation Organization was strong, they did not have much power in the Kunlun Realm. He did not have the ability to check on Xian's information. After searching for a while, the mysterious person could not find Xian's whereabouts. Therefore, he could only leave helplessly. However, he did not know that Xian had been secretly watching him. As for Sword Attendant Wanchuan, he was less than 1,000 meters away from him at all times. Of course, Sword Attendant Wanchuan was so small that he would not attract the attention of others. Even if he was seen occasionally, he would be treated as a sex toy. Xian followed behind the mysterious person from a distance. Of course, he was also prepared to escape at any time. After all, if they really fought, Xian was no match for this mysterious person. Fortunately, the mysterious person did not discover Xian. In fact, he did not even discover Sword Attendant Wanchuan. This guy could be considered to be more vigilant. He took a big detour before returning to the Maple region. Unfortunately, Xian knew where his destination was from the beginning. Therefore, he waited at the teleportation portal of the Maple region. No matter how he took a detour, he could not escape from Xian's grasp. By the time the mysterious person came out of the teleportation portal, Xian had already discovered him. Continuing to follow, Xian found the secret realm not long after. To be honest, if this mysterious person did not lead the way, Xian would not have discovered the Annihilation Organization's secret realm. It was a huge mountain, a barren mountain. There was not even a single plant on it, let alone divine beasts. In the middle of the mountain was a lake filled with poisonous gas. The entrance to the secret realm was at the bottom of the lake. Moreover, it was set up with layers of restrictions. It could be said that if Xian was not also a restriction grandmaster, even if he discovered it, he would not be able to enter at all. However, even so, Xian did not dare to enter rashly. After all, this was the base of the Annihilation Organization. If Xian entered so easily, he would definitely be in trouble. Of course, this was not a problem for Xian at all. Wasn't the Li family an ancient aristocratic family? Weren't they powerful? Then, let them open the way for him. The Li family was a super big family. Naturally, they had many affiliated families. With Xian's current strength, it was impossible for him to provoke the Li family. However, those affiliated families had nothing to worry about. The Blood Cloud sect was one of the affiliated sects of the Li family. At the same time, the Blood Cloud sect was also a big family. Almost the entire Blood Cloud city belonged to them. The Blood Cloud sect was not too far away from the Maple region. Therefore, Xian set his sights on the Blood Cloud sect. Have you remembered everything I've told you? Xian specially made a set of special clothes and wrapped himself up tightly. At the same time, he directly controlled a disciple of the Blood Cloud sect with his spiritual sense and gave him an ancient resource. At the same time, he also gave him 2 maps and some information about the location of the Annihilation Organization. The plan was very simple. Xian just wanted news about the appearance of an ancient secret treasure. Moreover, it was not just one, but many. This disciple of the Blood Cloud sect had been infected by the poisonous gas that Xian specially used from the lake where the Annihilation Organization was located. After he sent the message, there would only be one result. How could this disciple of the Blood Cloud sect, who was controlled by Xian's spiritual sense, resist? By the time he woke up, he would already be dead. Xian stood quietly in a tea house, waiting for the message to be sent back. That disciple of the Blood Cloud sect had been made very miserable by Xian. After all, one had to go all out to put on a show. Quickly bring me to see the elder. That Snow Cloud sect disciple shouted urgently. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD Senior Brother, what happened to you? How did you suffer such heavy injuries? Quick, no more nonsense. Quickly bring me to see the elder. As he spoke, that Blood Cloud sect disciple even spat out a mouthful of black blood. His junior brother naturally did not dare to tarry as he directly supported him and rushed into the Great Hall. At this moment, the Blood Cloud sect's Grand Elder had already arrived. How did you end up like this? The Grand Elder quickly came to the side of that Blood Cloud sect disciple, preparing to treat his injuries. However, that disciple would not agree at all as he directly took out a resource from his spatial ring. Grand Elder, I accidentally entered a mysterious place. This is the resource I obtained there. However, the poisonous chi there is confusing. Also, it seems that someone discovered it first. This disciple is useless, only being able to obtain this resource. Also, this is a map of that place. This disciple had originally prepared 2 copies, but one of them was lost in the city. As that disciple finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of black blood, directly dying on the spot. How could that Grand Elder still be in the mood to care about that disciple now? He was completely attracted by the resource that the disciple had brought back. This is the Wutong Divine Stone that can only be produced in ancient secret realms. Heavens, it's actually the Wutong Divine Stone. Quickly gather all the elders and have all the disciples return to the sect. Also, search the entire city. We must not let the other map be taken away by anyone. Very quickly, the entire Blood Cloud sect entered a state of anxiety. At this time, Yi Xian's plan could already be said to have succeeded. Groups of Blood Cloud sect disciples searched the city unceasingly. Unfortunately, apart from letting everyone in Blood Cloud City know about the map, it was completely useless. Yi Xian had plenty of maps. Very quickly, map after map rapidly appeared in Blood Cloud City. While those of the Blood Cloud sect were searching without restraint, it was completely useless. Chief, we can't wait any longer. We must act now. Once someone takes the initiative, the treasure will be taken away by others. That's right, Chief. According to that disciple's report, that place has already been discovered. If we still don't act, I'm afraid that there won't be anything left. This is the ancient mystery dimension. A group of elders surrounded the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, incomparably excited. Of course I know, but the news from the Li family hasn't arrived yet. What do you mean by leaving home or not? Chief, what have our Blood Cloud clan obtained from leaving home for so long? Now that the ancient mystery land has appeared, if we still hesitate, we will never have the chance to grow stronger. Good. Inform the disciples to move out. Follow the directions on the map and kill them. The chief of the Blood Cloud clan finally made up his mind. However, the news had already spread. Map after map was sent back to the various forces. Yi Xian had originally only wanted to create some chaos so that the Blood Cloud clan would make their move sooner. Unexpectedly, however, it had actually caused several powers to simultaneously rush towards the location of the extermination organization. Of course, Yi Xian would not miss this feast of slaughter. Therefore, Yi Xian and Xianyi mingled in the crowd and headed towards the Annihilation Organization. The people of the Annihilation Organization would never have thought that their secret base would actually be discovered by others. Moreover, those who had gone there at the beginning were only loose cultivators with average strength. Therefore, they had directly dealt with them as they had done before. However, apart from strengthening the confidence of the Blood Cloud clan and the other forces, it had no other use at all. Therefore, war was inevitable. This was the headquarters of the Annihilation Organization. They could not easily give it up. Even if they wanted to give it up, they had to at least transport the resources they had collected here away. It was a pity that they could not. The people of the Blood Cloud clan had been schemed against by Yi Xian right from the start. The moment they appeared, they had brought a large number of people with them. The disciples of the Annihilation Organization had tried to rush out several times, but their intelligence had been destroyed. After being killed, their resources had been exposed, which had only further aroused the battle intent of the Blood Cloud clan. Yi Xian was calm and unruffled in the crowd. Occasionally, he would kill a few disciples of the Blood Cloud clan or the Annihilation Organization. No one would notice him. No one would know that this was all part of a well-planned scheme. The Annihilation Organization had already been suppressed by the people sent by Mi Yan once. Naturally, they would think that the people sent to annihilate them this time. The Blood Cloud clan, on the other hand, felt that the Annihilation Organization had already obtained the treasures and would naturally not tell the truth. Therefore, the two forces did not even bother to explain to each other. The war lasted for several months. Almost every day, the Blood Cloud clan would organize people to attack. The Annihilation Organization would naturally defend. The Annihilation Organization had plundered so many resources. Therefore, even ordinary disciples would have a lot of resources on them. Killing a disciple of the Annihilation Organization would undoubtedly earn them a lot. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is 2nd grade lower true god. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had advanced by another level. After all, Yi Xian would naturally not waste the spatial rings of those who had been killed by Yi Xian. Therefore, after slowly accumulating, Yi Xian had actually advanced by a level. At this time, the war between the Blood Cloud clan and the Annihilation Organization could be said to be white-hot. The Blood Cloud clan had already discovered the entrance to the secret realm and was certain that it was the ancient secret realm. The Annihilation Organization would naturally not allow the Blood Cloud clan to enter. After all, they were an organization that could not be exposed to the light. Therefore, they could only fight. During this period of time, the total number of casualties on both sides was probably in the tens of thousands. However, the war still showed no signs of stopping. Yi Xian had been waiting for that mysterious person to come out and fight the chief of the Blood Cloud clan. Unfortunately, that mysterious person was like a coward, not coming out no matter what. However, Yi Xian naturally did not mind. Even if it took a few more months, or even a few more years, Yi Xian would not mind. It was fine as long as they could annihilate the Annihilation Organization. Besides, after all, Yi Xian could also train. As time passed, that mysterious person finally could not hide any longer and directly rushed out with his people. Blood Cloud clan, don't push us too far. We have already said that this is the base of our clan, not some ancient secret realm. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? Haha, you say that this is the base of your clan? Sure. Then, how about letting us in to take a look? Both sides drew their swords, but did not know that Yi Xian had already stealthily moved towards the base of the Annihilation Organization from another location. These restrictions were of no threat to Yi Xian at all. In fact, Yi Xian would even add various concealment restrictions on top of the original restrictions. At this time, the elites of the Annihilation Organization were all outside competing with the Blood Cloud clan. This was the best time for Yi Xian to sneak in. The concealment function of the Wings of the Gods had already been activated. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian advanced stealthily without any hindrance. However, it was only after he entered that he realized how big the secret territory of Annihilation was. Yi Xian first entered a barren land. If not for the fact that he occasionally bumped into a few disciples of Annihilation, Yi Xian would have suspected that there was nothing here. However, as he ventured deeper, he finally arrived at the core of Annihilation's stronghold. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. This was a place made up of tens of thousands of palaces. Furthermore, each palace was cultivated independently in the void. They were only connected by pontoon bridges. Furthermore, each of these palaces was protected by a special restriction. Furthermore, most of the palaces had guardian mythical beasts. Of course, the mythical beasts used by Annihilation were all demon gods. It was only now that Yi Xian understood why Annihilation kept resurrecting demon gods. Their fundamental purpose was to use them as their guardian demon gods. Fortunately, most of the disciples of Annihilation had already left. Therefore, even if Yi Xian sneaked in, he would not be discovered. At this point, Yi Xian had already found a disciple of Annihilation. This person's cultivation level was at the upper grade 9 True God realm. He could be considered to have a higher cultivation level among the disciples who stayed behind. Yi Xian stealthily approached that person. However, the moment he approached, that person discovered him. Who's there? Who's there? The disciple suddenly looked in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian had used the concealment function of the Wings of the Gods. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for Annihilation to discover him. However, someone had discovered him. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Either there was a special detection restriction here, or this disciple of Annihilation had some kind of detection ability. However, regardless of the reason, Yi Xian did not care. Since this person had discovered him, Yi Xian did not hesitate. Spiritual control. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully controlling the target. This guy's cultivation level was lower than Yi Xian's, and he was scheming against Yi Xian, so how could Yi Xian resist? Tell me the situation here. Tell me everything you know. Yes, master. The disciple that was controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual sense didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly told Yi Xian everything he knew. It turned out that every palace here had a special restriction. These restrictions protected these palaces, and some could even communicate with the guardian demon gods. Every Annihilation stronghold had a very important place. Fey God's Temple, Skill Imparting Hall, Treasure Hall, Divine Ability Hall, and Punishment Hall. The Wuji Palace was the core of the Annihilation Organization. The Treasure Hall was naturally where the treasures were stored. The Supernatural Powers Hall was where the Annihilation Organization stored their supernatural powers. These two places were the most heavily guarded. Even the upper-class True God disciple controlled by Xian was not qualified to enter. Next were the Skill Imparting Hall and Punishment Hall. Their functions were similar, and they were both places where supernatural powers were imparted. However, one was a place where learning was allowed, while the other was only allowed to learn if one had made a contribution. Furthermore, if one made a mistake, one would be punished in the Punishment Hall. These two places were heavily guarded because a large number of disciples gathered at any time, and the protective restrictions were very strong. As for the Fey God's Temple, nominally, it was the easiest place to defend, but in reality, it was the most dangerous place. The resurrected Fey gods of the Annihilation Organization would gather here to be tamed. Not all of these Yao gods would be so obedient, so it was inevitable that they would be tamed. The ancient Fey gods had always been the Annihilation Organization's biggest helper, and also its strongest fighter. Different ancient Fey gods had different supernatural powers, so naturally, there were differences in their combat strength. Some ancient Fey gods even had special supernatural powers, so they were extremely dangerous. The Annihilation Organization used a very special method to tame these ancient Fey gods. At the same time, they would also modify them and turn them into their most powerful trump cards. One could imagine how dangerous the Fey God Temple was. The 5 great halls were the core of the Annihilation Organization. However, other than the 5 great halls, there were also some special halls. For example, the Totem Divine Beast Hall was specially used to imprison the Totem Divine Beasts. The Blood Sacrifice Slave Hall was used to imprison people who were captured by the Annihilation Organization and were prepared to be used as blood sacrifices at any time. Wait a minute. Yi Xian only needed to listen to these introductions to know that the Annihilation Organization was extraordinarily strict. After learning the information he wanted from this disciple, Yi Xian killed him casually. Then, he continued to move forward. Of course, this time, Yi Xian already had a clear plan and a clear roadmap in mind. After all, this disciple was only an upper-class True God, so he did not have a comprehensive understanding of the base. There were also some places that this disciple did not even know what to do. As for these mysterious areas, Yi Xian put them last. His first target now was the Annihilation Organization's treasure hall. This was because Yi Xian was very clear that as long as he could loot the Annihilation Organization's treasure hall, he would make a huge profit. At the same time, he could also deal a heavy blow to the Annihilation Organization's stronghold. With a target in mind, Yi Xian naturally would not stop. In an instant, he rushed out. Along the way, he avoided all the dangerous halls and the Annihilation Organization's disciples. Under the watchful eyes of countless enemies, Yi Xian directly arrived at the treasure hall. Is this the Annihilation Organization's treasure hall? There doesn't seem to be any danger, Yi Xian said indifferently. This was because he had already arrived outside the treasure hall. However, he did not expect to encounter danger as soon as he stepped in. He saw that the sculptures, which were originally just for decoration, had all come to life. Moreover, the moment these guys woke up, they launched a frenzied attack on Yi Xian. Damn it, these damn things have no vitality at all. They are all puppets. Yi Xian was quite depressed. It was only when these things attacked him that he realized that they were all puppets. Ding. System notification, the host has entered a special space, the puppet domain. Please be careful. The puppet domain was a protective domain set up by special means. In this domain, all the puppets had the special effect of being immortal and indestructible. Even if they were completely crushed, they would be reborn. The way to break it was to destroy the restriction core. System, search for the restriction core here. Yi Xian directly ordered the system. After all, it would be difficult for him to find it himself. The Annihilation Organization's disciples had turned all the untamed ancient demon gods, as well as the powerhouses who had been captured from the outside, into puppets. These puppets had extremely strong offensive instincts. As long as they detected that someone who did not have a peer token or was not a disciple of the Annihilation Organization had intruded, they would fight to the death. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This time, Yi Xian did not summon the 1,000 beast sword servants. Instead, he relied on himself to kill the puppets. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. This was because Yixian knew that these damned puppets were useless even after Yixian summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants. Instead, he used the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants first. After all, Yixian still had many places to go. Boom, 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 every time Yixian swung his sword, he killed a puppet. However, within the puppet domain, these puppets were undying existences. Even if Yixian killed them, it wouldn't affect them in the slightest. No matter how much Yixian killed, no matter how thoroughly he destroyed them, it wouldn't be long before a new puppet appeared. Ding. System notification, detection failed. Ding. System notification, increased detection area failed. Ding. System notification, enhancing detection, detection successful. Finally, the system gave him the core of the puppet territory. Yixian looked at the core in a daze. Yixian did not expect the core to be the base of a statue. There were tens of thousands of statue bases here, and every one of them looked exactly the same. Other than some differences in size, there were no other differences. If it was not for the system's detection, Yixian would not have guessed it. However, now that his target was clear, Yixian would not stay behind. He immediately rushed towards the base of the statue. How dare you trespass into my treasure pavilion? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Puppets could not speak, so the voice naturally came from a disciple of the Annihilation Organization. At that moment, a disciple of the Annihilation Organization appeared on the base of the statue. Ding. System notification, target set, lower rank 5 Divine Lord. Divine Lord, it seemed that this guy was the elder of the Annihilation Organization who had stayed behind to guard the treasure pavilion. Yixian did not want to waste time with this person. He immediately rushed forward, the god-slaying sword in his hand swinging, and a ray of sword light shot out. However, that person did not even move. With a wave of his hand, a puppet appeared in front of the sword light. It absorbed all of Yixian's attack. This guy was actually able to control these puppets at will within the puppet domain. As long as they were within the range of the puppet territory, all of them could appear at his will. Yixian's translation after missing his first attack, that person naturally, he would not give Yixian a second. In an instant, hundreds of puppets appeared in front of Yixian. Without warning. Yixian, they surrounded, and attacked. Yixian. Damn. Yixian was furious. The god-slaying sword in his hand continuously attacked, quickly killing the puppets one by one. What was the use was translation, under the control of that Annihilation Organization disciple, every time Yixian killed a puppet, 2 more would appear. Not only did the number of puppets around him not decrease, but it increased. This could not go on. Yixian kept thinking of a countermeasure, but it seemed that no matter what method he used, it would not be easy to break through the puppet territory. It seemed that he had to use all his strength. Yixian waved his hand, and the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendants and Blossom God Sword Attendants appeared by his side. At the same time, they summoned their Divine Mounts and Blossom God Sword Attendants. Kill them. Yixian ordered. Very quickly, the Divine Mounts and Blossom God Sword Attendants attacked without any regard for the consequences. The battle between the puppets and the Divine Mounts was on the verge of breaking out. Yixian did not hesitate to charge at the Annihilation Organization disciple. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. But so what? In front of me, all your tricks are useless. Die obediently. That person was not the least bit intimidated by Yixian's charge. Instead, he said disdainfully. In his eyes, Yixian's attacks were futile. Because no matter how Yixian attacked, he could summon his puppets in an instant to break through. Yixian attacked continuously, but each time, his attacks were broken by the puppets summoned by that person. It could be said that as long as there were puppets in the puppet space, he was practically invincible. Of course, that was just practically. 6-syllable mantra, compound. Suddenly, Yixian used a mystique that he had not used before. 6-syllable mantra, compound word formula. Ever since Yixian had obtained the 6-syllable mantra, he had frequently used the life, death, injury, and incomplete word formula. But this was the first time he had used the compound word formula. The 6-syllable mantra, compound word formula directly copied a target. Its strength was equivalent to Yixian's realm, it could be said that this compound word formula had very serious limitations. If Yi Xian faced an opponent with a lower cultivation level, he would not need to use it at all. But against an opponent with a higher cultivation level, even if he summoned it, it would not be very useful. That was why Yi Xian did not use it much. But this did not mean that the compound word formula was useless. In fact, in this battle, for example, using the compound word formula was very suitable, because the copied mirror image would have a specific mystique. In an instant, following Yi Xian's command, a ray of light formed beside Yi Xian. This ray of light condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the disciple of the Annihilation Organization. That person looked at Yi Xian's actions in shock. At the same time, he looked at the mirror image in shock and could not help but ask, "What mystique is this? How can you copy me?" Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but he did not care about that person's question. He just looked at that person coldly. "No, it can't be a real copy. It's impossible to have such a mystique. Haha, you just made a puppet that looks like me. Why, do you think that will scare me? Kid, you think too much." That person laughed arrogantly. In his mind, his mystique could not be copied, and Yi Xian's actions were futile. But was that really the case? When that person saw that the mirror image had been copied, he waved his hand and 10 puppets appeared beside the mirror image. It seemed like he wanted to destroy the mirror image directly. But what happened next made him unable to remain calm. That was because the mirror image also waved its hand and summoned 10 puppets to fight against the puppets of the Exterminating Organization disciple. This is impossible. This is impossible. These puppets were carefully refined by me. These puppets have been imprinted with divine lattice imprints, so they will only listen to me. Impossible, impossible, how can you summon them? That person was terrified, because the mirror image that Yi Xian had summoned was actually able to summon his puppet at will. This was simply unprecedented. Ding. System notification, a special law that can be engulfed has been detected. Puppet law is recommended that the host kill the target and forcibly engulf it. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the body of eternity could devour the power of other laws, Yi Xian had only encountered a few enemies with the power of laws. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, he had never encountered an enemy that could devour the power of laws. At most, they would drop fragments of laws. Why was he able to devour the power of laws this time? Could it be? Yi Xian looked at the mirror image that he had summoned using the 6 syllables mantra. His heart was filled with doubt. This was because Yi Xian could only think of this mirror image that could devour the power of laws this time. System, what are the conditions for forcibly devouring the power of laws? Ding. System notification, insufficient data. Temporarily unknown. Ding. System notification, known condition for forcibly devouring the power of laws. When the host uses the 6 syllables mantra to create a mirror image that completely replicates the target's power of laws and kills the target, the host can obtain the power of laws by devouring the mirror image. Ding. System notification, the 6 syllables mantra has a chance of summoning a mirror image that completely replicates the target's power of laws. So that's how it is, Yi Xian immediately understood. In other words, the 6 syllables mantra had a chance of summoning a mirror image that had the exact same power as the enemy. If such a mirror image appeared, Yi Xian just had to kill the enemy before the mirror image was destroyed. That meant that the mirror image had inherited the enemy's power of laws. Then, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the enemy's power of laws by devouring the mirror image. This setting perfectly escaped the natural law of conservation, allowing Yi Xian to use the mirror image to achieve his goal of devouring the power of laws. Yi Xian could only say that. Awesome, this was simply too awesome. As long as he found a way to devour the power of laws, then everything would be fine. In an instant, Yi Xian wore a smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on the Annihilation Organization disciple. This person must be killed, no matter what the puppet law was. As long as it was the power of laws, Yi Xian would not despise it. Kill him. Suddenly, Yi Xian's figure accelerated again. The god-slaying sword in his hand was thrown out, allowing Wei Zhentian to control it as he looked for a suitable opportunity to attack. Spiritual sense control. System, give me the success rate of the treasure exchange. I want to use my spiritual sense to disrupt that guy's attack rhythm. Withered bone sword servants, totem beasts, come out. Even if you are useless now, stop the attacks of those puppets. Flower goddess, use your long-range attacks and cover him from all sides. In an instant, Xian used all the means at his disposal and launched a barrage of attacks. Xian had many special abilities, but due to various restrictions, he could not use all of them at once. However, the strength that Xian had just displayed was more than enough. The withered bone sword attendants and all of the totemic beasts charged forward. Of course, there was also Wei Zhentian's god-slaying sword, as well as the 100-flower goddess. In the blink of an eye, all the attacks arrived at the same time. The disciple of the extermination organization had never expected that he would be instantly killed by someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. Boom! With one punch, Xian used his fist to destroy the person's divine spark. He couldn't be more dead. Forceful devouring. Let me see what use the puppet nomological laws have. After Xian took the person's yin and yang ring, he did not hesitate and immediately activated his forceful devouring. A mysterious force surrounded the mirror image and disintegrated it continuously. After a while, only a speck of light was left. That speck of light rushed into Xian's forehead. In an instant, Xian mastered the puppet nomological laws. The puppet nomological laws could only be considered an unorthodox nomological law. Its purpose was to refine and control puppets. However, once the puppet nomological laws reached a certain level, they would have a similar ability to spiritual sense control. That was to control the target. However, the puppet nomological laws were even more domineering. They could directly erase the target's spiritual sense and control them completely. Of course, to Xian, regardless of whether the puppet nomological laws were good or bad, it was still the first nomological power that he had devoured. Therefore, it was still worth celebrating. Ding! System notification, host has successfully devoured the first nomological power. Special title, Devourer of Laws. Ding! System notification, special title, Devourer of Laws, will increase the success rate of the Devourer of Laws. Ding! System notification, host has successfully devoured the first nomological power. System will randomly give a reward. Ding! Reward drawing in progress. Congratulations to host, you have obtained a special treasure map. Special treasure map, ruins of the ancient 9 Netherworld Emperor's Palace. There were a total of 5 treasure maps. Once all 5 treasure maps are collected, the host will be qualified to enter the ancient 9 Netherworld Emperor's Palace. Ding! The ancient 9 Netherworld Emperor's Palace is extremely dangerous. System recommends host to begin collecting it after reaching the Godly King realm. Ding! Special mission, treasure map of the ancient 9 Netherworld Emperor's Palace. Mission objective, annihilate the Li family. Upon completion of the mission, host will receive a treasure map. Annihilate the Li family. Xian was dumbfounded. This mission was too much. It was the Li family, an ancient family of the Kunlun divine domain. How could it be annihilated just like that? No wonder the system recommended Xian to collect it after reaching the Godly King realm. Even if he was at the Godly King realm, it would be extremely difficult. But at least Xian now had a target. Out of the 5 treasure maps, the clue to the second one had appeared. Without the obstruction of the disciple from the extermination organization, Xian was basically able to break through this puppet domain without the slightest bit of suspense. After a while, Xian walked out of the puppet territory. However, just as Xian was entangled with the disciples guarding the Annihilation Treasure Pavilion had already gathered. The moment Xian walked out of the puppet territory, he was immediately surrounded and attacked. Kill this man. One of the Annihilation Elders said in a low voice. At this time, there were only 30 Annihilation disciples guarding the treasure pavilion. Moreover, other than him, who was a first-grade divine lord, the others were only at the true god realm. After all, this was just one of the Annihilation sect's strongholds. Where could they find so many divine lords? Xian looked at the charging Annihilation disciples with disdain. He raised his hand lightly and said, "Die." There was no sound, no warning. Those disciples didn't even make the slightest sound before they all fell to the ground, their godheads already shattered. Who are you? Why did you attack us? The elder held a treasure in his hand, his eyes filled with anger. Why should I kill you? Haha, this is a joke. Annihilation sect is a group that everyone has the right to kill. Tell me, why should I kill you? You, who are you? How do you know that I'm from Annihilation? The elder was horrified. In fact, compared to his disciples being killed and his stronghold being besieged, Xian knowing that they were from Annihilation was more frightening. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD Annihilation was a taboo in the realm of the gods after all. Even if any faction was suspected to be from Annihilation, they would be besieged in an instant. Annihilation was a taboo. Who I am is not important. You only need to know that I will be the one to annihilate your annihilation. Xian said calmly. Haha, haha, you? You think you can go against Annihilation? Kid, you really dare to say anything. Don't worry, from today onwards, you will be Annihilation's mortal enemy. Suddenly, the elder laughed maniacally. At the same time, waves of black gas were emitted from his body. As soon as the black gas appeared, it immediately disappeared into the void. Not good. Xian was shocked. Although he did not know what method the elder used, he knew that he was sending a message. Die for me. Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword, directly shattering the elder's godhead. However, the elder did not show any intention of dodging or defending. He was even laughing. Kid, it's too late. Those who know of Annihilation's existence must die. From today onwards, you will be subjected to Annihilation's wrath. Enjoy it slowly, haha. The elder's voice stopped abruptly. Xian frowned. It seemed that he had made a mistake this time. He did not expect Annihilation's people to have such means. Of course, Xian did not care at all. After all, Annihilation was an existence that he had to annihilate. They were his absolute enemies. What was there to worry about, wrath? Let's see if they have the ability to do so. Xian did not care about this person. At this time, the treasure hall did not have any defensive power, so Xian did not hesitate to rush in. All the treasures that the Annihilation organization had plundered were stored here. Every 10,000 years, they would use special means to transport a portion of the resources to the headquarters. After all, they had accumulated quite a lot of treasures during this period of time. However, there wasn't much that was useful. Of course, Xian wouldn't mind either. It was unknown if it was because of that person's warning, but in short, Xian didn't receive any resistance as he charged forward. Moreover, even the members of the extermination organization who were engaged in a bloody battle outside quickly retreated. They were planning to completely abandon this base. To be more precise, those who retreated were the real members of Annihilation, while the peripheral members were left behind to be buried with the base. The people of the Blood Cloud clan finally got their wish as they successfully entered the secret realm. However, what shocked them was that the mystic realm that they had finally broken through after risking their lives was not an ancient mystic realm at all. Let alone an ancient mystic realm, there weren't many treasures in it. What Xian had left for them was only the demon god's palace. Even the people in the blood sacrifice hall had been rescued by Xian. The Blood Cloud clan had suffered heavy losses this time, but had gained nothing. How could they not be angry? It was a pity that they would never know what exactly had happened. At this time, Xian was leading these people in the direction of Linfeng City. Linfeng City was in ruins because of the Annihilation organization. Although Miyu had paid a little attention to this place because of Xian, one could only rely on oneself to nurture talents. At this time, seeing Xian bringing back all the people who had been abducted, the entire Linfeng City was in an uproar. It must be known that this time, Xian had rescued no less than 1 million people, who knew what kind of blood sacrifice the Annihilation organization had for them to capture so many people. There were high and low cultivation bases among these people, but the highest was only at the lower true god stage. Those with higher cultivation bases had already been turned into puppets by the Annihilation organization or dealt with in other ways. Of course, many totemic divine beasts had also been brought back. Totemic beasts were not of much use to the current Xian. After all, he rarely used them. Therefore, it was better to leave them to the Linfeng City to be tamed. When needed, Yi Xian could come and retrieve them. In the entire Linfeng city, the highest cultivation base was now only that fellow at the 6th grade True God stage. It was rather pitiful. At this time, the Linfeng city had long since submitted to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally could not leave him alone. He left a large amount of ordinary resources that were useless to him to the Linfeng city, and then stayed for a few more days before leaving. At this time, in Yi Xian's heart, the Linfeng city was perhaps just a place where he could gain faith points. Of course, Yi Xian was not too concerned about what would happen in the future. The matter of the Linfeng city was resolved perfectly, which was good news for Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he did not even have time to rest for a few days before Miyu and Kuan Buyu came looking for him. "Why are you two here? What's the matter? I say, Yi Xian, I can't see you all day long. I don't know what you're busy with, but I'm afraid you're in trouble this time," Kuan Buyu said very casually to Yi Xian. "Trouble? What trouble?" Yi Xian was stunned. "It's the Li family. Although my sister has already warned them, the Li family is still very powerful. Even my sister can't do anything about it. They may be wary of your strength, but they won't let you go. I'm afraid you won't be able to be so carefree for a while." "Your Highness, you mean the Li family is looking for trouble with me?" "Yes, but it won't be the Li family directly. It will be their subordinate forces. Naturally, there are many Li family members in the Kunlun realm. I've received news that they are preparing to make a move on you. Soon, someone will challenge you. They want to use the challenge to kill you." Yi Xian smiled. Although he did not know who came up with this brainless idea, Yi Xian could only say that only a pig could think of such a method. "Okay, I understand. That's it?" Kuan Buyu stood up and looked at Yi Xian in surprise. "What else can I do? Can I not let those people not challenge me? The Kunlun list and Kuan list challenges are public challenges in the Kunlun realm. Can I refuse? Why can't you refuse? This time, the Li family is making a move. I'm afraid the judges have already been bribed. If you accept the challenge, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died." Kuan Buyu seemed a little agitated. It was unknown whether she was worried for Yi Xian or angry at the Li family's actions. But no matter what, Kuan Buyu had good intentions. Yi Xian smiled and said to Kuan Buyu, "The Li family wants to scheme against me? Then why should I scheme against them? Starting tomorrow, I will challenge the Kuan list again." However, Yi Xian's plan was feasible. The Kunlun realm was not the Li family's Kunlun realm. Even if he could bribe one or two elders, could he bribe all of the Kunlun realm's elders? If Yi Xian took the initiative to challenge them, all of the Li family's arrangements would be ruined. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Xian had the strength to challenge them. "Did you have a breakthrough?" Kuan Buyu asked Yi Xian. "Yes, I just broke through to 2nd rank Divine Lord." Yi Xian nodded. Kuan Buyu blinked. He suddenly realized that asking Yi Xian about his cultivation level was just asking for humiliation. This guy's cultivation speed was unimaginably fast. After Kuan Buyu and Miyu left, Yi Xian went to sign up. The Li family may be arrogant now, but one day, Yi Xian will uproot them. Yi Xian was going to challenge them again. The news spread like wildfire. No one dared to underestimate Yi Xian now. Many people still remembered how Yi Xian defeated several opponents in a row last time. Who would have thought that not long after, Yi Xian would actually start another challenge? He wondered who was the unlucky one this time. However, when the final news was announced, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This was because this time, Yi Xian had actually jumped 1,000 ranks and directly challenged Li Mo. Li Mo was the 13th young master of the Li family. Whether it was his status or cultivation, he was definitely not to be underestimated. The only reason he had been hovering around the top 9,000 was that he was going to challenge the first place on the Luan rankings. Although no one knew if he was that strong, one thing was for sure, this guy was hiding his strength. At the very least, he would have no problem entering the top 100 of the Luan rankings. What right did Yi Xian have? He was just a newcomer. How long had he been in the Kunlun realm? How could he challenge Li Mo in one go? It had been many years since someone had challenged Li Mo. Was it 100 years? or 1,000 years, no one knew what Li Mo's current cultivation was, or how strong he was. However, someone wanted to challenge Li Mo today. If it was any other ordinary person, it wouldn't matter. But the key was that the person who challenged Li Mo this time wasn't ordinary. He was Xian, who was in the limelight among the Kunlun newcomers. There were even some people who came to the spectator seats 2 days before the start of the competition because they were afraid that there would be no seats left if they were late. On the day of the competition, a total of 150,000 people were squeezed into the spectator seats that could only hold 100,000 people. This time, no one dared to place a bet because no one could guarantee anything for Xian. Xian was someone who could create miracles. On this day, countless people gathered around the arena space. Everyone was guessing who would win this battle. Li Mo arrived at the arena early in the morning. How could he not know about the enmity between the Li family and Xian? In fact, Li Mo not only knew the young master of the Li family that Xian had killed, but he also had a good relationship with him. Therefore, this time, Li Mo had already made up his mind to teach Xian an unforgettable lesson. However, while Li Mo arrived early, Xian didn't come at all. As the start of the competition approached, some people began to suspect that Xian was too timid to come. Speaking of which, although Xian is considered powerful, he is still a newcomer. The last time he challenged the Luan role, he was only at the True God realm. Young Master Li Mo is a Divine Lord realm expert. Could it be that Xian doesn't dare to come? It shouldn't be possible. The last time Xian challenged, he defeated several challengers in a row. He doesn't seem like a timid person. That day, his words about who else is still fresh in many people's minds. Not necessarily. Perhaps Xian knows that his opponent this time is at the Divine Lord realm, so he's afraid. There was a flurry of discussion. There were countless guesses as to why Xian had not arrived. But in fact, Xian was just too lazy to waste time before the competition began. Look, he's here. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on one person. Who else could this person be but Xian? They saw Xian stroll into the arena space. He actually did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. That's not right. Look at his cultivation. He has already broken through to the Divine Lord realm. How is this possible? How long has it been? He grasped the power of laws? How is this possible? However, a Divine Lord realm was a Divine Lord realm. This could not be faked. The moment Xian walked in, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. With his Divine Lord realm cultivation, he shocked the entire audience. Perhaps the Divine Lord realm was nothing. In the Kunlun realm, there were many people whose cultivation surpassed or was equal to the Divine Lord realm. However, the key was Xian's cultivation speed. How long had it been? He actually advanced to the Divine Lord realm. It can't be, right? This Xian actually advanced to the Divine Lord realm. One has to know that the Divine Lord realm is a major barrier. Who knows how many people are stuck at the peak of the True God realm, unable to advance at all. Furthermore, the Divine Lord realm requires one to grasp the power of laws. Combat strength is increased several times. Yeah, the power of laws. He actually grasped the power of laws. How is this possible? There are only 6 places in the Kunlun realm to comprehend laws. Each law's power, unless one obtains a special lucky chance or an elder's inheritance, otherwise, wanting to obtain the power of laws is incomparably difficult. Why can Xian obtain it? The people discussed animatedly. Many people found it hard to accept that Xian advanced to the Divine Lord realm so quickly. To them, this was simply unbelievable. The Divine Lord realm was also known as the Master Divine Lord realm. This meant that Xian was already a Master God. However, this was the truth. Xian walked forward step by step, leaving behind countless discussions behind him. Finally, Xian stood in the arena space. Kid, you're Xian? Li Mo looked at Xian indifferently. Although he was surprised by Xian's advancement speed, he would not be intimidated by this. After all, he was an experienced Divine Lord realm cultivator, while Xian had just advanced. He did not believe that Xian's grasp of laws could compare to his. Xian looked at Li Mo and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. You're the Li clan's dog? Boom, in an instant, everyone was shocked. The entire arena was silent. Yi Xian actually insulted a member of the Li clan. Was he openly declaring war on the Li clan? Perhaps the average person did not know about the Divine Lord Palace, but how could the people of the large factions not know about the Divine Lord Palace? They all knew that Yi Xian had killed a young master of the Li clan and even made the Li clan pay a huge price. The Li clan would never let Yi Xian go. Logically speaking, Yi Xian should have avoided the Li clan. No one expected that he would openly insult a young master of the Li clan in the arena space. Many people wanted to ask what Yi Xian was trying to do. In fact, Yi Xian was already being targeted by annihilation. It would be unwise for him to offend the Li family. However, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He knew very well what he wanted and why he was doing this. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD. He wasn't being impulsive. Since Yi Xian knew that some things couldn't be avoided, why should he avoid them? Whatever the Li family wanted to do, Yi Xian would take them on. Li Mo's expression twisted when he heard Yi Xian's words. Yi Xian was too arrogant. He didn't care about the Li family at all. Brat, you're very good. Today, I'll teach you how to behave properly. Li Mo looked at Yi Xian and squeezed these words out of his teeth. Deicide/. However, no one expected Yi Xian's reply to be a storm-like attack. Boom. Although Li Mo had already put up a defense, he was still sent flying by the unexpected attack. How dare you ambush me? Li Mo stared at Yi Xian. He never expected Yi Xian to ambush him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of paying attention to him. After knocking Li Mo back, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants and petal god sword servants. Wei Zhentian also controlled the god-slaying sword to charge forward. As for Yi Xian himself, he summoned countless resources and began to refine restrictions and formations on the spot. Damn it! Li Mo naturally knew that Yi Xian was a restriction grandmaster and a divine talisman grandmaster. However, that was only a rumor. Li Mo hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't take it seriously. Moreover, Yi Xian had suddenly challenged him, so he didn't have time to prepare. Therefore, when Li Mo saw that Yi Xian was actually refining a restriction on the spot, his eyes were filled with panic. No, I can't let him refine a powerful restriction. Humph, you've only just started refining, but I've already prepared a restriction. Li Mo suddenly waved his hand and a ray of light appeared. Then a giant appeared. This was one of the many treasures that the Li family had given Li Mo, the giant restriction. Yes, it was a restriction, not a divine talisman. The principle of the giant restriction was to use the restriction's power to condense a phantom of a giant, and then use the restriction to continuously absorb the surrounding god power, continuously supplying god power to the giant, giving the giant an indestructible strength. Yi Xian, of course, saw the scene. Giant restriction? Then, I'll play with you with the giant divine talisman. Yes, Yi Xian had chosen the divine talisman. Restrictions could create a giant mirror image, but so could the divine talisman. Yi Xian waved his hand casually, and the half-refined restriction was quickly dispelled by him. One had to know that refining a restriction was a delicate job, and refining one was already very difficult. Furthermore, to break down a half-refined restriction into a material was unheard of. What's going on? How did Yi Xian do it? How can he turn a half-refined restriction into a material? No, this is impossible. No one can do it. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. A fellow who was also a restriction master looked at Yi Xian's actions in shock as he continuously muttered to himself. Beside him, his good friend, who was also a restriction master, was also incomparably shocked. Could it be that Yi Xian has mastered a restriction technique from ancient times? According to legend, the restrictions of the ancient times could be refined according to one's will. The same restriction could even produce several different effects. However, wasn't it said that this technique had been lost in the inheritance? The experts saw the technique, while the laymen saw the excitement. Those who knew restrictions were shocked, but those who didn't started to mock Yi Xian. Haha, look, that guy is so scared that he doesn't dare to continue refining. I think this Yi Xian is just an undeserved reputation. He just didn't meet a worthy opponent before. Now that he has met young Master Li, he knows what's good for him. That's right, that's right. With his ability, he actually wants to challenge young Master Li. He's simply courting death. Of course, these people's ignorance only made those who knew the ropes look down on them. Yi Xian removed the restriction and used the resources to refine the divine talisman with a wave of his hand. This scene was simply like a miracle. At the very least, in the eyes of the restriction masters and divine talisman masters, this was a miracle. One by one, the materials disappeared into Yi Xian's hands. After a while, a divine talisman was refined. Yi Xian casually threw a giant out, and it directly fought with Li Mo's giant. You also have a giant restriction. Kid, it seems that I underestimated you. Then, this time, how are you going to defend yourself? Yi Xian, you should feel lucky. This magic treasure was given to me by my family's elders. Originally, I was going to use it when I challenged the first place on the Luan list. I didn't expect that you would let me use it early today. Enjoy it. A strange statue appeared in Li Mo's hand. Li Mo casually threw it, and the statue rushed toward Yi Xian. Moreover, it grew bigger and bigger. Heavens, it's the Li family's 9 Dragons Pagoda. Li Mo actually has such a precious treasure. 9 Dragons Pagoda. What is that? It is said that the Li family has countless treasures, but not many are famous. This 9 Dragons Pagoda is a famous treasure. There is more than one 9 Dragons Pagoda. The Li family used a special method to forge it, but even so, it is very rare. This magic treasure is extremely powerful. What's so special about him? The man asked his companion in confusion. Special? The 9 Dragons Pagoda is more than special. Forging the 9 Dragons Pagoda requires 9 experts who are at least king gods and above to use the power of the laws. Then, through some mysterious method, the power of the laws is sealed in the 9 Dragons Pagoda. Once activated, the 9 Dragons Pagoda will directly suppress the target under the pagoda and use the power of the 9 laws to trap them to death. Moreover, that's not all. You should know that in the 9 Dragons Pagoda, there are countless divine beasts guarding it. This magic treasure is a mystic realm level magic treasure because it is an independent mystic realm. A mystic realm level magic treasure. Countless people gasped. This kind of magic treasure was something that only existed in legends. In everyone's mind, a mystic realm was fixed in one place, like an immovable mountain. However, a mystic realm magic treasure was different. This was a mobile mystic realm. This kind of thing only existed in legends. Who would have thought that the Li family's 9 Dragons Pagoda was a mystic realm magic treasure? Of course, the 9 Dragons Pagoda is not a complete mystic realm magic treasure. It can only be considered a semi-mystic realm magic treasure because it is not a true mystic realm, but a special space created by the power of the laws. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief after that person finished speaking. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. After all, how could a treasure from a secret realm appear so easily? Yi Xian didn't know about this. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew, he probably wouldn't care. At this time, Yi Xian was looking at the 9 Dragons Pagoda and was slightly surprised because the system actually gave him a notification. Ding! System notification: host can forcibly devour an item. By devouring this item, host can obtain a law fragment. Yi Xian was obviously surprised because Li Mo actually gave him something. What was this? Forcibly devour. Yi Xian raised his hand and a powerful suction force appeared. The 9 Dragons Pagoda, which was constantly expanding, suddenly shrank and was devoured by Yi Xian. Silence. Everyone was silent. Even Li Mo was dumbfounded as he looked at Yi Xian. He kept the 9 Dragons Pagoda? The crowd didn't know that Yi Xian had devoured the 9 Dragons Pagoda, so they thought that Yi Xian had directly kept the 9 Dragons Pagoda. How is this possible? Although the 9 Dragons Pagoda is an ownerless item because it needs to be refined with everyone's strength, it contains the power of 9 different laws. Unless there is a special method to control it, no one can take it away unless they have the power of all 9 laws. You're saying that Yi Xian has the power of 9 laws? Impossible, I don't believe it. Even the number 1 genius on the Kunlun realm's Kunlun list only has 8 laws. How can Yi Xian have 9? Yes, it must be a coincidence. Maybe Yi Xian has a special item that can suppress the 9 Dragons Pagoda. A newbie with 9 laws, I don't believe it. Yi Xian didn't care if they believed it or not, he was still immersed in the system's notification. Ding. System notification, host has devoured the 9 dragons pagoda. Obtained Law of Time fragment, Law of Puppetry fragment, Law of Prosperity fragment. Yi Xian had obtained 9 fragments in one go. Although Yi Xian didn't know what use some of the fragments had, for example, the Law of Prosperity. Yi Xian didn't understand what that law was. You, give me back my 9 dragons pagoda. The 9 dragons pagoda was a great treasure of the Li family, and it was absolutely not allowed to be leaked. Now, Yi Xian had actually slimmed down Li Mo's 9 dragons. How could he not be terrified? But Yi Xian didn't, he didn't want Yi Xian. Damn it, Yi Xian, I'm going to kill you. You forced me to do this. Today, I will let you know what fear is. Secret technique, divine ability, heavenly seal. Secret. The spectators didn't know how to react. They didn't expect the young master of the Li family to have a secret technique. Secret techniques were much stronger than ordinary mystiques. They were even more powerful than law mystiques. Not only were secret techniques rare, they could produce unimaginable results according to their nature. In an instant, a light screen appeared with the young master of the Li family at the center, the heavenly seal. It was a mystique that isolated all divine power. One had to know that the most basic requirement to use all treasures and mystiques was divine power. Once all divine power was isolated, it meant that the person inside couldn't use any mystique at all. Terrifying. They hadn't thought that Li Mo would have such a divine ability. At that moment, even the judge could only watch. Moreover, no matter who it was, as long as they entered that place, their godly strength would be cut off. Even the strongest cultivators could only rely on their own bodies to study. Yi Xian slightly frowned, because at this moment, he also felt that his divine power had been directly blocked. The 1,000 beast sword servants, divine mounts, and so on disappeared. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian was still there, but he didn't dare to control the god-slaying sword to attack. He returned to Yi Xian's hand. The 2 giants who were fighting immediately disappeared as well, because they were also relying on their divine power to fight. Damn you, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. However, the crux of the matter was that there was no way to convict Yi Xian. This was because in the arena, one was only required not to kill, but not to cripple one's cultivation. Under normal circumstances, unless one used a special ability, it would be impossible for one to cripple one's cultivation after losing a battle to be so simple. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. If Li Mo had not opened the heavenly seal and isolated his divine power, Yi Xian would not have been able to cripple him so easily. It could be said that he had brought this upon himself. He would not even be pitied by others. Yi Xian had actually taken the initiative to cripple a young master of the Li clan. At this time, it was impossible for the Li clan not to be angry. They were still planning how to kill Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had made the first move. Of course, they did not believe that Yi Xian could continue to hide. As long as he stopped the challenges, they could use the tactic of taking turns to wear Yi Xian down. At the very least, they could prevent him from cultivating. However, the Li clan's plan failed in the end. What they did not expect was that Yi Xian issued a new challenge the next day. This time, it was a core disciple of the Li clan on the Luan roll. It could be said that Yi Xian could easily defeat Li Mo, so there was no doubt that he could defeat this person. Challenging this person was simply a waste of time. If it were anyone else, they would probably choose the most suitable opponent based on their own strength. This was the basic rule of the arena challenge. However, Yi Xian did not do this. He challenged people one by one. As long as they were related to the Li clan, he would challenge them one by one. Moreover, he would not show mercy. Even if he did not kill his opponent, he would definitely severely injure his opponent. In just a few months, Yi Xian had severely injured more than 30 core disciples of the Li clan's affiliated families, who could not see such an obvious provocation. It could be said that Yi Xian and the Li clan had reached an irreconcilable point. On this day, Yi Xian issued another challenge. This time, he challenged the person ranked 29th on the Luan roll. Without a doubt, this person was also a disciple of the Li clan's affiliated faction. Moreover, this person knew that he had no chance of defeating Xian. He had two choices in front of him. Either he would be severely injured by Xian, or he would voluntarily surrender. However, taking the initiative to admit defeat was a very despicable act in the Kunlun realm. Once you did so, not to mention other things, you would be looked down upon in the future. More importantly, you would forever lose the right to challenge the Kuan list and Luan list. Xian was forcing that person to make a difficult choice. Big brother, we can't allow Xian to continue being so arrogant. Give the order, we'll just kill that brat. Was the 7th young Xian was the Li clan's 7th young master of the Luan clan. He was ranked 172nd on the Luan roll. His strength was unfathomable. He was also the one in charge of the operation against Xian. Attack? How? This brat has been hiding in the Kunlun realm. Do you think we can kill him in the Kunlun realm? Big brother, who said that this brat won't go out? I heard that he has a maid outside. Although she is a maid in name, I don't think she is that simple. This maid has 10 divine talisman masters by her side. 10 divine talisman masters and a girl that the brat cares about. Don't tell me that we can't lure him out? You mean we should use those people as bait? No, I know those people. They are from the divine talisman race. The divine talisman race has always been protective. If we do that, we will offend the entire divine talisman race. We can't do that. Who said that we have to attack those divine talisman masters? We just need to send a message and then set up a trap. I don't believe that Xian won't take the bait. Is that so? Okay, then go and arrange it. Xian still didn't know that a conspiracy was being planned against him. He had to admit that these people had guessed correctly. They knew that Xian was very protective of his own people. However, they were also courting death. On this day, after Xian defeated his opponent, he was preparing to choose his next opponent. However, a voice transmission talisman arrived in front of Xian. It could be said that almost no one would use a voice transmission talisman to contact Xian. Therefore, Xian was quite surprised. However, when Xian opened the voice transmission talisman, he was immediately furious. Because the content of the voice transmission talisman said that Fian and the rest were now under control. If Xian didn't want them to die, then he should go to the Desolate Mountain immediately. The Desolate Mountain was a very dangerous place because it was full of all kinds of evil divine beasts. Moreover, there were all kinds of dangers. There were no treasures or resources that were worth paying attention to in there. Therefore, very few people would go there. After Xian received the news, he did not stop for a moment and directly rushed towards the Desolate Mountain. At this time, outside the Desolate Mountain, more than a dozen powerhouses were lying in ambush. However, of course, there were no people from the family. However, the strength of these people was incomparably powerful. The weakest one had actually reached the Divine Lord Realm. There was even a high-level Divine Lord Realm super powerhouse. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to kill Xian. However, even if Xian knew that it was a trap, it was impossible not to go over. Soon, Xian arrived at the Desolate Mountain. You are Xian? A 4th grade mid-level Divine Lord Realm guy looked at Xian askance, his eyes full of disdain. Of course, he had the qualifications because he was a mid-level Divine Lord Realm. Facing Xian, he had the strength to crush him. Yes, I am Xian. Where are Fian and the rest? Xian looked at that person and was not afraid because of his cultivation in the slightest. Haha, brat, looks like that lass is quite important to you. Don't worry, they're fine because we didn't capture them at all. Wanting to kill you, we don't need to use any methods at all. Hearing that Fian and the rest were fine, Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since Xian and the rest were fine, Xian naturally would not stay. After all, the opponent's strength was too strong. It was not what Xian could contend with at all. System, activate the Wings of the Gods teleportation ability. Let's leave this place. Ding, system notification. Host, please take note. This place has a special restriction. Host cannot use any form of teleportation here. What? Xian was alarmed. He actually could not teleport away? Looks like it was troublesome again this time. Sure enough, at this time, he heard that mid-level Divine Lord Realm guy say, "Brat, we're just following orders. You can go on your way in peace. Kill for me, kill him." In an instant, two low-level Divine Lord Realm guys rushed toward Yixian. How could Yixian not understand this logic? At this moment, those people had actually underestimated Yixian and had only sent two people. This was undoubtedly Yixian's only chance. It could even be said that this was his only chance. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD 1000 Beast Sword Attendant, Flower God Sword Attendant, attack. Yixian casually summoned his 1000 Beast Sword Attendant and Sword Incarnation Sword Attendant and pounced towards the enemy. However, Yixian himself turned around and fled. Block, catch him. Don't let him escape. Yixian actually fled as soon as he said so. For a moment, those people had no time to react and could only chase after him. Yixian didn't care so much at this moment. He immediately activated his full speed and fled continuously. Although Yixian's speed was still very fast, the enemy's cultivation base was still higher than Yixian's. Therefore, at this moment, Yixian was unable to truly escape the pursuit of these people. What do I do? Yixian was greatly alarmed. Once these people didn't catch up, the outcome was obvious. Yixian quickly thought of a solution in his mind. However, he could only reject them one by one. As the chase continued, an extremely fast person was getting closer and closer to Yixian. The situation was naturally very dangerous. Once Yixian was stopped by this person, he would face the encirclement of more than 10 super experts. When that time came, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. What do I do? What can I do to escape this predicament? Yixian thought to himself as he fled. Suddenly, he thought of the Overgod battlefield. Because Yixian was going to participate in the challenge of the Overgod battlefield, Mi Yan had given Yixian a teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman would send him to the Overgod battlefield. In other words, Yixian had to go to the Overgod battlefield to have a chance of escaping this calamity. However, the dangers in the battlefield of the Overgods could be said to be extremely terrifying. Even though the battlefield of the Overgods had not opened, it was still extremely dangerous. It could be said that this was a place with only a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, with Yixian's current strength, if he was unlucky, he would definitely die. What to do? Yixian's mind raced. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host has suffered a fatal attack. The host has suffered a fatal attack. Ding! The system automatically took over the defense. The threat has been removed. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host has suffered another fatal attack. Boom! The system had blocked the first attack for Yixian, but it was unable to block the second attack in time. In an instant, Yixian was sent flying by an extremely powerful force. Along the way, Yixian directly smashed through more than a dozen mountains in succession before finally coming to a stop. But the enemy also finally appeared. It was that high-grade Divine Lord fellow, and he actually personally took action. Brat, you shouldn't have offended someone you can't afford to offend. Then, die. Suddenly, that person launched another attack. Yixian was very clear that if he was hit, he would definitely die. It seemed that he could only enter the Chief God battlefield. System, use the Chief God battlefield teleportation talisman. Ding! Teleportation activated. Teleportation successful. In an instant, Yixian disappeared. After Yixian used the teleportation talisman, he immediately fell into a coma. It was unknown how long it took for him to wake up. When Yixian woke up, he found himself in an incomparably miserable state. A high-grade Divine Lord. Even without the title of a high-grade Divine Lord, it was more than enough to kill a low-grade Divine Lord like Yixian. Now, Yixian was able to escape with his life, which was already pretty good. Dan Li Li. Yixian cursed. Even if he didn't say it, he knew who attacked him. System, use instant recovery. Yixian directly ordered. Instant recovery could allow Yixian to recover from all his injuries in an instant. However, the cooldown time was very long. Ding! Host's injuries are healed. Ding! Instant recovery's cooldown time is 76 years. Indeed, this cooldown time was really long. However, this also showed how serious Yi Xian's injuries were this time. After his injuries were healed, Yi Xian could then observe his surroundings. It had to be said that Yi Xian's luck was really good this time. Before the Chief God battlefield opened, one would be randomly teleported in after using a teleportation talisman. However, this time, Yi Xian was actually only teleported to the border area. How could this not be considered lucky? Of course, Yi Xian's most important task now was to find the exit to the Kunlun realm. After all, this was the Chief God battlefield. If Yi Xian couldn't find the right exit, he would probably be killed the moment he stepped out. The Chief God battlefield was huge. Perhaps some people would think that since this was a battlefield, there naturally wouldn't be any divine beasts or the like. However, this was an extremely wrong idea. In fact, divine beasts would appear in any Chief God battlefield. Generally speaking, people were used to calling them divine beasts of war. These divine beasts of war were different from the divine beasts of war that participated in battles. These divine beasts of war were special existences that fed on the corpses of the gods who died in battle. There were many types of divine beasts of war. Among them, the most common were the spiritual bodies formed by the souls of the powerhouses who died in battle. These spiritual bodies usually retained some battle instincts. However, they didn't have spiritual intelligence. They only had the brutal concept of slaughter in their hearts. Another type of divine beast of war was also a type of spiritual body. However, it was nurtured from the corpses of the gods who died in battle. This type of divine beast had a certain level of intelligence. At the same time, it was also extremely powerful. Of course, there were also some special people in the Chief God battlefield. For example, adventurers who came to the Chief God battlefield to seek opportunities. Or it could be said that they cultivated some strange magical powers and were special sects that couldn't be recognized by the outside world. In short, before the Chief God battlefield opened, it was also an independent existence. In fact, it was even more dangerous and terrifying. Yi Xian had come to the Chief God battlefield once before. However, that time, it was many times safer. Moreover, the Chief God battlefield that he entered in the 100 territories of Mo couldn't be compared to the Chief God battlefield in the Kunlun Divine Territory. They were two completely different levels of existence. Yi Xian advanced cautiously. In order to avoid being hunted down by the Li family, he fled here. However, this place was even more terrifying than the Li family's pursuit. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Yi Xian. Yes, beside him. Yi Xian's spiritual awareness was already quite good. He also had the help of the system. However, he didn't expect that someone would come so close to him without him noticing. Yi Xian stopped and turned around. Behind him were 3 men and 2 women. The treasures and clothes on these people were very messy. However, their levels were quite good. Clearly, they were picked up from the Chief God battlefield. Ding. System notification. Target specified, lowest is mid-level warrior level true god. Highest is upper-level king level true god. There were 5 of them, and all of them had titles. Yi Xian was slightly shocked in his heart. Even though these 5 people were all at the true god realm and Yi Xian was at least at the divine lord realm, Yi Xian was asking for guidance. If it was really big, he probably wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Bone Village, what is this place? I came from the outside. I wanted to find some treasures here. Yi Xian guessed that these people might be the ones who came here to find treasures, so he answered. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Someone from the outside? An adventurer? Humph, you're trying to trick us. A young girl stepped forward and asked Yi Xian. Even the magic treasure in her hand began to glow. No, I'm not lying to you. I really came from the outside. Humph, you're still trying to trick us. This is the 5th zone. Adventurers like you are only active in the 1st and 2nd zones. You rarely go to the 3rd zone, let alone the 5th zone. Tell us, who are you? Yi Xian did not know anything about the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd zones. I'll say it again. I came from the outside. I came to the battlefield of the overgods to find treasures here. But when I was teleported in, I came here directly. Teleported in? Directly to the fifth zone? Brother, what do you think we should do? Let's wait for the elders to decide. An older villager said. Then, Xian was led forward by them. However, the further Xian went, the more shocked he became. This was because what Xian saw here were all titles with front crowns. Even a mere child at the deity realm actually had front crowns. Most of these people were at least in the general realm. Who were these people? Xian had countless doubts in his heart. Very quickly, Xian was brought to a simple village. Yes, it was a village. However, everything that was used to build this village was actually a magic treasure. Even the stone tablet erected at the entrance of the village was a rare magic treasure, just like the Buzhou mountain seal that Xian used before. However, the majority of the magical treasures here were broken. Very quickly, Xian was brought to a sword house that was completely built from broken swords. A few elders were gathered there. Elder, we found this suspicious person at the entrance of the village. He said he came from the outside. We couldn't confirm it, so we had to bring him here. At this time, Xian was looking at the elders. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. One of the elders actually had an emperor-level title. Young man, what's your name? An elder asked Xian. Xian did not dare to hesitate and answered immediately, I'm Xian. Oh, Xian, you said that you came from the outside. So, how did you, as an explorer as you, enter the fifth zone? Even if your Lord God Master came himself, he wouldn't be able to translation even if your Lord God Realm Lord God even Master God, Lord God even God Lord God translation, ye Lord God translation God translation how translation what arrogance. Even if the Divine Master came, he would not be able to find them. Xian was slightly shocked, but he did not dare to hide anything. He told them about how he had been hunted down and how he had used a teleportation talisman to come here in a moment of desperation. So that's how it is. Indeed, in the past few days, the laws of the fifth region have been loosening. If you used a random teleportation talisman, you might have been able to appear in the fifth region. Fine, since you've come, it can be considered your fate. You can stay here. Elder, I'm afraid that's not appropriate. May I ask if you know where the teleportation array is? It's better for me to leave. Xian naturally did not want to stay here. After all, there were many things waiting for him outside. Haha, young man, you want to leave this place? Do you know where this is? Elder, didn't you say that this is the fifth zone? Naturally, this is also the battlefield of the sovereigns. Haha, yes, this is still the battlefield of the sovereigns. However, what do you think the fifth zone is? Do you think this is a part of the sovereign space? The elder actually laughed loudly, causing Xian to be puzzled. Is that not the case? Xian asked, puzzled. Of course not. Alright, I'll let you see what the fifth zone is. The elder waved his hand, and the ground beneath Xian's feet suddenly disappeared. What appeared was a screen of light. Through the screen of light, Xian could see everything clearly. This was actually the sky above the battlefield of the sovereigns. No, this was not the sky. Although Xian could not explain it clearly, this was definitely not the sky above the battlefield of the sovereigns. However, the elder quickly answered Xian's doubts. See? That is the battlefield of the sovereigns you speak of. The fifth zone does not exist. Does not exist, what did he mean? The battlefield of the sovereigns naturally did not exist in ancient times. It was because of the Great War of the Gods in ancient times that the current world was formed. However, during the Great War of the Gods, a portion of the super-experts also created secret realms of nothingness. These secret realms have no physical form, so there is no way to enter and naturally no way to leave. These secret realms are the secret realms of nothingness. The secret realms of nothingness do exist, but they also do not exist. This is a place that is blessed by the laws. It is formed by the laws. You want to leave? Haha, do you think that is possible? Hearing this, Xian was stunned. He asked anxiously, but I've already entered. Why can't I leave? Xian had never heard of the secret realms of nothingness. Although he believed that these people would not lie to him, Xian could not be trapped here forever. I've already said that you entered purely by chance. It is because the laws have loosened. However, the loosening of the laws rarely happens even once in millions of years. Moreover, every time it happens, the length of time is uncertain. We also do not know where it will appear. So, how are you going to leave? Is there really no other way? Yi Xian was extremely unwilling. He did not want to be trapped here forever, trapped in this so-called secret realms of nothingness. Of course, it is not that there is no other way. When your front title reaches the emperor level and you master more than 6 types of laws, you will receive the title of envoy of nothingness. At that time, you will naturally be able to leave. The emperor level front title, 6 types of laws. Perhaps 6 types of laws were nothing to Yi Xian, but it was extremely difficult to obtain the emperor level front title, but at the very least, this was an opportunity. Yi Xian frowned. This time, he was really in big trouble. System, do you have any way to get out? Ding. System notification, the host is trapped in a special space. The system is unable to help. Alright, the system was unable to do anything. Could it be that Yi Xian could only be trapped here? Ding. System notification, the flow of time here is 1001. In other words, if the host stays here for 1000 years, only 1 year will pass in the outside world. The flow of time was different, but it was of no use to Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian spent a few thousand years, he was not confident that he could obtain the emperor level front title. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. For a long time, Yi Xian pondered over this problem. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. It seemed that there was no other way to get out of this place other than obtaining the title of Envoy of the Void. As Yi Xian's understanding of this place deepened, he also knew that the people here were all remnants of the ancient times. It could be said that this place was an ancient mystic realm. However, it was a very small and special ancient mystic realm. Since there was no other way to get out of this place, Yi Xian could only try his best to become the Envoy of the Void. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had already stayed in this place for 1000 years. During this period of time, he constantly comprehended the power of the laws. This place was blessed by the laws. Sometimes, the power of the laws could even be touched by a stretch of his hand. However, the power of the laws here was complete, so Yi Xian could not obtain the power of the laws through devouring. 1000 years, an entire 1000 years, Yi Xian had finally successfully grasped the power of 4 laws. The first law was the divine talisman law that Yi Xian mastered under the guidance of an elder. This law seemed useless, but a divine talisman master who mastered the divine talisman law could create his own divine talismans and not just rely on the divine talismans left behind by his predecessors. The second law was the law of nothingness, which was also obtained under the guidance of that elder. The law of nothingness was a law unique to the nothingness secret realm. It could be said that it existed, but it could also be said that it did not exist. It was a law that everyone who lived in the nothingness secret realm would master because it did not take long to comprehend this law. Of course, the prerequisite was that one was in the nothingness secret realm. As for the third law, it was the law of space. This law gave Yi Xian the ability to teleport without limit. Of course, it also consumed a lot of energy. The fourth law was the law of planes. This law was related to both the law of space and the law of nothingness. After Yi Xian mastered the law of space and the law of nothingness, he accidentally mastered this law. Combined with these 4 laws, Yi Xian's law of devour and law of puppetry, Yi Xian now possessed the power of 6 laws. And because of the power of these 6 laws, Yi Xian also directly obtained the title of king rank. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach the emperor level title. Another 1000 years passed. During this time, Yi Xian studied restrictions, talismans, pill refinement, and forging non-stop. Finally, Yi Xian raised his title by 1 level and reached the emperor rank title. However, the final emperor rank title took Yi Xian a full 3000 years, and in these 3000 years, Yi Xian's only gain was the will to fight. Yes, in these 3000 years, Yi Xian had been constantly fighting with the people here. Facing the true God realm, Yi Xian had suppressed his own cultivation to the true God realm. Furthermore, he didn't even use the god-slaying sword, nor did he use any of the sword attendants. Facing true gods, he suppressed his cultivation to the true god realm. Fighting non-stop, using his own instincts to fight, constantly honing his will to fight. Finally, after 3,000 years, Xian successfully advanced to the emperor rank title. 5,000 years. Although it was only 5 years in the outside world, Xian had truly experienced 5,000 years. Finally, he had become the envoy of nothingness. It was time to say goodbye. It was time to leave the 5th district. Other than Xian, no one else knew of the existence of this place. The nothingness secret territory, the mysterious secret territory. Xian, think carefully. Once you leave this place, even if you know that we are here, you won't be able to return. Are you sure you want to leave? The Grand Elder looked at Xian, his eyes filled with reluctance. After 5,000 years, Xian and the Grand Elder had formed a deep friendship. Grand Elder, don't worry. You said that as long as I have a venerable rank title and master some special laws, I can return. I have my reasons for leaving, but I believe that I will return here sooner or later. Alright, since you've made up your mind, you can leave. Below is the battlefield of the Masters of Gods that you speak of. You've projected down before, so I'm sure you've gained a lot. Since you're ready to leave, I'll take your projection to the mysterious place in the 1st district. Treat it as a parting gift for you. Projecting down was a special saying in the Void Realm. After grasping the laws of nothingness, those in the Void Realm could use their projection to descend to the battlefield of the Masters of Gods. It could be said that the damaged artifacts in the village had been collected from the battlefield when they were bored. Of course, as they could not leave, they could only throw these things away. This was also why the 3 men and 2 women knew about the adventurers when Xian first arrived. In reality, those in the Void Realm had always been using their invisible eyes to observe everything that happened on the battlefield of the Masters of Gods. Very soon, the Grand Elder brought Xian to a mysterious place through projection. The surroundings were sealed by chaotic laws, so without the Grand Elder's guidance, Xian probably would not have discovered this place. Xian, let's go. What we can discover and what we can obtain will all depend on your own luck. The power of the laws here is extremely chaotic. Once your mirror image is broken, you can only return empty-handed. Xian nodded. Without hesitation, he entered directly. Perhaps others would need to spend a lot of time or choose, but Xian did not need to. He did not care what was inside. He could just absorb it all into his devouring space. Others were afraid of the chaotic laws and did not dare to absorb them casually, but Xian was not afraid. At most, he could just create a place in his devouring space for the chaotic laws to stay. As such, Xian left quickly and returned quickly as well. The Grand Elder did not ask any questions. Instead, he watched as Xian made his way to the edge of the Void Secret Realm. After becoming an envoy of nothingness, the greatest difference was that a light screen would form around one's body. As long as the light screen reached the edge of the Void Secret Realm, it would become the best concealment method. Yes, the protective laws of the Void Realm would not attack. When Xian stepped out, he had already appeared in the air above the true battlefield of the Masters of Gods. Xian raised his head. There was nothing but nothingness. No matter what methods he used, he couldn't find anything here. However, Xian knew that above him, there was a group of people who had lived with him for 5,000 years. They were watching him silently. Moreover, his raised head might remain there for a long time. After all, the difference in the flow of time was huge. Xian turned around. Without hesitation, he flew off into the distance. Within the Void Secret Realm, Xian had already found the exit. As for the Master God battlefield, Xian did not say that there was anything worth remembering. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. The only thing that made Xian remember was the people in the Void Secret Realm. He did not know how many more Void Secret Realms there were in the God Realm, but Xian knew that there was a Void Secret Realm in the Kunlun God domain, a Void Secret Realm that he had lived in for 5,000 years. Xian had disappeared for 5 years, and many people were saying that Xian might have died. After all, he had offended the Li family, so how could the Li family let him go? In the God Realm, 5 years was not a long time. After all, some gods could cultivate in seclusion for millions of years. However, Yi Xian had suddenly stopped in the middle of his continuous challenges, and then went silent. It was inevitable that people would suspect that he had been killed by the Li family. Of course, to most people, Yi Xian's life and death was not something they cared about. Therefore, Yi Xian's disappearance would not change the slightest bit in the Kunlun god domain. The previous experience made Yi Xian understand that he was no match for the Li family, but at the same time, Yi Xian knew that the Li family and he would not rest until one of them was dead. This time, Yi Xian did not return to the Kunlun god domain immediately. Instead, he found Fian and the Divine Talisman race and asked them to return to the Divine Talisman race temporarily. This was because Yi Xian's next move might really force the Li family into a corner. Fian and the others naturally would not reject Yi Xian's arrangement, and they would not even ask any questions. After making arrangements for Fian and the others, Yi Xian spent half a year collecting information about the Li family. Of course, this also included the Li family's subsidiary families. At this time, Yi Xian was holding a jade talisman in his hand. This jade talisman contained all the information he had collected about the Li family. Yi Xian could not use the resources he had brought back from the battlefield of the Lords of Gods because they contained chaotic power of laws. He could not be bothered with them, so he threw them into the devouring space. He would find time to get more of them later. Now, Yi Xian was looking for trouble with the Li family. Among the affiliated families of the Li family, there were 3 sects, 4 factions, and 5 clans. These 12 forces were the most powerful among the affiliated forces of the Li family and were the most helpful to the Li family. Yi Xian's goal this time was very simple. Before he left home, he had to deal with the 3 sects, 4 factions, and 5 great clans, remove the Li family's minions one by one. Ding! System notification, data recording complete. Following the system's notification, Yi Xian casually crushed the jade talisman. In Yi Xian's opinion, it was more reliable to leave the information with the system. Ding! System notification, based on the host's current strength, it is recommended that the host set his first target as the Qi family. Qi family? System, tell me the general situation of the Qi family. Ding! System notification, the Qi family is one of the affiliated forces of the Li family. They mainly operate 3 god crystal mines, a divine beast farm, and a divine beast hunting chamber of commerce. They provide the Li family with countless resources. The Qi family's patriarch is a divine king. In addition, the Qi family has 72 divine monarchs. Yi Xian nodded. With Yi Xian's current strength, he could indeed kill a divine king and 72 divine monarchs. Since that was the case, he would start with the Qi family. The Qi family's 3 major ore veins produced a large amount of divine realm ores, and the quality was quite good. Moreover, these 3 ore veins had many associated ores, which had always been the focus of the Qi family's operations. It could be said that each ore vein was heavily guarded by the Qi family. On this day, a young man came to the Qi family's mines. You want to be recruited to mine ores? Yes, I know the rules of the Qi family's mines. 1% of the profits can be taken away. I want to save some divine realm crystals and go home to marry a wife. This young man was dressed very ordinarily, and his appearance was also very bashful. Hee, interesting. Alright, you can go. This is your identity token. Since you know the rules of the Qi family's mines, you should also know that once you enter, you can't leave for 100 years. Understand? Yes, of course I understand. There are several uncles in our town working in the Qi family's mines. The young man said confidently. It's good that you know. Go in. Who else could this young man be but Yi Xian? When Yi Xian walked in, he could clearly hear the voice of the Qi family's guards behind him. That silly boy, he actually volunteered to work in the mines. I heard that the last batch of slaves are almost all dead. As for those who volunteer to work in the mines, it's even rarer. I didn't think that there would be a fool willing to go in. If this brat is lucky, he might really be able to come out alive. Didn't our Qi family change the rules? As long as one is willing to join, the treatment will be improved. Who knows, he might really be able to come out alive. When that happens, it will be great. How could it be so easy to earn enough divine crystals to lead the Qi family's divine crystal mine? The Qi family had the backing of the Li family, so when they did things, they were very domineering. If it wasn't for the strict management of the divine master Li, the Qi family would probably still send slaves to work in the mines. As for the slaves, everyone knew that it was already good enough that half of them were real slaves. As for the rest, most of them were secretly captured. The mine Yixian was going to was the Qi family's largest mine. There were more than 300,000 miners inside. Every day, these miners were required to mine a certain amount of ores. If they didn't complete the task, they would be beaten, scolded, or even executed. Most of these miners were only deities. It could be said that they couldn't resist at all. Once they entered the mine, almost no one could survive 100 years. Of course, Yixian didn't say that he was going to let them mine. From the moment he entered, Yixian's figure disappeared. This time, he was only going to set up restrictions. He wanted to make the Qi family's mine disappear completely. If it weren't for the many innocent people inside, Yixian wouldn't have even bothered to sneak in. 3 days later, Yixian finished setting up the restrictions. Then, he set up a dozen teleportation portals at the same time. The location of these teleportation portals was shockingly the Lin Feng realm. Before Yixian arrived, he had already informed the Lin Feng realm that they would be ready to receive these people at any time. Then, Yixian had the 1,000 Beast Sword attendants and Blossom Sword attendants all go out and spread the news. He then led the miners out of the teleportation portals. As for the guards, to Yixian, silently exterminating these guards was only a matter of a single sentence. The 6-syllable mantra and the death symbol incantation were no joke. What happened inside the mine was completely unknown to the people outside. Without anyone noticing, the 300,000 people inside the mine were secretly moved away by Yixian. Only when everything was ready did Yixian swagger out of the room. The Qi family had more than 10,000 people stationed here, but none of them noticed Yixian's actions. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The divine crystal mine that the Qi clan had been operating for many years disappeared just like that. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, the entire divine crystal mine was blown up into nothingness. It could be said that the Qi clan would have to pay a great price if they wanted to reopen this mine. However, the Qi clan didn't even have time to react from the first explosion before a second one rang out. Their second divine crystal mine was turned into ruins once more. The Qi clan was furious. Who was it? Who was it that was going against the Qi clan? However, there was no news. No one could find out who was behind this. Helpless, the Qi clan could only mobilize a large number of people to reinforce the last divine crystal mine. After all, if the last divine crystal mine was destroyed, the Qi clan would suffer a great loss. It wasn't impossible for them to not be able to recover from this setback. Yixian looked at the divine crystal mine from afar. At this time, the surroundings of the divine crystal mine were densely packed with countless restrictions. The Qi clan's disciples were patrolling back and forth, making it seem as if no one could enter the mine. However, Yixian waved his hand and his figure disappeared without a trace. Yixian swaggered into the divine crystal mine. No matter how the people around him searched, they couldn't find Yixian's whereabouts. The concealment function of the wings of the gods wasn't something that could be broken just like that. Soon, Yixian arrived at the interior of the divine crystal mine. It was almost the same as the previous 2 times. Yixian directly set up restrictions and then set up a teleportation formation, preparing to send the miners away. However, the Qi clan had suffered 2 losses already. How could they not be prepared this time? In fact, the Qi clan's people had long been lying in ambush among the miners. As soon as Yixian made a move, the Qi clan immediately took action. More than 30 experts from the Qi clan directly appeared beside Yixian, not giving Yixian a chance to escape. The Qi clan actually set up such a trap and waited for Yixian to take the bait. So it's you. Brat, who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my Qi family? Someone stepped forward and asked Yixian. It was obvious that he was very angry. Who are you? Yixian did not answer the man's question. Instead, he asked about the man's identity. Brat, I'm the Qi family's patriarch, Qi Qin. Don't tell me you didn't investigate before finding trouble with my Qi family? Qi Chen's gaze towards Xian was already filled with monstrous killing intent. Why do I have to know who you are? So what if he was the patriarch of the Qi family? Originally, I was prepared to spare your life, but I didn't expect that you would seek death yourself. Brat, don't be too arrogant. You dare to say such words? I think you're the one courting death. What are you all waiting for? Go. Take down this damned bastard. Qi Chen ordered loudly. He hated Xian to the core. After all, the losses that Xian had caused to the Qi family were simply incalculable. Following Qi Chen's order, 2 powerhouses from the Qi family attacked without hesitation. Needless to say, these 2 people were both low-grade divine lords. Logically speaking, they should be relatively strong. The 2 of them joined hands and directly charged towards Xian. However, a scene that caused everyone to be alarmed appeared. Xian had only casually swung his sword twice, but the 2 powerful rays of light instantly killed the 2 Qi family powerhouses. Yes, it was an instant kill. The 2 Qi family powerhouses did not even have the ability to fight back. They were killed with a single slash. What was this? Everyone looked at Xian with astonishment. Xian was only a divine lord. How could he instantly kill the Qi family's powerhouses who were also divine lords? How did he do it? For a moment, no one dared to continue attacking. However, just because the Qi family didn't take the initiative to attack didn't mean that Xian wouldn't either. The current Xian was, at the very least, a super expert with the title of Emperor level. Crushing an opponent of the same level wouldn't be the slightest bit troublesome. Deity slaying slash. Xian waved his hand and the god-slaying sword in his hand immediately erupted with 7 rays of light. Without a doubt, 7 Qi family powerhouses were killed. These powerhouses who were also divine lords couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xian. You. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such strong combat strength? What enmity does my Qi family have with you? Why do you want to exterminate my Qi family? Qi Chen stared at Xian. The current Qi Chen was already terrified of Xian. At the beginning, Qi Chen had felt disdain for Xian because he was only a divine lord. Now, there was only endless fear in his heart. How was this a combat strength that a low-level divine lord could possess? Not to mention a fellow low-level divine lord powerhouse, even a middle-level divine lord powerhouse did not even have the slightest chance to fight back in front of him. Killed with a single slash, it was as if these divine lord powerhouses weren't worthy of Xian's second slash. Every time he attacked, he only needed 1 slash. However, this 1 slash was enough to kill all his opponents. The Qi family's members were forced to retreat as soon as they exchanged blows with Xian. Damn it, damn it. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such strong combat strength? Stop right there. Boom, a berserk force was transmitted out, finally stopping Xian's madness. However, in that split second, more than 30 experts of the Qi family had been killed by 2/3. At the moment, there were only a dozen people left around Qi Chen. Furthermore, it was obvious that these people were terrified of Xian. How was this a battle? This was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Ding. System notification, target specified, grade 8 mid-level divine lord. A grade 8 mid-level divine lord. Qi Chen's strength was considered decent. However, it was obvious that this wasn't enough in front of Xian. At the moment, Qi Chen was about to go crazy. This guy who had appeared out of nowhere had targeted the Qi family without asking why. It would have been fine if this guy's strength had been average. However, the key was that this guy's strength was incomparably strong. Killing existences of the same level was as simple as chopping vegetables. Qi Chen stopped his subordinates from attacking and looked at Xian again. He no longer had his previous arrogance. Instead, he asked in a slightly restrained manner, "Who exactly are you? What grudges do you have with the Qi family? If I remember correctly, the Qi family doesn't know you. Why are you causing trouble for the Qi family?" Xian smiled faintly and said indifferently, "That's right. The Qi family doesn't have any grudges with me. However, you've sided with the wrong person." Sided with the wrong person? Wait a minute, what do you mean by that? Who has the Qi family sided with? What? Are you going to abandon the Li family to save your life? Didn't you seek refuge with the Li family? The Li family? Sir, you must be mistaken. Although our Qi family has dealings with the Li family, we can only be considered as business partners at most, not allies. 135-7924? If you have a grudge with the Li family, you can go find the Li family. Why are you looking for trouble with my Qi family? This guy is about to die, but he still wants to quibble. Does he really think Xian is so easy to fool? Deity slaying slash. Suddenly, Xian swung his sword and killed a member of the Qi family without any explanation. Then, he said indifferently, "What? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Or do you think your acting skills are really good? Xian won't kill innocent people, but that doesn't mean he's a soft-hearted person." Sir, what do you mean? When did I lie to you? Looks like you still don't want to give up. Fine, I'll make an exception today and start a massacre. Xian gestured and prepared to attack again. Who knew that this time, Qichen couldn't hold back anymore. Although Qichen had a higher cultivation, Xian's fighting strength was much stronger. If the two of them really fought, they wouldn't be able to do anything to each other. Therefore, Qichen didn't dare to attack Xian. Because unlike Xian, Qichen still had the Qi family holding him back. Unless Qichen was prepared to completely give up on the Qi family, he couldn't say that he could face Xian so calmly. Wait. I admit that our Qi family is indeed dependent on the Li family. However, in this world where the strong preys on the weak, if we don't rely on the Li family and use the Li family's strength to intimidate our enemies, I'm afraid our enemies would have already killed us. However, even if we rely on the Li family, so what? If you have any grudges with the Li family, you can go directly to them. Why are you looking for trouble with my Qi family? Qichen was very excited. Xian was powerful, but it was only because they were attached to the Li family that he was looking for trouble with them. This was simply unacceptable, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Re-1 are alright, I'll give your Qi family a chance to choose. From now on, you withdraw from the Li family alliance and publicly announce that you will no longer have anything to do with the Li family. If so, I can spare your Qi family. Otherwise, I'll let your entire Qi family live in fear forever. Was this Xian's true goal? To force the Qi family to withdraw from the alliance with the Li family? Would the Qi family dare to do such a thing? After all, doing so was undoubtedly equivalent to offending the Li clan. Qichen hesitated. He looked at Xian but couldn't answer for a long time. However, he also knew that delaying like this wouldn't solve the problem. In the end, he compromised. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I promise you that the Qi family will withdraw from the alliance with the Li family and make an announcement." Qichen didn't have a choice. If he didn't agree, who knew what Xian would do to the Qi family? Even if he agreed and made an announcement, he could tell the Li family about what happened today when the Li family's people came. Then, the Li family wouldn't find trouble with the Qi family. Qichen thought that his idea was very correct. However, he didn't know that he was still being schemed against by Xian. Xian didn't care whether the Li family's affiliated families were sincere in betraying the Li family or not. As long as they made a public announcement, it was enough. The Qi family's announcement of betrayal naturally attracted the attention of many forces. However, what the Qi family didn't expect was that the Li family didn't give them any chance to explain. The moment they made a move, they suppressed the Qi family. The Qi family didn't die at the hands of Xian. Instead, they all died at the hands of the Li family. Perhaps the Li family was just trying to establish their prestige so that the affiliated families wouldn't follow the Qi family's example. Unfortunately, by doing so, they'd already fallen into Xian's trap. 3 months later, Xian forced another small family to announce their withdrawal from the Li family's alliance. Without any suspense, the Li family went all out to suppress them again. In just 3 months, the Li family directly suppressed 2 families. All of a sudden, the Li family's affiliated families were in danger. They didn't know which family would be the next to be suppressed by the Li family. In addition, Xian deliberately created a rumor that spread among the Li family's affiliated families. The Li family was preparing to annex all the affiliated families to strengthen their own strength. Yes, it was just a small piece of news. It could be said that this rumor was full of loopholes and wasn't worth believing at all. However, the Li family's affiliated families still believed it. Yi Xian cleverly used people's hearts. Yi Xian knew that the Li family's affiliated families had been under the Li family's rule for a long time. In fact, they were ready to move and would be on guard against the Li family at any time. However, the Li family's suppression of the affiliated families didn't dispel the doubts in their hearts. On the contrary, it made them even more afraid of the Li family and even more vigilant against them. Yi Xian was slowly tearing apart the Li family's power and making it collapse bit by bit. Of course, there were also some factions that were loyal to the Li family. For such factions, there was only one fate. The Heaven Domination sect was one of the Li family's affiliated sections. It was also one of the more powerful sects among the 3 sects, 4 groups, and 5 great families. This time, Yi Xian went to find this sect. The Heaven Domination sect was different from the Qi family. This was a pure sect. All the disciples were focused on increasing their strength. Once they were strong enough, many of them would serve the Li family and become their hired thugs. The Heaven Domination sect's strength was very concentrated. Apart from the disciples who were recruited by the Li family, all the disciples of the Heaven Domination sect were gathered in the sect to cultivate. Today, Yi Xian came to the Heaven Domination sect, ready to gnaw on this tough bone. Stop, this is the Heaven Domination sect. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. A disciple blocked Yi Xian's path, not allowing Yi Xian to continue. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and a sword light shot out. He didn't even bother to explain before he killed the disciple. Damn it, how dare you kill a disciple of the Heaven Domination sect? I think you're tired of living. The other disciples of the Heaven Domination sect issued an alarm while charging towards Yi Xian on the other side. Yi Xian didn't care so much. If one came, he would kill one. If 2 came, he would kill a pair. He didn't even say a word from the start. Ding. System notification, a strong killing intent has been detected. The host is advised to evade immediately. Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. His figure flashed and he immediately stood there. By the time the experts from the Heaven Domination sect arrived, Yi Xian was already gone. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian launched another surprise attack from another direction. After all, there were only a few experts from the Heaven Domination sect. To Yi Xian, even if they were ordinary low-level divine monarchs, Yi Xian wouldn't care about them. As a result, Yi Xian continued his slaughter, but the people from the Heaven Domination sect couldn't do anything to him. Yi Xian's slaughter continued, and the elders of the Heaven Domination sect could only run for their lives. However, the corpses of the ordinary disciples that Yi Xian killed were all absorbed into Yi Xian's devouring space. After all, Yi Xian had a grudge with the Li family, but he didn't have any grudges with the ordinary disciples of the Heaven Domination sect. Hence, if there was a chance in the future, Yi Xian would revive them. One side was the one initiating the attack, and he was alone. He could go wherever he wanted. As for the other side, they could only defend themselves. One was in the light, one was in the dark. It was obvious who had the upper hand. The people from the Heaven Domination sect were in a frenzy, but they couldn't do anything. Yi Xian didn't even know how many disciples he had killed. Finally, all the disciples of the Heaven Domination sect hid in the main hall. Only then did Yi Xian's slaughter stop. However, when Yi Xian saw the people from the Heaven Domination sect hiding in the main hall, he turned around and left without any hesitation. After all, there were many other powers that could cause trouble for him. Yi Xian wouldn't waste all his time on a small sect like the Heaven Domination sect. As time passed, Yi Xian's slaughter continued. The 3 sects, 4 factions, and 5 great families could be said to have Yi Xian knocking on their doors one by one. These subordinates of the Li family were either forced out of the Li family by Yi Xian and then suppressed by the Li family, or like the Heaven Domination sect, they were forced to hole up in a small area, unable to move. It could be said that almost all the affiliated forces of the Li family had collapsed. The people of the Li family knew very well that someone was against them, but they didn't know who it was. Yi Xian was like a ghost, moving around the Li family. No matter how many traps the Li family set up to lure Yi Xian into the trap, it was completely useless. These traps either did not wait for Xian to appear, or they waited for Xian to destroy them. All of a sudden, the entire Li family was in a state of panic, and no one dared to go out. As for the affiliated families of the Li family, it was even more difficult. If they continued to follow the Li family, then they would have to face the continuous attacks of the Xian. However, if they dared to betray the Li family, then they would face a great disaster. Perhaps only Xian could force an ancient family into such a miserable state by himself. After all, with the system at hand, Xian was able to evade capture time and time again, and he could also discover the real weakness of the enemy's defense. However, no matter how careful Xian was, there were still times when he made a mistake. On this day, Xian randomly found a target, activated the concealment function of the wings of the gods, and walked forward. During this period of time, he had carried out such an attack too many times, so he was already familiar with it. Xian's target this time was a small stronghold of the Li family. Xian had already investigated the number of people in this stronghold. There were only 13 disciples of the Li family and a few servants. Therefore, Xian was prepared to destroy this stronghold directly. Normally, this was a very simple matter, and there shouldn't be any accidents. However, with Xian's continuous actions, how could the Li family say that they didn't have any tricks up their sleeves? In fact, this stronghold was a trap. The Li family had paid a huge price to set up a concealment restriction in this stronghold. Under normal circumstances, Xian would probably be able to see through such a restriction at a glance. However, Xian was a little numb to his recent victories. Therefore, he made a mistake this time. Xian directly barged into the stronghold. He didn't care about anything else and immediately started killing. Xian didn't know how many of these low-level disciples he had killed during this period of time. However, all of a sudden, a strong pressure suddenly erupted. This pressure was so strong that Xian had no choice but to stop in his tracks. Xian stared fixedly at the core of the stronghold. At this moment, Xian finally saw that it was a concealment restriction. Damn it! I was careless this time, Xian said in annoyance. Re-1R, however, it was too late to say this now. 3 figures rushed out of the restriction. 2 of them were mid-level divine lords, while the other was a high-level divine lord. You're Xian. Suddenly, the high-level divine lord guy looked at Xian and said in surprise. Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that he would actually meet someone who knew him. So what if I am? Xian, what did my Li family do to provoke you? Why do you have to harass my Li family like this? If you have the ability, then come out. What kind of ability is it to secretly attack my Li family's subsidiary family? Unexpectedly, that person became angry when he heard Xian admit it. Xian glanced coldly at that person but didn't pay him any attention. He wasn't stupid. The Li family was strong and had countless experts. Xian wasn't even worth mentioning in front of the Li family. If they really faced off, then Xian had no chance of winning. Therefore, Xian could only weaken the Li family's strength step by step. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, then prepare to die. Xian didn't care about what that person had to say. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000 beast sword servants and deity flower sword servants rushed out. The moment they appeared, they summoned their divine mounts and the deity flower sword servants. At the same time, Xian also rushed forward with the Godslayer in hand. Xian, you're courting death. How dare you offend my Li family? You'll know what it means to live a life worse than death. Humph, I didn't expect that the person who attacked my Li family during this period of time was you, you damned thing. However, today, I'll kill you with my own hands. The person said arrogantly. High-ranked Divine Lord Realm Cultivation indeed gave him the qualifications to say such words. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong person. System, devour all the resources I've collected during this period of time. Humph, today, I'll let this guy know what despair is. Xian had naturally obtained a lot of resources during this period of battle. However, Xian didn't devour them. Instead, he kept them. In addition to the resources produced by devouring the space, it could be said that Xian now had a large amount of resources to devour. Previously, Xian hadn't leveled up because he was too lazy to do so. After all, there wasn't a decent opponent. However, today, Yi Xian needed to devour those resources. As countless resources were devoured, the system's notification sounded. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a low-level 7th grade Divine Lord. He had broken through several levels in a row, however, this was the result of Yi Xian accumulating resources over a long period of time. It could be said that this was Yi Xian's accumulation eruption. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was still somewhat dissatisfied. He originally thought that he could break through to the mid-level Divine Lord in one go. You actually broke through? How is that possible? Could it be that you were hiding your true strength? Good, Yi Xian. You really are a genius. How long has it been since you joined the Kunlun realm? You actually improved so much. However, you shouldn't have offended our Li family. I will give you a chance now. If you are willing to submit to the Li family, then we can let bygones be bygones and pretend that nothing happened. How about it? Were they trying to recruit Yi Xian? Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't accept it at all. He was just a merely clan, yet he wanted to subdue Yi Xian. He was thinking too much. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. You want me to submit to the Li family? Do you have the qualifications? Such arrogance, Yi Xian, who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous? The Li family is an ancient aristocratic family. How can you imagine our strength? What, do you think that you can challenge the authority of the Li family by harassing our subordinate families? To tell you the truth, these subordinate families are just dogs that the Li family raised. The Li family has always followed the principle of the main family being strong. We have casually raised a few subordinate families and never paid attention to them. In fact, even if all the subordinate families were combined, they would not be able to match up to a single branch family of the Li family. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, do you really think that you have any influence on the Li family? You're just a clown. As long as any of the elders of the Li family notices you, you will die without a burial place. Since we are both disciples of the Kunlun realm, I will give you a chance today. Join the Li family and I will guarantee your safety. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. This person was also a disciple of the Kunlun realm. But how could Yi Xian listen to his nonsense? No matter how strong the Li family was, Yi Xian wouldn't care. Are you done with your nonsense? Yi Xian pulled out the god-slaying sword, not wanting to waste any more words with this guy. Humph, arrogant brat, since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. You too, what are you waiting for? Go. Yi Xian, today, I will show you the strength of the Li family's main family disciples. In an instant, the two mid-level Divine Sovereign Realm guys pounced on Yi Xian. Ding. System notification, target has been set, 3rd grade General Middle Class Divine Lord, Ding, System, Middle Level Divine Sovereign Divine Realm. They turned out to be two guys with titles in the general realm. It seems that the Li family really has some secret methods to improve their strength. One had to know that it wasn't a simple matter to obtain the title of Front Crown. Slaying slash. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly slashed out with his sword. However, who would have thought that this time, his attack didn't have the slightest effect. The two of them were extremely agile and were even proficient in combination attacks. Yi Xian's attack was actually easily blocked by them. Yi Xian, is that all you have? If that's the case, then you can go to hell. Behind the two people, the expert said calmly, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Was this the true strength of the Li family's disciples? Could it be that Yi Xian's previous actions were really like what this person said? That no one in the Li family cared about it at all, but so what? Today, Yi Xian was going to kill these three people. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form. In an instant, Wei Zhentian immediately changed. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that this time, another god-slaying sword appeared in Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form. Yes, it was the god-slaying sword. He didn't expect Wei Zhentian to be able to transform into the god-slaying sword. The power of the god-slaying sword was needless to say. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly chose Wei Zhentian's form. System, how many devour points do I need to fix Wei Zhentian's god-slaying sword form? Ding. System notification: fixing Wei Zhentian's god-slaying sword form requires 5 devour points. 5 devour points? That's not much. System: use faith points to exchange for 5 devour points. I want to have Wei Zhentian's god-slaying sword form. Ding. Host used faith points to exchange for 5 devour points successfully. Ding. Wei Zhentian's god-slaying sword form has been successfully fixed. Ding. System notification: Wei Zhentian is the weapon spirit of the god-slaying sword. Therefore, he can control both god-slaying swords at the same time. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a smile. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with this result. However, it was obvious that there was still a difference between the two god-slaying swords. Yi Xian's own god-slaying sword could be upgraded, but the god-slaying sword that Wei Zhentian had transformed into couldn't be upgraded at all. Re-1 our Wei Zhentian, I'll leave the god-slaying sword to you. Kill them. In an instant, the two identical god-slaying swords rushed toward the two people under Wei Zhentian's control. Wei Zhentian controlled both god-slaying swords at the same time without any hindrance. Yi Xian was very happy that Wei Zhentian's weapon form had turned into a god-slaying sword. However, he also had some other thoughts. The god-slaying sword seemed to be unable to keep up with Yi Xian's battle rhythm. Although the god-slaying sword could still suppress the enemy, this advantage seemed to be less obvious as Yi Xian's level increased. Compared to Yi Xian's increasingly powerful enemies, Yi Xian was facing more and more powerful enemies. It seemed that it was time to upgrade the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword could devour resources to achieve the purpose of upgrading. However, because Yi Xian did not have enough resources for himself, he did not consider upgrading the god-slaying sword. However, it now seemed that upgrading the god-slaying sword was imminent. Moreover, Yi Xian realized that once Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to fight, Yi Xian could only fight with his bare hands. This was not the result Yi Xian wanted. Yi Xian had to solve this problem as well. Of course, these problems could only be solved one step at a time. Yi Xian did not expect to complete all of them in one go. The two god-slaying swords continued to attack in the air. They were actually evenly matched with the two Li family disciples. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be stronger than the rumors say. It seems that if I don't do it myself, I won't be able to do anything to you. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was the young master of the Li family, who had not made any moves. As soon as he finished speaking, the young master of the Li family had already launched an attack. He threw out a special magic treasure that was shaped like a crescent moon. In an instant, it formed a special domain. Yi Xian, to be able to witness my moonlight field, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. There's no need to struggle in vain. In my moonlight field, your cultivation will be constantly suppressed and whittled away. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD, that person said proudly. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding. System notification, detected that the host is in a special field. His cultivation is dropping rapidly. Ding. Host's cultivation has dropped to 7th grade Spirit Monarch. Ding. Host's cultivation has dropped to 7th grade King Spirit Monarch. What's going on? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. Re-1 our system, analyze the moonlight field. I want to see how this field can suppress my cultivation. Ding. System notification, analyzing data. Analysis successful. Ding. The moonlight field absorbs the rare moonlight of the realm of the gods as its source of energy. It has an extremely strong corrosive ability. In the moonlight field, the source of the moonlight will constantly corrode any energy, whether it's divine power or the power of the laws. The source of the moonlight will slowly corrode and continuously reduce the opponent's strength. Moonlight source, Yi Xian knew that in the realm of the gods, there were almost no nights because of the existence of the 10 suns. However, this did not mean that there was no night. In fact, there were indeed a few minutes of moonlight every day. However, those few minutes had long been forgotten by people. Who would have thought that the young master of the Li family would actually cultivate something like the source of the moonlight, only a few minutes a day? To cultivate something like that required a lot of perseverance. Moreover, without some special opportunity, it would be impossible to achieve anything in one's lifetime. Yi Xian had seen many powers of the laws, but this was the first time he had seen one that used moonlight. Yi Xian's strength was constantly being corroded and decreased. Yi Xian knew that it would be impossible for him to defeat this guy, at least for today. You're not bad. It seems that I've underestimated the Li family. Well then, let's call it a day. Wei Zhentian, come back. Along with Yi Xian's words, the god-slaying sword and Wei Zhentian returned to Yi Xian's side at the same time. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. Damn it, it's the power of the space law. This Yi Xian actually grasped the power of the space law. Chase after him. We must kill this guy. Seeing Yi Xian's figure gradually disappear, how could the Li family's young master not understand what had happened? However, he still couldn't understand why Yi Xian had grasped the power of the laws of space. There were many different kinds of laws. The most common ones were the laws of time, the laws of space, the laws of life, the laws of 5 elements, etc. These were the most common powers of law. Although they were the easiest to cultivate, they were also the most difficult to cultivate successfully. Why did so many people choose unpopular or even useless nomological laws to cultivate? The fundamental reason was because of the difficulty of the process. The rarer a law was, the easier it was to cultivate it successfully. This was also considered a balance. Therefore, although everyone knew about the laws of space, there were very few people who truly grasped it. On the other hand, those unknown laws were the most common. For example, the law of moonlight that the Li family's young master cultivated. Wasn't it a relatively unimportant law power? At this moment, Yi Xian had already used the power of teleportation to quickly leave the moonlight domain. Although the moonlight domain had a powerful corrosive ability, its power was actually only average. After Yi Xian left, he started to ponder. It seemed that the Li family's affiliated families and people he had encountered earlier weren't the Li family's core strength at all. Could it be that the Li family was really that powerful? During this period of slaughter, Yi Xian had killed countless disciples of the Li family and its affiliated families. However, Yi Xian's sharp senses told him that this was simply a waste of time. Killing those ordinary disciples wouldn't bring Yi Xian any benefits at all. Instead, it would be a waste of Yi Xian's time. It seemed that this kind of operation could only be put on hold for now. To deal with a colossus like the Li family, it wasn't that easy to eliminate them. They could only take it one step at a time. Yi Xian directly returned to the Kunlun mirror. Since the Li family was temporarily out of the picture, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. In that case, he might as well go to the mysterious lake to level up first. Moreover, Yi Xian had to hurry up and improve his strength because the Divine Master Arena was getting closer and closer. Although there was no fixed time for the Divine Master Arena to be held, since Mi Yan had already sought out Yi Xian, it was obvious that the Divine Master Arena would be held soon. It might even be held at the very next moment. It wasn't impossible. Therefore, Yi Xian had to improve his strength as much as possible before the Divine Master Arena was held. System, send me to the mysterious lake. The mysterious lake, Yi Xian's personal training ground, and the purple and golden blood were always giving off an unusual feeling. However, Yi Xian still didn't know what secrets were hidden there. Ding. System notification, teleportation activated. Ding. Teleportation successful. This time, Yi Xian came to the mysterious lake. It didn't seem to be any different from the previous times he came here. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't waste any time and immediately started looking for his target. With the notification of Yi Xian's strength, the divine beasts around the mysterious lake were no longer enough to satisfy Yi Xian's appetite. It could be said that these divine beasts posed no threat to Yi Xian at all. Therefore, Yi Xian began to move forward in search of higher-level divine beasts to be his opponent. Even though Yi Xian had been to the mysterious lake several times, he still didn't understand what was going on. The divine beasts here were generally of a very high level. Moreover, many of them had special abilities. In addition, killing these divine beasts would give him a drop of golden blood, which made this place seem even more extraordinary. A large number of high-level divine beasts gathered together and the mysterious lake gave this place a strange feeling. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all, even though he knew very well that there was definitely something wrong with this place. To Yi Xian, the only use of this place was as a training ground. Yes, this is a good target. It suits the current me. Yi Xian nodded. This time, the target that swordsman Wan Chuan brought back for Yi Xian was a little special. Strictly speaking, he couldn't be called a divine beast anymore. Instead, he was an existence similar to a spiritual god. This was a spiritual god that cultivated from a plant. Its realm had even reached the mid-tier 6th stage Divine Lord realm. Although Yi Xian was currently only a low-tier Divine Lord realm, he was still a super existence with the title of Emperor realm. Yi Xian released his divine telekinesis. At the same time, he ordered the system, detect this target. Ding. Detecting the target, detection successful. Ding. System notification, target Thousand Vine Supremacy, 6th stage Divine Lord. Thousand Vine Supremacy was originally an ancient spiritual vine that grew around the mysterious lake. As time passed, Thousand Vine Supremacy absorbed the mysterious lake's energy and evolved into its current form. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD Ding. System notification, host, please take note. The target has a special ability. Host is advised to avoid fighting with it. The system suddenly added, causing Yi Xian to frown slightly. Although the system did not issue an alarm this time, telling Yi Xian to avoid fighting was no different from warning him. Re-1 RA middle level 6th grade Divine Lord. In any case, Yi Xian was a 7th stage Divine Lord. It did not mean that he did not have the ability to fight. In other words, the system was mainly reminding Yi Xian to take note of the Thousand Vine Supremacy's special ability. Yi Xian unsheathed the Godslayer. He wanted to see what was so special about this guy. Thousand Beast Sword Servants, Deity Flower Sword Servants, go. Following Yi Xian's order, the Thousand Beast Sword Servants and Deity Flower Sword Servants led the Deity Flower Sword Servants and charged forward. Yi Xian's figure moved, preparing to move as well. However, at this moment, a terrifying scene occurred. Rumble. Kacha, kacha, a series of strange sounds rang out. Then, strange changes occurred in a radius of 10,000 miles at the same time. Vines rose from the ground, piercing through the clouds. In the sky, countless vines crisscrossed, and mysterious fruits appeared one after another. On the ground, the vines tangled together, making it so that not a single piece of land could be seen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the Thousand Beast Sword Servants, Divine Beast Mounts, Flowery God Sword Servants, and 100 Flower God were either killed or trapped by the vines. In the blink of an eye, the Thousand Vine Supremacy had actually created this peculiar domain. Ding. Warning. 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 Host, please take note. The host is in a special space and is in extreme danger. The host is advised to evacuate immediately. Ding. System notification, Reverend Thousand Vines realm has been refreshed. He is currently at the peak of the king level, high-grade Divine Lord realm. Ding. System notification, warning, warning, special attack detected. The series of alarms made Yi Xian dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, he had been completely defeated. What exactly was this terrifying Reverend Thousand Vines? How could he hide his cultivation? What was his goal? Yi Xian was surrounded by green divine light. These light rays weaved through each other like vines, trapping Yi Xian within. Yi Xian didn't know what this thing was, but he was sure that it wasn't anything good. God-slaying slash. Yi Xian tried to slash at the divine light rays, but it was useless. Yi Xian's sword light was swallowed up by the green divine light rays. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was completely enveloped by the cocoon weaved by the energy light rays. It was only at this moment that a voice finally sounded. You're finally here, human. Yi Xian naturally knew that this voice belonged to the Thousand Vine Supremacy, but Yi Xian didn't know what this guy was trying to do. Although Yi Xian was at an absolute disadvantage, the Thousand Vine Supremacy didn't attack Yi Xian. There was no doubt that he had other motives. What are you trying to do? Yi Xian raised his head and looked ahead, although he didn't know where the Thousand Vine Supremacy was. Human, I've been observing you since you entered this place. Although your combat strength isn't great, you have many tricks up your sleeve. Most importantly, you can leave this place at will, so only you can complete this mission. Mission? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Ding! System notification: congratulations to the host for discovering the hidden mission, the Thousand Vine Supremacy's request. When he heard this notification, Xian knew that he was safe for the time being. Therefore, Xian directly asked the Thousand Vine Supremacy, "Senior, what mission are you talking about?" However, the Thousand Vine Supremacy acted as if he hadn't heard Xian's question. He continued muttering to himself, "I've lived here since I was young. Every day, I see those beasts running around freely. I also want to have that ability, but no matter how hard I try, I can't do it." Xian understood. The Thousand Vine Supremacy wanted Xian to find a way to allow him to move freely. Whether it was a treasure or a law, as long as he could move freely, it was fine. Xian was a little speechless. For a request like this, Xian was a little troubled. However, from this, one could see the sorrow of being a plant. Especially a plant that had intelligence and still wanted to go out and explore the world. Indeed, many plants had special laws that allowed them to appear wherever they wanted to go. However, the Thousand Vine Supremacy was just a very ordinary spirit vine. How could it have such special abilities? How should he solve this problem? Xian frowned and thought hard. Suddenly, the system notification popped up again. Ding! System notification: congratulations to the host for discovering the optional random mission, subduing the Thousand Vine Supremacy. Subduing this big guy in front of him? Xian asked the system in surprise. "System, are you sure I have a way to subdue this big guy?" Xian couldn't help but be suspicious. After all, the Thousand Vine Supremacy was a peak king stage superior divine lord. He also had a special law power. Xian couldn't possibly defeat him, so how could he subdue him? Suddenly, Xian recalled the Thousand Vine Supremacy's words. The Thousand Vine Supremacy's request seemed to be to leave this place. It didn't matter if Xian found a treasure or a law. As long as he could move freely, that would be enough. In fact, didn't Xian have a way to do that? The engulfing space. Xian could absorb the Thousand Vine Supremacy into the engulfing space, then use a seal or a divine talisman to separate a part of his consciousness. Wouldn't that be equivalent to fulfilling the Thousand Vine Supremacy's wish? Most importantly, once the Thousand Vine Supremacy entered Xian's engulfing space, he could do whatever he wanted with just a word. When that time came, it wouldn't be the Thousand Vine Supremacy who wanted to do anything, but Xian. After all, Thousand Vines Venerable had always lived near this mysterious lake. He did not have the time to think so much. Therefore, when Xian suggested this idea, he only used his divine telekinesis to scan Xian's devouring space before agreeing without hesitation. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Next, Xian only needed to refine a restriction or talisman to separate divine telekinesis. After careful consideration, Xian chose a restriction, a miniature restriction. A miniature restriction was not a miniature restriction. In fact, a miniature restriction was even more difficult to refine. Refining a miniature restriction required a high level of divine telekinesis. After all, a miniature restriction the size of a strand of hair could explode with terrifying power. It could be said that very few people would refine a miniature restriction. Of course, this wasn't a big deal to Xian. Xian had the system, so what kind of miniature restrictions couldn't he refine? However, Xian could not understand why such a small restriction would require so many resources. Of course, compared to Thousand Vines Venerable, this expenditure was nothing. Soon, Xian finished refining the miniature restriction. Xian thought for a moment, then directly imprinted the miniature restriction on the Qian Kuan ring on his finger. "Senior, you can enter my space now. You only need to split a strand of divine telekinesis to travel the world with me." "All right." He did not expect Thousand Vines Venerable to be so direct. He did as he said without hesitation. This saved Xian a lot of effort. Countless vines in the sky and on the ground quickly retracted and surged towards Xian's devouring space. Suddenly, a group of little guys attracted Xian's attention. There were not many of them, only a few hundred. However, they followed Thousand Vines Venerable into Xian's devouring space. "System, what's that?" Xian hurriedly asked. Ding! System notification: target is Thousand Vines Venerable's companion spirit god. Companion Spirit God, Xian had a feeling that he had struck gold this time. As expected, after Thousand Vines Venerable entered the devouring space, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification: congratulations to the host for completing the random mission of subduing Thousand Vines Venerable. Thousand Vines Venerable has pledged his loyalty. Thousand Vines Venerable has automatically changed his name to Thousand Vines. Thousand Vines, blessed by the laws, a spirit god of heaven. A heaven and earth spirit god of its own accord. Because he had already produced a companion spirit god clan, he was promoted to an elementary spirit god ancestor. Temporarily unable to detect special abilities of God of Heaven, special abilities of God of Heaven growth, unlimited, Xian was overjoyed. Even though everything Xian saw was unknown, that sentence of unlimited growth potential was the key. How could Xian not understand what that meant? This meant that as long as Xian trained Thousand Vines properly, he would be able to create a tribe of spirit gods. Not only would this tribe of spirit gods be absolutely loyal to Xian, but more importantly, they would be able to grow according to Xian's wishes. In other words, Xian could use his free time to train this tribe of spirit gods. In addition, the devouring space's flow of time was faster than the outside world. Naturally, Xian's training would bear fruit much faster. Moreover, even before the training was complete, Thousand Vines Venerable possessed extremely powerful combat strength. As a peak king true god, he would definitely be of help to Xian. It could be said that this time, Xian had made a huge profit. Besides using some resources to create the miniature restriction, Xian did not suffer any other losses. Of course, harvesting Thousand Vines Venerable would not solve Xian's current predicament. Therefore, Xian did not leave the mysterious lake. Instead, he continued to search for divine beasts to kill. As Xian's strength increased, he no longer had to be on tenterhooks looking for weak divine beasts. At this time, Xian already had the strength to establish himself in the mysterious lake's inner region. Logically speaking, since the mysterious lake was so mysterious, the closer one was to it, the stronger the divine power of the divine beast should be. However, the distribution of divine beasts here was not like that. Instead, the divine beasts closer to the center had lower cultivation bases, while the divine beasts closer to the periphery had higher cultivation bases. Xian also discovered something that surprised Xian. There were very few conflicts between the divine beasts here. Even if a divine beast trespassed into another divine beast's territory, it would not necessarily lead to a conflict. It could be said that the divine beasts here seemed to be a little lazy. As long as they could solve a problem without fighting, they would not do so. Most of the time, they just stayed in their own territories. This phenomenon made Xian rather curious. However, wasn't this convenient for Xian to kill the divine beasts here to level up? Therefore, Xian did not pay too much attention to this. Soon, Xian found a new opponent. It was a divine beast with the strength of a mid-level 6th grade divine lord. Of course, although it was also a mid-level 6th grade divine lord this time, Xian believed that this fellow would not suddenly transform like Thousand Vines Venerable. System: detect what kind of divine beast this fellow is. What's so special about it? Ding. System notice: target specified, purple electric raging flames divine beast. Possesses lightning and fire laws. Dual laws, and both of them were law powers with powerful offensive power. It seemed that this battle would not be as simple as it seemed. At this time, the sea of purple electric raging flames divine beasts did not pay attention to Xian. This fellow was lying on the ground, and lightning and flames were constantly spewing out from his body. The two violent forces intersected in the air, fighting each other. However, the purple electric raging flames divine beast was not affected in the slightest. Suddenly, the purple electric raging flames divine beast lifted his head. In his eyes, a bolt of lightning and a bolt of fire attacked in the same direction at the same time. Xian was slightly shocked. He did not dare delay and immediately broke through the air. It turned out that Xian had used the Ragnarok cloak to hide and stealthily advance. Who would have thought that the purple electric raging flames divine beast would react so quickly? Boom, boom. Two huge holes appeared where Xian had just been standing. One hole was filled with flames, while the other hole was filled with lightning. This fellow is really strong. Xian's lips curled slightly. Although he said that, he had already launched his attack. Megatron, magic treasure form. Become the Godslayer. Kill. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wei Zhentian controlled the two Godslayer swords to circle around the purple flame electric beast, waiting for a chance to land a fatal blow. Thousand Beast Swordsman, Deity Swordsman. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Thousand Beasts Swordsman and Deity Swordsman. In an instant, the Thousand Beasts Swordsman and the Deity Swordsman charged forward with the 100 Flowers Deity Swordsman. The battle was about to begin. In the sky, the purple flame electric divine beast stood proudly. Around him, countless deity swordsmen sat up and surrounded him. Suddenly, Yi Xian shouted, "Thousand Beasts Feast, begin! Kill him!" Boom! 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 Following Yi Xian's order, the entire sky lit up with all kinds of energy attacks. Countless attacks were directed at the purple flame electric beast, but the purple flame electric beast did not listen and continued to attack. Boom! A huge mountain was blasted away by the violent energy. However, just as he rose into the air, he was surrounded by flames and kept burning. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. Flames, lightning, and other kinds of energy intertwined, making the sky look exceptionally beautiful. The two Godslayer swords kept swinging the Deity Slayer slash. Unfortunately, there was no breakthrough. Yi Xian frowned. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to win. 6 Runes Mantra, Wound. System, use resources to exchange for the success rate of spiritual control. Wei Zhentian, get ready to move. Spiritual control. In an instant, with Yi Xian as the center, a vast and mysterious energy rushed toward the purple flame electric divine beast. In the next moment, the purple flame electric divine beast's body froze. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Wei Zhentian. Re-1 the two Godslayer swords attacked the purple flame electric divine beast from both sides at the same time. Boom, boom. Although the swords did not penetrate the purple flame electric divine beast, the power of the two Godslayer swords was not easy. The purple flame electric divine beast was already sent flying. So, was this the end of the attack? No, the real killing move had only just begun. Since Yi Xian had obtained the 1,000 vines, he naturally had to use it. Hence, at this moment, Yi Xian raised his hand and roared, "1,000 vines!" In the blink of an eye, a vine suddenly grew out of Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Furthermore, as they continued to advance, the vine continued to spread rapidly. When they arrived beside the purple flame electric divine beast, the 1,000 vines didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly entangled it. Vines were constantly being set ablaze and destroyed by electricity. However, the thousands of vines grew out at an extremely fast speed. No matter how tenacious the purple flame electric divine beast was, it was almost impossible for him to escape the capture of the 1,000 vines. A moment later, a dignified middle-grade 6th-grade divine lord realm purple flame electric divine beast was actually trapped alive by the 1,000 vines just like that. Let's see how you're going to hide this time. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian smirked and gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Pooh. Pooh. 2 sounds rang out. The two god-slaying swords actually pierced through the purple flame electric divine beast's head. Unfortunately, the purple flame electric divine beast's divine core was in his head. With the divine core shattered, how could the purple flame electric divine beast survive? Devour. Yi Xian waved his hand again, and the purple flame electric divine beast's corpse was devoured by Yi Xian. Ding. The host has broken through. The host is now a low-grade 9th-grade divine lord. He had finally leveled up. However, Yi Xian was a little hesitant after that. This was because the front crown title required him to cultivate again every time he leveled up. In other words, if Yi Xian chose to continue leveling up now, he would lose the current front crown title after leveling up, and his combat strength would be reduced. This front crown title gave Yi Xian the feeling that it was more like the blessing of the power of laws. Otherwise, how could it disappear just like that? Forget it. I won't continue leveling up this time. Since I've subdued Qianteng, this trip wasn't in vain. I haven't gone to see Fian and the others in a long time. I'll take a look, Yi Xian muttered to himself. Yi Xian had thoroughly offended the Li family, so Yi Xian believed that the Li family would definitely try to kill him if they found out about him under any circumstances. And if he returned to the Kunlun realm, the Li family would also set up all kinds of trouble for him. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate, the Divine Talisman realm would be the most suitable place for him. Fian and the others were also in the Divine Talisman realm now, so Yi Xian had this idea. However, if Yi Xian wanted to leave this mysterious lake, he would have to teleport to the Kunlun realm first. However, this time, as soon as he teleported back, he found that his residence was surrounded. These people looked quite strange. Not only did they have a third eye, but each of them also had 4 ears. They wore special clothes that gave them the ability to hide, but they didn't use any treasures in their hands. System, detect who these people are. Yi Xian ordered the system. Soon, the system's notification sounded. Ding. System notification, target 4-eared half-human clan. 4-eared half-human clan? What kind of clan was this? Ding. 4-eared half-human clan. Apart from having 4 ears, they are almost exactly the same as humans. As for their third eye, it is their innate divine ability, 4-eared heavenly eye. Ding. 4-eared half-human clan is good at joint attacks. When 4-eared heavenly eye is opened, they can communicate with each other. At the same time, every 4-eared half-human clan member will domesticate a special divine beast as their natal divine beast. Yi Xian didn't need the system to explain the specifics, because at this moment, the 4-eared half-human clan assassins had already launched their attacks. As for Yi Xian, he naturally knew what was different about them. The eyes on the foreheads of the dozen 4-eared half-human clan members suddenly emitted a beam of light. This beam of light wasn't an attack, nor was it a defensive method. It was just to connect all of them. Just as the system had described, the 4-eared half-human clan members. They had already completely communicated with each other. At the same time, the 4-eared half-human clan members stretched out a hand at the same time. At the position of their palms, Yi Xian saw that it was actually a teleportation gate. It was extremely strange. A teleportation gate, how exactly was it built in the palm of their hands? Even Yi Xian couldn't understand this at all. Even Yi Xian couldn't do it. Could it be another innate divine ability? What kind of ability did these 4-eared half-human clan members have? At this moment, Yi Feng frowned slightly. Although Yi Xian had seen many divine beasts, Yi Xian didn't know much about the other races. Die. What would it feel like to hear dozens of people say the same word at the same time, with the same tone, the same mannerisms, and even the same expressions? Yi Xian would tell you that it would not feel good at all. Humph. Those who seek death are everywhere. Since these people wanted Yi Xian dead, then Yi Xian could only let them die first. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. Flower God Sword Attendant. In an instant, the 2 great sword attendants appeared once again. By now, the 2 great sword attendants had become Yi Xian's signature move. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. After all, the God-tier mounts and the 100 Flowers avatar were not weak. The key was their numbers. But this time, Yi Xian had met his match. The teleportation portals in the hands of the 4-eared half-humans glowed strangely. Then, all sorts of divine beasts appeared from their palms. If there was one thing these divine beasts had in common, it would be their 4 ears. These divine beasts were of different levels of strength, but there were many of them. In just a few moments, there were already more than 100,000 divine beasts surrounding Yi Xian. And this number was still increasing. Were they trying to use the beast wave tactic against Yi Xian? Well then, Yi Xian would like to see if they could release them faster, or if he could kill them faster. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form, kill them all. In an instant, 2 Godslayer swords appeared at the same time. Their attack was very simple. They just kept spinning. With the Godslayer sword's sharpness, they could easily kill these 4-eared divine beasts even without using the deicide slash. As for Yi Xian himself, he was already floating in midair. Yi Xian casually pointed a finger and calmly said, "Spiritual sense control." This time, Yi Xian was using a large area of spiritual sense control. Who said that spiritual control could not be used on a large scale? Yi Xian could control these low-level 4-eared divine beasts on a large scale. In an instant, thousands of 4-eared divine beasts were controlled by Yi Xian. and they pounced on their companions. It didn't matter if the four-eared divine beasts controlled by Yixian died in battle, or if they killed the other four-eared divine beasts. For Yixian, this was a win-win situation. What's more, it could cause quite a bit of chaos, so why not? Every time Yixian waved his hand, thousands of four-eared divine beasts would betray him. Even if they were to trade 2 for 1, Yixian would only need a few attempts to kill 10,000 four-eared mythical beasts. In other words, he wanted them to kill each other. However, the four-eared half-humans did not seem to notice this at all. The seal in their hands continued to spray out four-eared divine beasts. It was spraying. With such a fast release speed, if it wasn't spraying, what was it? However, even with the use of his spiritual sense, Yixian still discovered that the speed at which he killed the divine beast of 4 ears could not keep up with the increase in the beast's speed. It seems that this is the only way. Suddenly, Yixian raised his hand. 6-syllable mantra, annihilation. A mysterious power was suddenly activated. What was the use of the 6-syllable mantra, annihilation? It was an existence that could annihilate the entire clan. Although it could only be used against opponents of lower cultivation levels. However, these four-eared divine beasts were not very powerful. They were only using the beast wave tactic. Following Yixian's command, countless four-eared divine beasts died instantly, whether they were facing Yixian from the front or the back. System, don't waste these corpses. Use the Godslayer to devour them all. Since these guys are willing to give me the corpses of divine beasts, why should I be polite? Devour them to your heart's content. Countless corpses were devoured by the Godslayer. One of the Godslayer's special abilities was to devour resources to level up. Although only a small portion of the divine beasts' corpses could help the Godslayer level up, the sheer number of four-eared divine beasts meant that the Godslayer had a bountiful harvest this time. The four-eared half-humans could see that the beast wave tactic was not much of a threat to Yixian. Hence, the four-eared half-gods stopped releasing their divine beasts. Instead, they looked at Yixian silently. Continue releasing your divine beasts. Yixian said nonchalantly with a smile on his face. Yixian, don't be so smug. You will definitely die today. Dozens of similar voices rang out. Unfortunately, Yixian did not care. Suddenly, the teleportation portals in the hands of the four-eared half-humans started to spin rapidly. After a while, the portals changed their appearance. Whoosh, 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 countless sword chi filled the entire sky. It was a frightening sight. However, that was all it could do. Yixian did not even need to use any tricks to counter the sword chi. He could just use his physical body to counter it. This was because the damage that the sword chi could do to Yixian was not comparable to the recovery speed of the blood of eternity. The four-eared half-humans frowned at the same time. Their sea of beasts and sword-light tactics were actually unable to harm Yixian in the slightest. They had never encountered such a situation before. The four-eared half-humans were actually a tribe of assassins for hire. The value of their existence was that they were hired to assassinate the target. However, this time, although they had sent dozens of people, they could not do anything to Yixian. Just as Yixian was about to kill the four-eared half-humans, he heard a notification from the system. Ding! System notification, devourable power of order detected. Divine thought sharing order. What kind of order was this? Although Yixian had seen all kinds of strange order, this was the first time Yixian had heard of the divine thought sharing order. However, no matter what, Yixian was not going to let go of the opportunity to devour the order. Then what are we waiting for? Activate Force Devour. Yixian waved his hand and an incomparably powerful suction force suddenly exploded out. The third eye on the foreheads of the four-eared half-humans was actually directly taken away by Yixian. Ding! Force Devour successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Thought Sharing Order. The Divine Thought Sharing Order allowed the host to temporarily share their divine thought with a designated target. According to the host's mastery of the order, the number of Divine Thought Sharing Order targets would increase. Currently, the host can share 2 targets. A trashy order. Yixian could not help but think. Indeed, this order was trashy. At least, that was what Yixian thought. The divine beasts had not appeared and the order had been devoured. What should he do with the four-eared half-humans? Wei Zhentian, kill them. Yi Xian waved his hand and the god-slaying sword rushed out. Beams of light appeared. Wei Zhentian had finally used the god-slaying slash. Since these people had attacked Yi Xian, there was no need for Yi Xian to let them go. After all, if Yi Xian let them go this time, they would only do worse next time. After killing the four-eared half-human race assassins, Yi Xian was a little confused. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. This was the Kunlun realm. Who could arrange for people to kill him in the Kunlun realm? The Li family? No matter how much the Li family hated Yi Xian, they couldn't be so presumptuous. After all, this was the Kunlun realm. Making a move here was equivalent to directly challenging Mi Li's authority. Unless the Li family wanted to betray the Kunlun realm, they wouldn't dare to do so. If it wasn't the Li family, who could it be? Could it be the Annihilation Organization? Could it be that the Annihilation Organization had made a comeback so quickly? Yi Xian had never seen the four-eared half-human race in the Kunlun realm before. It was very likely that they were from another realm. How could a race from another realm be arranged to infiltrate the Kunlun realm to assassinate Yi Xian? Clearly, the person or force that wanted to make a move on Yi Xian was no ordinary person. Did the Annihilation Organization have that much power? That old man who had suddenly brought Yi Xian to the Kunlun realm and stopped Yi Xian from continuing to search for the inheritance of the God Emperor? That was impossible. If that old man wanted to kill Yi Xian, he could do it with a single breath. Why would he use so many tricks? Yi Xian fell into a state of confusion. Yi Xian couldn't understand the four-eared half-human race's assassination this time. Why, however, no matter the reason, no matter who wanted to assassinate Yi Xian only knew that if he didn't quickly improve his strength, it would be very troublesome. Forget it. I'll go to the Divine Talisman race to see Fian and the others first. Yi Xian thought, then quickly left. At this time, Xianxian's Divine Talisman race wasn't very peaceful. It turned out that they had a group of guests, a group of destitute guests. At this moment, Elder Fu Yi was sitting with another elder, discussing countermeasures. This elder was called Elder Fu Fa, and he was the Grand Elder of the mysterious Divine Talisman race. Just a few months ago, the mysterious Divine Talisman race was invaded by a huge force, and they were almost wiped out. The mysterious Divine Talisman race was not as powerful as the mysterious Divine Talisman race. There were less than 300 mid-level Divine Talisman masters and above in their entire race, so it could be said that they were killed in an instant. Grand Elder Talisman spell had only brought the last hope of the mystic strange Divine Talisman race, 500 children, that's what happened. Our Xianxia Divine Talisman race only exists in name. Great Elder Fu Yi, this time, the relationship between our races has been good for generations. You have to save my Xianxia race's last hope. My race is willing to offer our race's talisman and become a vassal of the Xianxian race. Don't say that. Elder Fu Yi, back then, when the Xianxian clan was in trouble, it was the Xianxia clan that saved us. This time, even if you didn't say anything, the Xianxian clan would do our best. Don't worry, I will immediately send someone to invite the honorary Grand Elder back. I believe he will have a way. Honorary Grand Elder? Since when did your Xianxian clan have an honorary Grand Elder? However, at that moment, a clansman suddenly ran in. Grand Elders, Grand Elder Yi Xian is back. Haha, quick, invite Grand Elder Yi Xian over. I didn't expect him to come back at such a crucial time. Fu Yi was very happy. After all, once Yi Xian came back, Fu Yi felt a lot more relieved. After Fian and the others came over, those kids naturally couldn't hold back and told them what they had seen and heard. Among them, what Fu Yi cared about the most was that Yi Xian actually knew the divine master of the Kunlun God domain. Furthermore, the princess of the Kunlun God domain was actually a good friend of Yi Xian. With such a background, Elder Fu Yi naturally trusted him very much. As soon as Yi Xian came back, he was invited to Grand Elder Fu Yi's side before he could find Fian. After a brief introduction, Yi Xian found out what had happened. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The enemy of the Divine Talisman race was at least in existence on the same level as the Divine Talisman race. Yi Xian wasn't very sure, but since Fu Yi had said that the Xianxia race and the Xianxian clan had been friends for generations, Yi Xian couldn't refuse. Ding! System notification, Congratulations to the host for triggering the random chain hidden mission, Trouble with the Xianxia race. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned. It was actually a random chain hidden mission. Once a random chain hidden mission was completed, the rewards wouldn't be too low. It seemed that Yi Xian had to be more careful this time. Alright, I understand. Grand Elders, reinforce the clan's defenses first. Grand Elder Fu Fa, please send a clansman to take me to your clan to take a look. I want to see who this enemy of yours is. Alright, thank you, Grand Elder Yi Xian. Soon, a young man from the Xianxia Divine Talisman race led Yi Xian to the territory of the Xianxia Divine Talisman race. The territory of the Xianxia race was like that of the Divine Talisman race. It was very well hidden. Without a guide, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to discover it. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the territory of the Xianxia race. After breaking through the restrictions, he saw a dilapidated mountain village. The village had been completely massacred. It could be said that all the people left behind by the Xianxia race were dead. However, what caught Yi Xian's attention were some corpses on the ground. 4 years corpses, 4 years, was it a coincidence? Or had it been premeditated? Why had Yi Xian been attacked by the 4-eared half-human race in the Kunlun territory? Why had the Xianxia Divine Talisman race encountered the 4-eared divine beast here? Was it really just a coincidence? Come, let's go back first. Yi Xian was about to leave with the young man when a voice rang out. Since you've come, why are you leaving so quickly? Following this sentence, at least 100 figures appeared in front of Yi Xian. This place was actually a trap. Re-1 are the 4-eared half-human race. It really was the 4-eared half-human race. Although not all of them were 4-eared half-humans, at least a third of them were. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at these people and asked calmly. Haha, you're asking who we are? Aren't you the Xianxia Divine Talisman race's honorary Grand Elder? How could you not know us? A mocking smile appeared on that person's face. Could it be that they were actually targeting the Xianxia Divine Talisman race? Not good, Yi Xian was alarmed. Clearly, these 100 people weren't all of the enemies. Then, where had the rest of the enemies gone? There was only one possibility, the Xianxia Divine Talisman race. Damn it. Yi Xian was vexed. Without any explanation, he grabbed the young man next to him and activated the space law's infinite teleportation. In an instant, Yi Xian's figure disappeared, even though these people could sense Yi Xian's path. But how could they keep up with the speed of infinite teleportation? System, don't worry about the consumption of resources. Hurry back to the Xianxia Divine Talisman race at full speed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as Yi Xian had expected, countless divine beasts were attacking the Xianxia clan's protective barrier. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. In the sky and on the ground, there were millions of divine beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. This was a terrifying number. After all, Yi Xian had never participated in such a large-scale battle since entering the divine realm. These were all gods. Within the barrier, the Xianxia Divine Talisman clan seemed so weak. Even though all the old and young were mobilized, they were severely understaffed. Fortunately, the Xianxia Divine Talisman clan's protective barrier was defensive, so they could still hold on. Loopholes kept appearing in the barrier, but they were immediately filled up. However, if this continued, the barrier would be breached sooner or later. Wei Zhentian, in your magic treasure form, open a path for me. Yi Xian suddenly shouted, and Wei Zhentian appeared instantly. The two god-slaying swords swam around Yi Xian. Any divine beast that dared to approach Yi Xian was killed immediately. Yi Xian did not delay at all. After all, in a battle of this level, not to mention divine sovereigns, even divine kings and divine emperors might appear. If Yi Xian could not break through quickly, it would be a tragedy. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not know whether it was because he had chosen a good place to break through, or because he had deliberately let him in. In any case, Yi Xian entered safely. Young master, you're back. As soon as Yi Xian entered the barrier, Fian appeared beside Yi Xian. Girl, what's going on? Why are there so many divine beasts attacking the Xianxia Divine Talisman clan? Young master, I don't know either. You can ask Fu Yi and Grand Elder Fu Fa. Yi Xian nodded, put down the young man in his hand, and walked forward. Yi Xian had to figure out what was going on. Obviously, Yi Xian was also implicated in this matter. Those four-eared half-humans who tried to assassinate Yi Xian in the Kunlun realm might have done so because Yi Xian was the Grand Elder of the Divine Talisman race. After asking a few questions, Yi Xian had a rough idea of what had happened. However, this answer was a waste of time for Yi Xian. According to what Fu Yi had said, the Divine Talisman clan possessed powerful Divine Talisman power, so it was natural for them to be spied on by other forces. So, it was normal for such a war to occur. It could be said that countless tribes of the Divine Talisman clan had already been annihilated. The reason for this was because the Divine Talisman race possessed the power of the Divine Talismans. In that case, Great Elder Fu Yi, do you know where those four-eared half-humans came from? Great Elder Yi Xian, this old man was just about to tell you about this. These four-eared half-humans all came from another divine domain. If this old man's guess is not wrong, these four-eared half-humans should be from the demon god's divine domain. Demon god realm, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had thought of Luo Luo. Wasn't Luo Luo trapped in the demon god divine dominion? If that was really the case, then this was an opportunity for Yi Xian to rescue Luo Luo. Alright, I understand. I'll go find Mi Yan and ask for reinforcements now. Yi Xian didn't waste any more time. After all, time was of the essence now. However, just as he was about to activate the wings of the gods, he stopped. Great Elder Fu Yi, I have some ancient resources here. Think of a way to refine some powerful divine talismans. You must hold on until reinforcements arrive. After saying that, Yi Xian took out countless resources. These were all accumulated resources from the devouring space. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian didn't use them to raise his cultivation base or enhance his own strength. Instead, he gave them all to Fu Yi. Of course, to Yi Xian, Luo Luo was far more important than these resources. Our Great Elder Fu Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately selected the elites of his clan and began refining the talismans. System, transfer all the energy of the wings of the gods to the nearest city with the teleportation formation. Ding. System notification, host can only teleport to Huiwa City at most. Do you confirm? Confirm. As Yi Xian spoke, the wings of the gods activated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian appeared outside Huiwa City. Look, is that Yi Xian? That's right, that's him. Go inform the family heads that Yi Xian is here. The three family heads have ordered that in order to avenge the Lin family, they must kill Yi Xian if they see him. Alright. I'll go inform them. You take some people and stop him immediately. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Several figures blocked Yi Xian's path. Yi Xian, how dare you come to Huiwa City? Humph, I'll make sure you don't leave today. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't have time to waste on these small fries. Yi Xian could guess that the three families had issued the order to kill him in order to subdue the remaining forces of the Lin family. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you today. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Yi Xian actually said that he would kill, well, the four-eared half-human tribe and Luolua's whereabouts were known. Then, the Xianxia Divine Talisman tribe was under attack. They could be in danger of being slaughtered at any time. Yi Xian couldn't care less. Haha, Yi Xian, who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous? Men, arrest him. That person actually dared to issue an arrest warrant for Yi Xian. I told you to get lost. All of a sudden, Yi Xian's aura erupted. That powerful pressure swept across the entire Huiwa city. Some of the weaker true gods immediately knelt down on the ground in horror. What kind of power was that? It was incomparably powerful and filled with murderous intent. In an instant, the entire Huiwa city fell into chaos. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, hundreds of figures rushed over. They were the people of the three families. Yi Xian, what are you trying to do? Do you want to make an enemy of the three families of Huiwa City? Yi Xian looked at these people anxiously. He only wanted to use the teleportation formation to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to care about so much. So, without saying a word, he rushed out with the Godslayer in hand. Yi Xian only wanted to leave. Although he said that he would kill without mercy, it was only a threat. He didn't mean to start a massacre. However, there were those who didn't open their eyes. They just had to cause trouble when Xian was so anxious, they were simply courting death. Kill him for me. Everyone, attack together. The patriarchs of the three families actually issued the order to kill Xian. At the same time, a group of people had already blocked Xian's path. How dare you? Xian gripped the Godslayer tightly, his eyes already red. Finally, Xian exploded. Even if there was a delay of 1 second, the Xian Divine Talisman tribe could be wiped out. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Thousand Beast Sword Servants, Flower God Sword Servants, Withered Bone Sword Servants, Skeleton Summon, come out. Kill without mercy. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Host has entered a berserk state. Host has entered a berserk state. Ding. System notification. Warning. Warning. Host has lost control of his thoughts. Severe warning. A series of system notifications rang out, but Xian actually turned off the system notifications. At this moment, Xian had already lost his mind. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. His anticipation of Luoluo and his worry for the Divine Talisman race had caused Xian to lose his mind. Thousand Beasts Feast, begin. Thousand Vines, kill. Wei Zhentian, Magic Treasure Form, kill without mercy. Kill. 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 Boom. 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 The destruction happened in the blink of an eye. Thousands of beasts galloped and vines filled the sky. Xian's berserk state caused Wei Zhentian to enter a berserk state as well. The two god-slaying swords scattered terrifying sword chi in the air. The entire Huiwa city fell into despair in an instant. However, even in such a state, even though Xian had already lost his mind and was on a rampage, Xian's attack didn't truly include the ordinary residents of Huiwa city. Regardless of whether it was Xian himself or his god-tier mount, the targets of his attack were those who dared to block Xian's path and attack Xian. A terrifying aura spread throughout the entire Huiwa city. Countless people knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Some even wet their pants in fear. A god had actually been scared to the point of wetting his pants by Xian. Xian had only gone berserk for a few seconds, but in the sky, the disciples of the three great clans were falling down like rain. This was because they had all been killed by Xian. The berserk aura caused the people around Huiwa city and the divine beasts around Huiwa city to flee in panic. Those who knew Xian from the Radiant Moon School were already scared silly. Was this still the Xian they knew? How could it be so powerful and so terrifying? Ding. System notification, the host is mentally unstable, forcibly using the divine sense interference ability. Ding. System notification, increase interference. Ding. System notification, interference failed. Forced use of illusion healing. The system had not given up, even though Xian had blocked him. Fortunately, the system was now human-like enough. It knew that whatever Xian was doing now had already lost Xian's original intentions, so it kept trying to get Xian to reply. Fortunately, the system succeeded. Ding. System notification, host has recovered. Ding. System notification, the berserk state of the host has disappeared. Xian regained his senses and smiled bitterly as he stared blankly at the mess he had created. Sigh, there were inner demons on the path of cultivation. Although Xian did not have any inner demons because of the system, he had never expected that he would be affected by inner demons. Sometimes, people would really do some irrational things because they were too worried about the things they cared about. Wei Zhentian, come back. Xian waved his hand, and the thousand beast sword servants and the others disappeared. Wei Zhentian also returned to Xian's side. As for Qian Teng, he naturally kept it in his yin and yang ring. Sigh, forget it. These pitiful people. I will put them in the devouring space for now. Xian waved his hand and collected the tens of thousands of corpses that littered Huiwa city. In less than a minute, the damage caused by Yixian could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Especially the area beneath Yixian's feet, it was completely turned into ruins. The people who had survived the disaster, regardless of what they had done or how they had viewed Yixian, were now prostrating themselves on the ground. They did not even dare raise their heads to look at Yixian. Yixian immediately activated the teleportation array and left Huiwa City. However, even after he had left for a long time, not a single person in Huiwa City dared to stand up. Some people had even been scared to death by Yixian. It was unknown whether this was pitiful or sad. Of course, Yixian did not care so much. He rushed to the Divine Master Palace as fast as he could. "Stop right there. Who are you?" A group of Divine Master Palace guards blocked Yixian's path. Although Yixian was anxious, he did not dare to act rashly. He casually took out his identity token and said, "Hurry and inform Miyan. Tell her that I, Yixian, have an urgent matter to discuss with her." "How dare you call the Divine Master by his name? You are courting death." Suddenly, a monstrous aura erupted. It actually had the intention of killing Yixian in one fell swoop. That aura was so powerful that Yixian was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move at all. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host has fallen into a desperate situation. Host has fallen into a desperate situation. A desperate situation. Yixian was terrified. Could it be that he had no other choice but to die here? Re-1R, stop. A gentle voice sounded. It was Miyan's voice. This time, Yixian finally understood the strength of the Divine Master Palace. After all, this was the core area of the Divine Dominion. How could there be no experts? Miyan's figure appeared in front of Yixian. She smiled at Yixian and asked, "Yixian, what happened to you? Why did you lose your composure?" "Divine Master, please send experts immediately. Enemies from the Demon God Realm have infiltrated our Kunlun God Realm. They are currently attacking the Divine Talisman race." "There's such a thing?" Miyan frowned slightly. This was too shocking. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war between the Divine Dominion and the Divine Dominion. It was undoubtedly equivalent to a war between two Divine Dominion. Where are the Divine Master Palace guards? Swoosh! Swoosh! Countless figures appeared. They were the elite Divine Master Palace guards. "Greetings, Divine Master. Immediately follow Yixian to provide support." "Yixian, as the law enforcer of the Divine Dominion, you have full authority to deal with this matter. You can mobilize the Divine Master Palace guards and any forces around the Divine Talisman race that you mentioned." After saying that, Miyan threw a treasure to Yixian. This was equivalent to an official seal. It was the proof of Yixian's status as a law enforcer of the Divine Dominion. Of course, it also had other uses. "Thank you, Divine Master." Yixian naturally wouldn't refuse and accepted it. The desperate situation just now left Yixian with lingering fear. At this time, Yixian didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Miyan. Even if Miyan treated him very well, Miyan was the Divine Master, the master of this Divine Dominion. To the experts of the Kunlun God Realm, no matter who Yixian provoked, no one would care even if he went against them openly. However, if he dared to disobey Miyan, he would be courting death. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It could be said that every one of them possessed incomparably powerful combat strength. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. There was no lack of godly venerables among them, and even the commander of the Imperial Guards was a low-level godly. The arch strength was secondary. The most important thing was that every one of these 10,000 people had a noble status. A powerful background. Through the teleportation array again, Yixian teleported directly to Huiwa City. The people of Huiwa City had just recovered from the shock caused by Yixian, but once again, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground. An army of over 10,000 divine lords kept appearing through the teleportation array. This scene was simply enough to scare them to death. Although Yixian had rushed all the way through the teleportation array, the round trip still took a full day and a half. A day and a half was really too long for the Divine Talisman race of Xianxia. At this time, the Divine Talisman race of Xianxia Divine Talisman race's protective restrictions had been broken, and more than 2/3 of their warriors had died in battle. Elder Fu Yi led the remaining clansmen to defend the last territory of the race, using the divine talisman to resist with difficulty. It could be said that there was a possibility that they could be breached at any time. The million-strong divine beast army fought to launch wave after wave of attacks. The territory of the divine talisman race was blessed by the divine talisman tree, so it could be said that it possessed extremely powerful strength. However, no matter how powerful it was impossible for it to be invincible. Fortunately, at this time, Xian appeared. Ri-1R looking at the densely packed alien army, without Xian's command, the Imperial Guards of the Divine Palace directly launched an attack. In an instant, the sky shattered, and the earth collapsed. Fierce battles could be seen everywhere. At the same time that the Imperial Guards of the Divine Palace appeared, an incomparably huge teleportation gate appeared in the sky, a teleportation gate from another divine realm. No, not just one. After the first one appeared, thousands of such teleportation gates appeared in the sky one after another. This was a war between the divine realms, and it was a well-prepared sneak attack. Perhaps their initial target was the divine talisman race, but when the Imperial Guards of the Divine Palace appeared, it meant that the war between the two divine realms had officially begun. The battlefield of the gods opened once again, and countless warriors had already poured into it. That was the main battlefield. On Xian's side, it was just a small sneak attack. From the thousands of teleportation portals, mystical beasts, and all sorts of strange demon god tribe members rushed over. In a short while, there were already tens of millions of them. If they really relied on these 10,000 Divine Palace Forbidden Guards, no matter how elite they were, they would most likely lose this battle. After all, the enemy's thousands of portals could provide countless reinforcements at any time. Almost unlimited support. A war in the Divine Realm was no joke. Not to mention a mere 10 million, even a 100 billion level war wasn't impossible. Xian directly took out the magic treasure that Miyu had given him. This magic treasure was only a square imprint, but it possessed supreme authority. Xian held the treasure and said loudly, "I am Xian, and as a law enforcer of the Divine Realm, order that all sects, cities, aristocratic families, and so on, immediately come to my aid. The war in the Divine Realm has begun, and anyone who dares to disobey will have their entire family exterminated as a traitor to the Divine Master." Using the treasure as a law enforcer of the Divine Realm, Xian's figure appeared in thousands of clans, sects, families, and cities. Following Xian's orders, no one dared to disobey. Even Huiyue City, which had just been destroyed by Xian, hurriedly dispatched its strongest reinforcements under the Radiant Moon School's command. Even the two sects that were fighting immediately put aside their hatred and joined forces to rush toward Xian. A war in the Divine Realm, once it started, there was only one result for anyone who disobeyed: extermination of their entire family. No matter who you were or what power you were, there was no chance of bargaining. A branch family of the Li family also received the order. Even if they saw that it was Xian, they could only respectfully kneel on the ground and accept the order, dispatching the strongest elites of their family. This was a war in the Divine Realm. Once it started, everyone obeyed unconditionally. Of course, the powers that did not have the qualifications to accept the order could still do what they wanted. This was because they were too weak, so weak that they did not even have the qualifications to participate in the war in the Divine Realm. Just like Mo Baijing back then. Countless figures constantly converged. It was like small streams converging to form a large river, which then converged to Xian's side to form a great sea. Once the powers arrived, they would immediately enter the battle. This was something that they had to do without any orders. Although most of the war in the Divine Realm took place in the Sovereign Space, the war in the Divine Realm took place in the Sovereign Space. However, once the war in the Sovereign Space was lost, and the enemy was not satisfied with their gains and invaded the Sovereign Space, then there was only one result: the Divine Realm would be exterminated. Generally speaking, if the enemy did not take the initiative to invade the enemy's Divine Realm, then such a war would still be considered a regular war in the Divine Realm. Once someone entered, it could escalate into an ultimate war. What was the ultimate? You die, I die. That was the ultimate. Regardless of whether the demon god realm had intended to start an ultimate war in the Divine Realm at the beginning, now they were forced to do so. Slaughter, endless slaughter. At this moment, life seemed so worthless. Even Xian seemed so insignificant in such a war. Devour. Xian casually waved his hand, and countless divine beast corpses were directly devoured by him. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is first grade middle grade divine lord. Continue devouring. Countless divine beast corpses were devoured again. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is first grade upper grade divine lord. Breakthrough again for me. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is first grade upper grade divine lord. It was actually a major realm, an upgrade of a major realm, but what was the use? Although Xian had broken through to the peak divine lord realm in the blink of an eye, this was a war in the divine realm, divine lord realm. That was just a joke. In that devouring just now, Xian had devoured no less than 10 million divine beast corpses, but the enemies seemed to be endless, and they were still pouring in at a rapid pace. Divine Master Order. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Xian. All the guards around Xian immediately knelt to the ground. Xian naturally didn't dare hesitate. Xian had already experienced Mian's authority. Xian believed that if he showed any signs of disobedience now, he would immediately be torn to shreds. Divine Realm Law Enforcer, Xian, heed my orders. I hereby confer upon you 9 regional commanders. You will be in charge of 60,000 territories in 9 directions. Within 1 month, you are ordered to gather 1 billion true God soldiers and 1,000 divine lord generals and above. You are also ordered to select capable commanders to lead reinforcements to the sovereign God battlefield. Yes, Xian, heed my orders. At this moment, only he knew the shock in Xian's heart. 1 billion soldiers at the true God realm and above, 1,000 generals at the divine lord realm and above, it was just a matter of a single sentence. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 9 provincial governors were in charge of 60,000 territories, but they had to deploy so many people, and this was only the beginning of the war. Kunlun God domain had 3 million territories. Based on this ratio, wouldn't the first batch of 50 billion true God soldiers be deployed? 50 billion, not 5,000, not 50,000, but a full 50 billion, but because of the difference in strength, these 50 billion true gods were just cannon fodder. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. In the battle of the God domain, on the battlefield of the master gods, the real battle still depended on the soldiers who had the power of laws. In other words, those powerhouses above the divine lord realm. Below the divine lord realm, because one didn't possess the power of laws, there wasn't much of a difference if one relied on special methods such as magic tools, runes, or runes. If one had enough runes or runes, then it was possible for an inferior true divinity to kill a middle true divinity. But, once one reached the divine lord realm, because of the existence of the power of laws, the difference in realms was very clear. In the master god realm, whether it was divine lord, divine king, divine emperor, divine venerable, or even divine emperor, the division of each realm was very clear. Between each grade, each level, and each realm was very clear and distinct. At the divine lord realm, there was no chaos because of the power of laws. A high-level divine lord was a high-level divine lord. No matter how many dharma treasures a low-level divine lord had or how strong the restrictions were, killing him was just a matter of waving his hand. A first-grade high-level divine lord realm powerhouse, even if he did not use dharma treasures and only used his own power of laws, then even 100 low-level divine lords armed to the teeth would find it difficult to defeat him. As for a first-grade low-level divine king, even if you had countless divine lords, it was impossible to defeat him. Because with the support of laws, unless it was a peak divine lord, a divine lord would not even be able to break through the defense of a divine king. How could they win? Of course, having special dharma treasures and special abilities was another matter. But to obtain a super dharma treasure, how many people could encounter that kind of opportunity? Right now, Xian hoped that his 9 directions 60,000 realms wasn't like the 100 realms of Mo and the 60 realms of Lin Feng. After all, transferring so many people wasn't a joke at all. Map! Xian shouted loudly. Naturally, someone immediately brought the map to him. In the past, Xian did not have any authority, so it was extremely difficult for him to obtain a map. But now, Xian was a law enforcer of the God realm and also a provincial governor of the 9 regions. Thus, a map was just a matter of saying a word to him. Very soon, Xian received the map. Of course, Yi Xian directly allowed the system to receive the 9 directions and 60,000 realms map. System, immediately come up with the most reasonable transfer plan. Ding. System notification, calculating plan. Ding. Plan generated. Soon, a jade slip appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was the proposal order. Men. Present. One of them went straight to Yi Xian. Ding. Target is a 6th grade upper divine king. In the past, Yi Xian would have immediately fled upon seeing a god king like this. But now, he was merely a messenger in front of Yi Xian. What is your name? I am Li Qing, the sect leader of the Huatian sect. Alright, Li Qing. I command you as the provincial governor of the 9 directions to transfer the soldiers required by the Divine Master according to the military order in this jade slip. Yes, I will obey. After receiving the spiritual tablet, Li Qing did not dare to delay any further and left with his disciples. With Yi Xian's orders, he could be considered a person who could do whatever he wanted in the 9 directions and 60,000 realms. You, come here. Yi Xian casually pointed and another God King expert came to Yi Xian's side. Go and inform Kuan Buyu of the Kunlun God realm to bring his clan's elites and report to me immediately. Also, ask him to select 1,000 disciples from the Kunlun God realm who belong to the 9 directions and 60,000 realms. This, Lord Law Enforcer, the Divine Master has ordered that the Kunlun God realm disciples are not to be transferred unless absolutely necessary. What do you think? It doesn't matter. Kuan Buyu is my friend and I need his help. How about this? Tell Kuan Buyu to follow the principle of voluntary participation. As long as the Kunlun God realm disciples are willing to come, they can come. If they don't want to come, don't force them. Yes, I will obey. Yi Xian knew that he was not the clan leader of a big family or the sect leader of a big sect. In the Kunlun God realm, he was just a small figure. The only reason he had his current position was because of a single sentence from Mi Yun. Although none of these generals dared to disobey Yi Xian's orders, they all looked down on Yi Xian from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use a Kunlun God realm disciple like Kuan Buyu. These disciples might be young and might not even know how to lead troops, but Yi Xian could assign them deputy generals. Yi Xian wanted people who would listen to him. No matter how high their status was, these people did not have a military position. A military position in the Kunlun God realm was not something that could be obtained just because you were a disciple of a big family. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that they would definitely listen to his orders. Moreover, these disciples all had powerful factions behind them. With them indirectly commanding them, Yi Xian would be able to relax a lot. From today onwards, strictly speaking, Yi Xian could be considered a Lord God, because with a single sentence from Mi Yun, Yi Xian was given command of the 60,000 territories. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian did not make any mistakes, once the war was over, the 60,000 territories would probably be given to Yi Xian directly. After all, Mi Yun was the Lord God of the Kunlun God realm. Her words were the highest law in the Kunlun God realm, no matter what Yi Xian's previous identity was, as long as he received Mi Yun's approval, he would be the legal Jiufeng 60,000 territories military governor. Ri 1 Arc Jiufeng 60,000 territories military governor, heed my orders. Suddenly, another figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Didn't the order to mobilize troops just come? Why is there another order now? Yi Xian, heed my order. However, Yi Xian did not dare to disobey and hurriedly replied. God Realm's 10,000 Spirit Envoy Order, Jiufeng Provincial Governor Yi Xian is to immediately dispatch troops to the Lord God Palace to receive military provisions, 1 billion totem beasts, and 1 trillion God crystals. Yes, Yi Xian, heed my order. Alright, so it was to receive military provisions this time. System, what's going on? Why are there military provisions? Ding. System notification, according to the Kunlun God Realm's military order, the various factions have dispatched troops. The various provincial governors are also in charge of providing military provisions, totem beasts, and treasures. It is recommended that the host immediately choose a suitable location to build his own God Realm's provincial governor palace. It is also recommended that the host set up the necessary equipment for crafting weapons and medicine sections. So that's how it is, that made sense. He, Yi Xian, had no foundation. The other provincial governors had their own palaces. In the event of a war, they could naturally immediately mobilize troops. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have anything. The God Realm's 10,000 spirit envoy was giving Yi Xian some funds. 1 billion totem beasts and 1 trillion god crystals might sound like a lot, but this was for Yi Xian to build his own palace. It could be said that it was not enough at all. Not to mention other things, Yi Xian was going to mobilize 1 billion troops this time. At the very least, Yi Xian would have to send out 100 million totem beasts to support him, right? One had to know that the people sent out by Yi Xian would receive military merits from Yi Xian. If his people were all dead, he would have to ask Yi Xian for more. If he did not make his own troops stronger, how would he receive military merits? Fortunately, Yi Xian had been a monarch before. This kind of thing was not difficult for Yi Xian. Fian, take Great Elder Fu Yi and select 100,000 troops to receive the resources. Be careful on the road. Although this is the God Realm's war period, it is inevitable that there will be villains causing trouble. Yes, young master. I understand. This was Yi Xian's foundation for building his own palace. Of course, Yi Xian would send his most trusted people over. Yi Xian was constantly making arrangements while the battle outside was still going on in the dark. The Xianxia Divine Talisman clan had been rescued, but Yi Xian did not give them any time to rest. He could only make them start refining divine talismans on the spot. He had no one but the Xian Divine Talisman clan at his disposal. Thus, he could only refine a large number of restrictions. Although Yi Xian had the right to mobilize troops from all over the 60,000 territories, he could not ask them to donate their assets. As for taxes, it was still too early. He had only just taken over. How could he get taxes so quickly? A multitude of matters suddenly erupted in an instant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Yi Xian was still very worried. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to be the Jiufeng provincial commander. The demon god domain was attacking him, and the Annihilation Organization was ready to make a move. How could Yi Xian have an easy time? His subordinates also needed to be integrated. Fortunately, the system was helping to formulate a plan, so Yi Xian's actions were not slow. Ding! System notification: due to special events, the random chain mission, the mysterious strange tribe's trouble has been forcibly interrupted. Ding! System notification: host, please take note. Host has obtained the position of law enforcer in the Kunlun God domain, an official position in the Jiufeng 60,000 realms, and automatically obtained the qualifications of a Lord God in the Jiufeng 60,000 realms, and can directly extract faith points from the Jiufeng 60,000 realms. Ding! System notification: host has obtained the position of law enforcer in the God domain, rewarded 3 eternal points, a special military order, a special treasure, the rule divine bow, and fully unlocking the sect subsystem. Ding! System notification: host has obtained the position of law enforcer in the Jiufeng 60,000 realms, rewarded 2 eternal points, a special military order, a special treasure, the god-slaying helmet, and automatically unlocking the military subsystem. A series of notifications burst out in an instant. He had obtained an official position and could also receive rewards. Yi Xian couldn't wait to hug the system and kiss it. The system's rewards were like timely rain. However, obtaining 2 official positions and commanding 60,000 realms only gave him 5 eternal points. How difficult was it to obtain eternal points? Fortunately, with the qualification to extract faith points from 60,000 realms, as long as Yi Xian worked hard, he would definitely reap a lot of benefits. However, what were special military orders and special military orders? Yi Xian brought up the panel and looked at it directly. Special military order: host can use special military orders to summon 100 million true god soldiers or 100 divine lord soldiers. Was this tailor-made for Yi Xian to transfer soldiers? However, Yi Xian had already sent Li Qing to buy it. It seemed that this thing could only be used to establish Yi Xian's personal guards. Special decree: host can use the special decree to establish a special organization, including the crafting school, the forbidding school, and so on. After use, resources and manpower will be summoned. These two special tokens had come at just the right time. However, Xian was not in a hurry to use them. He wanted to set up his sect system first. After all, he would be able to obtain more benefits from the sect system. Moreover, after establishing the sect, Xian could very well use that place as his own Godrealm law enforcer palace, so there was no need to waste any extra resources. Now, if he could save a little, it would be better to save a little. Build it at this location? Of course, Xian wouldn't. After all, this was a battlefield. Since the initial arrangements had been made, it was time for Xian to focus on dealing with these invaders. Follow me. At Xian's command, everyone quickly followed Xian into the sky. At this time, the war was still going on. It could be said that such a battle in the wild was basically a battle of people. Xian had a steady stream of reinforcements coming in, but the enemy was also constantly coming in through the teleportation portals in the sky. Xian knew that the first thing he had to do now was to destroy those teleportation portals. Men, pass down my orders. Attack the teleportation portals with all your might. Focus your attacks on them and destroy those teleportation portals. As long as the teleportation portals are gone, I want to see how the enemy reinforcements. Yes, sir. Xian did not even know who his subordinates were, nor what their positions were. Fortunately, the system could help him organize, so there was no need for Xian to worry too much. Xian was not idle either. He naturally would not miss out on such a battle. Therefore, Xian also charged into the battlefield at this time. The two god-slaying swords circled around Xian. Meanwhile, Xian took out the Rule God Bow that he had just obtained. Rule God Bow automatically generates different rule arrows according to the rule power used by the host. The power of the rule arrows depends on the host's mastery of the rule power. Rule God Bow Special Attribute 1, Automatic Upgrade. Based on the number of times the Rule God Bow is used, the Rule God Palace's level will automatically increase. The higher the level, the more powerful and number of rule arrows it generates. Currently, the host can only generate one red Rule God arrow. The Rule God arrow's power is divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red is the least powerful, while purple is the most powerful. At the same time, at most, the Rule God Bow can generate 7 Rule God arrows at the same time. However, the 7 Rule God arrows cannot contain the same amount of rule power. Rule God Bow Special Attribute 2, Rule Control. Every time the host uses the Rule God Bow, the host's mastery of the Rule God arrow will automatically increase according to the number of Rule God arrows that are generated. What an awesome Rule God Bow! Xian liked it very much. This Rule God Bow was many times more powerful than the god-slaying swords. Even though there were only 2 special attributes, these 2 special attributes complemented each other perfectly. Moreover, their power was even more explosive. Now that Wei Zhentian could control the god-slaying swords, Xian was worried about not having a suitable weapon. Now, he could get whatever he wanted. Haha, let me try out the power of my new treasure. Xian suddenly pulled on the Rule God Bow and shouted at the same time, Devouring Arrow. After all, Xian was most familiar with the rule of devouring right now. A red arrow appeared on the Rule God Bow. Xian could clearly feel the aura of the rule of devouring coming from it. However, before Xian could attack, he heard the enemy shouts. Quick, over here. There's a high-ranking official of the Kunlun God domain here. Kill him and you'll be rewarded greatly. Charge, charge. Holy shit. They could see through my identity. Xian turned the Rule God Bow around and shot an arrow at those people. In an instant, a 1,000-meter-wide vortex appeared in the sky. Enemies were constantly being sucked into it, but at the same time, some of his own people were also being sucked in. Xian could feel the anger of the warriors beside him. However, because of Xian's special identity, no one dared to complain. Moreover, Xian's arrow had indeed wiped out hundreds of enemies. Holy shit, I forgot that this devouring arrow doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Xian said softly, annoyed. However, the power of this Rule God arrow made Xian very happy. Even the god-slaying sword could not achieve this kind of attack power. Of course, this was also because the people in front of Xian were just profound God realm and true God realm shrimps. Perhaps it would not be so easy to deal with enemies with higher cultivation bases. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of the law of divine talismans. He wondered what would happen if he used the law of divine talismans. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Yi Xian drew his bow once again. Re-1 our law of divine talisman arrow. Ding. System notification. If you want to use law of divine talisman or law of restriction arrows, please add a specific law of divine talisman. Ding. The more powerful the law of divine talisman is, the more powerful the arrow will be. There was such a restriction, however, this was still within common sense. Fortunately, it was not difficult for Yi Xian to refine law of divine talismans. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then made a forbidden flight talisman. A forbidden flight talisman had a similar effect as a forbidden flight talisman. It used a special power to suppress a certain area, so that no one could fly within that area. This time, Yi Xian had the experience of the first arrow. He shot an arrow directly into the enemy's crowd. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached the enemy's crowd. In an instant, the law of divine talisman arrow exploded, causing hundreds of enemies to fall. Good, Yi Xian could not help but applaud the law of divine talisman arrow. However, after shooting those 2 arrows, Yi Xian changed all of them to healing talismans. All injured, fall back and gather. Yi Xian shouted. Although they did not know what Yi Xian was going to do, many of his subordinates obeyed his order. Yi Xian suddenly drew his bow and shot an arrow. The soldiers' eyes were filled with fear. Even many of the surrounding people looked at Yi Xian with anger. They thought that Yi Xian was going to kill the injured. However, a moment later, a divine power erupted and the injured soldiers quickly recovered. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked at Yi Xian. What was going on? What kind of treasure did their law enforcers use? One moment, they devoured everyone without distinguishing between friend and foe. The next moment, they restricted the air, and now, they even healed everyone within range. How did they do it? Those who have recovered, continue to kill the enemy. Those who are injured, come and assemble. Yi Xian could only take care of a small part of the battlefield. However, he was currently leading a team to attack the enemy's teleportation portal. It could be said that every healing session gave Yi Xian a slight advantage. The continuous accumulation of advantages would naturally have a huge impact on the battlefield. Be careful, my lord. Suddenly, a god king beside Yi Xian roared and appeared beside Yi Xian. Along with his shout, an incomparably sharp tail suddenly attacked. Ding. Target has been identified. 3rd grade lower divine king realm demon celestial, beasting demon celestial. Ding. The wasp stinger demon god can augment its tail with a special ability that allows it to shoot its target at an extremely fast speed, dealing extremely high critical damage. Boom, with a loud explosion, the god king expert standing beside Yi Xian was knocked back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, isn't this wasp stinger demon celestial a little too overbearing? That attack is simply too strong. Yi Xian teleported to the god king's side, and a ball of light gathered in his hand. It was the healing ability of the divine blossom sword servants. The light circled around the god king, allowing him to recover quickly. Thank you, Lord Provincial Governor. Yi Xian was a god realm law enforcer, and a provincial governor of Jiufeng. Logically speaking, a god realm law enforcer had a higher status. However, most people were more used to calling Yi Xian a provincial governor. This was because the provincial governor represented the authority of the overgod of Jiufeng. Of course, once they acknowledged Yi Xian, they would directly address Yi Xian as Lord Divine Master. It was just like how the people of Kunlun would directly address Mu as Lord Divine Master. In fact, in other places, if they had an official position, they would also address the overgod as Lord Divine Master. However, Yi Xian still had a long way to go before he could gain the acknowledgement of the 60,000 territories of Jiufeng. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have died without a doubt. Yi Xian said sincerely. After all, a battlefield was a battlefield. This was a god realm war, not a small skirmish like Yi Xian's. A single person's strength would appear so weak. Even if you were a god king and had the battle strength to kill tens of thousands of ordinary mystic gods in a single move, you would still be a god king. However, even if you were a god king, the enemy also had god kings. Therefore, if a single God King went out, the enemy could very well have a whole bunch of God Kings rushing over. A God Realm war wasn't something that could be resolved with just a few high-level combatants. Even a God King like Mimu didn't have the ability to resolve a war by herself. It could even be said that if Mimu really joined the war without the support of her subordinates, she would only be ground to death alive. This was a God Realm war. Of course, a battle between experts would still have a huge effect on morale. Thus, one-on-one duels were a common occurrence in God's domain's wars. For example, at this moment, an enemy from the demon God realm stood out and said loudly to Xian, "Who dares to fight with me?" Obviously, he saw Xian and deliberately came to provoke him. System, detect that person's strength. Ding. System notification, target is a third-grade mid-god king. A third-grade mid-god king. System, detect the experts around me and choose an expert above the third-grade mid-god king realm to come out. Ding. System notification, detecting target. Ding, a suitable target has been detected. After the system notification, Xian immediately looked at that person. Do you dare to fight? Xian didn't hesitate and directly asked that person. Why wouldn't I dare? That person stood out and flew forward for a distance. Then, he said to the expert from the demon god realm, I am the city lord of Dongfeng City, Lu Hanshan. A mere demon god dares to challenge me, tell me your name. Humph, puny human, you overestimate yourself. I am the chief of the Xianxia tribe, Xianxia. Despicable humans, die. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he felt that this kind of one-on-one battle was really boring. However, this was the rule of the God Realm War after all, so he couldn't say anything. Retreat. Make space. An expert from the demon God Realm shouted loudly. At the same time, Xian waved his hand. Both sides immediately leaped into the air. Lu Hanshan and Xianxia had already started fighting. Cloud movement, cloud separation. Lu Hanshan punched out, and in an instant, he transformed into thousands of people. The sky was densely filled with people, and they attacked Xianxia. Just the law of clouds? What can you do to me? Thousand lightning soul lock. In an instant, thousands of divine lightning suddenly appeared, but these divine lightning balls were in the shape of balls and had the ability to judge the soul. Therefore, they directly ignored Lu Hanshan's clones and attacked the real body. Cloud movement, gather. Lu Hanshan gave up on attacking, and suddenly countless clones gathered around him, forming a divine shield. Boom. Boom. Boom, continuous explosions sounded. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lu Hanshan was actually being suppressed, however, Xian was not worried at all. Perhaps Xianxia's lightning law could suppress Lu Hanshan's cloud law. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, since Xian had sent Lu Hanshan out, he must have his reasons. Through the system, Xian could clearly see the difference in realm between himself and his opponent. Therefore, since Xian had sent Lu Hanshan out, it must be because Lu Hanshan's realm was higher than his opponent's. Apart from Xian, no one else could have such an ability. Once one had the power of the laws, no matter who it was, they would find a way to hide their true cultivation. Therefore, generally speaking, they could only see the approximate realm of each other. For example, Lu Hanshan and Xianxia, who were both divine kings, could roughly see that they were both mid-level divine kings. However, it was impossible to tell which realm they were at. This was because neither of them had any special ability to hide their cultivation. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to guess. However, Xian could clearly see the realm of both sides through the system. Therefore, Xian could almost be said to be in an invincible position. For example, Lu Hanshan was actually a mid-level divine king, a fifth level against a third level, 2 levels higher suppression. Even if the nomological attribute was slightly inferior, it was still a great advantage. A powerful explosion sounded, and Lu Hanshan was surrounded by the lightning, and his entire figure disappeared. Mighty! 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 Behind Xianxia, a group of demon god soldiers roared and cheered for Xianxia's victory. Although Xianxia still maintained a defensive posture, he had relaxed a little. At this time, he had a look of disdain as he said proudly to Lu Hanshan, who was surrounded by lightning. Humph, human, die. A huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand as he prepared to attack. Sigh, looks like Lu Hanzhan is going to lose this time. It's a pity that the cloud law is not as good as the lightning law. Their mastery of the laws is about the same. It will be difficult for Lu Hanzhan to defeat his opponent. Isn't that so? Both of them are mid-level divine kings, but Lu Hanzhan's nomological attribute is at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the fact that his nomological attribute was suppressed, he might still have a chance. Yi Xian could hear some of the experts on his side whispering about this. The Divine Domain War had its own rules. If it was a one-on-one challenge from the very beginning, then during the battle between the two of them, even if one side knew that they would lose, his comrades would not be allowed to interfere. That was the default rule. Otherwise, a single ultimate god could easily slaughter millions of low-level cannon fodders if he were to intervene at will. Even in a god-and-god war, under normal circumstances, there were rules war. After all, a war was translation of war. Of course, that was the default. Xian translation was the, however, at this moment, Lu Hanzhan, who was completely surrounded by lightning, suddenly spoke out. The power of the lightning law? Not bad. Unfortunately, do you really think that you can suppress me? Boom. A white light appeared and bounced off the countless lightning bolts. At the same time, a domain was quickly formed and wrapped around Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the scene and said proudly, haha, domain power? So what? Could it be that your mere cloud laws want to suppress my lightning laws? Lightning domain, open for me. All of a sudden, Xianxia also activated his own domain. It could be said that if he really succeeded in activating it, Lu Hanzhan's cloud domain would definitely be riddled with holes. However, right at this moment, Xianxia's expression changed drastically because he suddenly realized that his domain was actually unable to form at all. The cloud law. A mysterious law. What was the cloud? It was illusory. Generally speaking, it seemed that the power of Yun was not very strong. However, if clouds could contain rain, they could also contain thunder and lightning. When the power of the cloud reached a certain level, even the destructive power of lightning could be completely engulfed and contained by the cloud. At this moment, San had discovered this strange phenomenon. Although his lightning power was constantly being released, it seemed to be slowed down countless times and put into an endless space. Even though he was releasing his own domain power, it was like water being absorbed by a sponge. It was constantly being absorbed and disintegrated into Lu Hanzhan's cloud law domain. This was a feeling that made Xianxia extremely flustered. His opponent did not use any strong power, but any of Xianxia's attacks were like punches into thin air, powerless. In the distance, Yi Xian watched the scene quietly. The rest of the powerhouses also watched quietly. The people from the demon divine realm stopped clamoring because they had discovered something unusual. Lu Hanzhan's comrades had regained their confidence because they saw a possibility of victory. In the sky, a bright ball of light was constantly emitting lightning. That was Lu Hanzhan using his own domain to suppress Xianxia. The lightning in the ball of light became more and more obvious, so much so that no one could see what was going on. Yi Xian was very confident, so he was not worried at all. Suddenly, the ball of light began to shrink violently. Then, in the blink of an eye, the huge ball of light disappeared and two figures appeared directly in front of everyone. It was Lu Hanzhan and Xianxia. Lu Hanzhan had a cold smile on his face, while Xianxia's eyes were filled with horror. This can't be real. This is impossible. Xianxia repeated this sentence blankly. When he said it for the third time, his entire figure collapsed like quicksand. At the last moment, Lu Hanzhan compressed his domain directly into Xianxia's body. He used his own domain power to completely destroy Xianxia. Even his soul was destroyed. Great! Yi Xian clapped his hands and said softly. In an instant, the crowd behind Yi Xian burst into enthusiastic cheers. Well done, Lu Hanzhan is just like him. Haha, damn foreign tribes, how is it? Is there anyone else who wants to die? Go back to your homes. The Kunlun Divine Realm is not a place you can come and go as you please. When the people from the Demon Divine Realm heard the clamor from the Kunlun Divine Realm, their expressions changed drastically. All of a sudden, a figure rushed out. Yi Xian couldn't figure out what this guy's true form was. However, Yi Xian didn't need to figure it out. In Yi Xian's heart, no matter what he wasn't worth paying attention to. System, detect this person's cultivation. Ding. System notification, target, 8th grade mid-divine king. 8th grade mid-divine king. Is he trying to crush Lu Hanzhan? Sure enough, when Yi Xian was checking the person's cultivation, the person said to Lu Hanzhan, do you dare to fight with me? Lu Hanzhan was about to speak when Yi Xian's voice sounded, come back. Lu Hanzhan's body stiffened. It was a humiliation to retreat when the enemy challenged him. He didn't want to retreat, but he didn't dare to disobey the orders of the provincial governor. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD, my lord, I am willing to fight to the death. Yi Xian looked at this guy. From his words, he could tell that he knew that he wasn't a match for the enemy. However, he didn't want to lose face, so he didn't want to retreat. Alright, the enemy is despicable and shameless. He wants to kill you by taking turns. However, I have other plans for you. So, you don't have to rush to your death. Alright, retreat. Yi Xian's words were very clever. Even if he left Lu Hanzhan in front of him, it was also a reward for him. Lu Hanzhan couldn't say no. At this moment, many people were looking at Lu Hanzhan with envious gazes. The provincial governor had said that he would have other arrangements for him. One had to know that this provincial governor had come from nowhere. How could the various forces in the 9 directions 60,000 territories not know about this? However, the provincial governor brought 10,000 divine palace guards with him. This proved that the divine master valued him highly. In other words, as long as he hugged the provincial governor's thigh, it would be hard for him not to prosper. At this time, everyone was nervously waiting for Yi Xian to send them to fight. Suddenly, Yi Xian pointed at an old man. Do you dare to fight? I am willing to serve the regional commander. The old man was extremely excited, as if he had instantly become a few thousand years younger. His face actually glowed. It's actually him. Someone muttered softly. It turned out that the old man's original sect was almost completely destroyed because of a mystic realm exploration. At this time, he didn't even have more than 100 disciples. Strictly speaking, he was already considered a cripple. But who would have thought that the provincial governor would take a fancy to him? In an instant, countless people were extremely envious. The old man naturally knew that this was a rare opportunity. He had already decided that even if he had to die, he would take down the enemy. Of course, Yi Xian had only chosen him because he was coincidentally a 9th grade mid-tier divine realm cultivator. He had no other intentions. The battle erupted once again, but this time, the duration of the battle was unexpectedly short. It was only one move, but the result was already decided. As soon as the old man came out, his whole body suddenly emitted a strong flame. Then, he roared, divine power, heavenly fire annihilation. This guy had actually used all his strength in the first move. This move, heavenly fire annihilation, was to condense all the nomological power on his fist, using this one punch to decide the outcome. It could be said that the old man only had this one chance to attack, because if this punch didn't take down the enemy, he was equivalent to waiting for death. However, the person opposite him was actually a guy who used ice element nomological laws. Then, from the beginning, he was destined to be a tragedy. With a punch, the sky changed color. The entire sky seemed to be completely dyed red, and a huge fireball exploded from the old man's hand. Although the enemy immediately put up a defense, and even released his strongest defense, it was still useless. Numerous ice shields appeared in an instant. There were tens of thousands of ice shields, and each ice shield was like a mirror. Moreover, that person could pass through these ice shields at will. With this move, even if he had to exhaust himself, he could exhaust countless opponents to death, and even fight above his level. Unfortunately, he had met Yi Xian, who could see through everything. Yi Xian, therefore, when the tens of thousands of ice shields appeared, they were surrounded by countless flames, and almost all of them melted at the same time. One punch, just one punch, and the old man had killed his enemy. Even he couldn't believe such a result. Humph, human race official, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Along with this voice, countless Xiao gods quickly opened up a path. A young man walked out from among them. Greetings, Your Highness. Your Highness is eternal. Clearly, this Xiao god's status was extraordinary. From the moment he appeared, even the people in the demon god realm in this area were extremely respectful. Your Highness? Could it be the prince of the demon god realm? Yi Xian frowned slightly, a little puzzled. However, since this guy had come to challenge him, then Yi Xian had to take a good look. System, give me a deep scan of this person. I want to know his true identity and strength. Ding. System notification. Scanning data, analyzing character. Ding. System notification. Target specified, Demon God Clan's 8 Heavenly Kings, 7th son of Heavenly King Kuan-Pung, 7th Prince of Kuan-Pung. 2nd grade Lower Godly King. 2nd grade Lower Godly King, Yi Xian smirked. Was this guy looking for death? Did he really think that just because Yi Xian was a peak godly monarch, he couldn't do anything to a godly king? He was Yi Xian, the one and only Yi Xian. Even if his strength was higher, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid, let alone a mere 2nd grade godly king. The son of a heavenly king? Did that mean that he was even higher than Yi Xian? However, since he was looking for death, then Yi Xian would fulfill his wish. Suddenly, the system notification rang again. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Had a powerful innate divine ability, however, so what? Even so, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. Yi Xian now had 5 eternal points, which gave Yi Xian the confidence to speak. With 5 eternal points, as long as his opponent didn't surpass the godly king realm, Yi Xian would be invincible. Don't forget, the eternal domain of the eternal bloodline. 5 eternal points was just enough to use the eternal domain. His strength would increase by 100 times in an instant. Not only his realm, but also Yi Xian's strength, agility, mastery of laws, and everything else. As long as he used the eternal domain, his strength would increase by 100 times. This was enough for Yi Xian to ignore any godly king realm, godly monarch realm. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You want to challenge me? Yi Xian asked calmly. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Yes, it's you. You and I are the supreme commanders of this battlefield. Let's fight to determine the outcome of this war. If I win, you hand over the divine talisman race, and I win. Then, we'll take a step back. What do you think? So they want to decide the outcome of this battle. However, why do these guys want the divine talisman race so badly? What kind of secret is the divine talisman race hiding? Alright, I agree. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. Let's fight one-on-one. Yi Xian replied calmly. Regional Governor, please reconsider. Sir, you mustn't. That's right, sir. The enemy is a divine king, and he's from the special Kuan-Pung race. Sir, please reconsider. Many people were worried when they heard that Yi Xian had actually agreed to the challenge. No matter what, they were all Yi Xian's subordinates now. If Yi Xian were to die in battle, they would definitely be severely punished. In fact, almost all of the people by Yi Xian's side would be exterminated. The Kunlun divine domain had a clear rule. If an official like the regional governor died, the people around him would be exterminated for failing to protect him. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry. Yi Xian waved his hand and said calmly, "It's fine. I don't care about a mere Kuan-Pung." The experts were extremely anxious. Even though Yi Xian had already said so, they were still afraid that something might happen. However, they had no right to refuse Yi Xian's order. Disobeying Yi Xian's order was also a serious crime. In an instant, the experts on the human side were extremely worried. On the other hand, the people from the demon god domain were all delighted. This human race official is really stupid. He actually wants to fight with the 7th prince. The 7th prince has the Kuan-Pung body. He can erupt with the battle strength of a mid-divine king. I think this human race official is courting death. Isn't that so? Can't you see that this human race official is still very young? However, if we can kill him, I'm sure we'll be rewarded greatly. Haha, the 7th prince is mighty. In the blink of an eye, the morale of the demon god realm was completely restored. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Of course, he could hear the discussions around him. However, so what if he was the Kuan-Pung or the 7th prince? He was Yi Xian. Could it be that he was afraid of a mere seventh prince? Xian moved and appeared in the center of the battlefield. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such guts. Don't worry, I'll spare your life because I suddenly feel that capturing you alive might be more useful. The seventh prince said with a smile. Is that so? That's exactly what I was thinking. If I capture you alive, I might be able to exchange it for some good stuff. As he said this, Wei Zhentian transformed into the Godslayer. The two Godslayer swords hovered around Xian, ready to charge out at any time. Haha, human race brat, you're really arrogant. Suddenly, the seventh prince waved his hand, creating countless phantoms that attacked Xian. Xian did not hesitate. He summoned the thousand beast sword servants and the deity flower sword servants and charged forward as well. However, what happened next was beyond Xian's expectations. Before Xian could use the thousand beasts feast, the phantoms suddenly rushed into the bodies of the thousand beast sword servants, the deity flower sword servants, and the deity flower sword servants. Although the seventh prince couldn't control them because they were all summoned by Xian, he still caused the thousand beast sword attendants and the others to instantly lose their ability to move. Kuanpung transformation, divine soul devour. Someone exclaimed in shock, this was a special ability of the Kuanpung race. They used the phantoms to devour the enemy's divine soul. Although it did not really destroy the enemy, it could imprison the enemy's divine soul and then control the enemy's physical body. What's going on? Why can't these puppets be controlled? The seventh prince was slightly astonished. He had always been able to control the soul, but he had failed. Facing the thousand beast sword attendants, although he could control the soul, he could not control the physical body. This was something that he had never encountered before. Even so, it was beyond Xian's expectations. Xian already knew that he couldn't underestimate this seventh prince the first time they'd fought. Otherwise, Xian would probably suffer a huge loss this time. Wei Zhentian, attack. Xian waved his hand, and Wei Zhentian controlled the two Godslayer swords to charge forward. At this moment, the power of the Godslayer swords finally exploded. The special attribute of the Godslayer swords was that when facing the demon gods and other mutated tribes, it would definitely be a critical hit. Under Wei Zhentian's control, the two Godslayer swords always attacked the seventh prince from tricky angles. Although this could not play a decisive role, it was definitely a good support for Xian's actions. At this moment, Xian was going to use the special ability of the Wings of Gods, Fury of the Gods. System, check the power of the Wings of Gods that I have now. I want to use the Fury of the Gods. Xian stared at the seventh prince. He wanted to see how the seventh prince would handle the Fury of the Gods. Ding. System notification. The host currently has 131% of the Wings of God's power. The host can use 31% of the Fury of the God's power, 31% of the power. That was enough. Xian suddenly stood still, but his hands abruptly clasped together. The seventh prince was slightly surprised that his move had failed. He suddenly looked at Xian and said arrogantly, "Kid, you're not bad. You can actually break my Kuanpeng's first change. Let's see how you defend against the next move." Kuanpeng's 3 change, Heaven Stealing. Suddenly, the seventh prince did not even have time to use his special ability. A vast and mighty aura suddenly burst forth. With Xian as the center, the powerful aura continuously spread out. Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. Go to hell. Damn you. Fury of the Gods. Following Xian's roar, the entire battlefield froze in an instant. This was because at this moment, waves of powerful aura were emitted from the heavens and the earth. Mysterious Dharma figures kept appearing one after another. No one knew who these people were, but everyone knew that they were not ordinary people. What are these? Could it be a fragment of his soul? Who the hell are these people? Regardless of whether they were from the Kunlun god domain or the demon god domain, at this moment, all of their attention was focused on Xian. This was because countless Dharma figures kept appearing and disappearing. Moreover, most of them were rushing towards Xian. These countless Dharma figures filled the entire sky, but their final destination was to become the ball of light in Xian's hand. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Your Highness, be careful, a person from the demon god's domain shouted. However, his reminder wouldn't be of any help to the seventh prince's current situation. The seventh prince's eyes were filled with shock. Even without anyone's reminder, he could already see how powerful the ball of light in Yixian's hand was. Kuan-Peng's 18 changes. Kuan-Peng's true form. Suddenly, the seventh prince's body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a super-divine beast that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. This was the seventh prince's true form, the Kuan-Peng divine beast. However, this Kuan-Peng was different from the real Kuan-Peng. First of all, it was not as big as the real Kuan-Peng. Secondly, there were countless black light screens around it, and many black balls were circling around it. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. There were even many imprisoned souls that were constantly struggling around his body in an attempt to escape. Go to hell. Fury of the gods. Finally, the light ball in Yixian's hand was completed. Then, Yixian opened his hands and a pillar of light appeared. This pillar of light expanded continuously. At first, it was less than a meter thick. However, it grew to 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The entire sky seemed to be covered by this pillar of light. The soul-stirring power caused countless people to tremble incessantly. What kind of power was this? Was this really a power that a mere divine Lord Realm fellow could possess? Perhaps even a superior divine king would not be able to do this. Re-1R. The most important thing was the range of this attack. This was a powerful attack that covered half the sky. The powerful beings of the Kunlun God domain could not help but take a few steps back. If they were to stay within that light, they would feel as though they were about to be melted away. This was an extremely mystical feeling. It was as though everything from their flesh to their godheads were being melted away. This strong discomfort forced them to retreat again and again, and this was only the feeling they felt. Then, as the core of the attack, how uncomfortable would the seventh prince be? After revealing his true form, the seventh prince's strength had undoubtedly skyrocketed. However, in the face of Yixian's fury of the gods, he could only barely resist. He couldn't even protect his entire body. Around the seventh prince, countless shields of law quickly condensed and then disappeared. They were actually melted by the powerful attack of the wrath of the gods. The seventh prince continued to wail in agony as the air around his body continued to evaporate. His huge body was actually shrinking at this moment. The wrath of the gods was so strong that once the seventh prince's defense failed, it would immediately take away a part of his body. Is this the fusion law? It wasn't just the spectators who were confused. Even Yixian couldn't understand why the wrath of the gods' attack would melt the enemy. Fortunately, the system gave Yixian an answer. Ding. System notification: every time the wrath of the gods attacks, it will produce a random attribute. This is because the wrath of the gods is a combination of the power of countless powerful ancient gods. The system notification let Yixian know why the fury of the gods was like this. It turned out that this mystique was a random mystique to begin with. The damage it could cause was fixed, but the way it caused the damage was random, just like what was happening now. It was actually using the melting method to wear down the enemy. The seventh prince was still persisting in using defensive means. Even though the shields of law would disappear soon after they appeared, the seventh prince had no choice but to continue. After all, once he gave up, he would be melted very quickly. His huge body, which was originally hundreds of thousands of miles long, kept shrinking like a fat man trying to lose weight. The 90,000 characters in his body were constantly being melted away. However, the ninth prince had the Kuan-Peng body after all. Therefore, the damage was evenly distributed to various parts of his body, resulting in the current situation. Damn it, human, I want you dead. I will definitely make you die a horrible death. The extreme pain almost made the seventh prince lose his mind. After all, this powerful melting was simply causing him extreme pain. Ding. Warning. 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 An unknown change has been detected. Host, please be careful. The system notification suddenly sounded out, causing Yixian to frown. An unknown great change? What unknown change? What was the seventh prince trying to do? At this moment, the seventh prince's body was condensing at an extremely fast speed, and the nomological aura around him was becoming stronger and stronger. Kuan-Peng 62 transformations, ultimate body, 62 transformations. The seventh prince has actually cultivated the Kunpeng transformation to the 62 transformations. Legend has it that the ultimate body can condense a special physique that can ignore all nomological attacks. It seems to be called the eternal body. This physique can completely nullify all nomological powers. Could it be that the legends are true? In ancient times, there really was such a physique that could ignore nomological powers? The people of the demon god domain were boiling with excitement. Even in the history of the demon god domain, there weren't many Kunpeng clansmen who had successfully cultivated the Kunpeng 62 transformations. But now, their seventh prince had actually succeeded. This undoubtedly showed how talented the seventh prince was. However, upon hearing this, the first person to be stunned was Xian. After all, Xian now had the eternal bloodline. Eternal bloodline, eternal body, no matter what, this made Xian think of many things. Could it be that the final result of the Kunpeng 62 transformations was to become a bloodline like Xian's? However, although Xian's eternal bloodline had the special ability to swallow all nomological powers, it did not have the special ability to ignore nomological attacks. At this moment, Xian actually did not have much of an effect on reducing nomological attacks. But why was the seventh prince's eternal body able to ignore nomological powers? Xian was extremely puzzled. However, there was no other way. At this moment, Xian's Wrath of the Gods attack was about to end. Hence, he could only look helplessly at the seventh prince. Human, you deserve to die. I will definitely kill you. The seventh prince's eyes were filled with rage. It turned out that although he had resisted Xian's attack, he had actually paid a heavy price. It turned out that he could only use the 60 transformations at most. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to successfully cultivate the 62 transformations. However, it was definitely not now. However, being forced by Yi Feng, the seventh prince could only use a secret technique and activate the 62 transformations in advance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In other words, the seventh prince would forever remain at the level of the 62 transformations if he did not encounter any special opportunities. Of course, Xian did not know this. Even if Xian knew, he would not care. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, at this moment, Xian had no choice but to be cautious. Even the Wrath of the Gods couldn't defeat this guy. Wasn't this guy too strong? The battle between Xian and the seventh prince had long since surpassed everyone's understanding. One had to know that in the eyes of the crowd, these two people were merely a battle between a peak divine lord and a low-level divine king. However, the power that erupted from them was simply incomparably shocking. The first two battles were between divine kings. However, compared to the battle between Xian and the seventh prince, these two battles were insignificant. It was only now that the experts from the 9 directions and 60,000 domains finally understood why the Divine Master thought so highly of Xian and even made him a provincial governor. This was because Xian was a genius, a monstrous genius that was hard to find in 10,000 years. Even a high-level divine king expert could not arouse suspicion. If he encountered Xian, he would not be able to defeat him. Of course, they did not know that Xian had paid a heavy price for this outburst. The Divine Wing's energy had been completely depleted this time. It would be a long time before they could be used again. Next, Xian had to consider how to continue the battle. Eternal points were too difficult to obtain. Xian could not bear to use them. It seems that I can only use divine talismans and restrictions. I hope these will have some effect on him, Xian said in his heart. At the same time, he ordered the system to start refining restrictions and divine talismans. This time, Xian only had one request. The greater the power, the better. The stronger the attack, the better. However, even if the system were to refine the restriction, it would still take time. Therefore, Xian could only rely on himself to buy as much time as possible. Human. I want you dead. I want you dead. At this time, the seventh prince had already sunk into extreme anger. His body was now condensed to a mere dozen meters in size. After all, he was from the Kunpeng clan. What the rock race was most proud of was their enormous size. And now, the seventh prince was only a dozen meters tall. If he was placed in the race, even a newborn baby would be a dozen times bigger than him. How could he accept this? More importantly, he would never have the chance to grow in size in the future because he had already forcefully used the 62 transformations. Die. Suddenly, the 70,000 character mouth spat out a huge beam of light. Unlike Yi Xian's fury of the gods, Yi Xian's attack was constantly spreading out, while the seventh prince's attack was condensed and didn't dissipate. Boom, the attack was extremely fast. Yi Xian didn't even have the time to use it before he was hit directly. In midair, Yi Xian's blood sprayed like rain as he was blasted into the ground. Boom. A huge crater with a radius of 1,000 miles and a depth of 100 meters appeared. This attack left many people on tenterhooks. This was because many people were wondering if Yi Xian would be killed by this attack. However, a figure quickly soared into the sky again. That figure was a bloody mess. At this time, he didn't look like a person at all. He was just a lump of flesh. It was obvious how strong the seventh prince's attack was. However, people didn't even have time to be surprised by Yi Xian's wretched state before they were shocked by Yi Xian's terrifying recovery ability. When Yi Xian flew up, he was still a lump of flesh. However, when he stood in front of the seventh prince again, he had already recovered to his original state. It was as if he hadn't been injured at all. The eternal body's recovery ability was no joke. At the very least, external injuries couldn't be seen at all. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't completely unaffected. In fact, he was still greatly affected. However, these were all internal injuries that couldn't be seen. Damn you, human! Go to hell! Boom! Another pillar of light, one that was even more powerful than the previous one, struck Yi Xian once again. Yi Xian was extremely vexed. In fact, he had already noticed it. However, the seventh prince's attack was too fast. By the time Yi Xian realized it, he had already been hit. This speed was faster than Yi Xian's spiritual reaction speed. Boom! In a radius of 10,000 miles, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless rocks flew and countless mountains collapsed. Some of the true immortal realm and mystic god realm ordinary disciples who were too close to Yi Xian's landing were actually killed by the aftershock of Yi Xian's landing. Walala, countless canyons were left behind on the ground. There was even magma that spewed out. Everyone's attention was focused on where Yi Xian had landed. Whether it was those from the Kunlun divine domain or those from the demon divine domain, they were all extremely shocked. They didn't know what the outcome would be. This time, would Yi Xian fly out like the previous time, or could it be that this time, Yi Xian would be directly defeated? Quick, look! What's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. Following that, everyone saw another bloody figure shoot up into the sky. Moreover, just like the previous time, his body was rapidly recovering. How was this possible? Everyone from the demon divine domain was extremely shocked. Every one of them had the ability to recover. However, this was like Yi Xian's strong recovery ability. They had never even seen it before, much less possessed it. How could he have such strong recovery ability? He was simply a monster, and the one who was most shocked was the seventh prince. Only he knew the power of his own attack best. Although it looked like two simple light beam attacks, they were, in fact, the Kuan-Pung tribe's innate attack technique. They were so strong that they could kill enemies above their level, but now, he was facing someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Furthermore, he didn't use any defensive treasures or mystiques. He was actually able to withstand it with just his physical body. Was this mystique really the Kuan-Pung tribe's strongest attack mystique? Why did it give off such a weak feeling? The seventh prince couldn't help but start to doubt his own life and his own tribe. Why aren't you dead yet? This is impossible. I'll definitely kill you. The seventh prince saw Yi Xian standing in front of him again and shouted furiously. He was about to launch another attack. At this time, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. You damned brat, how dare you make me feel so much pain? It seems like there's no need for me to keep you alive. I was going to keep you alive in exchange for some resources from the demon divine domain, but it seems like there's no need for that. This time, I'll kill you with my own hands and devour your body. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Wei Zhentian moved again, but this was just the beginning. 6-syllable mantra, compound. It was the 6-syllable mantra, compound word mantra, the mystique that required countless resources to use. Re-1 or of course, Yi Xian had the right to use it now. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD on the battlefield, be it those from the demon god domain or the Kunlun god domain, it was impossible for them to bring much resources with them. But Yi Xian had devoured millions of corpses and obtained countless Qian Kuan rings. He could still scrape together enough resources to use a mirror image mystique. In an instant, an identical seventh prince appeared on the battlefield. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what trick Yi Xian had used to summon another seventh prince. Clearly, it was summoned by Yi Xian. Kill him. At Yi Xian's command, the mirror image charged towards the seventh prince. But was this the end? No, how could that be? How could Yi Xian only have so few tricks up his sleeve? Was Yi Xian really unprepared after being injured by this guy twice? Was he really going to take the beating for nothing? No, of course not. Yi Xian's goal from the start was to buy time for the system to create seals and talismans. And now, it was time to reap the rewards. Yi Xian waved his hand, and countless seals and talismans appeared beside Yi Xian. Then, they charged towards the seventh prince. Seal talisman formation. Yes, it was a special formation made of seals and talismans, a trick that normal people would not even dare to think about. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, it was as though the sky had been lit up. A circular formation trapped the seventh prince. The periphery of the formation was a super defense made of countless seals, while the interior of the formation was a super attack made of countless talismans. Of course, it was not just an attack, but also a support technique. It could provide support to the mirror image summoned by the 6 syllables mantra. At the same time, it could weaken the real seventh prince's attributes. This was the terrifying talisman seal formation, a super existence that only Yi Xian dared to use casually. After doing all this, Yi Xian pulled out his rule bow. This seal talisman seal formation could attack from the outside, but the inside could not do anything to the outside. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to let the seventh prince have a taste of what it meant to be hurt. Rule of Devouring Arrow. Yi Xian did not hold back. This time, he did not have to worry about accidentally injuring anyone. After all, there was only one enemy in the seal talisman formation, and that was the seventh prince. Therefore, no matter what attack Yi Xian used, there would be no accidental injuries. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaying swords, the seventh prince's weakness. Mirror image could withstand all of seventh prince's attacks, and could even counter-attack with attack. Therefore, the seventh prince was in a hopeless situation. It was not a predicament, but a hopeless situation. The mirror image suddenly slammed into the seventh prince's huge body. You're not afraid of the power of laws, right? Then, are you afraid of physical attacks? Before the seventh prince could react, he found Wei Zhentian and launched a surprise attack without hesitation. With a swoosh, the sword left a bloody wound on the seventh prince's body. The sharpness of the god-slaying swords was enough to injure the seventh prince. At the same time, Yi Xian's devouring arrow flew out. Although the seventh prince would not be hurt by the rule of devouring, the new gravity of the devouring arrow was enough to affect him. And this effect was to immobilize him. The seventh prince continued to roar in anger and struggle. Unfortunately, this was a battle in the divine dominion. This was a one-on-one battle. This was a one-on-one battle between the commanders of 2 armies. Therefore, no one dared to step forward to help. Tens of millions of people from both sides watched the battle between Yi Xian and the seventh prince in silence. No, this was no longer a battle, but a humiliation. Yi Xian was coming up with ways to humiliate the seventh prince. At this moment, the seventh prince was completely defenseless against Yi Xian's multiple attacks. Didn't you have a good time hitting me just now? Come on, continue hitting me. Where's your light beam? Come on, attack me. Yi Xian shot another arrow, trapping the seventh prince in place. 2 god-slaying swords quickly left 2 bloody wounds on his body. Then, another divine talisman exploded beside the seventh prince, propelling his body forward. In front of him, the mirror image was already waiting. When it saw the seventh prince approaching, it whipped its tail. Human, go to hell. The seventh prince condensed another pillar of light and directly attacked in Yi Xian's direction. However, this attention was blocked by the restriction talisman array. Then, it kept bouncing back in the array. In the end, it actually returned to the seventh prince. The seventh prince had no choice but to stop his attack because his attack was basically hitting himself. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he watched the seventh prince struggle. So, this guy only had this little trick up his sleeve. Then, he could go die. Wei Zhentian, kill him for me. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared. At the same time, he shot out several arrows. Each arrow was infused with the divine talisman law of support divine talismans, sharp. Critical hit. Strengthen. Penetrate. Break. Several divine talismans were infused into the two god-slaying swords. Then, the two god-slaying swords charged forward, four holes appeared on the seventh prince's body. It turned out that the two swords had pierced through the seventh prince's body, however, this was just the beginning. Under Yi Xian's command, Wei Zhentian controlled the two god-slaying swords and shuttled back and forth, leaving holes in the 70,000 word figure's body. In an instant, the seventh prince's body was covered in blood. The mirror image was not idle either. It kept attacking, biting, and whipping its tail. All of them were physical attacks. Do you think you can do anything to me like this? No, I am the great Kuanping tribe. You can't do anything to me. The seventh prince was covered in blood, but he was still shouting. Following the seventh prince's words, countless halos appeared around him. These halos were like the support divine talismans that Yi Xian had used. They could enhance all kinds of support statuses. Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that the only way to deal with this guy was to use the Eternal Zone? Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding. Ancient Demon God's blessing detected. Ding. System notification, the host's purple blood ability has been activated. Ding. Purple blood is the blood of the ancient demon god. The host can use the purple blood to break any ancient demon god's blessing. At the same time, the host can use special methods to enhance himself with the purple blood. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation wasn't the purple blood that Yi Xian had obtained from the mysterious lake. Besides the purple blood, Yi Xian also had the golden blood. Of course, Yi Xian had only found one way to use the purple blood, but even so, it was enough, since he knew that the purple blood could break the ancient Fey god's blessing. What was Yi Xian waiting for? System, use the purple blood to break that guy's blessing. Ding. System notification, host has successfully used the purple blood's special ability. In an instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and 3 drops of purple blood flew directly towards the seventh prince. Present, super devouring system. Countless doubts lingered in Yi Xian's heart. However, Yi Xian had no way of answering these questions, because Yi Xian himself didn't know what was going on. Re1RS sir. What should we do next? Finally, a powerhouse reacted and asked Yi Xian. In everyone's eyes, the reason why they were able to defeat the enemy this time was because of this Divine Lord Region Commander. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yi Xian because of his low cultivation level. This was a scene that these people would never forget for the rest of their lives. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Not to mention the people of the Jiufeng 60,000 territories, even the high and mighty Divine Palace Imperial Guards looked at Yi Xian in a different light. At the beginning, people were only respectful to Yi Xian because he was the Jiufeng provincial governor and a law enforcer of the Divine Territory, but now, people had started to acknowledge Yi Xian's strength. Those endless methods, those incomparably powerful methods, caused people to be unable to help but wonder how strong Yi Xian's combat strength was. Some people said that Yi Xian had the fighting strength of a mid-level Divine King, while others said that Yi Xian could defeat a high-level Divine King. However, people were very clear that Yi Xian was only a peak high-level Divine Lord. Strange methods, strange magical treasures, and strange abilities. Yi Xian was filled with endless mysteries. Yi Xian looked at the battlefield and with a wave of his hand, he devoured all the high-level corpses that he could. Cleaning up the battlefield was the full strength of the victor. Yi Xian was no longer alone, so he couldn't take all the corpses for himself. After all, these corpses were actually a fortune in the eyes of the various factions. Alright, leave some people to clean up the battlefield. The rest of you, return to your positions and wait for my call. Yi Xian said casually. Yes, Lord Provincial Governor. My lord, although the Tianhua Divine Sect isn't considered a big sect, we occupy a good location. Why don't you set up the palace in the Tianhua Divine Sect? The Tianhua Divine Sect is willing to contribute to the sect. If they didn't flatter him now, when would they? Lu Hanshan didn't hesitate and stepped forward. Re-1 yes, my lord, you need a provincial governor palace now. With the start of the Divine Territory War, there will be more and more battles in the future. Moreover, it's very likely that the Divine Master will let the provincial governor personally lead people into the Master God battlefield. The Lin family is willing to contribute resources to build a provincial governor palace for my lord. Another person stood out to show his loyalty. Yi Xian actually knew why they were doing this. Because Yi Xian now had power in his hands. Once his regional commander palace was built, it was inevitable that he would need to select a large number of officials. These people were all eagerly looking at Yi Xian, hoping that he would be given an official position. Within the military strength system, the soldiers that were produced possessed the strength of laws. In other words, the lowest level was at the low first-grade Divine Lord realm. As for producing low-level first-grade Divine Lord soldiers, each day, the military force subsystem could only produce 100, of course, they could also use resources to exchange for them. 100 low-level first-grade Divine Lord realm soldiers seemed to be quite a bit. But this was the Divine Realm's war stage. What use could 100 soldiers have? Perhaps before becoming a law envoy of the realm of the gods, if Yi Xian knew that he could summon 100 incomparably loyal divine lords as his subordinates in a single day, he probably would have been incomparably happy. Unfortunately, their statuses were different, so their horizons were naturally different. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification, please take note, host. The military subsystem can be upgraded using conviction points and other special methods. The system notification said. Upgrade conviction points, however, Yi Xian did not even bother to check. He knew that the amount of conviction points required would be terrifying, however, since he could use conviction points to upgrade the military subsystem, he could also use conviction points to exchange for soldiers. In that case, this could be considered as a way to urge Yi Xian to complete the mission of rebuilding conviction points. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Of course, Yi Xian had never relaxed. He had always been serious about completing the mission. Since he could not count on the military subsystem, Yi Xian might as well set up the sect first. Yi Xian had obtained a sect card. Now was the time to set up the sect. After all, Yi Xian had wanted to use this sect as his temporary provincial commander palace from the start. 2614. http://www.banfushing.com/read/14311/6907938. HTML. If the chapter display is incomplete, please wait a few seconds or refresh. Hearing this, Yi Xian asked curiously, what conditions? Qisong looked into the distance and slowly said, do not let the White Dragon Palace obtain it. Although he didn't understand why, Yi Xian replied solemnly, this junior will definitely complete it. Alright. Qisong nodded in satisfaction and continued, as far as I know, the White Dragon Palace has recently refined something called the Purification Pool. It can purify the world annihilation dragon scales and allow them to be absorbed by the white dragons. I estimate that the current strength of the White Dragon Palace has already surpassed that of our Four Directions Pavilion and 1,000 Mountains sect. Just now, Xianxia died at the hands of the wind, thunder, rain, and lightning generals. When the news reaches the White Dragon Palace, they will definitely take action. Then what should we do? Yi Xian frowned. Although the Four Directions Pavilion and the remnants of the Black Dragon sect are not as strong as the White Dragon Palace, they are not to be trifled with. After Qisong finished speaking, he called someone over and had him arrange a residence for Yi Xian. After that, Yi Xian stayed in the Four Directions Pavilion. Indeed, within a few days, the people from the White Dragon Palace came looking for him. Qisong, come out! An explosive shout resounded in the sky above the Four Directions Pavilion. That's exactly what I was thinking. Qisong nodded and said, however, the White Dragon Palace still has an old fellow, Cui Ming. He is the alliance leader of the Dragon Slaying Alliance. I wonder if he has broken through to the 4th rank of saint. A 4th rank saint was one realm higher than him. Coupled with the physique of a demon cultivator, even with the 10,000 beast diagram, Qisong might not be able to defeat the other party. Then, why don't we wait for a while? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Right now, he was at the true sovereign realm. As long as he broke through again, a fourth-rank saint would not be a problem. Alright, I also need to organize some people. Qisong nodded. However, now that the White Dragon Palace's palace master was dead, the White Dragon Palace's life jade pendant shattered. The White Dragon Palace would probably make a big move next. Yi Xian didn't care about that and continued to cultivate. During this time, people from the 4 pavilions would occasionally come to report on the situation of the White Dragon Palace. What people could not understand was that the White Dragon Palace's palace master had died, but the White Dragon Palace did not come looking for them. It was very strange that they were calm and peaceful. Could it be that they were afraid that there were experts in the 4 pavilions, or that the old man was in seclusion and no one was in charge? Ding, host has broken through. Current level, 6th grade True Sovereign. Ding, Ghost Lord Yen Ming, World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape have broken through. Current level, 1st grade Half-Step True Emperor. More than 10 days later, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon finally broke through to Half-Step True Emperor. Right now, if Yi Xian were to fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon and go all out, his strength should have already reached the saint level, right? If that was the case, he could go to the White Dragon Palace alone to provoke them. The Hall Master of the White Dragon Palace has been dead for so long, but the White Dragon Palace still hasn't made any moves. Why don't we take the initiative to attack, Yi Xian thought. If he were to join forces with the 4 pavilions, then the spoils would have to be divided among the 4 pavilions, so he might as well act alone. Let's go. Without saying anything further, Yi Xian directly tore through the void and left. Long ago, Old Shu had already left the 4 pavilions, and Yi Xian had also left before locating them in the void. Now, he had directly left the 4 pavilions, and he was even under the protection of so many people. White Dragon Palace, I'm coming. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the last wishes of the Supreme Dragon Soul. Destroy the White Dragon Palace. After a few teleportations in the city, Yi Xian finally arrived at the territory of the White Dragon Palace. Fortunately, he had the highest grade pearl of concealment in his body. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the White Dragon Palace. Flowing light invisibility cloak. Yi Xian concealed himself and headed towards the White Dragon Palace. After a while, he stood outside the White Dragon Palace and felt the powerful auras inside. This White Dragon Palace was much stronger than the Black Dragon sect. Even though they had lost a Hall Master and 4 first-grade saints, they were still as powerful as ever. Today, I'll give you an appetizer. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He directly merged together and charged in. The appearance of this aura immediately alarmed the experts in the White Dragon Palace. Yi Xian's target was also these saint-level experts. He didn't wait for them to react before opening his mouth. World Annihilation Roar. Boom. The power of this attack wasn't any weaker than Qisong's Wind Lightning Claw. With just a single strike, it pierced through the heart of a saint from the White Dragon Hall. Die. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. This wasn't the end. Immortal Slaughter Puppet. Immortal Extinguishing Arrow. Yi Xian's continuous summoning instantly increased his strength by quite a bit. At the same time, the experts from the White Dragon Palace also charged out. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's current strength wasn't weak. He could even fight against a 3rd-grade saint, let alone them. World Annihilation Roar. Yi Xian didn't care about them and continued to attack. One by one, the corpses of the saints fell from the sky. Impudent. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out. This aura caused Yi Xian's heart to palpitate. Rank 4 Saint, the old fellow from the White Dragon Hall had come out. Today is the day that the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon is about to unleash its world-destroying might. I'll use you guys as an example. Yi Xian glared and directly used the assassination eye to flash to the center of the White Dragon Hall. Then. World Annihilation Divine Might. Boom. A dazzling black light bloomed, and nearly half of the White Dragon Hall was instantly enveloped. Although the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's current cultivation level was low, it had so many enhancements, as well as the state of slaughter. The power this time was probably no weaker than what the Black Destruction Dragon had unleashed in the past. Boom! In the blink of an eye, countless people in the White Dragon Hall were blasted into smithereens, and a huge hole appeared in the entire White Dragon Hall. Not only that, but even quite a few saints had died. Almost all the first-rank saints that got close were annihilated, and the second-rank saints suffered heavy casualties. However, the old hall master of the White Dragon Hall, Cui Ming, was completely unharmed. Is this the explosion of the World Annihilation imprint? Cui Ming immediately recognized it. After all, he was the alliance leader of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance back then. What a guy, he has some strength. Yi Xian noticed him as well and thought to himself. Right now, his priority was to destroy the White Dragon Hall because he didn't lack money. The things in the space were enough for him to break through 10 or 20 times. If he waited until he broke through, he wouldn't be interested in the things in the White Dragon Hall. Old man, let's fight. Yi Xian said to Cui Ming. Junior, you're courting death. Cui Ming was furious. After all, Yi Xian actually dared to charge into the White Dragon Hall and activate the World Extermination imprint. That attack just now had killed over 100,000 White Dragon Hall disciples, including his clan. How could he not take revenge? Swish! Cui Ming immediately charged towards Yi Xian, but he didn't transform into his original body. Yi Xian quickly used the Death Pursuit token to mark Cui Ming, then controlled the Immortal Slaughter Puppet and the Immortal Extinguishing Arrow to greet Cui Ming. At the same time, his original body opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. World Annihilation Roar. The power of the World Annihilation Roar that had fused with the World Annihilation imprint was astonishing. However, with Cui Ming's cultivation and strength, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. Purifying Sacred Dragon Light. Facing this attack, Cui Ming punched out, directly colliding with the World Annihilation Roar. Although he hadn't transformed into his original body yet, he could use the holy energy in his body at any time. This strike had actually dispersed the World Annihilation Roar. It wasn't hard to imagine that if his main body had used the purifying Sacred Dragon Light, he would have been able to directly attack Yi Xian. However, Cui Ming was afraid that if he killed Yi Xian in a single strike, wouldn't the World Annihilation imprint be gone? This old fellow is indeed powerful. Even if I use all my firepower, it would still be difficult for me to be his match. I wonder if I can force him to reveal his true body. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself. He didn't care too much and directly went forward to meet him. At the same time, he activated a formation. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The attire of the guards of the Deity Palace was not something that anyone could imitate. The guards of the Deity Palace symbolized Misu's authority. And there was not a single person in the Kunlun Divine region who was unaware of this phenomenon. Being a guard of the Deity Palace was not only an honor, but also a symbol of status and authority. No one had ever dared to impersonate a guard of the Deity Palace. After all, they were the guards of the Deity Palace. The crime of impersonating them was not as simple as being executed and exterminated. Furthermore, it was impossible to impersonate them. Every guard of the Deity Palace had their own identity badge and unique set of treasures. When the 100 guards of the Deity Palace appeared, the people of the Lu family were all stunned. These people were not people that the Lu family could afford to offend. Even a single guard of the Deity Palace had the power to exterminate the Lu family thousands of times, not to mention, there were 100 of them. With the guards of the Deity Palace as his followers, Yi Xian's identity was obvious. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. The provincial governor of the 9 directions, 60,000 territories. This was a man with unparalleled authority even in the Kunlun divine domain. Yet, he had appeared in such a small place. The young master of the Lu family was completely scared out of his wits. He kept kowtowing on the ground. As for the guards around him, they didn't even have the heart to resist. At this point, they couldn't even decide how they were going to die, let alone talk about anything else. Resist? A mere Lu family rebelling against the provincial governor? Wasn't that a joke? Lord Provincial Governor, please spare my life. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare this lowly one. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. It's all his fault. Yes, it's him. It's all Lu Laoer's fault. This lowly one really did not know anything. The young master wanted to push the blame to Lu Laoer in hopes of living. Unfortunately, Lu Laoer was already scared out of his wits. He didn't look like the mastermind at all. Yi Xian didn't even bother to deal with these people. He directly said to a guard of the divine palace, "I'll leave the matter here to you. Attacking a military commander and disobeying a military order, I'm sure you know what to do. But I don't want to make a big deal out of this, so I'll leave it to you." "Yes, sir," the guard of the divine palace answered. To the guards of the divine palace, Yi Xian was actually their only backer. According to the rules set by Mi Yan, once they were assigned to be Yi Xian's personal guards, all future transfers would have to go through Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian was their only superior. Mimi's management of the Kunlun divine realm was based on a system of enfeoffment. For example, Yi Xian was a military commander. Yi Xian himself was completely under Mi Yan's command. Mi Yan had the right to decide anything Yi Xian did, however, Yi Xian's subordinates could disobey Mi Yan's orders. This was because Yi Xian's subordinates only obeyed Yi Xian. Even on the battlefield of the sovereigns, every military commander's troops only obeyed their military commander. No one else had the right to interfere. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to have the guts to disobey Mi Yan. But at least, in terms of rules, Yi Xian's subordinates really only obeyed Yi Xian. Therefore, from the moment these 100 divine palace guards were assigned to Yi Xian, regardless of whether they were willing or not, they could only be loyal to Yi Xian. Even if they used the power of their families to help Yi Xian, it would be normal. Yi Xian didn't care much about small fries like the Lu family. What he cared about now was the destruction of the sect and Guo Zheng's father. If he wanted to fully understand the situation in the first secret realm, he would have to find Guo Zheng's father. That would be the best choice. Of course, before that, Yi Xian still wanted to take a look at the first secret realm. He wanted to see what the realm of death was. According to Guo Zheng, there were special divine beasts in this secret realm. However, Yi Xian didn't know what was so special about these divine beasts. "Wait for me outside. I'm going to take a look at the first secret realm." Yi Xian turned around and ordered the divine palace guards. "Lord Military Commander, let us follow you. After all, the realm of death is filled with endless dangers. With us around, we can help you if you encounter any danger." A divine palace guard stepped forward and said respectfully to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He knew that the divine palace guard meant well. However, in fact, they would be a burden if Yi Xian brought them along. Perhaps if he really encountered some danger, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy. However, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to escape. "No need. I know that you mean well. However, don't forget that I'm a restriction master. Therefore, if I encounter any danger, I will naturally retreat immediately. If you follow me, it will be more troublesome." Yi Xian didn't care and directly expressed his doubts. Fortunately, the divine palace guards knew that Yi Xian was telling the truth, so they didn't care about Yi Xian's words. Soon, Yi Xian walked directly into the portal in midair. It was different from ordinary portals. When Yi Xian walked into the portal, he clearly felt a huge pulling force. It even made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, this pulling force lasted for a long time. It only stopped when a dark light appeared in front of Yi Xian's eyes. This was an extremely special world. What appeared in front of Yi Xian was a corridor. However, this corridor was hundreds of miles wide and had a special transformation. Behind Yi Xian, the portal that sent him in floated there quietly. Obviously, this was the only way to leave. Here, Yi Xian's first feeling was a special aura of nomological laws. System, I feel a very special aura of nomological laws. This is something I have never felt before. What's going on? Ding. System notification. Scanning and detecting. Analyzing data. Ding. Analysis complete. Ding. Detected that the host is in a special space, the Middle Ages fault. What did the Middle Ages fault mean? Yi Xian was a little puzzled, so he continued to ask the system, what is the Middle Ages fault? Ding. System notification. The Middle Ages is equivalent to a special transition period after the end of the Ancient Age. It lasts for only 50,000 years. However, because of the Great War in the Ancient Age, the nomological laws of the realm of the gods were in chaos. Therefore, during the Middle Ages, the aura of the nomological laws was rather chaotic. Moreover, the chaos law appeared in large quantities. Chaos law, although Yi Xian didn't know much about the chaos law, he wasn't unfamiliar with it either. However, the chaos law that the system was talking about now seemed a little different. As expected, just as Yi Xian was puzzled, the system continued to speak. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. The primal chaos laws of the Middle Ages is a temporary restoration law of nature created in response to the Middle Ages. It cannot be understood or controlled. Its only use is to adjust and restore other laws. Ding. System notification. Please take note that the host is currently in a special space belonging to the Middle Ages that is currently being restored. There will be some special opportunities within. It is recommended that the host explore on his own. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD explore on his own, but why was there no random mission this time? Every random mission could bring Yi Xian unexpected benefits. However, Yi Xian had discovered this special area from the Middle Ages and had not triggered any random missions. This made Yi Xian feel a little uncomfortable. However, it was not up to Yi Xian to decide whether to issue a random mission. Hence, Yi Xian had no choice but to accept it. This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered a Middle Ages secret realm. Furthermore, the system had said that if he explored, he would definitely find some special opportunities. Unfortunately, this secret realm was not completely open. In fact, Yi Xian had only advanced for an hour before he reached the limit. In front of Yi Xian was an incomparably enormous black ball. One could vaguely see through some cracks that the interior of the black ball was actually a floating piece of land. There seemed to be a palace-like existence on the land, but the black ball couldn't pass through at all. This was because it was completely constructed from the primal chaos laws. It was as if the primal chaos laws were protecting or restoring the world within. Apart from that, there were also the divine beasts guarding the area. Yi Xian finally understood why Gojing had said that the divine beasts here were unique to the first secret realm. This was because the divine beasts here were divine beasts of the primal chaos laws. Divine beasts of the primal chaos laws were much more difficult to deal with than any other divine beasts. These divine beasts could not be killed because they had the aura of the primal chaos laws. However, most of the primal chaos laws did not contain the aura of the primal chaos laws. Re-1 Ronli Some extremely special primal chaos laws contained divine beasts of the primal chaos laws, for example, the special divine beasts of the law of chaos in front of Yi Xian. Because these law divine beasts were nurtured by the law of chaos of the Middle Ages, they only had one mission, and that was to find possible loopholes in the law of chaos, void cracks, and so on. Then, they would swallow them in one gulp and slowly digest them in their stomach. Their digestion process was actually a process of recovery. The law divine beasts here were all law divine beasts working hard to repair the space. For a moment, Yi Xian was unwilling to continue. This was because he did not want to disturb these law divine beasts who had been working for who knew how many years. Even though these law divine beasts clearly saw Yi Xian, because Yi Xian did not have any law loopholes, they did not pay any attention to Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian walked to their side, they would not even look at Yi Xian. It could be said that these divine beasts were the most adorable divine beasts Yi Xian had encountered since he entered the God realm. Unfortunately, the law of chaos of the Middle Ages could not be controlled, so Yi Xian's forceful devouring was useless. Just as Yi Xian was admiring these divine beasts of the law of primal chaos, a divine sense suddenly shot out from the black ball. Although it was only for a short moment, it was captured by the law of primal chaos and quickly dispersed. However, Yi Xian sensed it. It's actually them. At this moment, Yi Xian was beyond shocked. This was because he had discovered a shocking secret, a possibility that Yi Xian had not even considered. Annihilation's headquarters. Annihilation's headquarters was actually inside that black sphere. Of course, it was not the current headquarters of Annihilation, but the headquarters of the Annihilation Organization that had instigated the Great War of the Gods in ancient times. Even though this was just a fragment of Annihilation's headquarters, Xian still felt a sense of horror. What kind of existence was the Annihilation Organization? Why? Everything from the ancient times had disappeared, but there was still a fragment of the Annihilation Organization's headquarters, and it was actually hiding here. It was no wonder that Annihilation wanted to know the secret of this place. Once they knew the secret of this place, they would probably do everything in their power to enter this place. Although Xian felt that Annihilation did not have the ability to destroy the law of chaos of the Middle Ages, it was better to be safe than sorry. It looked like Xian had no choice this time. He had to build his sect here. Moreover, he had to protect this first mystery realm as a key location. Xian was well aware of the dangers of Annihilation. However, Xian did not expect that he would unwittingly discover the headquarters of the Annihilation Organization that had almost destroyed the realm of the gods. Xian knew very well that once he sealed off this place, he would only be met with a frenzied and unorganized attack. However, Xian had no other choice. If he had not discovered it, that would have been a different matter. However, it seemed that the will of the heavens was guiding all of this. Since Xian had discovered this place, he could not just leave it be. Let's go. Let's go. Xian directly turned around and walked out of the first secret realm. Just as Xian had expected, the Annihilation Organization had indeed arranged for spies here. In fact, the Annihilation Organization had only discovered this first secret realm more than 10 years ago. Moreover, they had only sensed a trace of abnormality. They were not as lucky as Xian. They had actually sensed the explosion of divine consciousness from the Black Sphere. They had only seen the buildings inside the Black Sphere and were suspicious. If Annihilation had found out that this was the headquarters of the ancient Annihilation Organization, not only would Annihilation from the Kunlun God domain set their sights on this place, but all the Annihilation organizations in the realm of the gods would gather here. The moment Xian came out, he did not hesitate. He immediately ordered the system, this is the place. I want to build my sect here. Use the special order. The special order allowed Xian to quickly build some special buildings. Moreover, the system's products must be of the highest quality. Ding. The host has used the special order. Confirm? Confirm. Following Xian's order, palaces appeared out of thin air. In the sky, mysterious rays of light danced around. As the rays of light continued to condense, palaces rose from the ground, with Xian as the centerline, the sky. The earth, everything was suddenly undergoing a huge change. Even his divine power was rapidly converging towards this spot. Even those outside the Thousand Realms could clearly feel the abnormal fluctuations of divine power. Countless divine powers were actually gathering in one direction. Some of the elites could not help but look in that direction. When they saw the sacred palace guards guarding the surroundings, how could they not know that Xian was building a new palace? It was the provincial commander palace. Since that's the case, then I'll do it myself. The voice of the middle-aged man with horns sounded. Xian coldly snorted in his heart. Go ahead and do it. I have the time reversal skill anyway, am I afraid of you? The reason he didn't use it was because he wanted to see what the middle-aged man with horns would say. After all, he might know the origins of the heaven-breaking divine ape. However, in the next moment, Xian's expression froze. 2 rays of black light flashed and entered Xian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's bodies. Immediately afterwards, Xian heard 2 system notifications. Ding, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon has forcefully terminated the contract with the host. Ding, the host has triggered a random quest to re-establish a contract with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. This middle-aged man with horns was actually powerful enough to forcefully remove the contract between Xian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that when Xian heard the notification, he subconsciously glanced back in time. F***ck, I can't use it, this time, it was a tragedy. F***ck, this happened the last time I killed Jiang Tai in the Blood Flame Hall, and now it's happening again? Xian's eyes widened as he cursed the middle-aged man with horns 1,000 times in his heart. If he couldn't use the time reversal skill, then he wouldn't be able to return to the past. This way, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's contract would be forcefully terminated. Before Yi Xian could speak, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon rapidly shrank with a dragon's roar and was put into a bag by the middle-aged man with horns. The World Annihilation Ghost Dragon had disappeared. "What are you doing? Give it back!" Yi Xian shouted. "Brat, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. I took him away for your own good. Do you know what will happen to you if some people meet it in the future?" After the middle-aged man with horns finished coldly snorting, he turned his attention to the heaven-breaking divine ape and said, "This little monkey, it's best to be careful when it appears in the future, lest it attracts a fatal disaster. Death calamity, kill your grandma." Yi Xian cursed again. Their ancestors were all palace masters of the 12 Divine Beast Palace, but they were all sealed. "The reason I took away the World Annihilation Demon Dragon was to remove the seal on its ancestor," the middle-aged man with horns said. However, this time, he used a sound transmission. "Then why did you only take it away?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "That stinky monkey from the Divine Monkey Palace doesn't have a good relationship with me. Why should I help it remove the seal?" The middle-aged man with horns snorted, "If you want to, go to the Immortal Treasure Mountain yourself. If you can help that stinky monkey escape, you will naturally be able to find me." After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared, not even giving Yi Xian a chance to reply. F***ck. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cursed. He remembered the names of the middle-aged man's words. 12 Divine Beast Palace, Immortal Treasure Mountain, Divine Monkey Palace, Demon Dragon Palace. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. When the middle-aged man with horns appeared, he suppressed everyone, causing them to be unable to move. Now that he'd left and taken away the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, with Yi Xian's current strength, he probably couldn't even defeat a first-grade saint. One had to know that the current Yi Xian was unable to use the time reversal skill. If his clone died, it would be miserable. However, when Yi Xian turned his head in shock, he discovered that Cui Ming had already died. Not only that, the disciples of the White Dragon Hall were all the same. They all died from the pressure. Yi Xian couldn't help but shiver because he knew that if he didn't have the relationship between the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon and the heaven-breaking Divine Ape, he probably would have died as well. "You have horns, right? When I find you, I'll definitely tear off those horns of yours." Yi Xian gritted his teeth as he spoke. Originally, he'd relied on the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon to possess such strength. Now that the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon's contract had been forcefully terminated, Yi Xian was unable to fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, causing his strength to greatly decrease. Right now, he was a 7th-grade True Sovereign, while Old Shu and the heaven-breaking Divine Ape were 2nd-grade half-step True Emperors. At their current strength, they were at most at the True Emperor level. They probably couldn't even defeat a half-saint. "What a dog," Yi Xian cursed in his heart once again. Fortunately, the bull-horned middle-aged man still had a death hunt on him. With this death warrant, it was still possible for Yi Xian to track down the bull-horned middle-aged man. However, strength was still the key. After all, that bull-horned middle-aged man was definitely stronger than a great sage. "Whatever, damn it, I'll go back and go into seclusion." Yi Xian coldly snorted. After cleaning up the battlefield, he directly left the White Dragon Hall. The most important thing now was to break through and then investigate. Very quickly, Yi Xian returned to the Four Directions Pavilion and told Qi Song what had happened. Then, he asked Qi Song to help investigate the matter of the 12 Divine Beasts Palace. Could it be that the 12 Divine Beasts Palace is the 12 Zodiac? Mouse, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig? When he returned to his residence, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. The Demon Dragon Palace and the Divine Monkey Palace corresponded to a dragon and a monkey, and the bull-horned middle-aged man seemed to be a cow. Thinking about it this way, it really was possible. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Yi Xian raised his brows and directly began to cultivate in seclusion. Ding, host has broken through. Current rank 1 half-step True Emperor. Ding, Ghost Lord Yan Ming, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-breaking Divine Ape have broken through. Current rank 5 half-step True Emperor. Somewhere in the Four Directions Pavilion, Yi Xian opened his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the notification in his mind. In fact, his seclusion this time didn't have much effect. He was completely resting with his eyes closed. However, Luo Luo and Black Horn relied on the large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures and the 1,000-year planting space to directly break through to the half-saint stage. Top-grade dragon scales were already useless to Yixian, but they were still useful to Black Horn. At this moment, Black Horn had actually transformed from a single-horned black python into a devouring black dragon. After his transformation, his devouring ability and combat strength had greatly increased. Unfortunately, he was a Zuyuist that signed a master-servant contract with Yixian, so he couldn't be considered Yixian's possession. He could only be considered a fighter. The strength of Luo Luo and Black Horn has already surpassed that of Old Shu and Padian. However, now that I have those undead creatures, their strength is still not weak. No, I don't have the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon anymore. I can't control those undead creatures at all, Yixian frowned as he thought to himself. At this moment, someone suddenly landed outside his courtyard and sent a sound transmission. Yixian, I have a beautiful eye for the matter you asked me to investigate. The one who came was the Four Pavilions Pavilion Master, Qisong. Previously, because the Thousand Mountains Sextine was annihilated by Yixian, the Thousand Mountains sect was a group of dragons without a leader. Regarding this, Qisong was extremely grateful to Yixian. Any clues? Yixian immediately opened the door and asked after hearing Qisong's words. You asked me to send people to inquire about the 12 Divine Beasts Palace, the Demon Dragon Palace, the Divine Monkey Palace, and so on. However, someone has heard of a power called the Divine Monkey Palace. Qisong replied. However, even if Yixian knew about this, what could he do? What could he do? After all, these factions had sent their troops according to the rules. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Furthermore, Yixian couldn't possibly force them to send more troops. Before the regional envoy court meeting was held, Yixian first sought out Kuan Buyu and the others. After all, there were very few people Yixian could trust at the moment. As for the sect masters and leaders of the large factions, Yixian knew very well that although these people obeyed him on the surface, it was unknown how much they knew about him on the inside. Perhaps the only thing Yixian could count on now was the military force distribution system. Ever since Yixian had obtained the military force distribution system, he had been accumulating manpower. Although the manpower that could be exchanged from the devouring space was limited, at least it could provide Yixian with a lot of support in the early stages. At the moment, Yixian could already summon 1,000 first-grade superior divine lord soldiers. It could be said that this was a relatively strong force, but it wouldn't be of much use in the battle of the Masters of Gods. Re-1R. Although using faith points to exchange for soldiers could solve this urgent situation, Yixian wouldn't do so. First of all, he didn't have that many faith points at the moment, and the amount of faith points needed to exchange for soldiers would be astronomical. Rather than exchange for soldiers, it would be better to keep the military force distribution system. So how should he solve his current predicament? Kuan Buyu looked at Yixian in disgust. He had always thought that he was a genius, but compared to Yixian, he felt so powerless. Yixian's cultivation speed had exceeded Kuan Buyu's expectations. It could be said that Kuan Buyu couldn't compare to him at all, and now, Yixian's status was many times more respected than his. Kuan Buyu simply couldn't compare to him in any way. Unexpectedly, Yixian actually treated him as a friend. That's how it is. I have a huge headache right now. I have no idea how to deal with my loss in the Overgod battlefield. Yixian briefly explained the situation to Kuan Buyu and Fian. Although Yixian didn't expect them to be able to help, at least one more person could think of countermeasures. But just as he finished speaking, he heard Flying Smoke reply, "Could it be that young master has forgotten your other identity?" Yixian frowned slightly. Another identity? What are you talking about? Fian faintly smiled and directly said to Yixian, "Why does young master think this little girl has always followed young master?" For a moment, Yixian couldn't answer at all. Thinking about it carefully, although Fian was indeed a slave bought by Yixian in the beginning, with Fian's ability and identity, how could she not abandon Yixian just because of this? In fact, even Fian becoming Yixian's slave was arranged by Fian, or was it because of Yixian's space-devouring Feiyu? Of course, this wasn't impossible. But if it was for Feiyu, there was no need for Fian to go to such an extent. Thinking of Feiyu, Yi Xian suddenly thought of Feiyu's other identity. In fact, Feiyu could be considered one of Yi Xian's senior brothers. He also inherited the inheritance of the God Emperor, but inexplicably died. Could it be because of this reason? Suddenly, Yi Xian looked at Fian. It seems that young master has thought it through. That's right, this little girl is also from the ancient era. Ancient era. In an instant, Yi Xian understood everything. He understood why Fian was so obedient to him. Fian was actually from the ancient era's inheritance. This was simply beyond Yi Xian's imagination. It could be said that all of this was something that Yi Xian could never have imagined. Fian was actually from the ancient era's inheritance. Then, for such a long time, wasn't Yi Xian kept in the dark? Yi Xian frowned. However, Fian continued to explain, young master, don't be angry. In fact, strictly speaking, I'm not considered to be from the ancient era's inheritance. I only joined the ancient era's inheritance for some reason. Moreover, this little girl approached young master without any ill intentions. Yes, you don't have any ill intentions. After all, you're from the ancient era's inheritance. How could you have any ill intentions towards me? However, this feeling of being deceived really made Yi Xian uncomfortable. Young master, please listen to this little girl. From the moment this little girl discovered young master, I knew that young master might have fallen into some kind of danger. In fact, this Kunlun God domain is not as perfect as young master imagines. It can be said that any inheritance of the ancient era's inheritance will be secretly removed in the Kunlun God domain. This little girl has secretly investigated before. The one who did all this is not God Lord Mimu, but someone else. However, that person seems to have a power that surpasses God Lord Mimu's in the Kunlun God domain. It's as if he's a huge mastermind behind the scenes. From the moment this little girl discovered young master, I knew that young master seemed to have been targeted by that mysterious power. That's why I hid my identity and came to young master's side. In fact, if it weren't for this matter, this little girl definitely wouldn't have revealed my identity. Fian's tone was very calm, as if she was just telling a story. However, the more Yi Xian listened, the more alarmed he became. Fian's words reminded Yi Xian of his own doubts. Back then, that mysterious old man had suddenly brought Yi Xian to the Kunlun God domain, making it impossible for Yi Xian to continue investigating the ancient era's inheritance. This had already aroused Yi Xian's suspicions. However, Mimu had always been good to Yi Xian. In addition, there was nothing worthy of Yi Xian's suspicions after that, so Yi Xian relaxed for a moment. But now that he heard Fian's words, Yi Xian realized that perhaps he was just being careless. Yi Xian's initial guess was not wrong at all. His appearance here was not a coincidence. Someone wanted to prevent him from coming into contact with the ancient era's inheritance. As for what the reason was, Yi Xian did not know. He couldn't even be sure if it was really that old man. After all, if it was that old man, why would Mimu, as that old man's disciple, take care of Yi Xian so much? It could be said that with Yi Xian's current status, even if he obtained the ancient era's inheritance, would not be much better. Moreover, Yi Xian's status could continue to rise. If it was that old man, then why did Mimu do that? Could it be that Mimu and that old man were not in cahoots, but the two of them were master and disciple after all? In any case, all of this was full of doubts, and it also made Yi Xian unable to figure out what to do. Suddenly, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Because he realized that when Fian was talking to him just now, she had actually used some kind of secret technique. Yi Xian looked at Fian. Fian nodded silently, and Fian's voice rang out again. Sir, you may have a lot of questions, but I can't help you. All I can tell you is to be careful. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, since Divine Lord Miyu has given you this chance, I ask that you take full advantage of it. The legacy of an ancient god emperor is not as simple as you imagine it to be. I hope that you can quickly build up your strength before you alert the other factions. There is still a long way to go in the future. Now, I am willing to return to the Dao clan and gather my clansmen to serve you. Don't worry, sir. My clan is not under the enemy's surveillance. The enemy doesn't even know that my clan is an ancient lost clan. Fian finished in one breath. Perhaps she had wanted to tell Yi Xian for a long time, but hadn't found the right opportunity. But this time, she had no choice but to expose herself. After all, Yi Xian was already in trouble. Yi Xian hesitated for a long time, then said, "All right, I believe you." Actually, Yi Xian didn't have anyone worth trusting now. Ever since he came to the Kunlun God domain, Fian had been by Yi Xian's side. If he couldn't trust Fian, then Yi Xian really didn't have anyone he could trust. Perhaps Fian really did hide it from Yi Xian, but so what? Fian didn't do anything bad to Yi Xian. In fact, she had always been extremely loyal. Moreover, from the way Fian used a voice transmission technique to tell Yi Xian, it was obvious that she was afraid of something. If Yi Xian still wanted to be calculative, then Yi Xian was too petty. After receiving Yi Xian's agreement, Fian got up and walked outside, preparing to return to her clan and ask for reinforcements for Yi Xian. One rat this time, Kuan Buyu walked to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian asked Kuan Buyu, "What do you think? Do you have any good suggestions?" Kuan Buyu understood what Yi Xian was asking. He pondered for a moment, then said to Yi Xian, "Based on the current situation, you have two choices. First, you can issue a conscription order. After all, you are the provincial governor of Jiufeng and 60,000 territories. You can just issue a quota and I believe that no one will dare to reject it. Secondly, through the people I brought back, according to your instructions, this time, we brought back a total of 600 Kuan Luan disciples from our Jiufeng 60,000 territories. Moreover, many of them come from powerful families. If you can give them official positions, I believe that their families will be willing to help you." Yi Xian nodded. He understood Kuan Buyu's words very well. Was he trying to enforce his regional commander authority? This method might be the simplest, but it was easy to offend people. Although he was the provincial governor, after all, Yi Xian still needed to rely on those big families. If he went overboard, it would be even more difficult for him as the provincial governor. Giving these people official positions was, in fact, an offending thing. Yi Xian's provincial governor palace had just been built, so it did need a large number of officials to supplement it in order to operate normally. However, the need to supplement didn't mean that this method had to be used. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. He said to Kuan Buyu, "Say, if I directly use official positions as a lure to get everyone to work, would it be possible? I will directly link all official positions to military merits. As long as they can obtain enough military merits, I will give them the corresponding official position. Do you think this method will work?" Kuan Buyu was slightly taken aback. Yi Xian's method was very novel. After all, in the Kunlun divine realm, every position below the regional governor was basically a position that rarely changed in hundreds of thousands of years. Other than Yi Xian, which other regional governor didn't receive the support of the entire region after receiving an order? During every overgod battle, the provincial governor didn't need to do anything. All the factions would send their elites to the battlefield. After all, they were bound to the provincial governor for good or ill. Yes, your method is feasible. However, it seems impossible to create a complete military merit system. After all, there are too many variables in the overgod battle. How can we create a complete military merit system? At least, from what I know, no faction can do this. Moreover, there is no way to calculate military merits. Really? Others couldn't do it, but it didn't mean that Yi Xian couldn't do it. This was because Yi Xian had the system. Yi Xian himself was a master of seals and talismans. Since this method is feasible, then I know what to do. Unexpectedly, the problem that Yi Xian had been worrying about for a long time could be solved in an instant. System: I need to create a complete military merit reward and punishment system in the overgod battle. At the same time, I need to create a suitable monitoring treasure. Can you do that? Ding. System notification: this calculation is too large. A large amount of faith points will be consumed. Does the host confirm? Confirm. Wasn't it just faith points? Yi Xian could afford it. Actually, Yi Xian also understood why the system said that the data was too large. After all, in the overgod battle, there were hundreds of millions of battles. To directly monitor the military merits of every soldier and every general was definitely not a simple task. This was also the reason why the other regional commanders were unable to do so. However, Yi Xian could do it. This was because Yi Xian had his own trump card. Ding. System notification, plan successfully created. Ding. System notification, for the military merit plan, the host needs a large amount of resources, military merit rings. A military merit ring was a special ring that automatically recorded the battle situation of the wearer and gave a comprehensive evaluation. This ring was divided into 9 grades. The first grade was the lowest grade recording ring. After that, the second grade would calculate the military merits of the first grade at a fixed time. It would also supervise the battles of higher grades, and so on. There was only one 9th grade military merit ring. It would automatically integrate with the host's universe ring. As long as the host's subordinates reached the required military merits, the system would automatically announce their official positions. It was that simple. With the system, the military merit system that other provincial governors couldn't do anything about was just a simple matter for Yixian. Of course, this time, Yixian would have to spend a lot of money. After all, this was a military merit ring that was in the hundreds of millions. With such a large amount, even if the materials used were not very high grade, it would still be a huge expense. Yixian directly threw in all the resources that flying smoke brought back. At the same time, Chairman Ye's face equipment pavilion was fully activated. One ring after another was quickly produced. I don't care who you are. Die. Yixian's eyes flickered as he gave the order. In the next moment, Black Horn turned into a streak of black light and pierced through the chest of the little-eyed monkey soldier. Die. 2 second-grade saints had fallen just like that. Good, well done. After they died, Yixian couldn't help but praise them before quickly putting away the corpses of the 2 monkey soldiers. Wei Zhentian, soul search. Yixian ordered again. After a while. These 2 monkey soldiers are indeed from the Divine Monkey Manor. They were ordered by the Divine Monkey Manor's Manor Lord to expand their territory. Yixian thought to himself. These 2 monkey soldiers had already plundered a lot of resources from many forces before they met them, so they were quite valuable. However, what attracted Yixian's attention was that these 2 monkey soldiers each had a life monkey fur on their bodies. Yixian quickly found it, then looked at the 2 life monkey hairs and thought to himself, the aptitude of a monkey soldier that can condense life monkey hairs isn't bad, and this Divine Monkey Palace might be related to the Divine Monkey Palace. The Divine Monkey Palace's palace master is also Potion's ancestor, so giving these 2 life monkey hairs to Padian might have some effect. Then, he tossed the 2 life-saving monkey hairs to Heaven Breaker. Padian received the 2 life monkey hairs and carefully played with them. In the end, what surprised Yixian was that the 2 life monkey hairs were refined by Padian and grew on his body. Padian, you've become stronger? Yixian raised his brows. Squeak. Padian nodded his head. These 2 life monkey hairs had directly doubled his strength. It was a pity that Potion's cultivation level was too low. Even if he were to double his strength and wear the profound god battle armor, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Luoluo. Not bad, not bad. If I had more life monkey hairs, Padian might be able to be like the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. Thinking of this, Yixian's eyes lit up. However, there was still a fundamental difference between Padian and the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. That was fusion. Yixian could fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, but he could only fuse with the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. Therefore, no matter how strong Padian was, he couldn't compare to the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. In the future, I will definitely be able to fuse with it. I just don't know how to do it. Could it be that I want a random reward? Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly. He decided not to think about this anymore and continued on his way. From the 2 monkey soldiers, one could tell that the Divine Monkey Mansion's mansion master was extremely ambitious and wholeheartedly wanted to expand his territory. His strength was indeed very strong, but if he did so, it would only arouse the dissatisfaction of the surrounding forces. After all, there were still a few forces around the same strength as the Divine Monkey Mansion. However, this was a good thing for Yixian. After all, he needed some life monkey hairs to strengthen the heaven-breaking divine ape. What Yixian didn't expect was that the heaven-breaking divine ape could actually sense the location of these monkey soldiers. This was another piece of great news for Yixian. Previously, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon could sense the aura of the World Annihilation Dragon scale, but now, the heaven-breaking divine ape could sense the aura of the surrounding monkey soldiers. Relying on Padian, Yixian quickly rushed towards the monkey soldiers. These monkey soldiers that were sent out by the divine monkey mansion's mansion master were at least at the saint level. However, with Yixian's current situation, it was best to find trouble with the low-level saint-level monkey soldiers. In just a few days, Yixian had obtained more than 10 life monkey hairs. As for those monkey soldiers, some were killed, some were suppressed, and some were swallowed by Black Horn, which meant that they were stored in the planting space. Potion's strength began to increase rapidly. The current Yixian had no way to investigate the matter of the middle-aged man with bull horns. At this moment, the distance between him and Yixian was like a human looking up at the sun. Right now, it was still best to increase his strength. Ding, host has broken through. Current rank, 3rd grade True Emperor. Ding, Ghost Lord Yan Ming, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-breaking Divine Ape have broken through. Current rank, 7th grade True Emperor. Right now, Old Shu's strength could no longer keep up. Only the Heaven-breaking Divine Ape could. With its strength, if it were to wear the 3rd grade Profound God Battle Armor, it would have already reached the half-saint realm. However, there were still 2 generals above it, Luo Luo and Black Horn. If it wanted to surpass them, it still needed a lot of life monkey hairs. The reason why the monkey soldiers of the Divine Monkey Mansion were stronger than human geniuses was because of this life monkey hairs. Moreover, each monkey soldier didn't necessarily have only one. The more life monkey hairs they had, the better their aptitude was. Yixian had previously encountered a powerful monkey soldier with 3 life monkey hairs. At that time, he had the 10,000 beast diagram to suppress him, but he was still able to fight Black Horn to a draw. But in the end, he still couldn't defeat Yixian and the others and was killed on the spot. At this rate, Potion's strength will be able to catch up to the much higher realms of Luo Luo and Black Horn in a month. Yixian nodded in satisfaction. After all, the heaven-breaking divine ape was only a 7th grade True Emperor, while Luo Luo was already a 7th grade half-saint. The difference between the two was an entire realm. However, just as Yixian was rushing along, a powerful aura suddenly chased after him. Padian sensed that it was at least a 4th grade saint. If it was before, Yixian might have been afraid, but now that Black Horn had broken through to the 8th grade half-saint, as long as a 5th grade saint didn't come, everything would be fine. Very quickly, the monkey soldier arrived in front of Yixian. Then, he looked at the miniature Padian and raised his brows. A mere True Emperor actually has more than 10 life monkey hairs? How is this possible? The monkey soldier was terrified. Just now, he was far away, and he suspected that he had sensed wrongly. Now that he had found his way here, he was sure that his senses were correct. He wasn't even a half-saint, yet he was able to condense more than 10 life monkey hairs. His aptitude was truly explosive. My lord, may I know your name? The monkey soldier couldn't help but ask. Name? When Padian, who was standing on Gu Tao's back, heard this, he couldn't help but look at Yixian. Just say that your name is Sun Padian. Yixian hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Padian. The heaven-breaking divine ape originally didn't have a name. At that time, the people of the dragon territory called it Little Monkey. Later on, after being tamed by Yixian, it was given the name Padian. However, at that time, the middle-aged man had also mentioned the heaven-breaking divine ape bloodline, so Yixian hurriedly added the word sun. In Yixian's memories, whenever a monkey was mentioned, he would think of a classic character. Adding the word sun was very appropriate. Squeak. Padian said. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand these words, but the monkey soldier in front of Padian did. What? His surname is Sun? The 5th grade Saint Monkey Soldier was extremely shocked. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Among them, one of them was the leader. He did not participate in the battle, but was responsible for dispatching the troops. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Without exception, all the people leading the team were guards of the Divine Palace. What surprised Yixian was that the leader of Yixian's side was someone who had followed Yixian to defeat the demon race's invasion. At this moment, that person smiled and nodded at Yixian, but did not say anything. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would be the one leading him a while ago, but now, he was the one leading Yi Xian. There was no opening ceremony. When the 10 experts stood in the air, it meant that the battle had officially begun. You, go first. The leader of Yi Xian's side pointed at a person and said. Mu Chen is the first to go. Someone muttered softly, but immediately shut his mouth. This was not a place to talk casually. System, detect the strength of those two people. Yi Xian wouldn't ask too much, but he was able to find out the strength of the two through the system. Ding. Target set, Mu Chen, rank 1 lower divine king. Ding. Target set, MOCU, rank 1 lower divine king. Who would have thought that the two of them were both kings? This battle was going to be interesting. Human brat, tell me your name. I, MOCU, will not kill a nameless person. The names of the people from the demon god domain were very different from those from the Kunlun god domain. Perhaps only the people from the demon god domain would know the meaning of these awkward names. At this moment, MOCU from the demon god domain said proudly to Mu Chen. Unfortunately, Mu Chen did not seem to care about him at all. Mu Chen waved his hand, and immediately, dozens of divine swords appeared beside him. These divine swords circled around Mu Chen, flying up and down. This Mu Chen had mastered the law of the sword. Re-1R the sword Dao law was a relatively common law. This law was only useful for divine swords. It could effectively enhance the offensive and defensive abilities of divine swords. Moreover, it also had some special functions. Of course, every cultivator of the sword Dao law would have different special abilities. Yi Xian wanted to see what kind of special sword Dao law Mu Chen possessed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a divine sword flew out. It was clearly just a divine sword, but in an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows, 1 into 10,000, a conventional method of using sword Dao laws was nothing special. Mochu curled his lips disdainfully and waved his hand. Immediately, 10,000 phantoms of divine beasts appeared in the sky. These phantoms didn't care about anything else and directly charged at the sword phantoms. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Unfortunately, no one on either side would care about such a battle. Suddenly, the 10,000 sword silhouettes that were exploding suddenly split into countless sword silhouettes. Each sword shadow actually split into 5 at the same time. The 5 different colors represented the intangible elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 6 types of laws. Mu Chen had actually mastered 6 types of laws. Moreover, it included an entire set of attribute laws. Yi Xian was slightly moved. Mu Chen could be considered a genius to be able to control 6 types of laws. After the sword phantoms split apart, they were immediately guided by the invisible attribute and erupted with a powerful might. They actually directly resisted the attacks of the mythological beast phantoms. Even after killing the mythological beast phantoms, they didn't suffer any losses. One had to know that Mu Chen had only released 1 divine sword, yet there were already so many changes. It could be said that this was enough to make people raise their eyebrows. If this wasn't the Overgod battle ring, Mu Chen's performance would definitely be exchanged for countless cheers. However, in this place, Mu Chen's performance could only be described as ordinary. Not bad. You actually control 6 types of laws. Looks like I have to use some strength. The corners of Mochu's mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in his hand. That ray of light was actually formed by countless divine beasts. What kind of technique was this? Those divine beasts had clearly condensed into a standard military formation. Could it be that Mochu had actually summoned divine beasts that had already been trained into an army? Most importantly, those divine beasts were actually able to achieve perfect coordination. In an instant, all the divine beasts and divine sword silhouettes clashed again. Mu Chen waited for a moment. When he saw that his divine sword silhouettes couldn't gain the upper hand, he waved his hand and another divine sword flew out. After this divine sword flew out, it immediately turned into a long dragon and rushed towards the dark divine beast army formation. Boom! The long dragon directly knocked the army formation apart. One had to know that the long dragon was formed by countless divine sword silhouettes. Those divine sword silhouettes each had a powerful attack power. Not bad, not bad. Human, you're quite capable. Then, I'll let you experience my self-created mystique. Self-created mystique, this time even Yi Xian couldn't remain calm. One had to know that self-created mystique wasn't as simple as just saying one sentence. The current mystiques were basically passed down from ancient times. Even if one could self-create a mystique, it could be said that only people at Mian's level could do it, regardless of how powerful it was. The fact that this person could self-create a mystique was already enough to prove that he was a genius. In fact, even Yi Xian couldn't self-create a mystique. This was because Yi Xian's mystiques all came from this system. In an instant, even the powerhouses who were acting as judges looked over. Following Emochu's words, a faint light emitted from his body. That light didn't seem to be threatening at all, but it gave off an unimaginable pressure. Moreover, this pressure grew stronger and stronger. After a moment, this pressure actually surrounded Mu Chen as if it was solid. Using pressure as a means of attack wasn't a rare thing. However, this person's next move shocked everyone. Pressure self-explosion. Boom. With a loud bang, Mu Chen was blown up until blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Pressure sword form. In an instant, the powerful pressure condensed into a divine sword and pierced through Mu Chen's body. After a moment, Mu Chen fell straight to the ground. There wasn't even a wound on his body. Everyone was flabbergasted, and some were even dumbfounded. Even Yi Xian was a little flustered at this moment. Pressure could self-explode? And it could even transform into a divine sword. What was going on? Not to mention seeing it, almost no one had heard of such a technique. What was pressure? It was nothing more than an aura. It could be said that this thing was completely useless against someone who was stronger than him. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, it was this kind of illusory pressure that someone was actually able to turn it into a physical attack. Furthermore, it could be controlled at will. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD. This time, even in the Overgods arena, everyone was talking about it. Clearly, even the Overgods arena could not suppress the curiosity of the crowd. The Demon God's domain wins. An elite from the Demon God's domain announced the result. Mu Chen's corpse was also brought back. Emochu walked down the arena casually, as if he had done something insignificant. The first battle. Just the first battle was enough to show Yi Xian the cruelty of the Overgods arena. Moreover, Mu Chen wasn't a nobody. From the whispers of the crowd, Yi Xian knew that Mu Chen was probably a famous genius in the Kunlun domain. Who would have thought that he would be defeated so easily? Left with no choice, Yi Xian began to consider his own strength. Eternal points could give Yi Xian a sure win opportunity because the eternal field could definitely allow Yi Xian to crush any opponent. However, this was not a one-off battle. Yi Xian had to consider his conventional strength. It was obviously not feasible to raise his cultivation level now. After all, Yi Xian was representing a first-grade lower divine king. If Yi Xian devoured resources to raise his cultivation level now, he would only be eliminated. In the Overgods arena, it was not allowed to hide one's cultivation level or make a sudden breakthrough. Therefore, what could Yi Xian do? Mystique. Indeed, Yi Xian needed an effective mystique now. System, I want to exchange for mystiques with resources and faith points. Give me a list of the strongest mystiques that I can exchange for now. The system could exchange for items, but Yi Xian had not used it before. Firstly, it was not worth it. Secondly, Yi Xian did not have so many resources in the past. However, it was different now. Yi Xian had accumulated a lot of resources from the devouring space. Moreover, he could exchange for faith points. Ding. According to the host's current resources and faith points, the system will automatically choose 3 mystiques that the host can exchange for at most. What did Yi Xian mean by at most? It meant that he could exchange for mystiques by emptying all his resources and faith points. 3 choices, huh? That was not bad. Alright, I'd like to see what they are. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly checked. Ding. Choice 1, Infinite Critical Strike. Is a supportive mystique. Once it is activated, any attack of the host will have infinite critical strike. However, the higher the critical strike, the higher the chance, the rate. Yi Xian shook his head. This divine ability didn't seem to be of any use to him. One had to know that Yi Xian's attack already had a one-hit kill effect. Although the chances were small, it still existed, not to mention that it was far inferior to this boundless critical strike. Translation. Is translation. Once this ability is used, it can create an absolute ice domain with a radius of 100 miles. Within this domain, even time can be frozen. Absolute Zero seemed like a good choice, but Xian did not choose it immediately. The reason was simple. The range of this mystique was too small. It was only a radius of 100 miles. In such a small range, the enemy would be able to dodge it easily. Could it be that before Xian used this mystique, he would need to discuss with the enemy beforehand so that the enemy would not move recklessly? Therefore, he could only give up on this ability for now. Ding. Choice 3, Inaction Divine Ability. Wu Wei Divine Art, you can use a special divine soul chain to link yourself and the enemy together. After that, any damage suffered by both sides will be shared equally between both sides. What kind of divine ability was this? Xian blinked a few times, unable to react. However, he quickly understood. In this game, it seemed like it was a competition of who could recover faster and who could last longer. If the two of them were linked together, the damage would be shared equally. Even if the enemy could insta-kill Xian, they would not be able to do so. This was because half of the damage would be shared with the enemy. When the time came, it would be a competition of who could recover first. The key was that this mystique was controlled by Xian. Therefore, Xian could choose to buff or cancel it in time. What a shameless mystique! It could be said that this was the most shameless mystique that Xian had ever seen. This mystique was indeed a good choice for tricking others, especially those who were stronger than oneself. In an instant, Xian found it difficult to choose. He did not expect that the 3 choices given to him by the system would be such oddities. Absolute Zero was powerful, but its range was too small. Infinite critical hits could be ignored. However, this inaction divine ability was a double-edged sword. How should Xian choose, or should he give up on these 3 choices and choose again? However, after some hesitation, Xian finally chose Absolute Zero. Don't forget Xian's spiritual sense control and the 6 syllables of Sanskrit. He even had restrictions and talismans to assist him. Although Absolute Zero had a small range, it was powerful enough. As for Xian, he had many ways to prevent the enemy from reacting when Xian used Absolute Zero. System, I choose Absolute Zero Mystique. Ding. The host has successfully exchanged for Absolute Zero Mystique. All of the host's belief points and resources have been cleared. The belief points and resources that he had saved up for so long were cleared just like that. If Xian could not recoup his investment this time, he would probably suffer a huge loss. However, after Xian obtained Absolute Zero and read its detailed description, he felt slightly relieved. Absolute Zero could be upgraded. After upgrading, the attack range would be even larger. At the very least, this did give Xian some relief. While Xian was exchanging for a divine ability, another battle had already ended. And at this moment, the team leader finally pointed to Xian. This time, Xian would be taking the field. Xian did not hesitate and immediately flew over. Soon, the opponents from the demon god domain also rushed over. System, detect the opponent's strength. Ding. System notification, target is a first-grade general divine king. Was this the title of a general? Xian's 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra could decide life and death with a single word. However, it could only be used against those with lower realms than him. Strictly speaking, the death symbol mantra of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra was already at a higher cultivation level than Xian. Therefore, the death symbol mantra of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra was completely ineffective against him. Otherwise, Xian would not have considered so much. He would have just used the 6-syllable mantra and killed whoever he was facing. Unfortunately, although the 6-syllable mantra was powerful, it had many restrictions. Tell me your name, human. That guy from the demon god domain was actually playing the same game with Xian. Unfortunately, Xian had no intention of paying attention to him. A mere title of a general was nothing to Xian. Squeak? What's your name? Padian called out. Sunlei, a monkey general under the blazing sun sage. The monkey general introduced himself. Xian had once searched the souls of 2 monkey soldiers, so he knew that the Divine Monkey Mansion had 4 great sages and a mansion lord. This Blazing Sun sage was one of the great sages, so there was no need to talk about his realm. Squeak squeak squeak. Padian continued. This was what Xian wanted him to say. He wanted the monkey general to not tell the higher-ups about him. Otherwise, yes, this subordinate understands. Sun Lei hurriedly nodded. This subordinate is willing to follow my lord. Squeak. Padian nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, Xian's team had another super combat strength. With him around, as long as he didn't encounter a great sage expert, Xian could do whatever he wanted. After all, he still had the mystic divine battle armor. However, things weren't that simple. Although Sun Lei said that he wouldn't tell the higher-ups, he felt that potion's status was too high to let anything happen to him. Thus, he risked the danger of Padian punishing him to secretly send a message to the higher-ups. However, what surprised him was, after the Blazing Sun sage found out, he informed the mansion lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion about this matter. However, the mansion lord said that there was no such person as Sun Padian. There was no name, nor was there a super genius who could condense dozens of life monkey hairs at the level of a first-grade half-sage. Sun Padian was actually not a member of the Divine Monkey Mansion. Due to Sun Lei's high cultivation level, Xian didn't notice that Sun Lei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He looked at the sky-splitting divine ape in front of him, who was wearing the mystic divine battle armor, and hesitated. Just now, the Blazing Sun sage had sent a message to him, asking him to capture the heaven-breaking divine ape and bring it back to the Divine Monkey Mansion. However, what made him hesitate was that Padian had actually broken through to the second-grade half-sage realm at this time. Padian, who was a first-grade half-sage, had killed a sixth-grade sage and could fight head-on against a seventh-grade sage. Even the mansion lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion was shocked by his aptitude, therefore, Sun Lei wasn't confident that he could capture Padian. Thus, he secretly contacted the 2 monkey generals nearby. Lord Sun, I found 2 more monkey generals nearby. They're rushing over. At this time, Sun Lei suddenly stepped forward and said respectfully. Squeak. Well done. Heavenbreaker grinned and jumped onto Sun Lei's shoulder. Soon, the 2 monkey generals arrived. Both of them were 7th-grade monkey generals who had condensed more than 15 strands of natal monkey fur. Their strength was comparable to the 8th-grade saints of the Green Rock Pavilion. Greetings, Lord Sun. The 2 monkey generals said respectfully. However, they had already found out about this matter. Therefore, they wanted to get close to Padian first before working together with Sun Lei to capture Padian. Since nothing unexpected had happened before, Xian didn't think too much about it and accepted the 2 of them. While Heavenbreaker was still rejoicing over the fact that he had gained 2 new generals, Sun Lei and the 2 new monkey generals suddenly surrounded him. What are you doing? Xian couldn't help but ask. He was only in the true emperor realm. Therefore, the 3 of them didn't care about him at all. What? Padian was shocked. He didn't expect Sun Lei to collude with these 2 to capture him. No way. In an instant, Padian erupted with a powerful force. However, his strongest move was the heaven-shocking 36 staves. Now that he was being controlled, he couldn't attack. Squeak. What are you doing? Padian asked in surprise. When Sun Lei heard this, he replied, Lord Sun, I'm sorry. The Manor Lord has invited you back. Manor Lord, when Xian and Padian heard this, they understood that the matter had been exposed. How could they possibly know the Manor Lord of the Divine Monkey Manor? It seems like someone secretly reported it. It should be Sun Lei. Xian immediately reacted. He had been fine before, but after Sun Lei arrived, an accident occurred. Of course, it was also possible that someone else had reported it. Sun Lei had also snuck in like the other 2. No matter what, the matter had been exposed. Even if Padian was a 2nd-grade half-saint, he wasn't a match for 3 7th-grade saints, not to mention that he was being restrained now. Although Xian could directly put Padian away and escape, these 3 monkey generals each had more than 10 live monkey hairs. How could he let them go just like that? Time reversal. Xian had no choice but to use time reversal to return to the day before he met Sun Lei. Today, Monkey King hadn't been chased by the experts of the Green Rock Pavilion, so it was enough for the time reversal skill to cool down. Next, the matter will repeat itself. At that time, I can't let Sunlei report it. I have to send it into the planting space. Yixian thought to himself. He was wondering if Sunlei already knew about it when he met him. If he didn't know, then it meant that Sunlei had reported to the Divine Monkey Mansion. At that time, Sunlei would probably listen to Potion's words. As long as he entered the planting space, Yixian would be able to restrain him and lure out the other two monkey generals. Of course, if Sunlei already knew that Padian was a fake when he met Padian, then he would probably have to fight him directly. No matter what, Yixian wanted to give this situation a try first. He wanted to see if Sunlei already knew that Padian was a fake when he met Padian. Lord Yixian, this is bad. The Green Rock Pavilion has organized a large group of people to hunt us down. Monkey King sent another message. Prior to this, Yixian had already asked Wei Zhentian to search the souls of all the monkey soldiers in the planting space. These people all obeyed his orders and did not report this matter. Immediately, Yixian once again tore through the void and killed all of the pursuers from the Green Rock Pavilion. Then, the 8th grade saint from the Green Rock Pavilion descended and violently beat up Padian. Then, Sunlei appeared and used the mystic divine armor to instantly kill the 8th grade saint. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. I think you're not bad. Be my follower. Padian said to Sunlei. Sunlei's eyes lit up as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, this subordinate is willing to serve Lord Sun. Squeak squeak squeak. If that's the case, then don't resist. As Padian spoke, a wave of energy enveloped Sunlei. When Sunlei saw this, he resisted at first, but he gave up in the end. In the next moment, he appeared in the planting space. Here, even if he was a 7th grade saint, he was at Yixian's mercy. At this moment, Yixian had already taken Monkey King and the others in and started searching their souls one by one. However, he didn't find anything. I didn't find anything. Looks like Sunlei reported it later. Yixian thought to himself. Lord, what is this place? Sunlei asked curiously. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The system alarms sounded continuously. That person was simply floating in the air, not moving at all. However, Yixian was constantly being attacked. What an amazing shadow assault, this skill was actually so powerful. At this moment, Yixian finally understood why the leader wanted him to face this person. It was obvious that the leader had some understanding of Yixian's strength. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. And this person was obviously a genius from the demon god's domain that was being watched closely. The leader wanted to hand this difficult match to Yixian because if it were anyone else, unless they had some special detection technique, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. This leader had fought alongside Yixian before. Perhaps he had already seen some clues about Yixian. Of course, it was also possible that he had made this decision because of Miyan's suggestion. Yixian was constantly dodging on the stage, but the enemy's attacks did not stop at all. Even now, Yixian did not know what kind of attack the enemy was using. System, can you analyze the enemy's attack method and see what it is? Yixian asked the system as he dodged. If he could figure out what kind of attack method the enemy was using, then he would undoubtedly be able to come up with a plan to counter it. Ding. System notification, analyzing target's data. Ding. Analysis complete. Target is using the law of shadows. The law of shadows borrowed the power of shadows. It was incomparably strange. Furthermore, every person who had mastered the law of shadows would have their own understanding of it and use certain special abilities. The law of shadows, Yixian should have guessed that it was the law of shadows. After all, wasn't this guy's ability called Shadow Assault? After knowing that the opponent was using the law of shadows, Yixian began to silently observe while dodging. There were many restrictions to the law of shadows. Yixian believed that this person would definitely leave behind some flaws. Even though his attacks were powerful now, he was definitely not invincible. Wei Zhentian, test the attack. Yixian waved his hand and the two god-slaying swords flew out at the same time. Boom. 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 The two god-slaying swords simultaneously launched the deity-slaying slash. That was 14 deity-vanquishing slashes. Moreover, because the opponent was a demon god, it was an absolute critical hit. However, the result left Xian flabbergasted. That was because the 14 attacks did not hurt the enemy at all. As the 14 attacks were unleashed, a faint barrier appeared around the enemy. This barrier even blocked the deity-slaying slash. Was it the power of the law of darkness again? How was he supposed to break it? Boom! Suddenly, Xian made a mistake in dodging and was hit by an invisible attack. His figure was knocked back in an instant. However, Xian quickly steadied himself. The law of shadows. Could it be that he was borrowing shadows? No, there was no such thing as a shadow in this arena. Even if there was a shadow, it could only be the enemy or the shadow beside Xian. Suddenly, Xian had a flash of inspiration. Yes, it was the shadow. The law of shadows. The method of borrowing attacks should be the shadow. However, the enemy was very likely using some mysterious law power to control Xian's shadow. Why did Xian not notice the enemy's attack at all? That was because these attacks were launched by Xian's shadow. In other words, Xian was attacking himself. What a terrifying method. This mystique was simply impossible to defend against. If Xian had not reacted in time, he would have been dragged to death by himself. The law of shadows mystique to control the opponent's shadow. Since Xian knew, then it was easy to explain. Since he was attacking himself through his own shadow, then all he had to do was prevent his own shadow from appearing. Wouldn't that be enough? Others might not be able to do it, but Xian had countless ways to do it. Actually, this guy's greatest strength did not lie in his mastery of the law of shadows. It was his attacks. If one could not see through them, there was no way to counter them. And during a battle, who could be like Xian and have the leisure to think? After understanding this, Xian's body suddenly erupted with a powerful light. This was just a simple use of god power. It was just gathering god power around his body to form a light circle. Of course, this did not mean that there was no shadow. However, due to the obstruction of god power, the enemy could not use his mysterious power to control Xian's shadow. As expected, following Xian's actions, that person was clearly stunned. Boom, this was a high-level battle. How could Xian be stunned? How could he miss such a good opportunity? Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow was completed in an instant. In an instant, that person was sent flying. However, the enemy's body was protected by a shadow, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Human, you can actually see through the mystery of my shadow attack. It looks like you will definitely die today. That person looked at Xian, his tone clearly a little agitated. After all, once his mystique was seen through, it was worthless. It could even be said that even a low-level first-grade divine lord could use god power to render his mystique ineffective. That person quickly rushed over again, his eyes cold as he looked at Xian. Human brat, you forced me to do this. Then, I will let you know what it means to be in endless darkness. Domain, eternal night. In an instant, Xian lost the ability to see, whether it was his divine will or his eyes. At this moment, Xian was completely enveloped in darkness. However, in the eyes of others, Xian did not seem to have any abnormalities around him. The eternal night domain plunged people into absolute darkness forever. This guy actually mastered such a domain. It could be said that this domain was not an ability that a divine king should have. Who exactly was he? Why did he have so many mysterious techniques? However, Xian's lips curled up slightly. Xian was actually smiling. Yes, Xian was smiling. He was lamenting the enemy's ignorance. Did the enemy not know that Xian relied on the system? Even if his divine will was sealed, even if his eyes could not see, so what? Xian had the system, of course, the enemy could not possibly know this. Re-1 or ding. System notification, detected the ability to forcibly devour the power of the laws. Does the host wish to devour it? Devour. If that person found out that his ultimate move had become Xian's method to increase his strength, would he be angered to death, forcibly devour the power of the laws directly? It was that capricious, although the triggering conditions were uncontrollable, at least he would not drop the ball at critical moments. Law being in an instant, a mysterious power erupted from Xian's body. 1357924? 6810 Others might not know about this power, but how could the enemy, who had also mastered the law of shadows, not know? At this moment, he was completely stunned. Impossible, how can you also master the law of shadows? That person looked at Yi Xian in horror. After all, Yi Xian didn't have the aura of the law of shadows at all. Most importantly, the aura of the law of shadows that Yi Xian was displaying now was very similar to his own. It was almost identical. One had to know that the law of shadows was considered a system of laws, but very few people had mastered it. Now, not only did Yi Xian master the law of shadows, but he also mastered a similar ability. How could he accept this? Eternal Night Domain. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he directly used this domain. This time, the devouring had made Yi Xian a huge profit. Ding. System notification, host's forced devouring has succeeded. Ding. Congratulations to host for mastering the law of shadows. Ding. Congratulations to host for mastering the Eternal Night Domain. Ding. Congratulations to host for mastering the shadow manipulation mystique. When he heard these notifications from the system, it was already destined that the enemy was going to be in for a tragedy. As Yi Xian used the Eternal Night Domain, that person fell into his own domain in an instant. Unfortunately, this Eternal Night Domain was used by Yi Xian, so he couldn't withdraw it at all. Perhaps, if he was given time, even if it was just a few minutes, he could break it. But how could Yi Xian give him that much time? Shadow manipulation, shadow assault, attack. At Yi Xian's command, that person instantly tasted the attack from his own shadow. So what if he knew the enemy had no way of breaking it because he was running out of time? Just as the enemy was preparing to release his divine power to block the attack like Yi Xian's voice rang out again. Absolute zero. In an instant, that person was frozen in place, and Wei Tian, who was already on standby, directly controlled the two Godslayer swords to attack. He was killed without any suspense. In absolute zero, the enemy couldn't do anything, let alone resist. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Knight Heavenly King, 5th Prince of the Demon God Realm. The host has devoured the shadow of the 5th Prince and leveled up. Ding. System notification, in view of the host's current situation, the level has been automatically locked. The host can choose to activate it at any time. Ding. System notification, host has killed a special Yao Celestial, the 5th Prince of the Dark Knight Heavenly King. Reward, 3 random draws. Leveled up, furthermore, he even won a lottery. This time, even Yi Xian was caught off guard. It seemed like he had not devoured the 5th Prince, nor had he devoured any resources, so what exactly was it that made Yi Xian upgrade? Ding. System notification, Dark Knight Heavenly King's 5th Prince belongs to a special race, the Dark Knight Divine Spirit race. This race has no physical body and is a special race of laws. As for the body that others see, it is merely a puppet. As for the power of laws that the host forcibly devours, it is the enemy's body. A creature of laws, there was actually such a mysterious race. Yi Xian found it hard to understand the existence of such a race. A race of laws. In other words, they themselves were the power of laws. This was simply the best food prepared for Yi Xian to forcibly devour. Yi Xian even hoped that there would be more of such races of laws. However, the system also said that this was an extremely special race, which proved that they were extremely rare. No wonder there was such a generous reward this time. Not only did it increase his level, but there were also 3 random draws. That was because this guy was a super rare existence. As Yi Xian devoured this race of laws, his puppet body naturally turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. At this time, the people of the Demon God Realm, including the experts who were the judges, were all shocked. Someone had actually killed the 5th Prince of the Dark Knight. One had to know that this 5th Prince of the Dark Knight was in existence with an immortal body. No matter the person or the attack method, they would not be a threat to him at all. But how did Yi Xian do it? Of course, Yi Xian himself was also a little confused. When he devoured the power of laws, this guy was fine, but when the god-slaying sword killed him, this guy was considered dead. Logically speaking, he was a race of laws. Then, when Xian devoured the power of laws, he should have been dead. However, this was not the case. He only died after Wei Zhentian killed him. Yes, it was the Godhead. No matter what, this guy still had the Godhead. As long as the Godhead was not destroyed, even if Xian devoured the power of laws, it would not be a fatal threat to him. Therefore, the real fatal blow was still Wei Zhentian's attack. It was Wei Zhentian's attack that shattered this guy's Godhead and killed him. Re1R. What a strange race, what a strange race. In the realm of gods, who knew how many other strange races like this existed, Xian did not care about the strange gazes of the people of the demon god realm. He directly returned to the Kunlun god realm. Many people of the demon god realm were still shocked by this guy's death. It was obvious how popular this guy was. The fifth prince could be said to be the biggest dark horse of the demon god divine domain in the first grade divine king realm. But now, the black horse didn't even have the time to use his abilities before he was killed by Xian. This naturally attracted the attention of the people of the demon god realm. The people of the demon god realm, who did not react when so many people were killed, this time, because of the death of the fifth prince, their morale was greatly damaged. As for Xian, he'd finally become their greatest enemy. The second round of battle ended quickly. However, this time, the demon god realm was clearly in an advantageous position, but the Kunlun god realm equalized. At this time, both sides were left with 50 people. In other words, in this round, the Kunlun god realm lost 34 people, while the enemy lost 50 people. However, in this round, it was rare to see a heavily injured person who was defeated but did not die. Without a moment's rest, the third round began. However, it was obvious that in this round, the enemy had already placed their focus on Xian. Even when their leader was fighting, he was still carefully observing Xian. When Xian entered the field, the enemy sent out a guy with the title of a warrior. Moreover, he had a special ability to strengthen his physique, and he had mastered some kind of law power that was beneficial for defense. This showed that they wanted to use this opportunity to observe Xian. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The final round. Xian's mastery of the power of laws was beyond the imagination of the people from the demon god's domain. Moreover, Xian had only used the devouring power of law and the godly vow to kill his enemies. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. What could they possibly find out? In the next few rounds, the enemies were clearly testing Xian. Those who fought against Xian were not strong at all. Until the fifth round. In the fifth round, there were only 6 people left from the demon god's domain, and 4 from the Kunlun god's domain. After all, there was only one Xian. Overall, it was a battle between first-grade godly kings. In the end, the people from the demon god's domain had the upper hand. Those who failed once would not have a second chance. After all, even if they survived, they would be severely injured and would not be able to fight at all. 4 against 6. How could the people from the demon god's domain shamelessly suggest a battle royale? Xian's team leader was not stupid. Naturally, he did not agree. Re1R. However, what Xian did not expect was that the enemies would use some kind of secret technique to swap out 3 people from Xian's team, exchanging injuries for death. Exchanging mutual destruction. There were many elixirs and secret techniques that could temporarily increase one's battle strength. The demon god's domain had them as well. However, even the lowest level of true god realm would not use it casually. Because once they used such elixirs or secret techniques, it would be equivalent to destroying their own future. This was the main reason why almost no one in the realm of the gods used elixirs or secret techniques that could increase one's strength. But this time, the people from the demon god's domain used them. They chose 3 people and used some kind of secret technique that neither Xian nor the people from the Kunlun god's domain knew about. At the cost of heavy injuries, they exchanged for the last 3 people from the Kunlun god's domain. As a result, in the final round, Xian had no choice but to face 3 opponents alone. It was obvious that these 3 people were the strongest experts that the demon god's domain had deliberately left behind. These 3 people had been left behind by the demon god's domain until now specifically to deal with Xian. Such an action was perhaps a little illogical and incomprehensible in the Kunlun divine region. But in the demon god domain, it was nothing. Everything was for the sake of victory. As long as they could achieve victory in the end, the people of the demon god domain did not care what methods they used. Lord Law Envoy, are you confident? Why don't we just give up? Suddenly, the leader said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This was the main god's battle ring. How could the leader say that he was going to give up? Did Yi Xian mishear? What do you mean? Yi Xian asked the leader. In reply to Lord Law Envoy, Lord Divine Master has said that if there is no chance of victory, you are to give up. Lord Divine Master will pardon you. After all, you are a Law Envoy of the Kunlun Divine Region. You have limitless room for growth. There is no need for you to risk your life against these low-rank one-god kings. Meili actually said something like that. Yi Xian was stunned. In Yi Xian's heart, although Meili had always taken good care of him, for the sake of the Kunlun Divine Region, Meili was someone who would sacrifice anyone, forget Yi Xian, even for Miyu, or for the Kunlun Divine Region, Meili would choose to give up. Could it be that Yi Xian was mistaken? Meili was actually someone who cared about others, otherwise, why would she say that Yi Xian should give up if he was no match for them? Yi Xian did not know, and had no way of knowing. How could Yi Xian guess Meili's thoughts? But at least, Yi Xian was very satisfied that Meili could say something like that. Who was Meili? She was the Divine Master of the Kunlun Divine Region. A single word from her could cause the deaths of hundreds of millions of people. In the Kunlun Divine Region, she had absolute authority and was the strongest person in the Kunlun Divine Region. Yet, she was taking such special care of Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was still not satisfied, then he was not content. No need. I am willing to fight. Of course, if I really can't win, I will choose to give up. Yi Xian said directly to the leader. Since Meili was treating Yi Xian with sincerity, Yi Xian would naturally use his own actions to prove that Meili had not misjudged him. 5 eternal points were Yi Xian's trump card. In front of an absolute domain, none of these people were a match for Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian was not afraid. Yi Xian had plenty of options. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the leader naturally did not insist. After all, the Master God's arena was equally important. If he could win, that would be the best choice. Yi Xian walked directly into the arena. This time, he would face 3 super geniuses in turns. These 3 geniuses from the demon god's domain had been chosen to face Yi Xian from the very beginning. Human brat, remember my name. The person who will kill you is Myriad Demon Valley's Guku. Yi Xian's first opponent went up. This person showed incomparable confidence the moment he came up. Of course, he did have the qualifications to be so confident. Because this guy was actually a supreme genius who had the title of supremacy. Moreover, he had mastered a special law, the Eternal Life Law. The Eternal Life Law was a law power that was rarer than the Dark Night Law, the Time Law, and other laws. It could be said that if someone were to calculate the rarity of laws, the Eternal Life Law would be ranked in the top 100 rare laws at the very least. Mastering the Eternal Life Law was equivalent to mastering immortality. There was almost no power that could kill such a person because the power of his laws was immortality. At the same time, once one mastered this law, regardless of their aptitude, they would be considered an absolute genius. This was because they had a lot of time. What others spent 10,000 years to do, they could spend 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. This was because they were immortal. To them, there was no need to pay attention to time. Of course, the law of immortality was not really that easy to grasp. It was simply impossible to truly achieve immortality. The Eternal Life Law meant that almost no power could kill him, but it did not mean that there was absolutely no power that could kill him. Human brat, die. Guku attacked Yi Xian as soon as he entered the arena. He did not use any power. It was purely a physical attack. Boom, Yi Xian waved his hand casually and sent Guku flying. It could be said that he could not withstand a single blow. However, Guku quickly got up and appeared in front of Yi Xian in an instant. This guy did not only possess the Eternal Life Law, but also the Space Law. Every time Yi Xian attacked, he would be repelled. However, this guy did not care at all. After all, he was immortal. Sometimes, he would even commit suicide and immediately return to his peak state. The shameless Eternal Life Law coupled with the Space Law was simply shameless to the extreme. He could grind his opponent to death. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation unable to devour. Moreover, Goku's attack power was also quite strong because he had completely given up on defense. It could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Therefore, each of his attacks could be said to be an all-out attack. Naturally, its power was not weak. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. For a moment, Yi Xian was also a little flustered. When faced with such a helpless combination of laws, it could be said that even those who were at a higher level than him would be helpless. Wei Zhentian controlled the two Godslayer swords to revolve around Yi Xian. It could be said that he was in a constant state of battle. This was because Goku's attacks did not give him any time to react. In an instant, in the eyes of an outsider, Yi Xian was surrounded by countless attacks. It was as if Goku had turned into thousands of incarnations and completely surrounded Yi Xian. Damn it, this guy is too difficult to deal with. I can't let this go on. I have to think of a way to get out. In the beginning, Yi Xian had continuously used his spiritual sense to control and the 6 syllables mantra to kill Goku. However, Yi Xian had already given up. This was because even if he killed this guy, it would be useless. With the law of immortality, Goku would not need too long to resurrect immediately and then attack Yi Xian with full strength. Therefore, Yi Xian was now coordinating with the Godslayer swords and directly entering a defensive state. System, can I devour the law of immortality? Yi Xian was quite envious of the law of immortality. If Yi Xian had such a law, wouldn't he be invincible? Unfortunately, the system's answer made Yi Xian feel quite disappointed. Ding. System notification, the host currently does not meet the requirements to forcibly devour the law of immortality. Therefore, the host cannot forcibly devour it. Of course, although he was a little disappointed, Yi Xian had also guessed that this would be the result. After all, the law of immortality was too rare. Obviously, forcibly devouring it was not omnipotent. Yi Xian had encountered all kinds of law powers before, but there were not many that could be forcibly devoured. Then system, if I want to forcibly devour this law of immortality, what are the conditions? Ding. System notification, if the host wishes to forcibly devour a rare law of nature, the host must already possess a similar law of nature. At the same time, the target's law proficiency must also reach a certain level before forcibly devouring can be activated. So that was how it was. Perhaps for Yi Xian, he could find a so-called similar law power on his own, but Yi Xian could not control the law proficiency of his enemies. Re-1R, however, this also indirectly showed how powerful and rare the law of immortality was. Since it was impossible to forcefully devour him, Yi Xian could only think of a way to get rid of this guy. System, analyze the weakness of the law of immortality, I need an effective plan to deal with this guy. Ding. System notification, host does not have enough resources, unable to analyze the plan. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He had forgotten that he had just cleared all his resources. It seemed that he could not rely on the system this time. Goku had the law of immortality, so it was impossible to effectively kill him. Moreover, this guy also had the law of space, so he could attack quickly. It could be said that his attacks were endless. If Yi Xian ignored him, he would continue to attack Yi Xian. However, if Yi Xian killed him, he would immediately revive and attack again. Controlling Goku's injuries and making him lose his ability to fight, on the surface, this seemed to be a solution, but Yi Xian had already tried it, and it did not work. This guy did not have to worry about death, so he would even kill himself to recover his strength. Therefore, restricting his ability to move was not a solution. Moreover, this was an arena battle. Even if Yi Xian used his spiritual sense to temporarily control him, it would not solve the problem. After all, even if he controlled him, it would be useless if he could not kill him. Permanent control seemed to be a solution, but to permanently control Goku, because of Goku's special law ability, he would need a terrifying 100 Devour points. Where would Yi Xian get 100 Devour points from? This was 100 Devour points, not 100 Faith points. It was not an exaggeration to say that 100 Devour points was an astronomical figure to Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not do anything about it. Therefore, the idea of permanent control was not feasible at all. What other solutions were there? Absolute Zero? Absolute Zero could seal Goku in ice, but it couldn't seal him in ice forever. Once the time was up, he would be able to jump around again. Therefore, absolute zero was not a solution. What should he do? How could he deal with this guy? Could it be that Xian could only use that move, the Devour Space? That's right, this guy had a special ability. He could not kill or control him, but once Xian absorbed him into the Devour Space, no matter how many tricks he had, he would not be able to do anything. However, directly absorbing him into the Devour Space would undoubtedly cause great damage to the Devour Space. Xian did not want the Devour Space to be damaged. After all, the Devour Space was damaged the last time and had not fully recovered yet. Suddenly, Xian had a flash of inspiration. The Devour Space was Xian's dominion over everything. And with the Law ability, he could use the ability of a domain. Xian did not have a fixed domain that he could use now. However, if the Demon God clan could create their own divine ability domain, why couldn't Xian create something of his own? Eternal Night Domain. Suddenly, Xian used the Eternal Night Domain that he had just devoured not long ago. With Goku's ability, he could indeed commit suicide and ask the Eternal Night Domain for help. However, suicide was not a joke, so Goku would not commit suicide for no reason. Xian had enough time to execute his plan. The Law Divine Bow suddenly appeared in Xian's hands. What was Xian trying to do? Even if he used the Law Divine Bow, he would not be able to kill Goku. In that case, what was the use of Xian taking out the Law Divine Bow? 6 syllables mantra, compound. The compound mantra copied a specific target. Xian had used this move before and even obtained a law. However, this time, Xian was not using it to devour the law, because he could not devour it either. However, a mirror image that also had the ability to revive infinitely could buy time for Xian. What was Xian trying to do? System, begin refining one of the 10 great ancient talismans, the Divine Puppet Talisman. It was actually refining one of the 10 great ancient talismans. The Green Rock Pavilion no longer existed. When the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion heard this, he was slightly shocked. However, the Divine Monkey Mansion could also destroy the Green Rock Pavilion, so this wasn't much. However, Xian and the others weren't even great saints. What qualifications did they have to destroy the Green Rock Pavilion? How did you do it? The Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion couldn't help but ask. You don't need to know how we did it. The reason I helped you was because I didn't want your Divine Monkey Mansion to be destroyed. I have some things to ask you. As Xian spoke, he glanced at Padian and said, I wonder if you've heard of the Divine Monkey Palace of the 12 Divine Beasts Palace? 12 Divine Beasts Palace, Divine Monkey Palace. Hearing this, the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion trembled and said, I've never heard of it. Of course, he'd heard of it, but Xian's origins were unknown, so he wouldn't tell Xian. Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion's minute movements. It seemed that the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion knew something. Divine Monkey Palace, Divine Monkey Mansion, these names were very similar. In addition, the Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion also knew the Heaven Shocking Rod technique, so Xian guessed that the other party had a 90% chance of knowing about the Divine Monkey Palace. Mansion Lord, you're not being kind. I helped you resolve the crisis and only asked you about one thing, but you're not willing to tell me? Xian narrowed his eyes. I didn't ask you for help. Moreover, I don't know what the 12 Divine Beasts Palace and the Divine Monkey Palace are. The Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion shook his head. Is that so? The corner of Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he said, Mansion Lord, don't blame me for not reminding you. If I can destroy the Green Rock Pavilion, then I can naturally destroy your Divine Monkey Mansion. Don't make a mistake. With just you? The expression of the Divine Monkey Mansion's Mansion Lord suddenly turned cold. The Divine Monkey Mansion was the strongest in this area. Only they could bully others, so how could anyone else dare to threaten him? Even when facing the Green Rock Pavilion, the Rainbow Sect, and the Extreme City, the Divine Monkey Mansion's Mansion Lord didn't show any signs of fear. What's more, Xian and the others weren't even at the saint level. However, his intuition told him that Xian and the others weren't simple. After all, the one who spoke was Xian and not the Blackhorn Saint. What the Divine Monkey Mansion Lord cared about the most was the armored mini monkey on Xian's shoulder. Blazing Sun Sage, go up and meet them. The Divine Monkey Mansion Lord suddenly said. Yes, sir. A red-haired monkey answered and walked out. Padian also understood that it was time for him to appear, so he walked out. Are you sure you want to fight me? I'm afraid I'll beat you to death with a single strike. The blazing sun sage said. Squeak squeak? Then try smashing me to death? Seeing the mocking expression on Potion's face, the scorching sun sage brandished his long red stick and mercilessly swung it at Padian. Crack! This attack landed accurately on Potion's body. However, it was blocked by the Mystic Divine Battle Armor first. It only caused the Mystic Divine Battle Armor to crack. The Mystic Divine Battle Armor was formed by Wei Xiantian. Wei Xiantian was now an 8th grade half-saint like Padian. Plus, it was a 3rd grade magical treasure, so its defense was very strong. The attack of the Blazing Sun Sage couldn't even break the defense of the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, let alone Padian. What? How is this possible? My attack couldn't even break his armor? The Scorching Sun Great Sage was shocked. Among the 4 great saints of the Divine Monkey Mansion, his attack power was the strongest. Plus, he had condensed hundreds of vital monkey hairs. His strength was even stronger than a 2nd grade great saint. However, this was, squeak. It's my turn. Just as the Blazing Sun Great Sage was overwhelmed with shock, Padian made his move at lightning speed. 36 staff strikes. Pung. The strike landed on the body of the Blazing Sun Sage, causing his shoulder to collapse. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Padian didn't use his full strength. He only used about 30% of his strength. Even if it was only 30% of his strength, it was enough to kill the Blazing Sun Sage in a second. If it hit his chest just now, his heart would definitely burst. So strong, the whole crowd was shocked. The Blazing Sun Sage's eyes widened. He had smelled the aura of death just now. He didn't expect death to be so close to him. He knew that Padian had held back. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into minced meat. Terrifying. This was simply too terrifying. Was he really just an 8th stage half-saint? Gulp. The other 3 great sages, as well as the lord of the Divine Monkey clan, gulped. This strength was probably even stronger than the mansion master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture. Where did this little monkey come from? The mansion master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture was stunned. He estimated his opponent's strength. If they attacked together, they might stand a chance. Go. Capture him. The mansion master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture shouted. In the next moment, the other 3 great sages joined forces with the mansion master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture and charged toward Padian. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian snorted coldly and gave an order to Padian. Padian, who was already an 8th stage saint, had even killed the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion. Moreover, when he arrived at the Divine Monkey Prefecture, his cultivation level had increased once again. In front of him, these people were no different from the pavilion master of the Green Rock Pavilion. 36 strikes of the heavens. Soon, the battle was over. Including the mansion master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture, they were all defeated. Blackhorn, devour. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly gave the order. The mansion master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Before he could react, the monkey soldiers and generals were devoured by Blackhorn and sent to the cultivation space. This was a huge fortune. With so many monkey soldiers and generals, there was at least a strand of monkey hair. Who are you? The mansion master of the Divine Monkey Prefecture couldn't help but ask as he watched the monkey soldiers and generals that he had painstakingly nurtured being devoured by Blackhorn. If you had answered my question earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But don't worry, these people are not dead. They are very safe. Yi Xian grinned. The cultivation space was indeed very safe. However, after those monkey soldiers and generals were sent in, their life monkey hairs were directly plucked out. At the same time, Padian was also taken in by Yi Xian, then quickly summoned out. At this moment, the number of life monkey hairs on Potion's body had already reached 1,000. Although Yi Xian had obtained far more than 1,000 life monkey hairs, Potion's current realm wasn't high enough. At most, he could refine 1,000. As long as he continued to break through, he could continue refining them. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that these monkey soldiers and generals would be Potion's backyard army in the future. Yi Xian had them continuously condense life monkey hairs and then give them to Padian. Since that's the case, then take me in as well, the Divine Monkey Prefecture Master said. Alright, as you wish. In this way, these people would be at Yi Xian's mercy, and there wouldn't be a Divine Monkey Palace in the future. Immediately, Yi Xian projected himself into the cultivation space and appeared in front of the Divine Monkey Palace Lord. Now, can we have a good chat? Yi Xian said to the Divine Monkey Palace Lord. I have indeed heard of the Divine Monkey Palace you mentioned. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord nodded and said, however, I heard it from my father. Your father is? Yi Xian asked. This Divine Monkey Palace was established by my father, and it is said that my father was once a monkey soldier of the Divine Monkey Palace. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord replied. Your father is a monkey soldier of the Divine Monkey Palace. Then why did he leave the Divine Monkey Palace? Yi Xian asked again. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord said, that's because the 12 Divine Beast Palaces were destroyed. The 12 Palace Masters either died in battle, disappeared, or were sealed. As a result, the 12 Divine Beast Palaces were also disbanded. Was it destroyed? Yi Xian muttered in his heart, then what about your father? My father's life was once saved by the Divine Monkey Palace Lord, so he wanted to go to the Immortal Treasure Mountain to save the Divine Monkey Palace Lord. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord said. Immortal Treasure Mountain? Hearing this name, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a person. It was the middle-aged man with horns who forcefully took away the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon. The other party had also mentioned the Immortal Treasure Mountain, so that was the place where the Divine Monkey Palace Lord was sealed. Then where is this Immortal Treasure Mountain? Yi Xian asked curiously. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. Perhaps the mysterious Great Sage will know. Great Sage, who is it? Yi Xian asked. The Great Sage is said to be a person of great status in the Divine Monkey Palace. After the 12 Divine Beasts Palace was disbanded, he hid in the Thousand Spiders Mountain as a hidden expert. My father found out the location of the Immortal Treasure Mountain from him. The Divine Monkey Palace Lord paused for a moment, then said, I don't know the location of the Immortal Treasure Mountain, but I do know where the Thousand Spiders Mountain is. With that, he took out a map and handed it to Yi Xian, pointing out the location of the Thousand Spiders Mountain. Thousand Spiders Mountain? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This place was quite a distance away from him. Even if he used the teleportation formation continuously, it would still take him more than 10 days. However, this was nothing. At least he found a clue. Immediately, Yi Xian directly set off for the Thousand Spiders Mountain. This journey was extremely boring. They didn't encounter anything special, only a few groups of bandits who thought that Yi Xian was easy to bully. These people were either dead or sent into the cultivation space by Yi Xian. About half a month later, Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the Thousand Spiders Mountain. During this period of time, Yi Xian broke through to the 7th level of the Half-Saint Realm, and Padian broke through from the 8th level of the Half-Saint Realm to the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. Yi Xian had already learned of the dangers of the Thousand Spiders Mountain on the way here. It was said that even a mid-level Great Saint would be in danger of dying there. As for the master of the Thousand Spiders Mountain, she was called Madame Thousand Spiders. She was the wife of the Great Saint. Rumor had it that if someone could find the Thousand Spiders Hall, they would be able to obtain the legacy of the Great Saint. This staff technique was extremely powerful, so it attracted many people to climb the mountain. Yi Xian looked at the Thousand Spiders Mountain that was constantly emitting a terrifying aura. After taking a deep breath of air, he ascended the mountain. It was impossible to fly on the Thousand Spiders Mountain because there were a large number of Great Saint-level flying thunder spiders in the air. Once they flew, they would be attacked by these flying thunder spiders. Therefore, they had to go up on foot. Yi Xian brought Black Horn and walked in. Black Horn was now a 9th stage saint. His strength had already surpassed the Mansion Lord of the Divine Monkey Mansion. He was roughly at the 5th grade Great Saint level. With him leading the way, there wouldn't be any small problems. These people who ascended the mountain were at least intermediate saint level. However, it was rare for them to bring a burden like Blackhorn up. The Thousand Spiders Mountain is filled with spider-type saint beasts. With the 10,000 beasts diagram and the heaven splitter, the chances of reaching the top are very high. Yi Xian thought. Even if he couldn't, he could just use time to go back and wait for a while to come in. Brat, a mere 9th grade saint dares to come in? You're really impatient. Not long after Yi Xian and Blackhorn left, a discordant voice sounded. They turned their heads and saw a few 4th grade great saints. Swallow it. Yi Xian said directly when he saw that the other party had ill intentions. The next moment, Blackhorn turned into a devouring black dragon. He opened his big mouth and sucked the few 4th grade great saints into the planting space. Overestimating themselves, Yi Xian wasn't surprised by this kind of people. Blackhorn was already used to it. They continued to climb the mountain. Along the way, many great saint-level saint beasts attacked them, but they were all devoured by Blackhorn without exception. As they continued to climb the Thousand Spiders Mountain, the realm of the saint beasts they encountered also increased. In less than 2 days, they came to the mountainside of the Thousand Spiders Mountain. They were almost halfway up the mountain. Next, we may encounter high-level saint beasts. We have to be careful. Yi Xian thought. However, just as they continued to move forward, a figure suddenly flew up to the sky. There was actually someone who wanted to fly to the top of the mountain. He was really courting death. Zizizi. When the flying thunder spiders in the sky discovered the figure, they immediately released countless lightning bolts and attacked this person. To everyone's surprise, this figure's speed was quite fast, and he actually dodged this batch of attacks. Yi Xian hurriedly looked and found that it was a girl in her teens. Her strength had already reached the 5th grade great saint level. However, the flying thunder spiders in the sky were basically in groups, and they constantly attacked this girl. Although the girl's speed was fast, she couldn't dodge so many attacks. In the end, she was still hit, but she didn't die. Instead, she fell from the sky. However, those flying thunder spiders didn't intend to let her go. They immediately took advantage of the situation and attacked. What a blessing, Blackhorn swallowed her. Yi Xian immediately said. When Blackhorn heard this, he immediately transformed into his original body. He opened his mouth, and a wave of power enveloped the girl, then swallowed her. The Thousand Spider Mountain had already been climbed by countless people. Although these flying thunder spiders were terrifying, as long as they didn't exceed a certain distance from the ground, they wouldn't attack. After Blackhorn swallowed the girl into the planting space, those flying thunder spiders lost their target and gave up on chasing. Hey, where is this? In the planting space, the girl turned her head and looked around. She couldn't help but ask. This is my space, I saved you. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the girl. Of course, it was just a projection. However, just as the myriad Sun Sword attendant appeared, he was struck by a ray of light. If Yi Xian hadn't reacted in time and helped him withstand a portion of the damage, it could be said that this little fellow would have already been killed. Damn it, Yi Xian had no choice but to recall Sword Attendant Wan Sun. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. This was because even if Sword Attendant Wan Sun appeared, it would not be able to do anything to Yi Xian. Absolute Zero. Yi Xian activated Absolute Zero several times based on his intuition. Unfortunately, it was useless. The enemy's strange attack was not interrupted at all. Human brat, do you think you can find me? Accept your death obediently. Accept your death obediently under my dance of troubled times. A voice sounded. The enemy had finally spoken, but Yi Xian could not sense where the enemy was speaking. It was as if the enemy was everywhere. The law bow appeared in Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian continuously shot law arrows, but unfortunately, they were useless. These law arrows were shot randomly. How could they be a threat to the enemy? Eternal Night Domain. Yi Xian activated the Eternal Night Domain several times, but it was still useless. To think that the enemy this time was so strange. What kind of special law power did he control, or did he have some special treasure? Why? Why could not even Yi Xian discover his position? It was not only Yi Xian, but also the system. Yi Xian had ordered the system to detect him, but it kept failing. Ding. System notification, target detection failed. Ding. System notification, target detection failed. Only the sound of failure could be heard. Yi Xian was attacked time and time again. If not for Yi Xian's eternal body's powerful recovery ability, Yi Xian would have been defeated. However, even so, the clothes rack on Yi Xian's body had already been scrapped. At this moment, Yi Xian actually appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state. This was something that had never happened before. But there was nothing Yi Xian could do. No matter what, if Yi Xian wanted to defeat the enemy, the biggest prerequisite was to find the enemy. Otherwise, if he couldn't even attack, how could he defeat the enemy? Was he going to use his eternal domain now? No, he couldn't use it. From the enemy's abilities, Yi Xian already knew that the last 3 enemies would only get stronger and stronger. Those from the demon god's domain were also determined to win the Master God battle ring. Therefore, the final enemy was the final trump card that the people of the demon god domain had prepared. The eternal domain had to be kept. It was Yi Xian's last and greatest trump card. Damn it, Yi Xian felt like he was at his wit's end. All of his attacks were completely useless because he couldn't find the enemy. On the other hand, the enemy was able to continuously attack Yi Xian. They were simply taking a beating. The wings of gods didn't have the power of the wings of gods, so Yi Xian couldn't enter stealth mode. At this moment, Yi Xian even missed the ancient Zither Dharma power. Back then, Yi Xian had directly used the ancient Zither Dharma power against that person from the Li family in the Divine Master Palace. Yi Xian couldn't wait to have another Dharma power. Unfortunately, although the bloodline of Wanzun could contain countless Dharma powers, Yi Xian only had the ancient Zither Dharma power. What could he do to force the enemy out? Yi Xian's mind raced as he dodged without stopping for a moment. But even as he dodged, he would still be attacked from time to time. Outside the battle ring, the team leader and the others were paying close attention to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's victory or defeat was the final result of this first-grade Divine King battle ring. Once Yi Xian lost, the Kunlun God domain would announce their defeat. Was Yi Xian's attack power weak? Not at all. It could be said that if this enemy dared to appear in front of Yi Xian, even if it was just a second, Yi Xian would be able to kill him in a second. But now, Yi Xian couldn't even find the enemy, so how could he kill him in a second? 1,000 vines. Yi Xian roared again. 1,000 vines exploded instantly, and countless vines grew crazily. This time, Yi Xian wanted to use the endless growth of 1,000 vines to find the enemy. Unfortunately, 1,000 vines' defense was too weak. Every single ray of light that appeared would sever countless vines. Even Qianting could not hold on for long. How could Qianting possibly endure the endless cutting of his vines? Hence, Qianting helplessly retreated after a short while. Looking at the scattered vines on the ground, Yi Xian was filled with helplessness. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze stopped on those scattered vines. Re-1R because Yi Xian's sharp senses told him that there was an area with a lot more vines. Why would there be so many vines in a single area? There was no doubt that this was the enemy's position. Yi Xian didn't believe that this guy could control space after mastering the 3 major abilities of concealment, music, and summoning. Megatron, strongest attack mode. Yi Xian thought, and Megatron launched a frenzied attack in that direction. Yi Xian didn't stay idle either. With the Godslayer in hand, he also launched countless attacks. Violent and concentrated attacks were launched in that direction. In an instant, those rays of light stopped attacking. It's there. The enemy is there. Yi Xian drew his bowstring even faster, and from time to time, he would use various abilities, such as the Eternal Night Domain and Absolute Zero. Yi Xian couldn't determine the enemy's exact position, but he could at least estimate the approximate range. Hence, Yi Xian launched a saturation attack in that direction. In an instant, that area within a 10,000-mile radius was engulfed by Yi Xian's frenzied attacks. Within a 10,000-mile radius, there were countless attacks. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. As long as he sensed something, Yi Xian didn't hesitate or pause, even if it seemed like all his attacks had missed. Pfft, a voice sounded, and a figure appeared. You, how did you discover me? At this moment, that person was in an incomparably sorry state. After all, his defense was simply insufficient. Adding on the fact that he didn't grasp the space laws or the speed laws, it was impossible for him to dodge Yi Xian's saturated attacks. Hence, he revealed his true form under the attack of the deicide slash. Since he had appeared, Yi Xian wouldn't hold back. All of his attacks were launched in that person's direction. This time, it was a clear kill. This guy's fate was sealed when Yi Xian forced him to reveal his true form. How did he discover him? Yi Xian could only say that it was a fluke. Furthermore, he had to thank his enemy for revealing himself. Yi Xian had discovered his enemy because of the countless vines on the ground. This guy had exposed himself when he cut the vines. It wasn't Yi Xian who had discovered him. Yi Xian won another round, but it was by sheer luck. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. It could be said that whether it was Yi Xian himself or the other spectators, they all felt that Yi Xian's victory this time was not due to strength, but due to luck. This was because anyone could tell that Yi Xian had not actually gained the upper hand all this while. It was the enemy who gave Yi Xian the chance to win. Of course, no matter what, a win was a win. Even if it was luck, luck was still a part of strength. Re-1 rat this time, Yi Xian was defending the arena alone. There was still one last battle left. The final battle would determine the final result of this battle. Clearly, that person from the demon god domain was not going to give Yi Xian any time to rest. With a leap, that person had already arrived at the arena. Yi Xian silently looked at that person. From this person, Yi Xian could feel a strong pressure. Yi Xian understood that this person was no ordinary person. They were merely divine kings, and the most they could do was to borrow the power of laws. However, this person was able to emit the pressure of laws. This was enough to prove that he was special. Of course, no matter how strong he was, only death awaited him today. Because Yi Xian had left the eternal domain behind for so long, wasn't it all for now? No matter how strong he was, Yi Xian would definitely crush him. That person walked into the arena with a cold expression. He looked at Yi Xian indifferently and said, "I'll give you a chance to understand it yourself." Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. This person was very confident, but he didn't know where his confidence came from. System, detect this person's strength. Ding. System notification, target is a first-grade Venerable Realm Divine King. Ding. Warning. 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 Host, please take note. The designated target possesses a special ability. Divine ability augmentation? What did that mean? However, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to care so much. This guy had the title of Venerable Rank, so he was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, he was able to emit the pressure of laws, which was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. But so what? Is that so? In that case, I'll return those words back to you. Kill yourself. Perhaps, you'll suffer less. Yi Xian said to that person with a faint smile on his face. Human brat, you are very arrogant. Has no one ever told you that being too arrogant will result in a miserable death? That person still had a cold expression on his face, but Yi Xian scoffed at his words. The current situation was that guy being arrogant, not Yi Xian. As he spoke, he began to condense a black ball in his hand. However, lightning constantly flashed around the black ball. The laws of Devour and Lightning, he was actually able to perfectly fuse the power of the two laws together to form a new form of attack. Yi Xian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This person was very strong. Even though Yi Xian had many different laws, he had always used one law at a time as a means of attack. Yi Xian had never seen someone like this, who was actually able to fuse two laws together to attack. That person casually waved his hand, and the black ball suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian had no choice but to use the power of the space law to continuously dodge. Yi Xian was extremely fast. After all, the speed of unlimited teleportation allowed him to travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, even with such a fast speed, Yi Xian still couldn't escape the attack of the black ball. At that moment, Yi Xian could clearly feel a strong suction force coming from beside him. Yi Xian, who also possessed the law of Devour, naturally knew what kind of power this was. In the distance, bolts of powerful lightning continuously bombarded Yi Xian. In other words, if Yi Xian was attracted by the suction force, he would definitely die. Stop struggling, human brat. Accept your death obediently. You are no match for me. The genius from the demon race's celestial realm said faintly, as if everything was already under his control. Yi Xian frowned slightly but didn't hesitate. Since he knew that he couldn't do anything to this person using conventional methods, there was no need for Yi Xian to waste any more time. System, what if I use 5 eternal points to activate the eternal domain? Ding. System notification, exchange successful. Following the system's words, a ray of light suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body and spread out in an instant. Then, a huge sphere appeared in the middle of the arena. This sphere was so huge that it directly enveloped all the geniuses from the demon race's celestial realm. A strong power instantly entered Yi Xian's body, increasing all his attributes by 100 times. This made Yi Xian feel as if he had the power to dominate everything. At the very least, this genius from the demon race's celestial realm could no longer threaten Yi Xian. That strong suction force continued, but Yi Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled and allowed his body to be attracted to it. The lightning surrounded Yi Xian in an instant and bombarded him continuously. The strong light made Yi Xian completely disappear. After a moment, the genius from the demon race's celestial realm actually said to the referee in the sky, "Why? Are you guys still not going to decide the result?" The underlying meaning of this sentence couldn't be more obvious. He was certain that Yi Xian had been killed by his lightning, however, none of the powerhouses paid any attention to him. Instead, they all looked at the center of the lightning with fear in their eyes. It was fear. These powerhouses saw a scene that they couldn't comprehend. At this moment, Yi Xian was indeed being attacked by countless lightning bolts. Some of these lightning bolts had the power to instantly kill a first-grade divine king. However, all of these lightning bolts didn't threaten Yi Xian in the slightest. In defense, Yi Xian seemed to be immune to the lightning bolts. No, it wasn't as simple as being immune. Yi Xian actually waved his hand casually and caught one of the lightning bolts in his hand. Then, he studied it with great interest. He had actually forcefully taken the enemy's attack technique into his own hands. Furthermore, he didn't care about it at all. What's wrong? The genius from the demon race's celestial realm naturally knew what had happened when he saw the reaction of the judges. Therefore, he subconsciously looked in Yi Xian's direction. But then, he saw a scene that terrified him to the core. The black sphere that he had just thrown out was actually being rapidly restored by Yi Xian. Furthermore, as the process continued, the genius from the demon race's celestial realm could clearly sense that the black sphere was completely out of his control. A moment later, the black sphere was floating in Yi Xian's hand. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was still studying it. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The genius from the demon god realm was horrified. How was this possible? His attack had been played around with by his opponent. One had to know that that was his most powerful attack. Not only had it failed to hurt Yi Xian, but it had also been tamed by Yi Xian. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. That was the power of 2 different laws. How could it have been tamed? For a time, that person was in disarray because such a strange scene had exceeded the limits of his imagination. You. How did you do it? The genius from the demon god realm asked Yi Xian subconsciously. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have any intention of paying attention to him. Instead, he casually waved his hand. The black ball that had combined the power of the devouring and lightning laws disappeared. No, this is impossible. This is an illusion. This must be an illusion. No one can break my devouring lightning ball. Impossible, impossible. Yi Xian repeated the word impossible several times in a row, which undoubtedly revealed the fear and shock in his heart. As he cried out in alarm, a new attack was formed in his hand. However, before he could attack, Yi Xian had already appeared beside him. Yi Xian waved his hand casually and the law attack that the genius had been forming was snatched away by Yi Xian. That's right, it was snatched away. With a wave of his hand, the law attack that the genius from the demon god realm had used fell into Yi Xian's hand like a well-behaved baby. The genius from the demon god realm hurriedly retreated in horror. However, no matter how fast he was, Yi Xian would always appear beside him. Yi Xian just looked at him indifferently, but his attention was focused on the power of his laws. System, can I devour the power of the lightning laws? Ding. System notification, the host is currently in a special space. Forced devouring is not allowed. Xian was slightly disappointed, but he had guessed that this was possible. All of a sudden, Xian raised his head and looked at the genius from the demon god domain. Although it was just a casual glance, the genius from the demon celestial realm felt as if he had been completely locked onto by Xian. It was as if his every move and action were clearly under Xian's control. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Unfortunately, whether it felt good or not, this guy couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence and arrogance from before. The demon god domain genius's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, he was extremely afraid of Xian. Alright, let's end this. Although the eternal territory was extremely powerful, it had a limited duration. Xian naturally wouldn't waste any time. For Xian, he had spent a total of 5 eternal points to exchange for the eternal domain. Wasn't it all to defeat this person? Pa. A slap in the face. It was actually a slap. This was a battle between godly monarchs. It was normal to use mystiques or nomological powers, but to use a slap to hit the enemy, how much pressure did it take to do so? The most important thing was the result of this slap. Xian's slap had actually shattered the demon god domain genius's godhead. A slap could actually shatter the opponent's godhead. Who had ever seen such a powerful force? This was especially so for the demon god domain genius. After being slapped by Xian, he felt as if all the power that belonged to him was rapidly disappearing. To be more precise, Xian had stripped him of all his power in the time it took to slap him. Whether it was nomological powers or the divine power in his body, everything had disappeared. At this moment, that person was actually a cripple. After pausing in midair for a short second, the demon god domain genius fell to the ground. The feeling of falling infinitely made the demon god realm genius scream hysterically. Unfortunately, no one was paying attention to him anymore. Bam! Finally, he made intimate contact with the ground and fell to his death instantly. At the same time, the eternal domain's time was finally up. That violent power instantly returned to Xian's body. At this moment, Xian looked no different from before. However, even the referee was stunned for a moment before announcing the result. After all, the power that Xian had displayed was too strong. It was so strong that even the powerful referees couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of power was this? What kind of method was this? A super genius from the demon god domain was actually like a child in front of Xian. He was so powerless and so pitiful. When the result was announced, even the people fighting in the other arenas subconsciously stopped fighting. This was because the strange and powerful power that had erupted from Xian had actually penetrated the space of the arena and made them feel it. Re-1R, especially those who were also lower divine kings, they were already trembling because they knew that even if they were of a higher cultivation level than Xian, if Xian had really fought with them, they would definitely die if Xian unleashed that power just now. While Xian was killing the geniuses of the demon god domain, he naturally wouldn't let go of their Qian rings. When the result was announced and confirmed that he had won, Xian didn't hesitate to devour the resources in those Qian rings. Xian's intention was clear. If there was a need, he would continue to fight in the next arena. Ding! The host has broken through. The current level is Lower Divine King Realm. He actually rose 3 levels. He was indeed a genius from the demon god domain. The resources in his hands were indeed abundant. However, Xian didn't show it at all. This was the Overgod arena and he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. The powerhouses who noticed these changes also shut their mouths silently. Needless to say, the experts from the Kunlun divine domain weren't stupid enough to cause trouble for themselves. As for the experts from the demon god domain, they could only keep quiet because all of their lower divine king realm geniuses had been defeated. No one could fight with Xian anymore. Besides, Xian's sudden burst of power just now was just a level up. It couldn't be compared to the power he had just displayed. The Kunlun divine domain had won the lower divine king realm arena. After that, Xian didn't have to wait for too long. The battles in the other arenas had all ended. Of course, the battle that left the deepest impression on people was Xian's battle. How could they not remember that kind of overwhelming power? No one knew whether it was Yi Xian's victory that caused the other lower divine kings to feel uneasy. In short, the Kunlun divine domain had won 7 out of the 9 lower divine kings' battles. After that, the crowd was led out of the Overgod arena once more. What awaited them was Meili's reward. 135-7924 6810 GGGGGD. As for what the Overgod arena was about, Yi Xian and the others didn't know, nor did they have the right to ask. Their mission was simply to obtain victory. However, these geniuses could be said to have suffered an incomparably heavy loss. Those who could return, in 100 people, less than 1 person. From this, one could see just how cruel the Overgod arena was. When they returned to the Overgod palace, they didn't receive the grand welcome they'd expected. Meili merely spoke a few words, and after discovering some rewards, she left it at that. Of course, these rewards were nothing to scoff at. Furthermore, the geniuses who participated in the Overgod arena would receive special nurturing from the Overgod realm. As long as they returned alive from the Overgod arena, they would receive benefits they couldn't even dream of and reach the heavens in a single bound. While the others quietly retreated to celebrate, Yi Xian was summoned by Meili alone. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had been summoned by Meili alone. But this time, Yi Xian was a little more reserved. Yi Xian already had a clear understanding of Meili's authority. This was an Overgod who could send trillions of experts to their deaths with a single word. She was the undisputed #1 expert of the Kunlun God realm. Greetings, Overgod Overgod. Yi Xian bowed slightly and stood respectfully in front of Meili. Meili looked at Yi Xian, then lightly smiled and said, "This time, you did well. Go back and prepare well. I'm afraid the next Lord God's arena won't be far away." There was another Overgod arena. Yi Xian was already scared out of his wits after playing the Overgod arena once. If he played it again, wouldn't Yi Xian lose his life? Although Yi Xian only had a slight change in his emotions, how could it possibly escape Meili's notice? Don't worry, the next Master God Challenge ring won't be so cruel. I called you here this time because I have a reward for you alone. I've already heard that your performance this time was the most outstanding, so you deserve this reward. At the same time, she handed a treasure box to Yi Xian. Yi Xian subconsciously took it, but he didn't know what it was. Of course, now that he was in the Divine Master Palace, he could not open it directly. Yi Xian, although your performance in the Overgod's battle arena was not bad, your expeditionary army of 9 directions and 60,000 realms was not very satisfactory. Last time, I mobilized the armies of the other regional commanders to help you. However, this does not conform to the rules of the Overgod's battle arena. You still have to work hard. Yes, Divine Master. Alright, you can leave now. Yi Xian acknowledged and left. Yi Xian didn't feel anything when he faced Meili before, but recently, he clearly felt that something was different. Meili's aura was simply too strong, and it wasn't just her aura, but also her temperament. It was just that before, Yi Xian didn't have an official position, so Meili only thought of him as her master's disciple or friend. Now that Yi Xian had an official position, he finally understood Meili's strength. After walking out of the Divine Master Palace, Yi Xian immediately opened the box. After all, this was what he obtained after risking his life in the Overgod's battle arena. Yi Xian wanted to see what was inside the box. A token that emitted a strange light. Could this be Meili's reward? What was the use of this thing? But soon, the moment Yi Xian opened the box, a message came out of the box and directly into Yi Xian's head. In an instant, Yi Xian understood what it was. This was the qualification token for the Kunlun God Domain's Ancestral Land Secret Realm. What was the Ancestral Land Secret Realm? When every God Domain was born, there would be a place of origin, and usually, it would be a secret realm. This secret realm would be constantly reinforced by successive divine masters, and if the super experts of the God Domain were to die, they would automatically choose to die there. It could be said that the Ancestral Land Secret Realm was the graveyard of the God Domain. It was the collective grave of the super experts of the God Domain. The experts who could walk in by themselves would naturally pass away in there. And if the experts who died in battle could be found, they would be sent in as well. It could be said that the Ancestral Land Secret Realm was the core and most mysterious place of the God Domain. And there was no need to mention the opportunities and dangers inside. Most of the experts, if they didn't have a successor in the outside world, would leave their legacy in the ancestral land. After all, only true geniuses were qualified to enter the rented land. The reason why these experts left their legacy was because they hoped that one day, their legacy would be inherited by a genius and continue to be passed down. What were the experts of the God domain? That was the strongest power in a God domain. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the level of Master God Emperor could enter that place. In other words, it wouldn't be too much to call the ancestral land secret realm the graveyard of the God Emperors. Now, Xian was holding a token to enter the graveyard of the God Emperors. It was a special token that could only be used once. Using this token, Xian could be directly transported in. When he wanted to leave, he only needed to activate the token and he would be able to leave. Although the treasure hunt in the ancestral land secret realm could not be called the best reward in the God domain, it was still one of the top few rewards. What one could obtain would depend on one's luck. What should he do? Should he use it? Xian had doubts in his heart. He didn't know how many people had obtained the qualifications to enter the ancestral land secret realm. But he believed that there wouldn't be many. In that case, should he enter now? Xian looked into the distance. In the end, he decided to enter now. Power. Xian was in desperate need of power now. In the past, a 4th-grade Divine King Realm cultivator was considered pretty good. Unfortunately, he was now the provincial governor who was in charge of the 9 directions and 60,000 territories. A mere lower-grade Divine King Realm cultivator was nothing compared to him. Those big families under Xian, although they didn't say anything on the surface, would definitely slander Xian in secret. After all, the God domain was also a world where power was respected. Only the strong had the right to be respected by others. Since that was the case, then he would use it now. Xian wanted to see what was so special about the ancestral land secret realm of the Kunlun God domain. Xian held the token in his hand and instantly activated the teleportation. After a while, Xian's figure appeared at the entrance of a secret realm. What a strange space, this was Xian's first reaction. In this secret realm, there was no sunlight at all. There was only a kind of dark light. In layman's terms, it was a ghost fire. After all, those who were buried here, even the weakest ones were low-level God Emperors. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Not to mention inferior God Emperors, even those with divine sparks would find it difficult to destroy their corpses even if they died. Without tens of millions of years, the corpses of these experts would not decay at all. Of course, there was something special about this secret realm. There was a strange power of law everywhere in this secret realm. This power of law was completely useless because its only use was to accelerate the decay of the corpses. Of course, there were other things in the secret realm that would accelerate the decay of the corpses. At this moment, Xian was standing on a circular platform. This was the reception platform. Those who entered the ancestral land secret realm using a token would appear on a platform similar to the one Xian was standing on. This was because this secret realm did not have any entrances or exits. If one wanted to enter, they had to use a teleportation token. If anyone were to accidentally lose the token, they would be trapped inside and die. Xian did not move. He stood silently on the reception platform and carefully observed his surroundings. Before entering this place, there was no map or any information about this secret realm. If Xian wanted to explore this place, he would have to choose his own route. With the reception platform as the center, broken pieces of land could be seen everywhere. Perhaps the secret realm used to be a complete piece of land, but it was now divided into countless small pieces. These broken pieces of land were what Xian wanted to explore this time. This was because some of the broken pieces of land were the tombs of the experts who entered. Not far in front of Xian was a piece of land. On this land, there was a majestic palace. However, Xian had no intention of exploring this place. He was so close to the reception platform. Xian would not believe that there would be any inheritance left. Xian did not observe for too long. No matter how he observed, he would not be able to see anything without experiencing it himself. With a leap, Xian was already high up in the air. Xian didn't have a specific goal in mind. Right now, he was just randomly choosing a direction. Pieces of broken land retreated from Yi Xian's side. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was constantly choosing his targets. Finally, a broken piece of land caught the attention of Yi Xian. There were no palaces on this broken continent, but there was a mysterious plant growing on it. There was not even any sunlight in the ancestral land Mystery Land, but there was still a plant, which was a little strange. Yi Xian landed on the broken piece of land and said to the system, "System, scan this thing. I want to see what it is." Ding. System notification, scan successful. Target set, Ghost Vine. Ding. System notification, a special plant, Ghost Vine, has been detected. The host can find the heart of the Ghost Vine to upgrade the 1,000 vines. Ding. System notification, the Ghost Vine is formed from the divine power and precepts of a fallen elite. It is said to be a plant, but it has its own instincts. The preliminary assessment is that it is dangerous. Please be careful. Dangerous? This was the ancestral land, the graveyard of countless elites. It would be strange if there was no danger. However, he did not expect to find something that could be used to upgrade the 1,000 vines as soon as he arrived. Naturally, Yi Xian would not miss this opportunity. The heart of the Ghost Vine? No matter what it was, as long as he killed the Ghost Vine, he would be able to find it soon. Yi Xian pulled out the Godslayer. At the same time, he let Wei Zhentian transform into a magic treasure. Then, the two Godslayer swords circled around Yi Xian, ready to defend at any time. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the Rule Heavenly Bow and held it in his hand. 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. Yi Xian immediately summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. He wanted to use the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant to test the strength of the Ghost Vine. Following Yi Xian's order, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant summoned their divine beast mounts and rushed over without hesitation. Yi Xian stood in place and did not make any unnecessary movements. He just waited silently. The 1,000 Beast Sword Servant led the divine beast mounts and charged continuously. The Ghost Vine seemed to be really ordinary plants at this time. There was no reaction at all. Of course, the system notification said that the Ghost Vine was a dangerous existence. Therefore, Yi Xian did not believe that this thing was that simple. Suddenly, a section of the Ghost Vine moved. Its speed was incomparably fast. Even though Yi Xian had used his divine sense to completely envelop the area, the only thing he could sense was that the Ghost Vine had moved a little. However, he couldn't sense what it had done because its speed was simply too fast. However, at least 10 divine beast mounts had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian immediately gathered his divine consciousness there. After a while, he discovered that the divine beast mounts had been completely surrounded by the Ghost Vine. The Ghost Vine was like a divine snake, tightly wrapping around the Lord Divine Beast mounts. After a while, it strangled the divine beast mounts to death. As for the leveled-up mounts, they could not resist at all. What a strong defense! Yi Xian clearly saw one of the divine beast mounts viciously bite the Ghost Vine before it died. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. This Ghost Vine actually had an incomparably strong defense. System, detect the strength of this Ghost Vine. Why is its defense so strong? Ding. System notification, detection successful. Host, please note that the Ghost Vine has a special ability. All the Ghost Vines here are actually just one stalk. The Ghost Vine can gather the power of all its branches at any location according to its will. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. One had to know that in front of Yi Xian, the Ghost Vine covered every corner of this broken continent. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a forest. However, he did not expect that this was just one stalk. Super Devouring system also. Its special ability to gather power made Yi Xian's eyes light up as he was shocked. One had to know that, for example, Yi Xian's 1,000 vines, every single one of them had an average defense and attack power. But what if they could gather strength? In that case, the increase in combat prowess would not be just a little bit. Whether it was used in a direct battle or a sneak attack, it would definitely produce unexpected results. Imagine that Yi Xian was using the 1,000 vines to fight an enemy. The 1,000 vines, which did not seem to be a threat at first, suddenly gathered power as it approached the enemy, causing one of the vines to suddenly possess super strength. Any enemy would be caught off guard. Good stuff. Good ability. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If the Thousand Vines had this ability, it would be extremely powerful. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, this was not the only surprise. Just as Xian was observing the ghost vine, dozens of different nomological powers suddenly attacked the god-tier mount. These were dozens of different nomological powers. Could it be that the ghost vine had mastered dozens of nomological powers? System, what's going on? Why is the ghost vine able to master so many nomological powers? Ding. System notification, the ghost vine has a special ability, devour and store. Ding. The ghost vine will automatically capture the nomological powers that it can capture. Once it has successfully captured them, it will store them and use them as an attack when needed. There was such an ability? Xian was slightly stunned. This ability was simply too powerful. However, it was probably only suitable for use in rented land. After all, super strong people could enter rented land at any time and die there. What was the nomological powers? It was a special power that could not be explained clearly. Even super strong people at the Emperor God realm could only borrow nomological powers. However, when they reached the Emperor God realm and died, the nomological powers they borrowed might be left behind for a short period of time, giving the ghost vine a chance to capture them. If it were someone else, such as the enemies Xian had killed, how could the nomological powers be left behind? When they died, the nomological powers would automatically disappear without a trace. Therefore, this power was not something that Xian could obtain. Even if he did, it would be useless. However, from here, it would undoubtedly become an obstacle for Xian to kill the ghost vine. Thousand Beasts Feast. Xian activated the Thousand Beasts Feast ability, which improved the mount's ability once again. Although Xian did not expect to defeat the ghost vine with just the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants and the God-tier mount, Xian hoped to understand the ghost vine's various abilities through the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants and the God-tier mount. The ghost vine continued to fight with the God-tier mount, but it seemed to be crushing the God-tier mount. Although the God-tier mount kept attacking, it was futile even if they could destroy some of the ghost vine. After all, there were just too many ghost vines here. How many of them could the God-tier mount destroy? Suddenly, Xian noticed a problem. The ghost vine that was destroyed by the God-tier mount did not seem to be regenerating immediately. Xian's translation, the ghost vine, Xian, at first, because of the thousand vines, but now, it seemed like that was not the case. Swordsman Sword Servants. Xian summoned the swordsman. Previously, Xian didn't summon the Divine Flower Sword Attendant because he felt that even if the Divine Flower Sword Attendant came out, it wouldn't be of any use. Translation is translation Xian translation as on as translation. Go, destroy to your heart's content. Xian ordered. Soon, all the god-tier mounts and the 100-flower god began to destroy the ghost vine. They were not the only ones. Wei Zhentian also charged forward with his 2 god-slayer swords. Xian drew his rule divine bow again and again, each shot a rule devouring divine arrow. Xian's goal was clear. He wanted to destroy at all costs. He wanted to destroy the ghost vine as much as possible. God-tier mounts were constantly being killed. At the same time, the ghost vine was also being cut down. Piece by piece, the ghost vine fell to the ground and turned into black smoke before disappearing. Xian did not care about this at all. He only had one thought in his mind, destroy to his heart's content. Even if the ghost vine's power could be condensed, it was still condensed from his countless vines. At this moment, Xian was continuously cutting down his vines. Didn't that mean that he was continuously weakening his strength? Although the god-tier mounts and the 100-flower god were constantly disappearing, Xian was actually not at a disadvantage. Finally, when the last god-tier mount was killed, Xian decisively withdrew from the battle. He was waiting. When the cooldown time was up, a new wave of attacks would erupt. Xian wanted to wear down this 1,000 vines to death. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, finally, most of the ghost vine had been cleared away. At this moment, Xian was only left with a few hundred ghost vines. These ghost vines could no longer pose a threat to Xian. At the same time, the so-called heart of the ghost vine was finally revealed. It turned out that the ghost vine was able to condense power. This so-called heart of the ghost vine was distributed to all the vines. As Xian continued to kill, the power of the heart of the ghost vine could only continuously retreat to the remaining vines. Plants are plants after all. What a pity. Although you have such strong power, you are only a ghost vine. You only have battle instincts, but not true intelligence. Xian said softly as he looked at the ghost vine in front of him calmly. Although he knew in his heart that the ghost vine could not possibly understand what he was saying. Kill. At Xian's command, the cooldown time was up again. Then, he summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants and the flower god sword servants. They immediately charged forward with their god-tier mounts and the 100 flower god. The 2 god-slaying swords would not be left behind. They also charged forward. Sections of the ghost vine were continuously cut down. Finally, when all the ghost vine disappeared, a dark green light was left behind. That was the so-called heart of the ghost vine. Qianteng. Xian did not hesitate. He had fought for so long to strengthen Qianteng. Qianteng suddenly charged forward and absorbed the group in a moment. Unfortunately, it did not level up. Well, if only Qianteng could level up that easily. However, Xian could clearly feel that Qianteng's power had increased by a lot. Especially now that Qianteng had the ability to gather power, it was naturally more powerful. */ / Xian did not waste any more time. He immediately got up and charged into the distance again in search of his next target. However, what Xian did not know was that the ghost vine was actually the lowest level existence in the ancestral land. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a weed. However, just a mere weed in this ancestral land had such a powerful strength that it blocked Xian's path for more than half a month. It was obvious how powerful the ancestral land was. In fact, Xian knew very well that it was impossible to explore the entire ancestral land in one go. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After leaving this broken continent, Xian quickly arrived at another broken continent. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Ever since leaving the first broken continent, Xian had requested for the system to remain in detection mode. Here, the system gave Xian a notification. Re-1 or ding. System notification, a special material that can be used to repair the god-slaying armor has been detected. It is recommended that the host collect it. Yes, it was the material to repair the god-slaying armor. Ever since Xian had obtained the god-slaying armor, he could only store it in his Qianquan ring because it was too damaged. He did not expect to find a suitable material this time. Xian did not hesitate and quickly arrived at the broken continent. When Xian saw what was on the broken continent, his heart skipped a beat. In front of Xian was a structure that looked like an inverted pyramid. Xian had no idea what this structure was made of. However, at the bottom of the structure was a door. From this door, the entire inverted pyramid grew larger and larger. Xian walked in and realized that this door was actually an elevator. He only needed to control it with his divine telekinesis and then activate his divine power to ascend. This place was like a treasure trove. However, there was nothing at the bottom. Even if there was, it would have been taken away by someone else. It was only when Xian entered the 99th level that he saw the first item. It was a box made of some unknown wood. Xian did not hesitate and jumped down from the elevator. The box was very simple and unadorned, and there was nothing special about it. However, when Xian tried to use his divine sense to investigate the contents, he was shocked to discover that his divine sense couldn't see what was inside at all. What exactly was this thing? Open it? Xian hesitated for a while, but finally opened it. Of course, he still had to make the necessary preparations. After all, on this 99th level, the rest of the space was extremely empty. Only this box was placed at the entrance. How could no one have taken such a conspicuous location? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem normal. Xian held on to the rule divine bow and immediately retreated 100 steps. Wei Zhentian controlled the 2 god-slaying swords and was also prepared to attack. After that, Xian summoned the sword servants of 10,000 sun. Sword Attendant Wan Sun did not have much attack power, but his senses were very sharp. If there was any danger, he would be the first to sense it. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to open the box. However, when Sword Attendant Wan Sun tried, he was shocked to find that he couldn't open it at all. Could it be that Sword Attendant Wan Sun was too small and did not have enough strength? Although this reason was somewhat laughable, Yi Xian could only think of it this way. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian summoned the Withered Bone Sword Servant again. In any case, the Withered Bone Sword Servant had been eliminated long ago. Yi Xian did not know how long it had been since he had used it in battle. Now that he was using it to open the chest, it could be considered as a chance for him to get some fresh air. However, the Withered Bone Sword Servant was still unable to open the chest. Damn it, what's so special about this box? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Megatron, destroy this chest for me. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Megatron instantly activated, and the two Godslayer swords slashed at the chest continuously. It was useless. It was completely useless. Even the Godslayer swords could not split open this mysterious chest. This time, Yi Xian's interest was really piqued. Yi Xian did not care about how much he took. He directly walked towards the chest. Yi Xian put away the Law Divine Bow, then Yi Xian reached out his hand. Suddenly, an incomparably violent attractive force erupted. Yi Xian's divine power surged into the chest like a tidal wave. Damn it, what's going on? Yi Xian was shocked, but there was nothing he could do. System, quickly think of a way to solve this. Yi Xian could only call for help from the system. At this time, Yi Xian could not move at all except for his thoughts. Even his heartbeat had completely stopped. Meanwhile, his divine power was continuously being absorbed by the chest. What the hell was this damn chest? Why did it have such a strong attractive force? Ding. System notification, detected that the host has been affected by an unknown situation and is losing divine power severely. Looking for a solution. Ding. System notification, solution failed. Initiating emergency plan. Ding. Successfully exchanged resources for divine power. Yi Xian had painstakingly saved up a small amount of resources. At this time, they were being continuously converted into divine power and then absorbed. That chest was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing Yi Xian's divine power. Ding. Resources used up. Activating faith points to exchange for divine power. Resources gone. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. At this time, he could not do anything at all. He could only allow the chest to continuously absorb the divine power in his body. Yi Xian had always been the one to devour others. He did not expect that there would be a day when he would be devoured. Most importantly, what was devouring him was a chest. Faith points quickly disappeared, and countless divine power entered Yi Xian's body. However, it was quickly absorbed by the chest again. Ding. System notification, faith points depleted, it's over. This was the first time Yi Xian had such a feeling. However, before he had time to think, he felt that the chest had actually focused its attention on the devouring space, and then quickly absorbed the divine power from the devouring space. Yi Xian was extremely sad. Was he really going to be sucked dry by a chest here today? Yi Xian finally understood why no one touched the chest. It was because those who touched it had already had their divine power sucked dry. But, what was this damn thing? Why was it here? Even if it was here, why was it so strong? Yi Xian wanted to close his eyes, but unfortunately, he could not move. Large amounts of divine power were being drained from the devouring space. Yi Xian could even feel that the living creatures and plants inside were wilting. How much divine power had this chest absorbed? Gotcha! Suddenly, there was a soft sound. Then, the chest slowly opened. Could it be that it had absorbed so much divine power just to open this chest? If that was really the case, then this box was a little too much. Suddenly, a ray of light flew towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian could feel that there was something extra on his head. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host. You have accidentally discovered the ancient Divine Emperor's imperial crown. Ding. The imperial crown has recognized the host's identity as the successor of the ancient Divine Emperor. It has automatically recognized the host. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. The Imperial Crown, the legacy of the ancient God Emperor. What was going on? Why would the Imperial Crown of the ancient God Emperor appear in the ancestral grounds of the Kunlun Divine Domain? What was going on? Yi Xian could not understand. No matter how hard he tried, he could not understand. Could it be that the ancient God Emperor was originally from the Kunlun Divine Domain? Clearly, that was not the case. The ancient God Emperor should be from another divine domain. Because Yi Xian had come to the Kunlun Divine Domain, he could be considered to have some strength and background. However, no one had come to look for him. In that case, why did the ancient God Emperor's monarch crown appear here? However, no matter how Yi Xian guessed, the truth was that he was completely powerless now. Very quickly, Yi Xian regained his ability to move. Furthermore, he was not injured at all. Other than a large amount of his divine power being sucked away, he was not affected in any other way. Yi Xian used his divine consciousness to check his head. However, he did not find the so-called imperial crown. Instead, there was a strange pattern on his forehead. Could this pattern be the so-called imperial crown? But what was the use of this thing? It had almost sucked Yi Xian dry. Even the devouring space had a large amount of divine power sucked away. If it was not useful at all, then Yi Xian would have suffered a great loss. System, examine this emperor's crown. I need detailed information. Ding. System notification, scanning data. Ding. Scan successful. The imperial crown of the ancient God Emperor was formed by a powerful being who gathered unknown special items from a mysterious place, fusing unknown special materials, and combining unknown laws of nature. Ding. Because the host's current cultivation level is too low, only the imperial crown has been activated to increase the host's resistance to laws of nature. Yi Xian was confused. Faced with so many unknowns, he was confused. He did not know what was going on. It was all unknown. Furthermore, because his cultivation level was not high enough, he did not know what those materials and laws of nature were. However, this also indirectly illustrated a problem. That was, this overlord crown was no ordinary item. Thinking about it, Yi Xian had picked up a huge bargain for nothing. Although the emperor's crown only increased his resistance to laws, as his strength increased, there might be new functions that would appear. Besides, law resistance was also a very good attribute. How could Yi Xian not be satisfied? Even though this thing should logically belong to him, what Yi Xian didn't know was that in a distance that he couldn't see, there was a pair of eyes silently observing this scene through some sort of special ability. Only after Yi Xian put away the emperor's crown did that person stop spying. Yi Xian looked at the box on the ground with lingering fear. He realized that the box was really an ordinary wooden box. In other words, the thing that had absorbed the divine power was the strange rune on Yi Xian's forehead, the so-called imperial crown. Without hesitation, Yi Xian walked up the elevator again and looked for the treasure that could strengthen his god-slaying armor. The elevator continued to move forward. The higher one went in this inverted golden tower, the more space there was. Fortunately, Yi Xian kept the system in detection mode, so when he reached the 963rd floor, he finally heard a system notification. Ding. System notification. Attention, host. Target discovered. Yi Xian stopped ascending and walked directly to this floor. This floor was a strange maze. However, compared to other places, there were some strange sounds here. Rustle, rustle, rustle. From this sound, Yi Xian could tell that it was some kind of small animal crawling. However, Yi Xian did not know what exactly it was. Sword Attendant Wan Sun, go and find a path for me. Yi Xian released the Sword Attendant Wan Sun. After all, he did not know what exactly was waiting for him. The Sword Attendant Wan Sun rushed out quickly, but it retreated even faster. However, when the Sword Attendant Wan Sun retreated, it was followed by a large group of ants. No, they should not be called ants. Even calling them divine ants would not be correct. Although these things did indeed have the appearance of ants, they had the size of cowboys. The key was that there was an endless number of them. Damn it. God-slaying slash. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He pulled out his sword and swung it in one go. a beam of sword light instantly rushed over. Pft, pft, no less than 100 divine ants were killed. However, compared to the size of the swarm, it was nothing. Boom! Xian exerted force with his feet and jumped into the air. He did not want to be held back by these divine ants. However, Xian did not expect that the moment he jumped into the air, tens of thousands of divine ants on the ground also jumped into the air. Megatron, kill them for me. Xian did not hesitate and immediately released Megatron. It could be said that these divine ants were not very strong, but there were too many of them. Moreover, their defense was extremely strong. Even the god-slaying sword would not be able to kill them in one strike. What exactly were these things? Xian floated in the air and retreated again and again. However, it was not a good idea to continue retreating. Suddenly, a strange divine beast rushed out from the side of Xian and dashed past Xian, not daring to stay for a moment. When Xian looked over, he saw that it was a group of divine ants chasing after him. There were still a dozen divine ants on the divine beast's body. Some of them had been killed by the divine beast, but their pants-like mouths were still biting the divine beast's body. This was a divine beast. Xian knew that this divine beast had a certain level of strength from the lightning it emitted as it ran. However, when faced with this group of divine ants, he had no other choice but to run. From the system's notification, Xian knew that what he wanted was right in front of him, behind this group of divine ants. However, could Xian really deal with this group of divine ants so easily? System, detect the strength of these divine ants. Ding. System notification. Target specified, Divine Skeletal Overlord Ant Strong Defense, Average Attack. Divine Skeletal Overlord Ant. Xian suddenly felt that this name was a little cheap. However, these divine ants did have the right to be called Overlord Ants. Xian had to get his hands on a treasure that could repair the engulfing armor. Therefore, Xian could not care less. The strength of this item lay in its defense, but the god-slaying sword was not to be trifled with either. Besides, Xian had other ideas. Spiritual control. Without any hesitation, Xian walked forward. Beside Xian, the two god-slaying swords circled around him, ready to kill any that slipped through the net. At the periphery, the divine skeletal overlord ants under the control of their spiritual consciousness were forming a path for Xian. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. Xian walked forward step by step. Around him, the battle continued. One by one, the divine skeletal overlord ants fell beside Xian. Unfortunately, it did not affect Xian in the slightest. He did not know how far he had walked. After all, this place was like a maze, twisting and turning left and right, causing Xian to lose his sense of direction. Fortunately, he finally made it out. At this time, a humongous divine skeletal overlord ant was blocking Xian's path. This was the divine skeletal overlord ant's queen. Ding. System notification, target specified, lower grade divine king realm. A lower grade divine king realm divine ant. As expected of the ancestral land's secret territory, it seemed that anything that appeared was not rare. This divine ant queen was many times larger than the other divine ants. The most important thing was its body. This divine ant queen was actually half human and half ant. System, what's going on? Could it be that this divine ant queen is about to evolve into a human? Ding. System notification, analyzing data. Ding. System notification, the target is a spiritual deity-type creature that was accidentally transformed from a god-emperor who cultivated the ant ancestor's divine ability. Divine ability mutated. Xian was stunned. Ever since he entered the ancestor realm, all kinds of strange and bizarre things had happened. However, this was just a lower-grade divine king realm expert. Xian was already a lower-grade divine king realm expert. How could he not be able to deal with this divine ant ancestor? He did not waste any more time and directly attacked. Thousand Beast Sword Servant, Flower God Sword Servant, help me block the entrance. Don't let the other divine ants cause trouble. With Xian's order, 1,000 divine level mounts and 100 flower goddesses appeared all of a sudden. They sealed off all the exits and fought with the reinforcements. As for Xian himself, he directly charged towards the Ant Queen. Megatron, go. Wei Zhentian controlled the two god-slaughtering sword and directly rushed towards the Ant Queen. 14 deity vanquishing slashes were launched. Boom, boom. Boom, the violent power caused the queen ant to retreat several steps, but she was not injured at all. The power of the deity vanquishing slash only made the ant take a few steps back. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Wasn't this defense a little too strong? Chi-chi, a strange sound wave came from the ant queen's mouth. Clearly, Yi Xian's actions had angered the ant queen. Re-1R the sound wave quickly reverberated in this layer of space. Countless divine ants immediately became extremely irritable. They started to charge fearlessly. One by one, the divine ants swarmed the divine mounts. These divine ants were crazy. Thousand Beasts Feast. Yi Xian had launched the Thousand Beasts Feast. He could not help the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant in time. Therefore, he could only hope that the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant could hold on for a while longer. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you, you evil creature. Yi Xian drew his Rule Divine Bow and shot Rule Divine arrows at the Ant Queen. A strong light suddenly shone around the Ant Queen and blocked most of the Rule Divine arrows. However, some of the Rule Divine arrows still hit the Ant Queen but were useless. Even the Rule Devouring arrow that Yi Xian was most familiar with could not do any damage to the Ant Queen. How was this possible? Yi Xian frowned. He had finally met an enemy that was weaker than him but could not do anything to him. Absolute Zero. Yi Xian once again used his ultimate move, Absolute Zero, to seal the Ant Queen in ice. In reality, this was indeed the case. When Yi Xian used Absolute Zero, the Ant Queen did not have time to dodge and was sealed in ice. However, after being sealed in ice, Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian used the Godslayer to attack at the same time. They were shocked to find that their attacks were useless. It was the armor on his body, it was the layer of armor-like skin on the Ant Queen that could withstand all of Yi Xian's attacks, including the Godslayer. How was he supposed to fight this? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. His attacks were useless against the Ant Queen. How was he supposed to fight? Even after being hit by Absolute Zero, Yi Xian could not break through the Ant Queen's shell. How was he supposed to kill it? Yi Xian's figure explosively retreated. At the same time, he quickly pondered in his heart. It was obvious that the special material detected by the system was probably the outer shell of the Ant Queen. This was because such a strong outer shell was indeed qualified to repair the god-slaying armor. However, if he wanted to obtain this outer shell, then Yi Xian would undoubtedly have to kill this Ant Queen. What was he supposed to do? The power of the laws was almost useless against it. The Godslayer was so sharp, but it could not break through its shell. Then, what could Yi Xian hope to do now? Spiritual control? No, this Ant Queen's spiritual power was much stronger than Yi Xian's. Yi Xian could not control the Ant Queen at all. Then, what other methods did he have? Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He thought of a possible method. Wei Zhentian, Dharma Treasure Form. Following Yi Xian's command, the Godslayer automatically returned to Yi Xian's hand. Wei Zhentian also started to transform rapidly. 1, 2. Finally, when it reached the third form, Yi Xian found what he was looking for. This was a strange sledgehammer, but it had one ability, and that was to become bigger. Moreover, it had no other additional effects. In the past, Yi Xian would not have even taken a second look at this thing. However, today, Yi Xian was waiting for this blunt weapon. The laws were unlimited. Armor breaking was ineffective. Then, what about the blunt weapon? Enlarge. In an instant, the sledgehammer enlarged. Yi Xian lifted the sledgehammer and smashed it down. Absolute Zero. Yi Xian even restricted the Ant Queen's mobility before he continued to smash it. Once, twice, thrice. Yi Xian did not even know how many times he had smashed the Ant Queen. However, under Yi Xian's frenzied attacks, the Ant Queen was finally smashed to death. It wasn't that the Ant Queen didn't put up any resistance, but what could it possibly use to defend itself from the blunt weapon that kept smashing down on it? Under Absolute Zero, the Ant Queen could not move at all. It could only wait to be smashed to death. At this moment, the Ant Queen did not seem to have changed at all. However, after being smashed so many times by the sledgehammer, even the Ant Queen's godhead had been smashed to pieces, let alone the rest. Yi Xian smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, he absorbed the Ant Queen's corpse into the devouring space. After all, this Ant Queen was used to repair the Godslayer armor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, the Queen Ant had only cultivated a tough outer shell. She hadn't cultivated every part of her body. 135-7924? 6810 GGGGGD. This time, Yi Xian had killed the Queen Ant by chance. However, more importantly, Yi Xian had grasped the Queen Ant's true weakness. At this moment, the defensive line that the Thousand Beasts sword attendants had set up with the god-class mounts could no longer hold on and had been breached. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. In a flash, he activated infinite teleportation and arrived at the elevator in an instant. The reason why he had to take one step at a time was because Yi Xian wanted to find what he needed. Now that he had found what he needed, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste any time. After a while, Yi Xian arrived outside. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he wanted to repair the god-slaying armor first. System, I have the materials. Let's begin the forging. Ding. System notification, begin forging. Ding. System notification, the initial repair of the god-slaying armor is successful. The current damage is 50%. The host can now use it. Since the armor was ready to be used, Yi Xian wouldn't waste it. He immediately put on the god-slaying armor. After the system's forging, the god-slaying armor's appearance had changed greatly. It was bold and powerful, yet elegant. A few divine power ribbons automatically spread out and surrounded Yi Xian, adding to Yi Xian's mysteriousness. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the god-slaying armor. However, just as Yi Xian was about to take a closer look at the god-slaying armor, he saw countless divine ants chasing after him from the inverted golden pagoda. Yi Xian didn't hesitate. He leaped up and quickly left the place. After all, Yi Xian had killed the queen ant of these divine ants. It would be strange if they didn't go berserk. In the ancestral land, Yi Xian didn't have any targets. He was just casually exploring. After that, Yi Xian also found some materials that were useful to him. There was no time limit in the ancestor realm. As long as you could stay inside, you could stay as long as you wanted. This was because the ancestor realm originally only rewarded those super geniuses who made illustrious contributions to the divine realm. Therefore, the people who were able to obtain the qualifications to enter were relatively few. Of course, wanting to stay in the ancestor realm forever was also utterly impossible. Even if one could endure the loneliness of the ancestor realm, the powerful corrosive power and the various powerful existences that could be seen everywhere would force one to withdraw. Yi Xian relied on the system to avoid danger time and time again. Even if he knew that there was something good ahead, Yi Xian would decisively give up as long as the system gave him a warning. In any case, there was no one here to compete with him, so there was no need for Yi Xian to provoke those powerful existences for a single treasure. Rather than that, he might as well look for a few slightly inferior treasures. However, sometimes, plans couldn't keep up with changes. At this moment, Yi Xian was stumped by the choice in front of him. Ding. System notification, detected special material, Cosmic Calamity Crystal Core. Ding. System notification, Cosmic Calamity Crystal Core can be used by the system to strengthen various sword servants. At the same time, if the host swallows it himself, he can also obtain special attributes. Ding. Warning. Warning. A powerful divine beast has been detected. Sword intent host, leave immediately. The system's continuous notifications made Yi Xian hesitate. Cosmic Calamity Crystal Core, it was another kind of crystal core that Yi Xian had never heard of before. In fact, Yi Xian's sword servant did feel a little weak now, but he hadn't found a suitable material to strengthen it, so Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. But now, there was such a strengthening item in front of Yi Xian, which could be used to strengthen the power of Yi Xian's sword servant. However, if he wanted to obtain the material, he had to defeat the divine beast. Moreover, it was the divine beast that the system had issued the warning. How to choose? For a moment, Yi Xian was caught in a dilemma. This time, Yi Xian had no choice but to think carefully. After all, something like the cosmic calamity crystal core could be said to be something that could only be encountered by chance. If he succeeded, Yi Xian would make a big profit. But at the same time, if he failed, Yi Xian would have no choice but to activate the token and leave. This progenitor realm wasn't a place that could be entered at will. Only by obtaining the token from Mi Yan could one be qualified to enter. Therefore, he didn't know when he would be able to enter again. If he failed, then Yi Xian didn't know how many resources he would miss out on. Should he go to this shattered continent? Yi Xian gritted his teeth. In the end, he still decided to enter. Yi Xian was prepared to take a gamble. After making up his mind, Yi Xian landed on the shattered continent. In an instant, a powerful force locked onto Yi Xian. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host has been locked onto by a powerful divine beast. Yi Xian released his spiritual will in an attempt to locate the divine beast. Soon, Yi Xian found him. This was a very strange divine beast. This divine beast only had one leg, but 5 arms. It had eyes all over its body, but it didn't have a mouth or a nose. Instead, it had an ear. The most peculiar thing was that its ear was actually its mouth. It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen such a strange-looking divine beast before. System, detect what this thing is? Ding. System notification, target set, divine resentment beast. God resentment beasts. When a god emperor expert died with unwillingness in their hearts, there was a chance that they would become such divine beasts. Their appearances were randomly generated, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they could inherit a special divine ability or law of the fallen god emperor. The divine resentment beasts would develop different personalities according to the regrets of the fallen emperor god. The divine resentment beast that Yi Xian was facing now contained a resentment of loneliness. When the emperor god had fallen, he had come to the ancestral land willingly. However, he hadn't died immediately. Instead, he had lived there for thousands of years. These thousands of years had made the emperor god extremely lonely. Therefore, when he had finally fallen, his only wish had been to have someone by his side. What this divine resentment beast wanted to do the most was to make everyone who entered its territory stay and accompany it forever. The divine resentment beasts all had one thing in common: they weren't willing to leave their original home, which was the shattered continent. It could be said that no divine beast in the ancestral land would leave its own territory easily. This divine resentment beast was even more extreme. It could be said that most divine resentment beasts had never left the shattered continent they were born in. This divine resentment beast's greatest resentment was to have someone by its side forever. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly landed. Without any hesitation, it immediately locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian regretted it as soon as he landed. This was because the divine resentment beast was a first-grade mid-divine king. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios locked in a stalemate. It would be extremely difficult to defeat this divine grievance beast. Yi Xian could not even be bothered to summon the 1,000 beast sword servants or the divine flower sword servants. Yi Xian knew very well that they would not be of much use even if they were summoned. Now, all he had to do was see how strong this divine grievance beast was. It could be said that if the mystique or nomological laws it inherited was just a little stronger, Yi Xian would not stand a chance and would be forced to use the token to teleport him away. However, how could Yi Xian bear to leave? The Godslayer was pulled out while Yi Xian quickly thought of a countermeasure. There were many buildings on this broken continent. Clearly, its original owner had made this place very beautiful. However, it was also because it was so unique that it showed the resentment in this person's heart. Yi Xian did not know why this person had fallen, but Yi Xian knew that this person was filled with resentment even though he had fallen. Unfortunately, so what if it was so beautiful? There was no sunlight or life in the ancestral land. There was nothing. No matter how beautiful it was only for one person to admire it alone. Of course, Yi Xian was not observing this to guess the person's thoughts before he died. Yi Xian just wanted to see if he could make use of the terrain. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was disappointed. There was nothing here. Yi Xian silently observed his surroundings. The divine grievance beast was also silently observing Yi Xian. Moreover, although it had completely locked onto Yi Xian, as long as Yi Xian did not make any moves, it would not attack Yi Xian. Yi Xian finally gave up on the idea of making use of the terrain after carefully inspecting his surroundings. It looked like he could only force his way in this time. If he could kill this divine grievance beast, Xian would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. At the same time, he could continue his exploration. However, if he failed, there would be nothing left. Whoosh, following Xian's order, Megatron instantly transformed and controlled the two Godslayer swords to charge at the divine grievance beast, a perfect hit. However, Xian wasn't happy at all. This was because the God-slaying sword directly passed through the God's resentment beast's body without causing the slightest bit of damage. Xian frowned. This guy was actually immune to physical damage. God-slaying slash. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the two God-slaying swords to launch the deity-slaying slash. Boom, 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 all of them hit the mark. This time, there was indeed a reaction, but the effect was not as good as expected. The deity-slaying slash cut the divine resentment beast into several pieces, but in the blink of an eye, it actually fused back together. Damn it, a law divine bow immediately appeared in Xian's hand. Without hesitation, he fired an arrow. This time, Xian had used a divine talisman. Its attack method was fire. In an instant, the divine talisman exploded, and a huge flame surrounded the divine grievance beast. However, when the flame was extinguished, Xian was shocked to find that there was still no effect. Xian launched 3 attacks in a row. The first 2 were directly ignored by the God's resentment beast, but this third time, it finally angered the God's resentment beast. The God's resentment beast suddenly moved, and one of its hands rapidly grew longer and larger, arriving beside Xian in an instant. Boom, Xian was sent flying by a punch. Fortunately, Xian was now protected by the God-slaying armor, so he didn't suffer too much damage. However, this punch also showed Xian the power of the divine spirit beast. It could be said that Xian couldn't defend himself at all. No, this couldn't go on. Xian didn't want to stay here or leave immediately. Gritting his teeth, Xian rushed over again and activated Infinite Blink. At the same time, he activated the Eternal Night Domain. Although Xian didn't know if the Eternal Night Domain could trap the divine spirit beast, he could only try. Then, Xian attacked with Absolute Zero again. All of this depended on the effect of Absolute Zero. He didn't know if the divine spirit beast was careless or if it was really affected by the Eternal Night Domain. In any case, Absolute Zero actually trapped the divine spirit beast. Good chance. Xian suddenly moved. He pulled the string of the Law Divine Bow in his hand without hesitation. The Law Divine Arrow. At that time, Xian would see if he could still condense this fellow's body once again if he swallowed it into an unknown void. However, Xian had only just released his first arrow when he saw that Absolute Zero was already starting to crack. This was Absolute Zero. Could it be that this guy could break free from it? Xian didn't have time to think. He pulled the string of his bow as fast as he could. Divine arrows of law devouring shot towards the God resentment beast one after another. Boom, a black vortex appeared. Xian could clearly see that the divine spirit beast was constantly being sucked away by the black gas. It turned out that the divine spirit beast's body was actually this black gas. Although it looked like a physical body on the surface, that was only because it was too condensed. One attack after another was launched. Although the God's resentment beast managed to break free from Absolute Zero's control in the end, several black vortexes had already condensed around it. Xian intentionally spread these law-devouring divine arrows all over the God's resentment beast. At the moment, those vortexes were constantly swallowing the divine spirit beast's black gas. Although the divine spirit beast's body didn't shrink, it was obvious that its body wasn't as condensed as before. Ding! System notification: the target's realm has decreased. Currently, the target is a low-level 9th grade divine king. Losing the black gas could actually cause the divine spirit beast's realm to decrease. Xian was slightly stunned. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Of course, no matter the reason, as long as the divine spirit beast's strength was weakened, it was a good thing for Xian. However, it seemed like Xian wasn't a match for a low-level 9th grade divine king. Xian didn't have any trump cards left. He was only left with conventional means of attack. Fortunately, the Law Divine Arrow was still effective against the divine spirit beast. Absolute Zero. Xian didn't hesitate and attacked with Absolute Zero again. Since the combination of Absolute Zero and the Law Divine Arrow could effectively weaken the Divine Spirit Beast, Xian naturally wouldn't give up on using this method. Bam! Suddenly, the Divine Spirit Beast's body expanded. At the same time, 5 of its hands attacked Xian. Obviously, Xian had angered it. Bam, 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 Xian was hit continuously. If it wasn't for the protection of the Godslayer armor, this series of attacks would have been enough to take Xian's life. This guy wasn't affected by the Eternal Night domain at all. The reason why he was able to trap Xian with Absolute Zero the first time was because he didn't care about Xian at all. Now that he had angered the Divine Spirit Beast, the success rate of Absolute Zero would obviously decrease. Fortunately, he could still hit him occasionally. Xian was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. This guy was too difficult to deal with. Apart from using the Law Divine Arrow, Xian couldn't find any other way to deal with the Divine Spirit Beast. This battle had become a battle of perseverance. Either Xian could weaken the Divine Spirit Beast to its lowest level and kill it first, or Xian would be trapped by the Divine Spirit Beast. Divine Seal Race. The only thing that puzzled Xian was that the Divine Seal Race hadn't used any special ability at all. It had only used pure physical attacks. According to the system's introduction, a Divine Resentment Beast could inherit a special ability or law power from a fallen God Emperor. However, the Divine Resentment Beast that Xian was facing didn't have any. Of course, even if that was the case, Xian still had a hard time dealing with it. If it had really inherited a special ability, Xian probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The battle lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, Xian relied on the defense of the Godslayer armor to withstand the Divine Resentment Beast's attacks. After that, he constantly looked for opportunities to activate Absolute Zero before using the Law of Devouring Divine Sword to weaken the Divine Resentment Beast. Finally, on the 7th day, Xian successfully used the Law of Devouring Divine Arrow to destroy the Divine Resentment Beast. There was no concept of time in the progenitor realm. After all, there were no other sources of light other than the will-o'-the-wisps. After defeating the Divine Resentment Beast, it was finally time to reap the rewards. When Xian saw the Universal Calamity Crystal core, he hesitated. Who should he give this Universal Calamity Divine Crystal to? According to the system, it could be used to strengthen sword servants, or it could be used to devour. It could be said that both options had their own advantages. For a moment, Xian couldn't make up his mind, so he put it away for the time being. He planned to make his choice after leaving the progenitor realm. Time flew. Soon, 30 years had passed. During these 30 years, there wasn't much happening in the Jiufeng 60,000 territories. However, the Master God battlefield had also entered a stalemate. All the major factions in the Jiufeng Divine Territory knew that Xian had made a great contribution in the Master God arena and was rewarded by the Divine Master to enter the progenitor realm to search for treasures. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble at this time. After all, when Xian left, it was equivalent to the Divine Master personally helping to supervise the Jiufeng 60,000 territories. Yizhong's development was also progressing step by step. Although it was only 30 years, in the God realm, 30 years and 3 years didn't make much of a difference. On this day, Xian finally came out. He was battered and exhausted, but his expression was one of ecstasy. This was because after Xian had dealt with the God's Resentment Beast, he had immediately encountered the God Emperor's remnant consciousness. Furthermore, the system had notified him that he could tame it into his Dharma form. The special ability of the 10,000 Venerables bloodline was the 10,000 Venerables. How could Xian let go of that Dharma form that could be subdued into the 10,000 Venerables? During these 30 years, Xian had continuously searched the Ancestor realm. However, the remnant thoughts of the Divine Emperor were extremely rare, so he had only subdued 3 Dharma aspects and fused them into the bloodline of the 10,000 sovereigns. The Dharma idols had a cooldown time, but Xian had obtained 3 Dharma idols at once, which was equivalent to obtaining 3 trump cards. How could he not be excited? In addition, in the process of searching for the remnant spirit, Xian also discovered a lot of resources. In 30 years, Xian hadn't increased his cultivation base at all. However, the resources he had obtained were enough to make him extremely happy. On this day, when Xian came out of the Ancestor realm, no one noticed him. Xian didn't hesitate and quickly rushed back to Yizhong. However, before arriving at Yizhong, Yi Xian first encountered Fei Yan. To be precise, while Yi Xian was rushing, Fei Yan appeared behind him out of thin air. "Young master, you're out." Fei Yan looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile. Yi Xian wasn't surprised at all that Fei Yan could appear beside Yi Xian out of thin air. However, at this time, he had clearly returned to Yizhong, so why did Fei Yan come over in advance? Therefore, Yi Xian also smiled and said, "Could it be that something has happened in the 90,000 60,000 realms? Why did you come to find me in advance?" "Young master, please rest assured that everything is fine in the 90,000 realms. This little girl came here in advance to let young master move to my clan settlement first so that young master can make arrangements." "So that's how it is. Very well, lead the way." Before Yi Xian participated in the over-god battle stage, Fei Yan had gone to look for his clansmen. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed, so Fei Yan had naturally brought his clansmen over. In fact, Fei Yan's clansmen and the divine talisman race's Xianxia tribe were currently living together. Because of the uniqueness of the two clans, they had set up a mysterious formation. Even in the 90,000 realms, very few people knew their location. However, many of the divine talisman race's clansmen had already joined Yizhong, because joining Yizhong gave them a reasonable reason to go out and train. Yi Xian was the sect master of Yizhong, and at the same time, he was the honorary great elder of the Xianxia tribe. Naturally, the Xianxia tribe didn't have any objections to joining Yizhong. However, Fei Yan's clansmen were a little difficult to arrange. In fact, Fei Yan's clansmen weren't simple. Surprisingly, they were the powerful and mysterious Divine Sealing clan. In the God realm, many people knew about the legends of the Divine Sealing clan. However, most of the Divine Sealing clan members had already fallen during the ancient era, and the remaining Divine Sealing clan members were used by various forces, so their numbers were constantly decreasing. Currently, there weren't many survivors of the Divine Sealing clan. Fei Yan's clansmen only had a little more than 3,000, but they were already considered a relatively large tribe in the Divine Sealing clan. Of course, the Divine Sealing clan was undoubtedly a spiritual god race, but this race's innate talent was sealing. This was an incomparably powerful power, and there was no need to cultivate it. As long as one was a clansman of the Divine Sealing clan, they could automatically learn it. They called it the life seal. Once the life seal was activated, any life form in the designated area would instantly lose a certain amount of lifespan and cultivation. This was the terrifying part of the Divine Sealing clan. Their innate talent was simply terrifying to countless people. However, this race's innate talent was sealing. Sealing was also a mysterious side profession. It was the same as Divine Talisman Master, Array Master, Weapon Refiner, and so on. However, sealing didn't take people's lives, but sealed them. The Divine Sealing clan possessed many strange sealing techniques, and the most well-known one was their God Seal one-word Divine Spark. In other words, a single sentence could seal an expert's godhead, making them unable to use even half of their divine power. This was the terrifying part of the Divine Sealing clan. Many years ago, the clansmen of Fei Yan had been taken care of by Yi Xian's chief master, the ancient Divine Emperor. Then, they found a secret place to recuperate. However, after the ancient Divine Emperor mysteriously passed away, the clansmen of Fei Yan were also wiped out, just like the other forces that relied on the ancient Divine Emperor. This time, when Yi Xian rose again, they naturally came to seek shelter without hesitation. In their hearts, Yi Xian might only be a provincial governor of the 9 directions 60,000 territories now, but his future achievements definitely wouldn't be this small. When Yi Xian arrived at the Divine Talisman Race and Divine Sealing clan settlement, Yi Xian didn't expect that the two clans would get along so well. They even joined forces to prepare a sealing divine talisman. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about what they did. This time, Yi Xian planned to bring the two clans into the Yi sect. The Yi sect had its own secret realm, and Yi Xian's intention was very simple. He wanted to give the two clans a secret realm that was independent of each other. This way, they would be safer. After all, the Yi sect was Yi Xian's nest, so the degree of safety was naturally much higher. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios searching for the Annihilation Organization. Of course, there would be many changes in 30 years. Although it would not have much of an impact on the Kunlun God domain or the Master God battlefield, there would still be some small movements within the Jiufeng 60,000 territories. Yi Xian had just returned to the Yi sect when someone reported to him that in the past decade, there had been a continuous influx of mysterious forces within the Jiufeng 60,000 territories. This force had seized large amounts of rare resources and ores, various secret realms, snatched devourers, invaded the border regions, and even directly robbed small sects and so on. Before Yi Xian left, he had specially instructed to observe the situation within. Therefore, when the information was gathered, Yi Xian understood who was causing trouble. If it was not the Annihilation Organization, who else could it be? This Annihilation Organization was really like a lingering spirit. As long as they could find an opportunity, they would not let it go. This Annihilation Organization would always think of ways to increase their strength. However, the Annihilation Organization, which Yi Xian had thought to be incomparably powerful, was now no different from bandits in Yi Xian's eyes. Yi Xian's first order of business was to prepare to deal with this Annihilation Organization. At the very least, he would make sure that the Annihilation Organization would disappear completely within the Jiufeng 60,000 territories. Pass down the order. Tell all sects in the Jiufeng 60,000 territories to prepare. In 10 days, the entire realm will act together and exterminate these ants. Yi Xian gave the order. As the supreme ruler of the Jiufeng 60,000 territories, he had the right to mobilize the forces of the entire Jiufeng 60,000 territories for his own use. Following Yi Xian's order, countless sects, clans, cities, and other forces quickly moved. Because Yi Xian had promised that rewards and punishments would be carried out according to the military merit system for this operation, he would naturally receive the support of all forces. The military merit system had been in place for 30 years. Many people and many forces had benefited from it. Thus, no one would refuse such a good thing as military merit if they moved within the 9 directions and 60,000 territories. 10 days later, a 30,000-strong army set out from Yi Xian's headquarters. Of course, the number of people moving at the same time was even greater, so much so that Yi Xian couldn't count them all. The number varied from a few 100,000 to a few hundred. Every power sent out their own troops, hoping to gain some benefits from this operation. The Extermination Organization, the organization that had troubled Yi Xian ever since Yi Xian entered the God realm. This time, Yi Xian was going to teach them a lesson. Countless experts set out, destroying the strongholds of the organizations one after another. Of course, some organizations might not be destroyed, but as long as they had bad records, this time, they would all be cleaned up. The target of Yi Xian's 30,000-strong army was the so-called headquarters. One had to know that these 30,000-strong army were all experts at the divine sovereign realm and above. A portion of them were experts sent by various forces, while the rest were soldiers that Yi Xian had exchanged from the ancient zither space through the military force distribution system. A large group of fierce soldiers charged directly into their target, Mount Fengtian. Mount Fengtian was a huge mountain range that housed many divine beasts. At the same time, the environment was extremely harsh, so very few people would come here. However, it was also because of this that Extermination had chosen this place as their headquarters. The headquarters of the entire Jiufeng 60,000 territories. The Extermination Organization thought that hiding here and executing their plan was perfect, but they didn't know that Yi Xian had long viewed them as a thorn in his side. They thought that Yi Xian was a trusted regional governor, so his control over the entire Jiufeng 60,000 territories wasn't as lax as other regional governors. However, they underestimated Yi Xian's methods, as well as the support that Divine Master Mi Yan had for Yi Xian. In the past 30 years, Yi Xian had clearly not been here, but because of his previous arrangements and Mi Yan's strong support, the entire Jiufeng 60,000 territories had already submitted to him. Lord Regional Governor, this is the place. According to our intelligence, the headquarters of those people is here. Resources are constantly being plundered from various territories, and according to our intelligence, they will all be sent to Mount Fengtian, a guide said to Yi Xian. He was specifically in charge of tracking this matter, so he had a relatively clear grasp of the Extermination Organization's information. All right. I understand. Take 20,000 men and surround this place. Don't miss any important junctions. I will personally lead my men in. Yes, Lord Regional Governor. Since Yi Xian wanted to uproot the extermination organization, he naturally wouldn't let a single one of them go. 20,000 men seemed to be a small number. However, it also depended on the cultivation base of these 20,000 men. At the very least, 20,000 divine lords were not weak. After arranging everything, Yi Xian led the remaining 10,000 men into Mount Fengtian. Clearly, the extermination organization knew that they were about to face a great disaster. However, they didn't have the chance to escape now, so they set up countless defenses in hopes that they could stop Yi Xian. Not long after Yi Xian entered Mount Fengtian, he was attacked. More than 100,000 totemic beasts, coordinated with hundreds of thousands of extermination members, launched an attack on Yi Xian. It was a pity that they were so weak. Yi Xian waved his hand, and 5,000 experts immediately moved out. It didn't take long for the hundreds of thousands of people to be wiped out. Just these ants wanting to stop Yi Xian seemed to be too naive to annihilate the organization. As they advanced, Yi Xian's goal was clear as day. He was going to find the headquarters of the extermination organization. This was the headquarters of the extermination organization, so it was impossible to say that there were no experts guarding it. In fact, the headquarters was guarded by the 4 heavenly kings. The 4 heavenly kings were quite strong. They were actually 4 divine emperor experts. Divine emperor experts were considered strong, but unfortunately, they were going against the entire Jiufeng 60,000 territories. Yi Xian brought a total of 30 divine emperor experts this time. This was because Yi Xian already knew the true strength of this place, so he didn't conscript more experts. If Yi Xian was willing, not to mention 30 divine emperors, even if he could get 30 divine sovereigns, it wouldn't be impossible to gather them all. In the Jiufeng 60,000 territories, the leaders of the large forces were basically godly venerable experts. As long as Yi Xian offered them some benefits, they would definitely come immediately. As for the benefits that Yi Xian needed to give, it was actually just an official position. Of course, Yi Xian didn't need to use those people at the moment, just the divine emperor experts would be enough. The army advanced quickly. In just a few days, they had arrived at the headquarters of the extermination organization. Who are you? Why are you attacking the extermination organization? A divine emperor expert of the extermination organization led his men to block Yi Xian's path and shouted at Yi Xian. Operation Cleanup. Upon hearing the voice, the heavenly king immediately focused his gaze on Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, his expression changed drastically. How could he not know Yi Xian if he had chosen to set up his headquarters in the Jiufeng 60,000 realms? After all, Yi Xian was the true master of the Jiufeng 60,000 realms. So it's the esteemed provincial governor who has graced us with his presence. May I know how my sect has offended you? If there's anything that has upset you, my sect is willing to compensate you accordingly. The heavenly king's expression changed slightly, and he immediately spoke respectfully to Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yi Xian and not any other provincial governor. Annihilation's methods would not work on Yi Xian. The Annihilation organization adopted the same strategy no matter where they were. They would do everything possible to plunder the resources of remote areas. They would use all kinds of methods to infiltrate the resource production areas of powerful areas and then gather these resources. If they provoked the people in power there, they would not be happy. If they were displeased, they would take out huge amounts of resources to curry favor with those in power. This would cause those in power to turn a blind eye to them. After all, even a provincial governor could not truly control his own territory completely. Therefore, those disobedient powers and those areas that were worthless in the eyes of the provincial governor would naturally not exchange them for benefits from annihilation. However, Yi Xian was not like anyone else. Yi Xian's goal was extremely clear. He wanted to completely eradicate annihilation. Alright, cut the crap. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and gave the order to attack. The heavenly king never expected that Yi Xian would not even give him a chance to negotiate. Helpless, he could only lead the members of Annihilation to resist. But was there any use? No matter what they used, it was useless in front of Yi Xian. These were 10,000 powerhouses at the Divine Lord realm and above. The Yao gods that Annihilation had summoned with great difficulty were killed one by one, and the members of Annihilation were surrounded and annihilated one by one. countless resources and totem beasts were snatched back. As for the headquarters of the Annihilation Organization, it was directly breached. Just as Yi Xian had said, he had issued a kill order. As long as it was someone from the Annihilation Organization, Yi Xian would not spare them. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that keeping them around would only be a disaster. 3 of the 4 heavenly kings were quickly killed. The remaining heavenly kings knew that they were no match for these masters, so they gave the order to break out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, what awaited them outside were 20,000 experts. The purge of the entire Jiufeng 60,000 realms only lasted for a mere 3 months. However, it allowed Yi Xian to kill close to 30 million members of the extermination organization from the 60,000 territories. Some of these members were very weak, but of course, there were also strong ones. At the same time, they killed more than 100,000 ancient demon gods that were resurrected by the Annihilation Organization. They had rescued nearly 2 million captives from the Annihilation Organization. At the same time, they had harvested countless resources, totem beasts, magical equipment, and more. They had also seized nearly 300 resource points from the Annihilation Organization. It could be said that in just one operation, there were no more traces of the Annihilation Organization in the Jiufeng 60,000 realms. However, Yi Xian was not satisfied at all. After that, he formed more than 100 so-called recovery teams and sent them to various places in the Kunlun God domain as a law enforcer of the God domain. These recovery teams only had one mission, and that was to surround and annihilate the members of the Annihilation Organization outside the Kunlun God domain. It could be said that the entire operation was very ideal. Except for one, it was the territory of another provincial governor. This provincial governor controlled the 5,000 realms and was much weaker than Yi Xian. However, he was still a proper provincial governor. Therefore, he did not allow Yi Xian's recovery team to enter, and Yi Xian could not do anything about it. As a law enforcer of the God domain, Yi Xian did not have the authority to mobilize soldiers. Provincial Governor Kuei Han, huh? I'll remember that. Order everyone to withdraw. However, keep an eye on Kuei Han's 5,000 realms and collect as much evidence as possible. I'd like to see how long this provincial governor Kuei Han can protect those people. Yi Xian said calmly. Soon, the army returned to Jiufeng 60,000 gathering. However, they secretly left behind countless intelligence points. They even arranged an intelligence point in each of Kuei Han's 5,000 realms. Provincial Governor Kuei Han, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, my Annihilation Organization would have been wiped out by Yi Xian. An elder handed 5 Qian Kuan rings to Provincial Governor Kuei Han. These 5 Qian Kuan rings were naturally filled with resources. Provincial Governor Kuei Han smiled as he took the 5 Qian Kuan rings. However, he said calmly, Sect Leader Annihilation, what are you talking about? Yi Xian is abusing his authority to avenge a personal grudge. How could he treat my Annihilation Organization like this? Since you guys have entered my Kuei Han territory, then you can rest assured. I don't believe that Yi Xian would dare to reach into my territory. Don't worry. We are both provincial governors, so we have the same authority. During the Divine Domain War, he won't dare to do anything unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Kuei Han was full of confidence. He felt that he was a provincial governor, so no matter what Yi Xian did, he wouldn't dare to go against him. Unfortunately, he underestimated Yi Xian. The intelligence points left by Yi Xian continuously sent information to Yi Zong, who then summarized the information. Provincial Governor Kuei Han was really a tyrant. In his situation, whether it was the sects or the gods, they were all divided into 3 classes by him. He was naturally in the first class and enjoyed countless privileges. The second class was the forces that submitted to him. These forces might not get many benefits, but at least they would not be exploited. However, as for the third class, which was the forces that were unwilling to associate with Kuei Han, they were miserable. It could be said that almost half of their income would be taken away by Kuei Han using various excuses, and every time there was a situation where the forces were called out, it would be these forces that would provide all the manpower. Yi Xian continued to collect information, but Kuei Han had done too many bad things. It was to the point that Yi Xian didn't need to deliberately collect information to obtain enough information. Thus, a report was sent directly to Miyan. In fact, the Kunlun divine domain didn't have many rules. After all, not just the Kunlun divine domain, even the entire divine domain worshipped the strong. However, the strongest person in the Kunlun divine domain was Miyan, and the divine domain was the divine domain. Thus, soon, a group of divine palace guards followed Yixian to Kuei Han's divine domain. Without giving Kuei Han any chance to explain, the guards immediately captured him. Resist? Kuei Han didn't have the guts to do so, because this time, dozens of divine palace guards sent by Miyan had higher cultivation than Kuei Han. After the guards captured Kuei Han, Yixian didn't hesitate to give the order to clean up Kuei Han. Entering the battlefield of the overgods at this point, Yixian's operation against annihilation was a complete success. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yixian's actions were strenuous and unrewarding, but Yixian knew that he had to do it. Of course, Yixian would definitely reap some benefits while encircling annihilation. Those divine beast corpses were of no use to him anyway, so Yixian would not be using them for his own personal use. Therefore, Yixian's cultivation base had risen to superior grade 3 godly king. It could be said that Yixian was very satisfied with such a quick level notification. After all, it was no longer that easy to level up after entering the godly king realm. The resources required for devouring, as well as the quality of divine beasts, would increase tremendously. Annihilation might still have some remaining forces in the Kunlun divine domain, but they were no longer a force to be reckoned with. Coupled with Yixian's encirclement, it could be said that annihilation no longer had a foothold in the Kunlun divine domain. However, there was still no notification from the system, which made Yixian realize that annihilation probably still had some powerful forces in other divine domains. The peaceful life did not last long. Yixian seized the time to recruit soldiers because he knew very well that the battlefield of the overgods was the most important thing for him to face in the coming days. Just as Yixian expected, Misu was recruiting soldiers again because the demon god domain had sent reinforcements again. Clearly, something big was going to happen. Yixian did not hesitate at all. He recruited 1 billion soldiers and 20,000 godly lords and above cultivators in one go and headed straight for the battlefield of the overgods. This time, Yixian wanted to go personally. Although there was no rule saying that a provincial governor had to personally command his own army, Yixian wanted to go and take a look at the battlefield of the overgods. It took more than half a year for the massive army to be transported to the battlefield of the overgods. After all, there were just too many people. It was not Yixian's first time at the battlefield of the overgods. In fact, he had lived in the air above the battlefield of the overgods for a long time. However, a battlefield of overgods without battle and a battlefield of overgods with battle were two completely different matters. Yixian quickly arrived at his camp. Many people were surprised by Yixian's arrival. Of course, the fact that Yixian had brought 20,000 experts with him was very inspiring. Kuan Buyu had already entered the overgods battlefield. When he saw Yixian arrive, he immediately began to explain the situation of the overgods battlefield to Yixian. Lord Regional Commander, the main battlefield of our Jiufeng 60,000 territories is a 100,000-kilometer-long city wall, as well as 1,000 cities behind it. Apart from that, there are also 108 resource points and 1 pill resource point. Outside the city walls, we have 68 outpost cities and 6 strongholds. Resource sites, cities, fortresses, and city walls were the core components of the entire battlefield. Yes, I can understand the city walls, cities, and fortresses, but what about the resource points? Asked Yixian. He really did not understand this. Lord Regional Commander, due to the frequent battles on the battlefield of the overgods, the divine power is generally more violent. Only in the cities with protective barriers can the soldiers cultivate and rest in peace. As for the resource points, as the name suggests, they are places where resources are collected. When the battlefield of the overgods was first established, special barriers were deliberately set up. The battlefield of the overgods produces thousands of special resources. These resources require a lot of special substances such as blood of gods. Only the battlefield of the overgods fulfills these conditions. These resources are very effective for raising the level of the soldiers. However, they are evenly distributed in the middle of the battlefield. Therefore, if you want to obtain the resource points, you have to send soldiers to snatch them. Moreover, you have to guard against the enemy's counterattack. As for the elixir resource points, it's because of the special divine fire and divine power that can increase the effects of elixir refinement by several times. It can be said that all of our soldiers in the 9 directions 60,000 territories rely on those places for elixir refinement. Yi Xian nodded. In reality, he knew very well why this was the case. This was because both the soldiers and the generals had already made up their minds to enter the battlefield of the overgods. Therefore, almost no one would bring too many resources with them. Moreover, even if they did bring them, this was the battlefield of the overgods. The consumption of resources was unimaginable. Therefore, resource points became the focus of the battle. It could be said that many times, true conflicts would erupt because of resource points. Both sides had a huge wall. That huge wall was the key to victory. There were countless cities behind the huge wall. However, those cities could only provide garrisons and recuperation. They could not provide resources at all. If you wanted to obtain resources, you had to charge into the buffer zone outside the walls of both sides. In that case, conflict was unavoidable. Fortunately, there were also cities and fortresses in the buffer zone, which would be of great use to them. These cities and fortresses would be garrisoned with enough soldiers. Their purpose was to protect their own resource points. In addition, regional governor, there are 5 magic treasure resource points in the center of the battlefield. These magic treasure resource points are the key to the battle. These magic treasure resource points will automatically produce an ancient magic treasure every month. It can be said that the battle for these magic treasure resource points is the most brutal time of the battle. Also, there are some random resources. No one knows how these random resources appear, but once they appear, it will undoubtedly lead to war immediately. Kuan Buyu continued. Yi Xian nodded. This was the battlefield of the overgods. There were various laws and powers. It was already somewhat chaotic. Once the battlefield of the overgods opened, no resources would be missed. There were many other areas outside the battlefield. However, neither side would explore those areas. After all, those areas were more dangerous. It was only during this period of rest that some soldiers would search for treasures together. It was not that they would not obtain anything, but they would not necessarily obtain a lot. After Yi Xian had a rough understanding of the battlefield of the overgods, he began to think carefully. He now had a rough understanding of the situation on the battlefield of the overgods. Usually, when there was no order from the overgods, they would just snatch resource points from each other to strengthen themselves. However, once the overgods gave the order, a large-scale battle would erupt. The rules of the battle were very clear. If one wanted to strengthen oneself, one had to snatch resource points. Otherwise, staying on the walls was equivalent to courting death. That's right. Kuan Buyu, where do the materials for refining pills come from? Do they also come from resource points? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios attacking resource points. Yi Xian nodded again. Then what about the treasures? What happens if the treasures of the soldiers are damaged? The cities where we are stationed can provide places to refine magical equipment, but most of the time, they are obtained from resource points or captured enemies. The other thing is the strongholds. Every stronghold can be said to be very suitable for refining magical equipment. After Yi Xian understood the situation on the battlefield of the Masters of Gods, he did not hesitate and immediately began to analyze the situation. System, can you help me allocate troops accurately? I need to transfer troops to attack more resource points. Ding. System notification, analyzing data. Allocation failed. Ding. System notification, the system does not have the ability to analyze the allocation of troops. The host is advised to make his own arrangements. Well, the main function of the system was to increase one's strength. In such a large-scale battle, Yi Xian could not rely too much on the system. Yi Xian studied the map carefully. The map was huge. After all, the battlefield of the Masters of Gods was huge. However, Yi Xian realized that the resource points that he occupied in the 9 directions and 60,000 realms were a little thin. Therefore, the first stage of his plan was to seize the resource points. Naturally, it would not be easy to take the resource points of his own people. Therefore, Yi Xian could only target the demon god realm. men, pass down my order. Gather the troops. What is the provincial commander preparing to do? Did the divine master not give the order to fight? Are you preparing to? An expert looked at Xian in surprise. He did not understand what Xian was thinking. We have so many people, but we are guarding 100 resource points. Do you think that is enough? That is not enough. Since it is not enough, why can't we seize it? Go and gather the troops. I want to take over this resource point. Xian pointed casually. Although it was just a simple point, he had circled 100 resource points. The strongholds, resource points, cities, and so on of the sovereign god battlefield were all nameless. Following Xian's orders, 50 million soldiers and 10,000 divine lord powerhouses gathered together. General Xian's orders were very clear. This battle was only for the sake of snatching resource points. As for the benefits of obtaining resource points, there was probably no one who did not understand. Every additional resource point obtained meant that everyone would be able to get a greater share of the loot. In reality, due to the severe shortage of resource points, the allocation of resources had always been only given to those who had made contributions. Moreover, they had to have made great contributions. Many of the soldiers and even the experts had been on the battlefield of the sovereigns for so many years, but they had never been allocated a single resource. This time, the people selected by Xian were those who had not received any resources at all. Xian promised them that he would reward them with half of the resource points inventory as a reward. Although they were afraid that there would not be many left after the attack, it still made many people excited. In order to take over a resource point, the most important thing was to take over the city next to the resource point. The cities on the battlefield of the sovereigns were all reinforced with special laws. It could be said that there was no way to destroy them. Kill them. Following Xian's orders, everyone instantly attacked. In the sky and on the ground, countless soldiers rushed up. As for Xian, he also leaped into the air and charged forward. Countless enemies immediately flew out from the city. These enemies of the demon god domain were from a strange race with a pair of black wings. System, what race is this? Ding. System notification. Target set, Nether Crane race. The Nether Crane race came from the Nether region of the demon god domain. They had a special ability, Nether Affinity, which increased the speed at which they comprehended Nether laws. The Nether Crane race, then Xian would start with them. Kill. Charge. Following the deafening roar, the soldiers of the 60,000 territories from all directions quickly clashed with the enemies of the Nether Crane race. At the same time, Xian also charged into the battlefield. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form, appear. Wei Zhentian controlled the 200 god-slaying swords and directly charged into the enemy. Just like Xian, the ordinary soldiers of the demon god domain were mostly at the true god realm. How could they withstand the attacks of the god-slaying swords? In an instant, hundreds and thousands of enemies were killed in front of Xian. As for Xian himself, he also drew his Law God Bow. Law Devouring Arrow. Boom. A black vortex formed. Within that area, hundreds of enemies were sucked into the vortex. Clearly, they were doomed. Puppet Law God Arrow. Xian shot out another arrow. In an instant, hundreds of enemies lost their ability to move. Spiritual control. Thousands of enemies from the Nether Crane race immediately lost their ability to move. They aimed their weapons at their comrades who were fighting alongside them just a moment ago. 6-syllable mantra, die. The 6-syllable mantra could be said to be the most powerful killing move to crush enemies below Xian's cultivation level. Xian casually raised his hand and an incomparably enormous mysterious force was immediately activated. As for the enemies in front of Xian, they seemed to have been infected with a plague as they continuously fell one after another. Of course, at the same time that they fell, it also meant that they had lost their vitality. In an instant, a large area in front of Xian was cleared. All the enemies in this area were killed. After all, Xian was now a superior grade 3 divine king. It was easy for him to crush these ordinary soldiers. Xian's actions naturally attracted the attention of the experts from the Nether Crane race. At this moment, hundreds of experts immediately rushed over. When one of them saw Yi Xian, he was pleasantly surprised. "It's the enemy's provincial governor. Quick, gather the troops and kill him. As long as we kill him, the enemy will be severely injured." Who would have thought that the people from the demon god's domain would be so good at gathering intelligence? They could recognize Yi Xian with just one look. However, would Yi Xian be afraid? "Be careful, provincial governor." Dozens of experts guarding Yi Xian immediately went up to greet him. In an instant, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. In the distance, there were also experts from the 9 directions, 60,000 realms coming over to reinforce him. The battle between the experts had turned the area into a forbidden zone for ordinary soldiers. After all, the shockwaves from the battle between the experts were enough to make the ordinary soldiers unable to bear it. Some of them might even die. A middle-aged man stood beside Yi Xian. This man had the highest cultivation realm among the experts brought by Yi Xian. He was already a medium grade 3 hierarch expert. Even in the entire Jiufeng 60,000 territories, there were only a handful of ultimate gods. This hierarch expert did not take action. He stood silently beside Yi Xian. His current duty was to protect Yi Xian and prevent Yi Xian from being ambushed. The Nether Crane race naturally kept sending reinforcements after knowing that Yi Xian had appeared on the battlefield. Unfortunately, this was just a resource city. There were not many experts here. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. However, the Nether Crane clan was proficient in the law of the Netherworld. Hence, several of them had sneaked up on Yi Xian. These people appeared without warning. Even the godly venerable rank expert beside Yi Xian did not notice them at all. What kind of law power is this? Yi Xian could not help but wonder. System, detect the law power of these people. Ding. System notification, target has the law of silence. The law of silence could completely hide one's aura. As long as one did not actively expose themselves, no one would be able to detect them unless they used special treasures or special abilities. There was such a law power, it was impossible for Yi Xian not to be tempted. After all, even Yi Xian's wings of the gods could not hide such powerful abilities. However, the system did not notify Yi Xian that he could forcibly devour it. Hence, even if Yi Xian was tempted, there was nothing he could do. Go to hell. Suddenly, an enemy from the Nether Crane clan appeared less than 2 meters away from Yi Xian. As soon as he appeared, he immediately launched an attack. This person held a black ball in his hand. As he attacked Yi Xian, the ball began to emit a huge amount of energy. Ding. Warning. Warning. The host is under a fatal threat. The host is under a fatal threat. Ding. The system has automatically taken over authority. Taking emergency defensive measures, summoning the divine martial holy turtle Dharma idol. Ding. Dharma idol destroyed. Warning deactivated. This series of changes meant that Yi Xian did not have time to react. In other words, if the system had not acted in time, Yi Xian would have died. An extremely violent wave of energy swept through the entire battlefield. Regardless of whether it was friend or foe, at least hundreds of thousands of people were killed by this wave of energy. Yi Xian still had lingering fears. This time, it could be said that he had almost died. One had to know that the divine martial holy turtle Dharma idol was the strongest defensive Dharma idol that Yi Xian had obtained in the progenitor realm. This Dharma idol's only ability was its extremely strong defense. Furthermore, all the Dharma idols from the ancestral land were at the Emperor God realm. However, even such a defense was shattered after blocking the attack. One could imagine how powerful the attack was. It could be said that the experts involved in the battle were greatly affected by this attack. More than half of them were killed, and the rest were not in a good condition either. Only the godly venerable expert beside Yi Xian was protected by Yi Xian's transcendence energy, so he wasn't hurt too badly. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" System, what was that black ball that attacked me just now? Ding. System notification, target set, Sphere of Law. The Orb of Laws was a special magic treasure created by an expert by constantly compressing the power of laws and using special formations and materials to reinforce it. This artifact was a one-time explosive offensive artifact. Depending on the amount of nomological power injected into it, it would have different attack effects. Moreover, it was extremely easy to self-destruct. How could it store nomological power attacks like this? It could be said that this was simply beyond Xian's imagination. One had to know that the power of laws was an illusory thing. It wasn't like water, fire, sand, or earth that could be stored. However, the people of the demon god realm had actually created such a thing. The power of laws could only be borrowed, so once it was used, it would disappear immediately. Xian really couldn't understand how the people of the demon god realm had done it. How did they store the power of laws in the orb? Of course, perhaps the most important thing was the orb that stored the power of laws. That thing was the real rare treasure. Xian finally understood the dangers of the battlefield. It could be said that the moment he appeared on the battlefield, he was no doubt a piece of fat meat in the eyes of the enemy. The enemy would probably do everything in their power to kill him. After all, Xian was a provincial governor. Once Xian was killed, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the people of the Jiufeng divine realm. Following the failure of the orb's attack, it also announced that the Nether Crane clan was no longer able to withstand the attacks of the Jiufeng divine realm. After a while, Xian had already occupied a city, and very soon, he had taken control of several resource points with this city as the center. It was only now that Xian truly walked into a resource point for the first time. He carefully observed what kind of resources these resource points produced. In the battlefield of the Masters of Gods, it was naturally impossible for every resource point to produce the same resources. The resource point that Xian had just arrived at mainly produced a type of divine power stone. This was a product that only belonged to the battlefield of the Masters of Gods. Therefore, the name was given randomly. This divine power stone was similar to ordinary divine crystals. It could directly absorb the divine power contained within. Of course, the divine power was secondary. The key was the production. It could be said that the production was shockingly high. This was because in the battlefield of the Masters of Gods, there would be people dying at every moment. When a great battle erupted, even more people would die. The battlefield of the Masters of Gods had its own rules. To put it simply, these divine power stones were formed by the condensation of the divine power of those who had died. It could be said that they were extremely bloody products. However, no one would care about this. As long as they could increase their own strength, many people would be very happy to tell those people that they had eaten the corpses of their enemies. Moreover, in the countless years of the battlefield of the Masters of Gods, there was indeed a lot of violent divine power gathered. This violent divine power could not be directly absorbed, but the divine power stones could purify it. Therefore, the divine power stones were really a good thing. In this resource point, there were many other resources besides the divine power stones. Of course, the most popular one was undoubtedly the divine power stones. Most of the divine power stones contained a single type of law energy, but occasionally, there would be 2, 3, or even more types of law energy. These divine power stones also contained varying amounts of law energy. However, no matter how many there were, it was definitely good news for the ordinary soldiers. After all, this would allow them to comprehend the power of laws at close range. Back in the Kunlun realm, hundreds of thousands of geniuses were fighting for the opportunity to comprehend the laws. Of course, although the divine power stones could be used to comprehend the laws, the effects were not very good. However, as ordinary soldiers, what could they hope for? It could be said that in every war of the divine dominion, many experts would be born because of the divine power stones. Of course, the divine power stones could not leave the battlefield of the Masters of Gods. Once they left, they would immediately lose the power of laws contained within them. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Stronghold. This resource point was mainly filled with various ores. Apart from God's power ores and law stones, there were also ores that could be used to forge magic treasures. After that, Xian walked to the next resource point. Compared to the first resource point, which was a barren mountain, the second resource point was a forest. Here, there were many plant resources. Naturally, the resources here could be used to refine pills. Among them, the most unique was perhaps the fruit that grew from the divine skeleton tree. The most unique thing was that the growth of the divine skeleton tree was actually related to battle. This was because the nutrients it absorbed was the killing intent on the battlefield. It could be said that as long as a battle broke out, the divine skeleton tree would grow rapidly. It could even bear fruit in a few days. The divine skeleton fruit could be used to refine a very unique pill called the killing aura pill. After consuming this pill, there was no other effect other than increasing one's killing intent. Killing intent might not seem to be that important on the surface, as it did not increase one's cultivation or strength. However, this pill was the most popular on the battlefield of the overgods. This was because every time there was a battle on the battlefield of the overgods, there would be a large number of casualties. These people could not withstand the influence of the killing intent and were either scared out of their wits or possessed by the devil. Killing intent could directly affect one's mind. No matter how strong one was, they could still be affected. On the battlefield of the overgods, there would be battles on the scale of tens or even hundreds of billions at any time. One could only imagine how dense the killing intent was. Consuming this killing aura pill could effectively prevent one's mind from being eroded by the killing intent. At the same time, it could strengthen one's killing intent. Naturally, this pill was very popular, however, the production of this pill was very limited. Xian surveyed the resource points that he had seized. However, he did not find anything that was worthy of Xian's interest. Of course, the total amount of resources was still very large. However, Xian naturally could not devour them. After all, these belonged to the soldiers. Capturing a city was not enough to satisfy Xian. Therefore, after a short rest, Xian gave the order to battle again. However, this time, Xian would not charge at the front. After all, Xian had just exited the sphere of law. If another one were to appear, then Xian definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it and wouldn't be able to defend against it. Xian led his army to take down several cities in succession. After all, with the support of 10,000 strong cultivators, how could the enemy resist? Soon, Xian's army arrived in front of a fortress. However, at this point, Xian had no choice but to stop. It was no longer that simple to attack the stronghold. Within the stronghold, there was an absolute air restriction. In other words, it was impossible to hope to fly into the stronghold. When attacking the stronghold, even Xian's army could only proceed as if it was an ordinary siege. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the defense of the stronghold. Every stronghold had a special protective restriction or array formation. It could be said that it was not easy to take down a stronghold. However, Xian could not give up just like that. With a wave of his hand, a vanguard of 100,000 soldiers immediately charged forward. Xian wanted to see what kind of protective restrictions this stronghold had. Charge. Kill 100,000 soldiers. If they attacked from the sky and on the ground, it would not seem like much. However, just charging from the ground was very impressive. Fortunately, this stronghold was large enough. Otherwise, these people would have already surrounded the stronghold. On the city walls, all kinds of attacks erupted in an instant. Lights flashed and colorful lights filled the battlefield. The strength of an individual began to seem weak on such a battlefield. Through his divine consciousness, Xian could clearly see his charging soldiers being hit by all kinds of law power attacks and then falling. On top of the city walls, the enemy could calmly prepare one big move after another. There were even a few people or dozens of people who gathered their law powers to launch attacks. However, the siege troops below the city walls could only use their divine power shields to resist. Suddenly, 100 pillars of light descended from the sky. In an instant, hundreds of people were vaporized. Then, the pillars of light began to move. Anyone who was hit by them immediately fell. What kind of attack is this? Xian asked in surprise. Replying to the provincial governor, this is the simplest way to attack the defensive restrictions of the stronghold. We call it the light of destruction. The light of destruction is formed by the soldiers in the stronghold imbuing their divine power into a special light of destruction. Then, the light of destruction transforms the light of destruction into a powerful energy attack. Xian nodded. The power of the light of destruction was not simple. However, before Xian could even take a few more glances at the god-slaying light, another attack suddenly exploded out. From within the fortress, a huge black ball suddenly flew out. When the black ball landed outside, it immediately exploded. First, a vast power directly crushed a portion of the soldiers who were attacking the fortress. Then, it turned into a huge devouring ball and sucked in the surrounding people. This attack was very similar to Yi Xian's divine arrow of destruction, except that it was hundreds of times larger. Boom! 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 Following a few loud noises, several extremely powerful Dharma idols appeared on the battlefield. These Dharma idols were not only extremely powerful, but also very large in size. Perhaps because they were all summoned by the demon god's domain, they were generally in the shape of divine beasts. However, Yi Xian's close aide explained. Lord Regional Commander, this is the special Dharma protection of the stronghold. In every stronghold, there are dozens to hundreds of Dharma powers. These Dharma powers are usually like statues in the stronghold, unassuming. However, once there is a battle, they can be activated to protect the stronghold. These guardian Dharma powers can only last for a few hours at most. Of course, they can be summoned back at any time. However, the cooldown time is only a few days to a dozen days. If they are summoned back quickly, the cooldown time can be even shorter. It can be said that they are very difficult to deal with. Only a few days of cooldown time. They could last for a few hours. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. It should be known that he could also summon Dharma powers, but the cooldown time was hundreds to thousands of years. Moreover, they could not be summoned for very long. He did not expect the guardian Dharma powers on the battlefield of the sovereigns to be so powerful. No wonder there were so few strongholds. If they were all strongholds, there would be no way to fight at all. 100,000 people, 100,000 people. However, not long after the guardian appeared, almost all of them were wiped out. Even Yi Xian did not have time to give the order to retreat. A bloody battle. It was no wonder that the battle of the overgods was so exhausting. It was just a fortress, and it was already so terrifying. However, it was impossible for him to scare Yi Xian away like this. Yi Xian gave the order. This time, it wasn't a small attack of 100,000 people, but a full 10 million people. Among them, there were also 2,000 experts at the Divine Lord realm and above. The real siege had only just begun. Following Yi Xian's order, the crowd densely packed together and attacked the stronghold. Of course, the crowd had also prepared some engineering tools. The divine power crossbow chariots required more than 100 people to control. There was a special array inside the divine power crossbow chariot that could convert the divine power into precept power to attack the enemy. As for what precept power was converted, it was determined by the conversion array inside. Moreover, each of its attacks would definitely deal a great amount of damage. It could be said that even a divine king expert would definitely die if they were to stand in the way of the ballista. There were many other strategic treasures like this. However, there were not many of them. The materials required for such powerful strategic treasures were imaginable. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to forge them. It could be said that there were not many of them in the entire Kunlun God realm. There were less than 100 of them in Yi Xian's hands. Of course, these strategic treasures were undoubtedly the main targets of the enemy. Therefore, of the 2,000 people sent by Yi Xian, about 1,000 were guarding these strategic treasures. Boom, it was the void-escaping dragon beast. This was a special divine beast that had mastered the precept power of space precept power. Furthermore, this divine beast was not naturally produced. Instead, it evolved from a totem beast. This was the main reason why totem beasts were brought into the battlefield in large numbers as strategic resources. Totem beasts were one of the few special divine beasts that could evolve into ancient divine beasts through special means. Although the lifespan of these ancient divine beasts was generally very short, at least it was enough for battle. Of course, not everyone knew how to do this. In fact, even Yi Xian did not know how to do this. At this time, dozens of void-escaped dragon beasts from Jiufeng's 60,000 territories leaped out from the ground and pounced on the fortress wall in an instant. In an instant, the void-escaped dragon beast had actually breached a hole in the walls of the stronghold. Charge! Kill! The morale of the soldiers of the 9 directions 60,000 territories was greatly boosted, and they rushed towards the gap. When these soldiers arrived at the foot of the city wall, they immediately set up a human ladder. Because of the absolute sky restriction, even if one were to jump, it would be very difficult to jump so high. Therefore, building a human ladder became the simplest and most effective method. In a short period of time, over 10,000 people had already charged up the city walls. But now that there was a gap in the wall, it naturally attracted the attention of the experts from the demon god domain. A group of experts quickly came to help, but before they could do anything, a wave of powerful attacks was launched at the soldiers below the wall. The enemy also used totem beasts. Pass down the order. Send out 500 more totem beasts. We must secure that gap. Xian gave the order. Soon, another 500 totem beasts that had been nurtured to the level of ancient mythical beasts rushed over. These mythical beasts had one thing in common, and that was that they were extremely powerful. In an instant, the enemy at the gap could no longer resist and were forced to retreat. The soldiers of the 9 directions 60,000 territories naturally would not waste such a good opportunity. One by one, they continued to charge, trying to break through the enemy's line of defense with that gap as the center. But at this time, a ray of light suddenly erupted from that section of the wall, directly enveloping that section of the wall. Oh no, the enemy has activated the city wall territory. Provincial governor, quickly give the order to change the attack position. In fact, there was no need for Xian to give the order. After seeing the light on the wall, the soldiers had already instinctively avoided that section of the wall. The city wall territory was a territory unique to the fortress walls. Once activated, it could instantly kill all life forms that entered it. However, the city wall territory's cooldown time was very long, so generally speaking, unless it was absolutely necessary, the defending side would not activate it. Fortunately, a portion of the 500 totem beasts that Xian had sent out had already attacked the other walls, while the other portion had not yet climbed up the wall. Otherwise, they would have all been destroyed there. The city wall territory could be said to be the enemy's trump card of defense in the fortress. Of course, the enemy had used the city wall territory, which was equivalent to completely exposing that section of the wall to the 9 directions 60,000 territories. As long as the city wall territory disappeared, the soldiers of the 9 directions 60,000 territories would be able to attack that section without worry. Blood flowed as one godhead after another shattered. Battle cries filled the entire fortress. However, the surrounding enemies did not send in reinforcements, and the surrounding allies did not send in reinforcements either. This was the rule of the battlefield of the sovereigns. Once a battle broke out, both sides would only focus on their own targets. They would not easily provoke other enemies, even if other enemies were close by. It was not that anyone had decided on this tactic, but it was a common understanding. After all, the battlefield of the sovereigns was extremely vast. If chaos broke out, it would probably become a huge mess. When that happened, neither side would gain any benefits. Of course, if Xian was stupid enough to transfer all the soldiers who were at the border with the other enemies, that would be a different matter. When that happened, the enemy would not be called an attack. At most, they would be considered to have taken advantage of the situation. The siege of the fortress continued for 3 months. For 3 whole months, both sides did not have a single moment of rest. Xian had also been standing here for 3 whole months. Finally, the enemy troops in the fortress chose to retreat because they did not have enough soldiers. Xian did not understand why the enemy did not send in reinforcements, but Xian would not give up on the fortress. Soon, the army marched in. The loss of the fortress meant that the surrounding cities and resource points were completely defenseless. The people of the demon god's domain gave up on defending and allowed Xian to send in his troops. Xian received a large number of rewards. However, he was not satisfied. In other words, Xian had a target that he had to capture. This resource point was different from other resource points in that it was a special resource point. It was a resource point guarded by 3 fortresses. Such a special resource point was rare even on the battlefield of the sovereigns. It could be said that whoever occupied this place would gain a great advantage. Of course, knowing was one thing, but being able to take it was another. In reality, such special resource points were often empty on the battlefield of the sovereigns, with no one occupying them. Resurrection altar. After sacrificing so much to obtain this resource point, it was obvious that they would not defend it with all their might. So what could be produced here? Actually, the other resources of this resource point aside, there was one altar that everyone was envious of. Because the function of this altar was resurrection, as long as one's soul was not destroyed, even if one's godhead was shattered, even if one was only left with a wisp of soul, as long as one reached this altar, one would be able to quickly resurrect. This was the terrifying thing about this altar. The power of resurrection, once used properly, could be imagined. Moreover, with this resource point, the morale of the soldiers would be greatly boosted. Before every battle, if one could promise the soldiers that they would be able to resurrect even if they died in battle, the morale of the soldiers would be greatly boosted. Of course, in order to use this altar, one would need to expend a terrifying amount of resources. However, even so, Xian still wanted to take this special resource point. 3 strongholds. Moreover, these 3 strongholds were clearly more powerful than ordinary strongholds. This was because they had 2 walls and were equipped with more defensive facilities. If one wanted to take them, they would have to pay a huge price. However, when Xian proposed to attack the special resource point, he didn't expect that it would be unanimously passed. To these experts, they were probably more concerned about their lives than the soldiers. After all, it was not easy for them to reach their current level of cultivation. In order to attack this special resource point, one would need a large number of soldiers. In one breath, Xian directly transferred over 500 million soldiers. A total of 500 million people gathered from all over the world. It could be said that Xian's actions made the various factions of the demon god's domain extremely nervous. It was rare to mobilize 100 million soldiers in a local war, let alone 500 million. Of course, as long as Xian did not attack them, they would not act rashly. Just as Xian was preparing to attack, a regional commander nearby sent an envoy over. This regional commander had also seen Xian's actions and was extremely shocked. He immediately sent an envoy over. The envoy was basically asking why Xian was mobilizing so many soldiers. Was he not afraid of attracting the attention of the 2 divine masters and causing an all-out war? Xian smiled slightly, but replied, "If we continue like this, won't an all-out war erupt? Since an all-out war will erupt sooner or later, why not take advantage of this opportunity to obtain more resource points?" After that, the regional commander did not send any more inquiries. Of course, even if he did, Xian would not give up on his plan. On this day, it could be said that the 9 Directions 60,000 Realms had become the most eye-catching place in the entire Master God battlefield. This was because Xian had launched the largest local war in the Master God battlefield. In the sky and on the ground, the black mass of soldiers was densely packed. As far as the eye could see, there was simply no end to the sea of people. Many experts were also placed in the army. This time, the purpose of the battle was to seize the special resource points and attack the 3 strongholds that were heavily guarded by the enemy at the same time. All divine masters, kill! Xian suddenly swung the god-slaying sword in his hand. After that, the entire sky darkened. This was because there were simply too many soldiers flying out of the sky. There were so many that the light was completely obscured. For 2 whole days, Xian was shrouded in darkness. This was because only 2 days were enough for so many people to pass through. The battle was extremely intense from the very beginning. The enemy would not give up on these resource points so easily. Moreover, their experts could be revived immediately after they died. This battle was destined to be an extremely difficult one. However, Xian was not determined. Just like what Xian had said to the regional commander, if he went to fight for the resource points now, it would be a local battle after all. Thus, his losses would be much lower. However, if he waited until the all-out war erupted before he went to fight for the resource points, his losses would be even greater. Xian would rather choose to pay a heavy price now and obtain more resource points so that the remaining soldiers could level up as much as possible. He was not willing to just wait. After all, battle achievements were everything. Only battle achievements would determine whether Xian would win or lose in this over God's domain. 200 million people, a total of 200 million people had been lost on both sides. There were 30 million enemy soldiers stationed in the 3 strongholds. Almost all of them had been wiped out by Xian. However, the price that Xian had paid was 170 million casualties. This did not include the soldiers who had died trying to stop the enemy's reinforcements. However, Xian still managed to obtain the resource points in the end. He had used an entire year to do so. However, it was only after Yi Xian obtained the resource points that many people understood Yi Xian's true intentions. At this moment, Yi Xian's resource points had actually formed a semicircle around another group of enemies. Clearly, this group of enemies were like turtles in a jar. The 3 strongholds were the best barriers. It was enough to prevent the enemy from sending reinforcements. There were a total of 200 resource points that had been encircled. Yi Xian immediately sent out an envoy and gave the enemy a choice. They could either retreat or be eliminated by Yi Xian one by one. It could be said that the enemy did not have a choice at all. They could only retreat after being hemmed in. After all, it was impossible to defend to the death. Yi Xian got what he wanted and took down the plan that he'd set, encircling a large amount of resource points. However, at the same time, he had also obtained the nickname of a tyrant on the Overgod's domain. The meaning of this nickname was very simple. It meant that Yi Xian did not cherish the lives of his soldiers at all. However, no matter what others thought, Yi Xian would only do as he wished. Moreover, the soldiers and powerhouses of the 9 directions' 60,000 territories did not feel the slightest bit of emotion. After all, obtaining so many resource points was undoubtedly a good thing for them. Batch after batch of pills were continuously produced and piles of treasures were continuously distributed to the soldiers. This caused their overall strength to rapidly increase. Yi Xian had sacrificed 200 million people in exchange for the overall strength of the remaining 1 billion or so people. This was the Overgod's domain. The growth of resources here was countless times faster than the outside world. In addition, there were many things that could not be obtained in the outside world. This was enough to make the soldiers extremely happy. In fact, more than 3 million soldiers who had contributed greatly had obtained the law stones that they had always dreamed of. Of course, whether or not they could comprehend the laws after obtaining the law stones would depend on their own efforts. After Yi Xian had obtained these resource points, he stopped the war. Instead, he focused on increasing the strength of his soldiers. There was no merit in starting a local war like this. It could be said that very few people would do such a thing. Whether it was the Kunlun god domain or the demon god domain, the various factions were all waiting. They were waiting for an all-out war to break out again. 50 years, for a full 50 years, the Overgod's domain had been extremely peaceful. Apart from the occasional local war, it was basically peaceful. However, on Yi Xian's side, there had not been a single local war in 50 years. However, 50 years was more than enough. End of chapter 2400. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.